Hey, fortune teller, tell me something. Can I marry him or not? Miss, your marriage palace is dim. I'm afraid this match isn't as happy as it looks. Hey, what are you saying? This is a happy day? Can't you say something nice? Nice words or lies? You want to hear them? Then tell me. How is it not happy? The tip of your nose has a dull color. That means your wealth palace is dusty. It says the person you're trusting has already hit his peak. He's failing, outwardly strong, inwardly weak, drowning in debt. What's wrong with you? We're being nice, giving you business. And you just spout nonsense. Cursing this gentleman. I see black energy spreading over your intang. That's a sign of legal trouble coming. At best, a verbal dispute or lawsuit. At worst, prison time. I'd say you've got a critical business deal coming up. But in the end, it'll be like drawing water with a sieve. As for who you've cheated, you know that yourself. Once this kind of facial feature is triggered, you're definitely eating prison rice. What he said is true. Don't listen to his nonsense. Give me, you give me. Ah, no, that's not it. Let me explain. Ding. Valid readings completed, 1/3. Maximum 3 months. Detected, life countdown. Task triggered, system rewind quest, system bound. Location, entrance of marriage registry. Time, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. daily. Objective, serve 3 clients and make accurate predictions. Master, here's 10,000. Please take a look at me. How's my marriage fate? Sir, your facial features are a bit strange. Strange? No. Your children palace is full and smooth. Complexion rosy. It means you have strong ties with your children. And they're filial. Master, you're really amazing. My son, no, don't see me off. You go back. The farewell of a meeting. A single goodbye. The past will never come again. When you're lost, believe in yourself like I do. The world is so big, yet I met you. How many crazy times, how much innocence. Dream together. One day we'll reunite back home. Indeed, not small. Ding. Valid readings completed, 2/3. Master, our turn. Please take a look, me and old Jiang. Is our marriage good or not? Just for good luck. Your cheekbones are high and sharp. Your nose bridge has a knot. Your lips are thin. That means callousness and stinginess. Your gaze shows 3 whites. 3 whites means a bad heart. What you're after isn't a marriage. It's this old gentleman's property, right? Ah, you're slandering me. We're truly in love, sir. Your estate palace is wide and full. Good family background. At least 1 house. But now, your estate palace is covered in a blue-black aura. That's an omen of a magpie's nest taken over by a dove. Someone is scheming for your house. He coaxed you into a fake marriage to help you cover the mortgage. Buy a wedding house for your son. Once the property deed is in his name, you'll be dumped the next day. I don't. You have a mole inside your left eyebrow. But the mole's color is dull. Bad shape. It's a sharp angle mole. People with this mole specialize in tricking trust. Using this trick on old people. This isn't your first time, is it? Ahaha. Thank you, master. Ding. 3 reading task complete. Calculating rewards. Remaining lifespan increased by 30 days. Congratulations. Host receives cash reward, 1 million. I survived. Task complete. Time to clock out. I'll pay 100,000. I'll pay 500,000. I'll pay 500,000. I'll pay 500,000. Master, my name is Wang Jinhua. 5 million. Please do one more reading. Just about my future. Sorry. Today's slots are full. Master, rules are dead. People are alive. Not enough. I'll add more. Not enough. I'll add more. It's almost 3 o'clock. Time to clock out. The chairman of a big group held that black card. Standing alone in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, stunned. He had lived half a lifetime. First time he'd seen someone money couldn't move. Jiang Feng slept like a log. Outside, the world had already turned upside down because of him. 3 readings had been confirmed, nailing his reputation as the fortune teller at the marriage bureau. Media, influencers, tycoons, all crazily searching for him. Some even offered a 7-figure sum, just to exchange a word with him. New task release time, 23 to 11 o'clock daily. Method, needle-style tarot card divination, murder case field. Objective, serve 3 clients and make accurate predictions. What do you think you're doing? Can't you see where this is? This isn't a night market. Pack up. Move your stall now. I won't be in the way. Just 2 hours. Not even a minute. Go now. Don't make me call someone. I'm not leaving. Xiaozhang, what's going on? I have a lead. What lead? Haven't done the reading yet. Don't know. Making fun of the police? Get out now. Officer. Any news? Have you found my daughter? Mrs. Li, please get up first. We're checking the surveillance footage. Team 2 is out in the field. We'll notify you as soon as we have anything. It's been 48 hours. You say the golden window is 48 hours. Now the time is almost up. No clues at all. If you want to find someone, draw a card. Shut up. This is no time to be messing around. Can you calculate? Can you calculate where my daughter is? Old Li, he's just a con artist. Leave me alone. You can't find her, so let me try? How much? How much do you want? I'll pay anything. No charge. Left hand, cut the deck, draw 1. 3 of swords reversed. The pain is fading. Analyzing environment characteristics. Humidity, metallic clanging. Volatile chemical smell. The person is still alive. North side of the city. Near water. The area is very open. You can hear a bell. And the person who took her, you know him. He has a strong smell of paint. Not fresh. It's a smell soaked in for years. Think about it. Who? Old Lou. That renovation foreman. He argued with you over wages before. He even said some harsh things. The day before yesterday, he came to the house to get tools. He had that exact smell. Check that renovation worker. Lou Jianmin. Track his location right now. Ding. Valid readings completed. 1/3. They caught him. Right where you said. That's your credit. I'm just a fortune teller. Bullshit. You knew it was a kidnapping case. Withholding information. Or getting intel through illegal means. That's also a crime. Did I withhold it? I told them as soon as they arrived. Captain Zhao, the DNA comparison for the River murder case. The results are in. No match in the database. Still no match. The males we screened from the missing persons list. None of them fit. No. The skeleton is robust. High bone density. The pelvis is damaged. But the angle still leans male. But all missing males have been ruled out. It's not a man. It's a female. You're looking in the wrong direction. Of course you can't find it. Sir, this is a scientific identification. The transverse diameter of the third lumbar vertebra and the angle of the pelvic shrapnel. Both match male characteristics. Let me pull a card. I'll tell you why. The Empress upright. A variant. Illusion of abundance. Hypertrophy of the muscles. Long-term intake of exogenous androgens. Secondary bone development. She was an athlete. Throwing events. The Empress represents motherhood. She had a miscarriage right before she died. Or had just given birth. Impossible. The uterus is missing. How did you figure that out? The pubic symphysis face. Go check it. If the dorsal side of the pubic symphysis has old depressions, that's childbirth trauma. If there are fresh tear marks, that's a miscarriage. Captain Zhao, I need to go back and re-examine. If you're wrong, you're not leaving tonight. Ding. Valid fortune-telling attempts completed. 2 of 3. Captain Zhao, what now? The last reading, on me. Let me read the knot in your heart. The last reading, on me. Let me read the knot in your heart. I don't have a knot. Everyone has secrets, especially cops. Captain Zhao is right. There are damage marks on the pubic symphysis face. Tissue section shows residual 4T steroids. It really is a woman. Female, found a missing record from a sports school. Shot put athlete. Missing for 3 months. Right direction. 2 cases. 1 kidnapping. 1 murder. Both nailed by that kid sitting at the doorway with his stall. Zhao Yi's look at him had completely changed. 5 minutes left. Coming. Gas tank on the left, about to blow. The trip ends at this intersection. Don't see me off, you go back. Meet again and say goodbye, just one farewell. Everything in the past won't come back. When you're lost, believe in yourself like I do. The world's so big, still I met you. How many wild moments, how much innocence. We dreamed together, one day we'll meet again. What are you trying to say? The one who leaked the info. The one who fired the shot. He's in this building. And right beside you. His gun is still missing that 1 bullet. Ding. Detected. Host. Assisted in solving a major serial case. And saved police officers' lives. Mission rating. Perfect. Reward settlement. Harmful cells reduced by 8%. Lifespan increased by 60 days. Cash reward. 2 million yuan. New quest released. Location. Chuanting International Bilingual Kindergarten entrance. Read bones, read characters, read US dollars. Receive 3 customers, and successfully make accurate readings at the kindergarten. Chuanting International Bilingual Kindergarten, the city's top private school. Tuition, 300,000 a year. Kids who get in all have some background. They're really cranking up the difficulty, counting the reward he just got. His life has less than 4 months left. No missions. The cancer cells won't wait for him. Read your talent. 3 years old shows the old man's fate. Packing up the stall? Why? Setting up here. This is a private school. No vending at the entrance. Move it, or we'll take measures. This is city plan sidewalk. The school red line is on that step. I didn't cross it. Still not allowed. You're ruining the streetscape. I'm not blocking the blind lane, not blocking the fire lane. If you lay a hand on me, I'll report you for excessive force. And I'll post a video. Then keep your distance. Don't block parents picking up kids. Master, what kind of reading do you do for kids? Future prospects. Talent reading. Price negotiable. That cheap? Then you have to take a look at my how. I just want to know if he's Harvard material. Or Yale material. We're already setting up an Ivy League fund. I don't read that. I want meat. Please, take a look at my how. I just want to know if he's Harvard material. Or Yale material. We're already setting up an Ivy League fund. I don't read that. I want meat. Harvard and Yale, no hope in this lifetime. Master, that sounds a little absolute. Our How is a bit greedy, but he's very smart. His piano teacher says he has big hands and strength. Ma'am, do you want the truth? Of course Harvard is out, but the new Oriental Culinary School, he'd be the top candidate. You're talking nonsense. Do you know how much we spend on his education every year? Piano, horseback riding, golf. Just the private tutors cost $2 million a year. And you're saying he's a cook? Ma'am, how much money you spend and where his talent lies are two different things. Your son's wrist bones are wrapped in fat, but if you feel carefully, you'll find his wrist bones are wider than average, and the radial styloid process is very flexible. In bone reading, that's called the cloud and rain hand. Sounds impressive. It is impressive. It's a born walk-tossing hand. And his finger joints are short and thick. His palm is meaty and heat-resistant. And he controls temperature precisely. Kid, do you enjoy playing the piano? No. Piano sounds terrible. That teacher's metronome. Tick, tick, tick. So annoying. Huh. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you play Twinkle Twinkle for Grandma yesterday? That was to trick Grandma into buying me a burger. And Mom, your cooking is terrible. It's just salty. And you tried Annie Zhang's braised pork. You put a big yellow rock in the pot and poured in that black water. Your son's taste buds are 10 times more sensitive than the average person's. His ability to analyze flavors is a gift. If you insist he plays the black and white keys, you're nipping a future Michelin 3-star chef in the bud. You're ruthless. Do you really want to learn to cook? Yeah, I want to make big chicken legs. Master, take a look at my daughter. Master, my son's been spacing out a lot lately. Master, my ass. That just now wasn't real skill. That fat kid. Anyone could see he's a glutton. Even a guess would have been right. What do you want a reading on? I'm here to show you real talent. They're all saying you're amazing. Let's see if you can spot real gold. This is my daughter, Lin Xiaoman, the school's recognized genius girl. She memorized all 300 Tang poems by age 3, could do 3-digit multiplication and division in her head by 5, and now she's teaching herself calculus. Learning calculus that young? That's the legendary genius girl. Master, please feel her bones. See if she's the reincarnation of Einstein, or Madame Curie reborn. Adorning my morning, leaving only a cup of light green tea. If the landscapes in my heart are all seen in your eyes, then I will pray step by step, like stepping on lotuses. Huh, can't feel it. Never seen such supreme bone structure? Why can't you feel it? Never seen such supreme bone structure? He's not a genius. He's an award-winning actress. Xiaoman, recite it for him. Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. Yuzhong Old Commandery, Hongdu New Prefecture, stars divide into Yi and Zhun. Lands touch Hung and Lin, metal 3. River and 5. Lakes control Man and Jing, and draw and O and U. Stop. He doesn't know what he's reciting. He just imprinted these sounds into his brain, like a tape recorder. So what? Being able to memorize is a skill. It's a skill, but at a cost. Look at his index finger. This is anxiety. And his occipital bone, flat back of the head, brow ridge pressing on the eyes. Children with strong bones like this are sensitive and suspicious, desperate for recognition. Kid, when you looked at your dad just now, I didn't see love in your eyes. I only saw fear. You're afraid that if you misrecite one word, you won't be allowed to sleep. You're afraid that if you miscalculate one problem, you'll be locked in that windowless study. Shut up. You're brainwashing the child. I'm calling the police to have you arrested. Xiaoman, let's go. Don't listen to this madman's nonsense. Fishing boats singing at dusk. Small village on the shore of Pengli Lake. Wild geese in formation, startled by cold. Lotus and poplar shores. I'm not reciting anymore. I'm not reciting anymore. Mom, don't hit me. I didn't hit him. Take him to see a psychologist. It's not too late now. Wait 2 more years. When that string finally snaps. This isn't a genius anymore. It's a budding high IQ and a social personality. Backpack stuffed with bittersweet memories. About to set out on the journey of growing up. Just to this. Don't see me off. Go back now. Meet and say goodbye again. A single goodbye. Nothing from the past will ever come back. It's my choice. Please believe in yourself as I do. The world is so big, yet I still met you. How many innocent days we dreamed together. One day we will reunite. Hometown flat and vast, lacking power, lacks the momentum of authority. Fortune determination, wealth-spreading boy, S-class. Top explorer, A-class. Family spendthrift, SS class. Old madam, this child cannot take over the family business. The reasons, you may see for yourself. Your grandson's fingers are long, palms thin. When closed together, a thick paper card can fit between the fingers. This is a born money-leaking hand. Water flows without leaving a trace. Gold passes without a sound. Also his horse star. Here, the bone is high and protruding. The color is bright and shiny. This shows that deep down, he cannot be restrained. He cannot stay in this city. Even less can he stay in an office. If you forcibly hand him billions of family assets, force him to sit in the chairman's office signing documents. Within 10 years, he'll sell the Shin Corporation to trade for a ticket to travel around the world, or to go to Antarctica just to see a penguin. That's how the subsidiary gets mortgaged. You mean, my Shin family's only grandson is a spendthrift? Being a spendthrift is relative. In the business world, he's a spendthrift. But in other fields, he is a genius. What field? The field of spending money. He is naturally sensitive to novelty, full of curiosity for the unknown. If your family's money is enough for several lifetimes, letting him spend it is actually accumulating merit. He will become a top explorer. Xiaobao, do you want to be chairman? Grandma, can a chairman go catch lions? No. Then I don't want to be. I want to go to Africa. I want to go to Antarctica. And I want to go to Mars. This crappy kindergarten is so boring it's killing me. Every day we have to recite texts. Fine. A perfect wealth-spreading boy. My Shin family's wealth amassed through 3 generations of business. If I cannot even afford to support one wealth-spreading boy, then these decades have been wasted. Young man, you are the first one who dares to my face to call my grandson a spendthrift. Take this. If you run into trouble, use the Shin family name. It's quitting time. Hey, you don't want the money? 3 readings complete. Missed the time, no extension. Money is extra karma. Too much, I cannot bear it. Interesting. So this is the so-called immortal master? Don't roam around these days. Several top leaders in the bureau are asking about you. Xinjia is also looking for you. I haven't broken the law. I know about that case. Xiaozhang's leg was saved. If there's trouble, call me. New task issued. Location, Antique City East Gate Morning Market. Time, 9 to 11 o'clock. Method, character divination. Objective, serve 3 customers and successfully expose or verify authenticity. Alright, tomorrow I'll go treasure hunting. Morning 9 o'clock, Pan. The bluestone ground at the East Gate. Hot enough to fry an egg. Crowded with old men spinning walnuts. And streamers holding selfie sticks. Buddy, you're in the wrong place. Turn left ahead. Job market. This is the Antique City. Didn't get lost. Part-time job for some extra cash. Old Wong laughed. Been in this business for 20 years. First time seeing someone appraise treasures by character divination. He thought this kid is either an idiot or here to start a fight. This trade depends on discernment. Use your eyes. Why use character divination to judge authenticity? Eyesight. I'm not so sure. That pile of Kangxi happiness treasures of yours are all laser engraved. People with good judgment wouldn't buy them. Half an hour passed. No one stopped in front of Jiang Feng's stall. Here, everyone trusts experts with magnifying glasses, not a newly unemployed programmer. Until a young man in his early 20s, holding tightly something wrapped in newspaper, came over, looking back every 2 steps. Boss, this is a Ming Dynasty folk blue and white bowl I picked up from a stall over there. 5,000 yuan, worth at least 50,000. Old Wong beside him craned his neck, only took one look at that bowl, and shrunk his head back. Fake at first glance. Panjiayuan is full of them, but Jiang Feng didn't even finish looking at it. He just stared at the character, bog, treasure, on the paper. The character treasure has the roof, radical on top. Below it is jade. The crown is written too wide. It covers the jade. This piece is not from official kilns, not even a proper folk kiln. It was fired in a small family workshop. Now look at the jade below. This stud is too heavy. The ink bled. Jade at the bottom serves as a cushion. The mark on the bottom of your bowl is made of jade powder mixed with glue, stuck on. Impossible. I've seen the bottom mark. Clearly says, made in Chenghua period. Clear inscription. And there are signs of wear. Clear because it was freshly carved. Wear because they sandpapered it. You're talking nonsense. You didn't even touch it. What makes you say it's fake? Dare to smash it? If it's real, I'll pay you 100,000. If it's fake, the cross-section will show a glue layer. Or burn it with a lighter. Test if it's real or fake. Advanced brain cancer. Only 90 days left to live. At the moment of despair, I got bound to a fortune-telling system. All I have to do is set up a stall at a designated time and place. The better my readings, the longer my life extension, the more rewards. At the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, I saw through it in one sentence. The billion debt scam of the influencer fiancé. The girl cried and tore up the marriage certificate. In front of the Criminal Investigation Unit, I cracked a cold case with a single tarot card, making the veteran detective who was at a loss drop his jaw on the spot. To the CEO of a 100 billion conglomerate, who begged me for one more reading with 5 million in hand. I pointed at my watch. It's 3 o'clock. Off work. Come back tomorrow. The whole internet went crazy looking for me. The media called me an urban legend, a tycoon, a 10 million bounty just for one reading. But I'm just a patient trying to survive. They think I'm reading marriage fortunes or solving murder cases. What I'm really reading is their fate and my own life. Hey, buddy, move along. No vending here. A security guard in uniform tapped his rubber baton against the concrete floor with a dull thud. Jiang Feng sat on the low stool, lifting his eyelids at the words. The afternoon sun was harsh, making his already pale face look even whiter. The tumor in his brain was acting up again. A sharp, piercing pain shot through and darkened the edges of his vision. He ignored the guard, and from a worn canvas bag, he pulled out a blue cloth, calmly spreading it on the ground in front of him. On the cloth were 4 crooked brush characters, specializing in marriage fortunes. Beside it, a smaller line. 3 readings decide fate. First come, first served. Seeing his unyielding attitude, the guard grew irritated. He stepped forward, bent down, and reached for the stall. Hey kid, you deaf or what? I'll say it one more time. Pack it up now. Jiang Feng finally spoke. his voice hoarse. 2 to 3. 1 hour. Not a minute less. The guard pointed his baton at a nearby sign. You know what this place is? Setting up a superstitious scam here. What kind of image does that give? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He didn't move. He just sat there. The world around him had nothing to do with him. A week ago, he was diagnosed with stage 4 glioblastoma multiforme. The doctor told him in a calm, professional tone. 3 months at most. The day he got the diagnosis, a voice rang in his mind. Fortune-telling system bound. New quest released. Location, entrance of Civil Affairs Bureau. Time, 14 to 1500 hours daily. Method, traditional face reading, marriage fortunes. Objective, serve 3 customers and successfully make accurate predictions. The reward for completing the quest was real money and health. Jiang Feng didn't want to die, so he came. Just as the guard was about to get physical, his shoulder was tapped from behind. He turned around. It was the head security guard. The captain pulled him aside and said in a low voice, "Forget it. Let him stay. Look at him. That pale face. He might not." The captain didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The guard glanced back at Jiang Feng's thin figure, sighed, and didn't bother him again. Time ticked by. People came and went at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, all cheerful and happy. Jiang Feng's little stall stood out awkwardly in the surroundings. Most passers-by threw him curious or dismissive glances. Some pointed at him, whispering, "Look, a fortune teller." People still believe that nowadays? Must be a scammer. Setting up a marriage reading right outside the bureau? Isn't that asking for trouble? Jiang Feng ignored the chatter. He just sat there, waiting for his first customer. A girl in her early 20s, pushed by her best friend, walked up to him half-jokingly. "Hey, fortune teller." The girl wore a teasing smile, pointing at a handsome young man queuing nearby. "Tell me, can I marry him?" Jiang Feng slowly lifted his head. The moment he looked at her face, his eyes, clouded by illness, saw the world change. In his mind, the system's knowledge poured in. To anyone else, the girl looked radiant, brimming with the joy of an upcoming wedding. But in Jiang Feng's vision, he clearly saw at the corner of her eye, the marriage palace area, also called the sharp gate in face reading, wreathed in a wisp of gray-black energy that ruined her complexion. Dull sharp gate indicates an unhappy marriage, prone to meeting the wrong partner. Jiang Feng spoke. His voice was flat. "Miss, I see your marriage palace is dark. I'm afraid this marriage isn't as happy as it looks." The smile on the girl's face froze. Her friend complained, "Hey, what kind of talk is that? On such a happy day, can't you say something nice?" "Nice words or lies? Want to hear them?" Jiang Feng shot back. The friend was left speechless, but the girl's curiosity was piqued. She crouched down and asked seriously, "Go on then. How is it not happy?" Jiang Feng's gaze moved down her face, settling on her nose. The nose, in face reading, is a woman's star of fortune. Your nose bridge is straight and strong. The tip fleshy. That's a good sign for a prosperous husband and children. But right now, the tip of your nose has a dull color. That means the wealth palace is tarnished. It indicates the man you're entrusting yourself to has already seen his fortune turn to decline. All show, no substance, deep in debt. At these words, the girl's expression changed. Her boyfriend had indeed mentioned a few times recently about cash flow problems at the company, but each time he said it wasn't a big deal, that it was already solved. Impossible, not far away. The boyfriend who was queuing heard the conversation. He hurried over, pulling the girl behind him, his face furious. "What's your problem? We were being nice, giving you business. And you're here spouting nonsense, cursing me." Jiang Feng looked up at the man's face. The problem was worse. "Mister, I see your intang. The area between your eyebrows is covered in black energy, pressing downward. That's a sign of legal trouble at your door. At best, arguments and lawsuits. At worst, prison time." Jiang Feng extended a finger, pointing at the spot beside his own temple, the migration palace area. "And look at your migration palace, which represents travel and business. There's a deep vertical crease embedded there. In face reading, it's called the horse cut down. It means you have a critical long-distance business deal coming up. But in the end, it'll be like drawing water with a sieve. You might even land yourself in trouble because of it." The man heard these words, and fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He really had flown out of town recently, and closed what he thought was a monster deal that would save his company. Jiang Feng watched his bluster, and slowly delivered the final blow. The face reflects the heart. The aura springs from deeds. Every ruinous sign on your face traces back to one thing. Something you thought was seamless, but it's already left its mark on your face. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, but every word struck home. "I'll only say this much. The word fraud is written all over your face. As for who you cheated, and how much, you know in your own heart. Once this kind of face is triggered, you're guaranteed a prison meal." The man's head buzzed. He had deceived his fiancée, falsified the company's cash flow and asset statements, tricked her into marriage, just so she would share the huge debt he'd run up. Only one person in the world knew about this. How did this sickly-looking fortune teller figure it out? The girl was completely stunned. She looked at her fiancé's ashen face and asked in a trembling voice, "Is what he said true? Don't listen to his nonsense." The man blustered, but his shaking voice gave him away. "Nonsense or not, you know for yourself." Jiang Feng looked away and dropped his gaze again. "Miss, the reading is done. Whether you marry or not is your decision." The girl stared blankly at her fiancé, watched him avert his eyes and the sweat pouring off him, and the castle of love she had built in her heart began to crumble, inch by inch. Suddenly she remembered something. snatched the man's briefcase away, ignored his attempts to stop her, yanked the zipper open, and frantically rummaged inside. She pulled out a document she had never seen before. A personal debt certificate. The number on it made her vision go black. Valid readings completed, 1/3. Chapter 2. Each reading hits harder than the last. With the girl's scream and the man's roar, chaos erupted in front of the marriage registry. The girl's best friend rushed to comfort her, while the man tried to snatch back the debt certificate. They shoved and pulled at each other, drawing more and more onlookers. Finally, a security guard restoring order called the police, and the farce was put to an end. But Jiang Feng, the one who started it all, still sat on his little folding stool, like an outsider. The commotion didn't scare the crowd away. It only made them more curious about his fortune-telling stall. Everyone who watched Jiang Feng no longer had the disdain from before. They whispered to each other, but kept their distance. This wasn't fortune-telling. This was calling people out to their faces. Master, master, do a reading for me. A middle-aged man with a gold chain around his neck, face greasy, pushed through the crowd, and was the first to rush to the stall. He pulled out his wallet, grabbed a stack of red bills, and slapped them onto the blue cloth in front of Jiang Feng. Master, here's 10,000. Take a look at this. What about my marriage fate? He had meant to ask about wealth, but seeing the words marriage readings only on the stall, he quickly changed his question. Jiang Feng didn't look at the money. He just lifted his eyes and glanced at the man, then frowned slightly. Sir, your facial features are a bit unusual. The gold chain man was taken aback. Huh? How so? Jiang Feng pointed at the area just below his own eyes. The spot of the sleeping silkworm. What physiognomy calls the children palace? Your children palace is full and smooth. The complexion is rosy, which means you have deep affinity with your children, and they are filial. The gold chain man heard this, and his fat face broke into a wide grin. Master, you're amazing. My son just bought me a new car last month. He is very filial. Do you have a photo of your family? Yes, master, here. The gold chain man fumbled with his phone and handed it to Jiang Feng. Strange. Jiang Feng looked at the photo, then back at the man. Your children palace is good, but your overall complexion doesn't match the energy of the children palace. It's like a good field, growing someone else's crops. The smile disappeared from the gold chain man's face. Master, what do you mean by that? Jiang Feng didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Sir, you're in business? Yes, I have a small business. Then you must study people often. Have you ever wondered? You and your wife both have square faces and wide jaws, but your son has an oval face with delicate features. The gold chain man's breath caught. This question had come up before. When he was young, the neighbors used to joke that his wife was pretty, and the son didn't look like him at all, just took all the good genes. He had always taken that as a compliment. He never thought much about it. Jiang Feng watched him, the color draining from his face. He continued, Physiognomy says bloodlines pass down, and the face must show filial likeness. Bone structure is the foundation, hardest to change. Your son's brow bone height, jaw width, doesn't match you or your wife in a single feature. This kind of fundamental disharmony in the face is unusual. Jiang Feng finished and fell silent. He picked up the cold tea beside him and took a sip. He didn't say the son wasn't his. He only pointed out the facial discrepancy. But that discrepancy made the gold chain man's heart sink. He stood frozen, mouth half open, eyes bloodshot. Many details he had never paid attention to came flooding back. When his son was little, people always said he looked like that neighbor who moved away early. His wife had grown colder toward him, but she gave the son everything he asked for. And that face, not a trace of his younger self. The gold chain man's head buzzed, went blank. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsed onto the ground, staring emptily, muttering to himself. No resemblance, really no resemblance. The crowd fell silent at first, then erupted in stifled gasps. Everyone looked at the shattered man, expressions complicated. Another one, the master opens his mouth, and another family is about to break apart. Valid readings, 2/3. Jiang Feng paid no attention to the commotion around him. His gaze swept over the crowd, looking for the next target. This time, before he could speak, a nanny in a flower print shirt pushed through, supporting a white-haired old man. Master, it's our turn now. Take a look at me and old Jiang. Was our marriage a good one or not? Just for luck. The nanny had a loud voice. She pushed the old man forward, and he didn't know where to put his hands. He stammered, Great. Memories of the past are about to embark on a journey of growth. At this crossing, you don't need to see me off. Go back. We meet and then part a goodbye. Just stop at this intersection. Don't see me off. Go back quickly. Meeting and parting, a single goodbye. The past would not return. When you're lost, look to me. He pinched the old man's arm hard. The old man was hurting, hiding in the corner, whimpering, unable to speak. Jiang Feng ignored him. The nanny turned to the old man and said, Sir, your wealth palace once housed a BMW. You had a good family. At least you owned a house. But now, your wealth palace is shrouded in a cold, clear aura. That's a bad omen. The magpie taking over the dove's nest. Someone is plotting against you. Jiang Feng pointed at the nanny. He talked you into a fake marriage, to help you out, to buy a wedding house for your son. Once the deed is in his name, you'll be kicked out the next day. You take him for a savior. He's here to gnaw your bones. I didn't. The nanny was still struggling. There's a mole on your left eyebrow. That's called pearl hidden in the brow. It signifies wealth and honor. But your mole is dull, dark, poor shape. It's a sharp-cornered spider. Jiang Feng's voice was flat. A person with that kind of destiny specializes in deceiving others' trust, using this trick to con the elderly. This isn't your first time stealing their coffin money, is it? That one sentence broke the nanny completely. He let out a strange shriek. He turned and tried to flee into the crowd. But the aunties and uncles around had had enough. They swarmed and pinned him to the ground. The old man slumped to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. He kept muttering thanks. Thank you, master, thank you. 3-stage task completed. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 5%. Remaining lifespan increased by 30 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward, 1 million renminbi. The system voice rang in his mind. The excruciating pain in his brain eased a lot. The scenery before him was no longer blurry. Jiang Feng let out a long breath. I survived. He checked his phone. Time, 14:58. Mission complete. Time to clock out. Chapter 3. Wanted online. That fortune-telling master. Master, don't go. I'll pay 100,000. Master, please, give me a reading. I'll pay 500,000. Just one glance. Is my husband cheating on me? After the third reading, the crowd completely lost control. Before, they were just watching. Now every one of them had red eyes. Waving banknotes, they pushed forward, all wanting to be the fourth. 2 bodyguards cleared the way. A middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses squeezed to the front. He handed out a black card. His voice was fast and urgent. Master, my name is Wang Jinhua. Global Group. 5 million. Please, one more reading. Just about my future. 5 million. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Everyone stared at Jiang Feng, waiting to see what he would choose. Jiang Feng glanced at his phone. Time, 14:59. He stood up, bent down to pick up the blue cloth, folded it, and stuffed it into his canvas bag. Then he grabbed his little stool. The noise around him seemed to be cut off. Sorry, Jiang Feng said to the chairman worth hundreds of millions. Today's slots are full. Wang Jinhua froze, hastily followed him. Master rules are dead. People are alive, right? 5 million not enough. I can add more. And besides, Jiang Feng cut him off, tapped his phone screen. It's almost 3. Time to clock out. With that, he slung his canvas bag over his shoulder. Under everyone's gaze, he turned around, melting into the flow of people at the street corner, gone. Only the chairman of Global Group, Wang Jinhua, still holding that black card, stood alone at the marriage registry entrance, stunned. He'd lived half his life. First time seeing someone money couldn't move. The beef hot pot bubbled and gurgled. A layer of chili and Sichuan pepper floated on the broth. Jiang Feng picked up a piece of just-cooked tripe, rolled it in the garlic sesame oil dip, popped it into his mouth. Crisp, spicy, hot. After chemo, everything he ate tasted like cardboard. He hadn't tasted anything like this in a long time. The SMS from mobile banking was still glowing. Your savings account ending in 6688. Completed a transfer at 1501. Deposit, 1 million renminbi. Current balance, 1,024,50. 30 days of life, 1 million in cash. This was what he'd earned in 1 hour. Jiang Feng added another piece of fatty beef. The overdue medical bills of over 30,000 were paid off. With the rest, he'd find a better place to stay. The basement he was living in was too damp. Not good for his recovery. And buy some decent clothes. Can't keep showing up at the stall looking like a refugee. As for the rest, he'd save it. No idea when the next mission would come. He needed money for food in between. After finishing the entire hot pot alone, Jiang Feng burped, strolled to the hospital. He dropped 50,000 at the payment counter. The nurse's manner got noticeably more polite. After that, he went back to his less than 10 square meter sunless basement, fell into bed, and slept. He slept deeply. Jiang Feng slept like the dead. But outside, the world had turned upside down. That hour at the marriage registry had been filmed, edited, and uploaded online. Divine fortune teller appears at Jinghao marriage registry. 3 sentences break, 3 marriages. Jinghao master refuses 5 million, still clocks out on time. Says it's time. Jinghao. Online hunt for the most arrogant worker. Jinghao. Several hashtags trended on all major platforms. At first, most netizens thought it was a staged skit. But one bombshell after another was dug up. The influencer's boyfriend's company was confirmed to be insolvent and involved in other financial disputes. The gold chain guy posted paternity test results online, sobbing that the son he'd raised for 20 years wasn't his. The official Weibo of the Municipal Public Security Bureau released a notice. A fraud ring using fake marriages to steal property had been busted. The accompanying photo showed the nanny pinned to the ground. 3 solid proofs, each harder than the last, firmly cemented the legendary status of the marriage registry fortune teller. The internet exploded. Holy crap, I'm stunned. I thought it was a script. Turns out it's all real. Seeing all that just from facial features? What kind of immortal is this? My worldview is shattered. The point is, he still clocked out on time. Not tempted by 5 million. Said it's quitting time and walked off. That's the spirit of a true master. I'm in love. Wanted online. That fortune-telling bro. Begging for an address. I have billions in assets. I'd give half for 1 reading. Don't even think about it. Upstairs, masters come and go without a trace. It's all about fate. Us mere mortals can't beg for it. Media, influencers, wealthy men. All were desperately searching for Jiang Feng. Some even offered 7-figure sums, just to exchange a single word with him. But Jiang Feng never showed up again. He just lay low in his rental for 3 full days. Apart from eating and sleeping, he read books and scrolled through short videos. The pain in his body had eased, and his spirit felt lighter than ever. Until the 3rd night, late. He was sleeping groggily, when that emotionless mechanical voice sounded again in his mind. New quest issued. Jiang Feng jerked awake, sitting up in bed. Here it comes. He turned on the bedside lamp. The dim yellow light illuminated the cramped room. Location: entrance of Criminal Investigation Brigade. Time: daily 23 to 1 o'clock. Method: tarot cards. Field: murder cases. Target: receive 3 customers and make accurate predictions. Jiang Feng stared at the text on the character panel, reading it word by word. It's the entrance of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Tarot cards, Xiong Air. He fell silent. After a moment, he pulled out a worn box from under the bed and took out a deck of tarot cards. He'd bought them at a street stall out of curiosity back in school. The cards were old, the edges frayed. Jiang Feng held them in his hand. The paper felt very rough. Use tarot cards in front of a police station to help them find the killer? He let out a breath, twisted the corner of his mouth. This damn system really thinks I'm not dying fast enough. Chapter 4, 11 p.m. I'm at the entrance of the criminal investigation team. White tarot. The taxi driver glanced at Jiang Feng in the rearview mirror, didn't dare to speak, and floored the accelerator, speeding away from the city criminal investigation brigade entrance. Jiang Feng tightened his black tactical jacket. This was the north side of town. 11 p.m. The wind was strong, making the 2 camphor trees by the gate rustle loudly. The criminal investigation building was brightly lit. A huge police emblem hung above the main entrance. Searchlight beams cast pale white circles on the ground. Jiang Feng walked to the flowerbed 10 meters to the right of the gate. He set down his canvas bag, took out a folding table, and set it up, then spread a black velvet cloth over the tabletop. Finally, he produced a deck of worn tarot cards, neatly arranged in the center of the velvet. He set up a cardboard sign beside him. Under the dim yellow glow of the streetlight, the words written in black marker on the cardboard stood out starkly. Tarot readings, specializing in murder cases. 3 readings, then I'm done. The handwriting was crooked. Jiang Feng sat down on his little folding stool, glanced at his phone screen. 2300 hours. A dull ache bloomed deep in his mind, as if something was slowly churning inside. Expressionless, he pressed his temples. He waited. 5 minutes later, the door of the guard booth opened. A young guard stepped out, hand resting on his belt, and walked quickly to the stall. The guard looked down at the words on the cardboard, his brow furrowed. What are you doing? The guard asked. Jiang Feng looked up, his face pale, with dark hollows under his eyes. Setting up a stall, Jiang Feng said. Can't you see where this is? The guard pointed behind him at the police emblem. This is the Criminal Investigation Brigade, not a night market. Pack up your stuff. Leave. Now. Jiang Feng didn't move. The system's designated task range was within a 10-meter radius. Leaving here meant mission failed. Mission failed. He had no medicine, no treatment. It meant waiting to die. I'm not in the way. Jiang Feng's voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords were damaged. Just 2 hours. Not even a minute. The guard raised his voice. Get out now, or I'll call someone. Jiang Feng picked up his water bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. I'm not leaving. The guard laughed in frustration. He reached for the cardboard sign. Xiaozhang, what's going on? A low voice came from behind. A middle-aged man in plain clothes walked over. The man was unshaven, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. A half-smoked cigarette pinched between his fingers. Deputy Captain Zhao Yi of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Unit. Captain Zhao, the guard. Xiaozhang withdrew his hand and stood at attention. There's a fortune teller here. Won't leave. And his sign says specializing in murder cases. Isn't that just causing trouble? Zhao Yi blew out a puff of smoke, walked up to the stall. He looked down, his gaze sweeping over the tarot cards on the table, then finally settling on Jiang Feng's face. Zhao Yi's eyes were fierce, as if they could peel back a person's skin. Jiang Feng met his gaze, his pupils neither contracting nor flinching. They stared at each other for 5 seconds. Zhao Yi dropped the cigarette, but crushed it with his toe. Whether you're real or fake, you've picked the wrong place. Zhao Yi said, obstruction of official duty. I can detain you. I have leads. Jiang Feng said. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. What leads? I haven't even done a reading. Don't know. Zhao Yi gave a cold laugh, making a fool of the police. Zhao Yi pointed at the gate. Get the hell out. Now. Just then, a sharp screech of brakes tore through the night. A black Audi screeched to a halt at the bottom of the steps. Before the car had fully stopped, the passenger door was pushed open, and a woman stumbled out. Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears. She had lost one shoe, but didn't notice. The man getting out from the driver's side behind her had a face full of anxiety, rushed over to support her. Officer, officer. The woman spotted Zhao Yi, as if he were a lifeline. She dropped to her knees with a thud. Any news? My daughter. Have you found my daughter? The cold hardness on Zhao Yi's face vanished instantly. He strode forward and helped the woman up. Mrs. Li, please get up first. Zhao Yi's voice softened. We're reviewing surveillance footage now. All our people are out in the field. We'll notify you the moment we have anything. It's been 48 hours. The man shouted from beside her, his eyes bloodshot. You said the golden window is 48 hours. It's almost over. No leads at all. Zhao Yi was silent. There really were no leads. The girl seemed to have vanished into thin air. Surveillance only caught her getting into a van with fake plates, after which it entered a blind spot. Please. The woman clutched Zhao Yi's sleeve, her nails digging into the fabric. Save Minmin. She's only 7. Her wail was piercing, echoing in the empty square before the station. Xiaozhang stood nearby, at a loss. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, about to speak. When? Sir, want to draw a card? The voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the crying with jarring clarity. Everyone froze. Zhao Yi whipped his head around, stared at Jiang Feng by the flower bed. Shut up, Zhao Yi roared. What time is this? Still causing trouble? But the man, Li Guoqiang, was stunned. He turned his head, looked at the young man sitting in the shadows, at the cardboard sign that said specializing in murder cases. When people are desperate, even a straw, they will cling to it with all their might. Even if it's just a straw, I'll hold on tight. Li Guoguo pushed Zhao Yi's hand away. Staggering, he rushed in front of Jiang Feng. You can tell fortunes? Can you tell me where my daughter is? Li Guoguo gripped the edge of the table. His knuckles turned white. Old Li, he's a fraud. Zhao Yi caught up, tried to pull him away. Li Guoguo shook Zhao Yi off. Leave me alone. Li Guoguo, he shouted. You can't find her, and you won't let me? How much? Name your price, I'll pay anything. Jiang Feng looked up at Li Guoguo. In his system vision, above Li Guoguo's head, there was no Black Death aura representing loss of a family member. But there was a chaotic red light, representing extreme terror. No charge. Jiang Feng pointed to the pile of cards on the table. Cut the cards with your left hand. Draw one. Zhao Yi stood by, his hand resting on the holster at his waist, his face ashen. If this charlatan dared to say the child was dead, or tried to extort them, he would cuff him on the spot. Li Guoguo extended his left hand, trembling. He hovered over the cards for a moment, then drew a card from the middle. He turned it over, the 3 of swords reversed. The image showed 3 swords piercing a heart. But in Jiang Feng's eyes, the pattern on the card began to distort, reorganize. A system prompt appeared on his retina. 3 of swords reversed. Pain is receding, or a suppressed cry for help, not a sign of death. Analyzing environmental features. Moisture, metal clanging, volatile chemical smell. Jiang Feng lifted his eyelids. She's alive. As soon as these 4 words came out, the woman over there stopped crying, rushed over, stumbling. Li Guoguo went limp, almost fell to his knees. Where? Where? Zhao Yi clenched his teeth, staring at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked at the card, speaking calmly. In the north of this city, near the water, the surroundings are open. You can hear a bell. Zhao Yi's eyebrows twitched. North water. A bell? That's the abandoned old dock. There's a colonial-era bell tower there, on the hour. And, Jiang Feng continued, the person who took her, you know him. Li Guoguo's eyes widened. He smells strongly of paint. Jiang Feng said, not freshly stained. It's the smell of being soaked in it for years. Think about who fits. The air froze. Li Guoguo's mouth fell open. His pupils shook violently. After a few seconds, he squeezed out from his throat. A name, Old Lu. The woman beside him also realized. Screamed, that foreman. He argued with us about payment before. He even threatened us. The day before yesterday, he came to the house to get tools, and he smelled just like that. Zhao Yi's face changed drastically. He whipped out his phone, dialed Squad 2. Check that construction worker. Lu Jiaming. Locate him immediately. As Zhao Yi talked on the phone, he rushed to the police car parked on the side. Li Guoguo and his wife followed like mad. Get in, Zhao Yi shouted. The car door slammed shut. The siren wailed. The police car roared out of the gate, disappeared into the night. The police station entrance fell silent instantly. Only the young guard Xiao Zhang remained, and Jiang Feng sitting on the stool. Jiang Feng put the 3 of swords back into the deck, reshuffled. A soft chime rang in his mind. DN, valid fortune-telling count 1/3. He picked up his thermos, took another sip of hot water. A bit of warmth in his stomach now, but his head still hurt. Still 2 more chapter 5s? I'm at the police station entrance teaching a forensic examiner how to perform an autopsy. The night grew deeper. Midnight, the temperature dropped below 10 degrees. Jiang Feng coughed twice. His lungs wheezed like a bellows. He pulled up the collar of his windbreaker, covering half his face. Guard Xiao Zhang stood by the booth, glancing over from time to time. That scene just now was too eerie. But reason told Xiao Zhang it might be a lucky guess, or an accomplice. Hey, Xiao Zhang called out. You'd better leave. When Captain Zhao comes back, if they didn't catch the guy, you'll definitely be brought in. Jiang Feng ignored him. He looked down at the cards in his hand. If they don't catch him, then the reading was wrong. You can't pin it on me. Jiang Feng said. Xiao Zhang was choked up. And if they do catch him? If they catch him, that means I'm useful. Even less likely to pin it on me. Logical loop. Xiao Zhang scratched his head, thinking this guy's brain circuit was abnormal. 40 minutes later, the beam of headlights appeared in the distance, then a series of sirens. 3 police cars roared into the compound. The back door of the middle car opened. 2 detectives escorted a man down. That man wore a work uniform stained with colorful paint spots. His hands were cuffed behind his back. His head hung low. As he passed the entrance, the man inadvertently looked up, saw Jiang Feng sitting by the flower bed. The man's legs gave way, almost collapsed. Move, a detective pushed him. Zhao Yi got out of the first car, face full of exhaustion, but eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Guoguo and his wife carried a little girl wrapped in a blanket. Sobbing uncontrollably, 2 female police officers escorted them to an ambulance. She's saved. In the basement of that abandoned dock, the guy was about to make a move. The police broke in. Zhao Yi didn't go into the interrogation room. He stood on the steps, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag. The tip glowed and dimmed. Zhao Yi turned around, strode over to Jiang Feng. His shadow covered the small table. We got the guy. Zhao Yi said, voice hoarse. Right where you said. Jiang Feng looked up. That's your achievement. I'm just a fortune teller. Cut the crap. Zhao Yi crouched down. Eye level with Jiang Feng. You knew it was a kidnapping case. Withholding information. or obtaining information through illegal means, is also a crime. I didn't withhold anything. Jiang Feng looked at him. I told them as soon as they came. Zhao Yi stared into Jiang Feng's eyes. These eyes were too calm like a stagnant pool. Even under the scrutiny of the criminal police captain, his heart rate didn't seem to change. Who are you, really? Zhao Yi asked Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng pointed to the QR code beside him. This reading hasn't been paid for yet. Don't bother paying. Call it a good deed. Zhao Yi was amused despite himself. Just then, a white SUV pulled over to the curb. The car door opened. A young woman in a white lab coat, ponytail bouncing, hurried over. A yellow craft paper file in her hand. Lin Wan, chief of the forensic department at the municipal bureau. Captain Zhao. Lin Wan called out before she even reached him. The DNA comparison for the river dismemberment case is back. No match in the database. Zhao Yi stood up, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Still no match. The males we screened from the missing persons database. None of them. No, that's wrong. Lin Wan handed him the file. Bones are thick, high density. The pelvis is damaged, but the angle still points to male. But every missing male has been ruled out. This case has been stuck for half a month. Only one torso section, no head, no limbs. Zhao Yi took the file. His head was starting to ache again. Jiang Feng sat nearby, his eyes fixed on that file. The system panel flickered again, a red cursor. Locking onto the file. Second customer appears. It's not a man. Jiang Feng spoke up suddenly. Lin Wan stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at the street stall guy sitting on the ground. Zhao Yi frowned. You know that too? Jiang Feng pointed at the bag in Lin Wan's hand. That's a female corpse. You've been looking in the wrong direction. Of course you won't find anything. Lin Wan froze for a second. Then a flustered expression crossed her face. Sir? Lin Wan pointed at the file. This is forensic science. The transverse diameter of the third lumbar vertebra and the angle of the pelvic fragment. Both match male characteristics. Sit down. Jiang Feng pointed at the little stool in front of him. Draw a card, and I'll tell you why. Zhao Yi was about to lose his temper. But Lin Wan waved a hand, and sat down with interest. All right. Lin Wan looked at Jiang Feng. I want to see if metaphysics can beat anatomy. She reached out and casually drew a card, tossing it onto the table. The Empress, upright. But in the system's view, the scepter in the Empress's hand was broken, and a dark shadow wrapped around her abdomen. Empress upright, mutated form, a false front of abundance. Physiological analysis, long-term intake of exogenous androgens, secondary bone development, reproductive system atrophy. Jiang Feng looked at the card, his voice dropping. She was an athlete. Throwing events. Lin Wan's expression changed. Long-term use of anabolic steroids. That's what made the bones show male characteristics. Jiang Feng continued. So the data you got looks like a man's. Lin Wan ran a quick mental search. Such a case does exist in forensic medicine, but it's extremely rare in real practice. And, Jiang Feng tapped the card. The Empress represents motherhood. She had a miscarriage just before she died, or had just given birth. Impossible, Lin Wan blurted out. The uterus was missing. How can you tell? The pubic symphysis. Jiang Feng said calmly. If there are old, recessed marks on the dorsal surface of the pubic symphysis, that's from childbirth. If there are fresh tearing marks, that's a miscarriage. Hearing these terms come out of a fortune teller's mouth felt wildly incongruous. Lin Wan's face turned serious. She stood up, grabbed the file, and said, Captain Zhao, I need to go back for a recheck. You believe him? Zhao Yi pointed at Jiang Feng. This kid's full of crap. I didn't do a slice of the pubic symphysis details, because I assumed it was male. Lin Wan spoke quickly. True or not, it's a blind spot. If it's a female athlete, the search scope shrinks by a factor of hundreds. With that, Lin Wan turned and ran into the building without looking back. Zhao Yi stood there, watching her go, then looked down at Jiang Feng. If you're wrong, Zhao Yi ground his teeth. You're not leaving tonight. Jiang Feng didn't reply. He just put that Empress card away. Valid fortune-telling attempts, 2/3. He glanced at his phone, 12:40. 20 minutes left. Still need one more. Hey. Jiang Feng suddenly called out to Zhao Yi, who was about to enter the building. What now? Last reading on the house. Jiang Feng spread the cards out, into a fan on the table. Let me read that knot in your heart. Zhao Yi's steps faltered. His back stiffened for a moment. Chapter 6, Detective or Fortune Teller. Zhao Yi turned around, his face dark enough to drip water. I don't have a knot, Zhao Yi said. Everyone does. Jiang Feng kept shuffling the cards, especially cops. Zhao Yi ignored him, turned and walked into the building. He didn't need fortune telling. He needed evidence. Jiang Feng didn't push. He sat quietly. Time ticked by. 12:50. A window on the third floor of the CID building suddenly flew open. Lin Wan leaned out, shouting down to the street, her voice trembling. Captain Zhao, he was right. Damage marks on the pubic symphysis. The slice tested positive for steroid residue. The voice carried far into the night. Zhao Yi, who had just reached the entrance, stopped dead. He looked up at the third floor. Really female? Female, Zhao Yi shouted back. And I checked the sports school missing persons log. A shot put athlete's been missing for 3 months. Lin Wan yelled, Captain Zhao, the direction is right. Zhao Yi's hands were shaking. He fumbled for his cigarette pack from his pocket, but couldn't get the lighter to catch. 2 cases. 1 kidnapping. 1 dismemberment. Both nailed by that street stall kid sitting at the door. Zhao Yi hurled the lighter to the ground. He turned and stared hard at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was checking his watch. 12:55. 5 minutes left. Jiang Feng looked at Zhao Yi. Coming. Zhao Yi took a deep breath and strode toward Jiang Feng. Just then, a screeching sound came from the intersection at the end of the street. A silver sedan, out of control, slammed at high speed into the roadside median strip. Bang! A deafening crash that shook the ground. The sedan rolled onto its side, skidding dozens of feet, and finally came to a stop against a stone pillar beside the CID main gate. The front of the car was badly mangled. White smoke billowed out. Get them out. Zhao Yi reacted fast, shouting. As he sprinted toward the crash, Xiao Zhang from the guard booth also rushed out, a fire extinguisher in hand. Jiang Feng sat on his stool, watching Xiao Zhang's back. He remembered half an hour ago, the red light on Xiao Zhang's face. That was a sign of blood disaster. Don't go left. Jiang Feng suddenly stood up and shouted with all his might. The fuel tank is on the left. He shouted at the top of his lungs. The fuel tank is on the left. He was about to explode. His voice was hoarse, drowned out by the chaotic wind and sirens. Zhao Yi heard it, but he was too far away. Xiao Zhang didn't hear it. He was too eager to save the man. He rushed straight to the driver's side. The left side. Xiao Zhang, get back. Zhao Yi roared. Too late. Xiao Zhang had just reached for the mangled door. A tongue of fire shot out from under the car. Boom. The blast wave with debris exploded outward. Xiao Zhang was thrown through the air. He crashed heavily into the green belt 5 meters away. Ah! A scream rang out. Xiao Zhang clutched his left leg. Blood gushed from between his fingers. The fire lit up half the sky. Zhao Yi rushed over and dragged Xiao Zhang back. Other officers ran up with fire extinguishers to fight the flames. 3 minutes later, the fire was put out. An ambulance took the driver and Xiao Zhang away. Xiao Zhang had a fractured left shin and a long gash from the debris. Zhao Yi's face was covered in black soot. He stood by the flower bed, gasping for air. He turned his head to look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng had already sat back down on his little stool. 058, Zhao Yi walked over. His steps were heavy. The way he looked at Jiang Feng was no longer like looking at a liar, nor like a suspect, but like something incomprehensible. How did you know? Zhao Yi's voice trembled. I said watch the left leg. Jiang Feng spread the cards open. 1 minute left. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He plopped down onto the ground, not caring if his uniform got dirty. He extended a hand covered in soot and grease, and drew a card from the pile. Turned over, justice reversed. In the image, the scales of the goddess of justice were tilted. The sword pointed downward. Jiang Feng looked at the card. His pupils dilated slightly. The translation the system gave was even more startling than he had imagined. Justice reversed. Distortion of law. Internal rot. Key information. That gun is missing 1 round. Jiang Feng raised his head, looked at Zhao Yi. Captain Zhao, that drug case 3 years ago? Your informant died. Zhao Yi's body instantly tensed up, like a bow pulled taut. That was the deepest scar in his heart, and also a top secret within the bureau. You always thought it was the dealers who found out. Jiang Feng's voice was very low. Only the two of them could hear. But the cards say no. Zhao Yi stared at Jiang Feng, his eyes bloodshot. What are you trying to say? Jiang Feng pointed at the building behind Zhao Yi. Most of the windows in the criminal investigation building were dark. Only a few lights were on. The person who leaked the information, the person who pulled the trigger, is in that building. Jiang Feng looked at Zhao Yi, saying each word deliberately. And he's right by your side. His gun, still, has that 1 round missing. Zhao Yi felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The wind around him seemed to disappear, leaving only Jiang Feng's hair-raising assertion. Just then, a notification sounded in Jiang Feng's mind. DN, valid fortune-telling attempts 3/3. Task complete. Now calculating rewards. Jiang Feng ignored the system voice. He took back the justice reverse card, slipped it back into the deck. Then he quickly gathered the tablecloth, folded up the small table, stuffed everything into the canvas bag. Smooth motions, no hesitation. Jiang Feng slung the bag over his shoulder, stood up. Off work. Captain Zhao. He turned and walked into the depths of the night. Zhao Yi sat on the ground, holding that pose, not moving for a long time. Only when the ash from his cigarette burned his fingers did he jolt awake. He turned to look at the brightly lit police station building. The building that had once made him feel so safe and sacred. Now, in the night, it seemed somewhat sinister, like a gaping maw. Zhao Yi shuddered. Chapter 7. Hidden Merit. Only the body is honest. Jiang Feng strode through the night. His feet hit the ground. That feeling of total control suddenly vanished. His brain grew heavy. A sharp ringing pierced his ears, and his lungs tightened. He could hardly breathe. He swayed, grabbing the lamppost at the roadside. Cough, hack, hack. Violent coughing racked his chest. A bitter taste rose in his throat. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. DN detected. Host assisted in solving a major serial case and saved an officer's life. Mission rating, perfect. Reward calculation. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 8%. Remaining lifespan increased by 60 days. Bonus, 2 million renminbi cash. Jiang Feng pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, the light stinging his eyes. A bank SMS popped up. Your savings account ending in 6688. Received a transfer at 103 of 2 million renminbi. Current balance, 2,950,024 renminbi and 50 cents. 3 million. Jiang Feng stared at the numbers. He tried to smile, but his stomach cramped. Ugh. He leaned on the lamppost, bent over the roadside drain, and dry heaved. Only a little acid came up. You can make the money, but you've got to live to spend it. Jiang Feng straightened up, wiped his mouth. In the northern part of the city, at 1 a.m., the streetlights were dim. Not a soul on the road. He tightened his windbreaker, carried that battered canvas bag, and walked along the roadside, too far from the city center. The cursor on the ride-hailing app spun for 5 minutes. No driver accepted. 10 minutes later, an empty taxi drove by. Jiang Feng waved. The driver slowed down, glanced through the window. Under the streetlight, Jiang Feng was in black, pale-faced, eyes sunken deep, holding a shabby bag. The driver floored it, tires kicking up fallen leaves, and sped off. Jiang Feng's hand was still in the air. Another 5 minutes passed. A second taxi came by. The driver saw the criminal investigation unit building behind Jiang Feng, then looked at Jiang Feng looking like he was about to collapse at any moment, and simply changed lanes, didn't even brake. Jiang Feng lowered his hand, sighed. He sat down on the curb, took out the folding stool again, opened it, and sat. He waited. His body was too weak, couldn't stand any longer. After a long while, a rumbling engine approached. A small truck loaded with cabbages wobbled to a stop by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing a big, ruddy face. Little brother, where to? The driver was a guy in his 40s, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth. The city center. Jiang Feng's voice was hoarse. Any subway station is fine. Hop in. I'm going that way. Jiang Feng grabbed his bag and struggled to climb into the passenger seat. He sat down, closed the door, and the truck pulled away. The carriage wasn't just full of smoke. There was also a strong smell of rotten vegetable leaves, mixed with cheap air freshener. The stench hit the top of his head. Jiang Feng frowned. He rolled down the window a crack. The car started, bumping along. The driver glanced at Jiang Feng sideways. Just got out, he asked. Jiang Feng leaned back in the seat. With his eyes closed, he hummed an mm. I saw it all. The driver pointed to the criminal investigation unit behind them. That big police badge was shining. Little brother, you went in. How many days? What did you do? Jiang Feng didn't open his eyes. I didn't go in. I just sat outside for a while. The driver took a heavy drag of his cigarette. He glanced at him again through the rearview mirror. He started to wonder, sitting at the entrance, in the middle of the night, alone at the criminal investigation unit entrance. Either he wanted to turn himself in but didn't have the guts, or he had just been released and had nowhere to go. Seeing the young man's pale complexion, gone to the point of being unrecognizable, speaking weakly, and occasionally dry heaving, the driver guessed a third possibility. Little brother. The driver stubbed out his cigarette. Listen to my advice. Stay away from that stuff. You're still young. No matter what trouble you face, your body belongs to you. Jiang Feng's head was throbbing. He wanted to explain that he had brain cancer, not a drug addiction, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and another bout of coughing hit. He coughed, a tearing, heartbreaking cough. The driver's hand jerked. The steering wheel shook along with it. Hey, you need to go to the hospital. The driver asked if it was that addiction kicking in. Take me to near the cancer hospital. Jiang Feng finally stopped coughing, squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. The driver's heart skipped a beat. Not only an addiction, but he'd also given himself a tumor. Well, it's never too late to turn back. The driver sighed. As long as you're willing to change, it's never too late. I don't think you look like a bad person. You just took the wrong path. Jiang Feng rested his head against the window glass. He didn't say anything more. He was too exhausted. His eyelids were too heavy to lift. The car drove through the night for 40 minutes. They arrived at the intersection near the cancer hospital. The driver hit the brakes. We're here. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. How much? Just give me enough for gas. 30. Jiang Feng scanned the QR code attached to the dashboard. WeChat Pay, 300 yuan. The notification sound rang. The driver's eyes widened. Little brother, you entered 1 extra 0. Jiang Feng pushed open the car door. A cold wind rushed in. It sobered him up a little. No, that's right. Jiang Feng got out of the car. He slung his canvas bag over his shoulder. Thanks. The driver looked at the 300 yuan on his phone, and then at Jiang Feng staggering away, disappearing into the darkness. His palms gripping the steering wheel were sweating. That money couldn't be stolen goods, could it? What a sin. The driver shook his head. He hit the gas and took off quickly. Jiang Feng didn't go to the hospital. Instead, he went around 2 streets, walked into an old residential complex. The entrance to the basement was between 2 buildings. It was a pitch-black opening. He walked down the stairs. The motion sensor light had been broken for a long time. He could only light his way with his phone's flashlight. Pushed open that paint-peeled iron door. A damp, moldy smell hit him. The room was less than 10 square meters. There was only a bed, a simple wardrobe, and a table with a broken leg. The wall plaster was peeling in the corner, exposed red brick underneath, with patches of green mold on it. Jiang Feng threw his bag on the bed and collapsed onto it himself. The bedsheet was a bit damp, sticking to his skin. He turned over, looked at that yellowed water stain spreading on the ceiling. He picked up his phone, opened the banking app. Balance, 29497, 24.50. Jiang Feng stared at the string of numbers, then looked at the mold stains in the corner. Move, he muttered to himself. I have to move. His phone vibrated. Jiang Feng swiped the screen. It was a text from an unknown number. No area code. Thanks. If you're in trouble, call this number. Zhao. He looked at the character Zhao, thought of that stubble-faced criminal police captain. His fingers tapped a few times on the screen, saved the number in his contacts. With the note, cop who owes me a fortune, turned off the phone, then closed his eyes in the smell of mold and dampness. Fell asleep. Chapter 8. Doctor, your misdiagnosis rate is a bit high. It was at the specialist outpatient clinic of the cancer hospital. Morning sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting stripes of light on the white floor of the consulting room. The attending physician, Lu Guoqiang, pushed up his thick-lensed glasses. In his left hand, he held a freshly printed MRI film. In his right hand, Jiang Feng's last month's scan. Comparing and comparing again, Lu Guoqiang took off his glasses, pulled a piece of flannel from his white coat pocket, carefully wiped the lenses, put them back on, and looked again. Is the machine broken? Lu Guoqiang frowned, turned to look at the intern beside him. Wasn't that 3.0T MRI calibrated just now? The intern replied, Teacher, it was just calibrated this morning. It was working fine when we examined Director Zhang earlier. Lu Guoqiang raised the film again, looked at it against the light box. Jiang Feng sat across from him. Today he had changed his outfit. The cashmere sweater he bought last night was soft in texture, though his body was too thin to fill it out. It looked a bit baggy, but the shabby look was gone. He held a cherry in his hand, one he had just bought at the imported supermarket downstairs, slowly peeling the skin. Director Lu, Jiang Feng, put the peeled cherry into his mouth. Didn't even spit out the pit. How many more days do I have? Lu Guoqiang put down the film, turned the film over and over to look. This isn't scientific. Lu Guoqiang pointed at the white shadow on the film. How did the edge of the tumor start calcifying? And its volume has shrunk a bit. Although the change isn't big, it goes against basic pathological common sense. A month ago, in Jiang Feng's scan, the glioblastoma was still entangled in the brain, pressing on the optic nerve and motor center. At that time, Lu Guoqiang had said 3 months at most. But now, those spreading trends had been forcibly stopped, even showing signs of shrinking. What have you been eating this week? Lu Guoqiang leaned forward, came closer. Have you taken any folk remedies from quack doctors? Or bought any unproven targeted drugs from unknown sources? As a doctor, he feared most that patients would self-medicate, but he also hoped for this inexplicable miracle. Jiang Feng pulled out a tissue, wiped his hands. No folk remedies. Jiang Feng leaned back in his chair. I'm just in a good mood. Meddled in some other people's business. Made some money. Lu Guoqiang choked for a second. A good mood can cure cancer? Then what do we doctors need? Then this must be a misdiagnosis. Jiang Feng asked. Lu Guoqiang glared at him. He turned to the intern and said, Call old Zhang from imaging over. Tell him to bring the raw data. 10 minutes later, the consult room was packed. The head of imaging, the deputy director of neurosurgery, and 3 curious resident trainees. The doctor's discussion and gasps rose and fell across the room. It's definitely smaller. The border clarity looks like gamma knife surgery, but he didn't have that. Could it be an autoimmune storm? Earlier that intern who had declared Jiang Feng wouldn't last 3 months, and even privately urged Jiang Feng to give up treatment and go home early, to arrange his affairs, now cowered in the corner, instinctively stepping half a step back, putting more distance between himself and Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sat at the edge of the crowd, listening to them argue in a barrage of jargon he couldn't follow. He didn't care about the explanation. The system's reward was real. The stabbing pain in his head had eased. His hands no longer trembled every now and then. That was enough. All right. Jiang Feng stood up, interrupting the specialist's consultation. Director Lu, write the prescription. Since I'm not dead, let's continue treatment. Lu Guoqiang snapped back to reality. He looked at Jiang Feng, silent for a long moment. We'll treat you, of course. At this rate, with good management, surviving a year with the tumor isn't impossible. Lu Guoqiang tapped at the keyboard. Same regimen as before. Temozolomide. Give me the best. Jiang Feng pulled out a black bank card and placed it on the desk. Import or out of pocket. As long as the side effects are mild. An anti-nausea effect is good. Use the best of everything. Lu Guoqiang's hand paused. He remembered Jiang Feng, the young man who used to hesitate for ages over a few hundred yuan in test fees, and finally only prescribed the cheapest painkillers. The one who always went for the cheapest option. This isn't cheap. Lu Guoqiang warned. I'll go deposit 500,000 at the payment counter later, Jiang Feng said, and switch me to a private room while you're at it. For chemo from now on, I want the room with the air purifier and the humidifier. The consult room fell silent for a few seconds. The intern sneaked a glance at the black card on the desk and swallowed. The nurse who had just taken Jiang Feng's blood pressure, who had felt a bit of pity before, now straightened up, holding the clipboard more formally. Fine. Lu Guoqiang didn't ask about the money's source. A doctor's job was to save lives. Since you have the means, we'll add bevacizumab, combined with electric field therapy. After writing the prescription, Jiang Feng took the prescription and left the consult room. The smell of disinfectant in the hallway was still pungent, but he no longer instinctively held his breath. After completing the admission procedures, Jiang Feng didn't rush back to his ward. He walked out of the inpatient building, stood in the garden, and basked in the sun. The afternoon sun was warm. When he passed a 5-star hotel next to the hospital, he stopped. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the buffet restaurant inside, a dazzling array of seafood stations. Before, every time he walked by, he would speed up his pace. Today, he turned a corner, pushed open the revolving door, and walked in. Just one, sir? Lunch buffet, 398 yuan per person. The server asked politely. 1. Jiang Feng swiped his card and went in. He wasn't in a hurry to get food. First, he chose a corner seat by the window. King crab legs, thick-cut salmon, sizzling steak dripping with oil. Jiang Feng piled 3 plates high. Though his appetite was still poor, and he might throw up after eating, he wanted to taste them. He had just bitten into a crab leg when voices drifted over from the next table. 2 fashionably dressed women were live streaming on their phones. Speaker volume turned up high. Family, breaking news. Absolutely verified. A male voice came from the phone. After comparison by a tech expert, the master who set up tarot cards at the Criminal Investigation Unit gate that day, body shape, voice, even that canvas bag, are identical to the fortune teller who exposed those 3 scammers at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The fortune teller is definitely the same person. Jiang Feng's chewing paused. The woman at the next table gasped at the camera. Oh my god. So that means, this master can not only see through scumbags, but also solve cases. That's way too versatile. The video continued. The whole internet is offering a reward for clues about this master. Chairman Wang of Global Group upped the reward to 1 million. All he wants is a reading from the master. The criminal investigation team has kept it under wraps, but an insider revealed that a major case was indeed solved that night. Family, whoever can get a clear photo of the master's face won't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of their life. Jiang Feng put down the crab leg. He reached for his jacket draped over the chair, pulled the hood over his head, and lowered the brim. People at nearby tables were also drawn by the live stream, whispering among themselves. Really? That amazing? I saw it too. Seems like it's in our city. Wish I could run into him. I want my fortune told too. Jiang Feng kept his head down, quickly stuffing the salmon from his plate into his mouth. The seafood here was fresh, with a hint of sweetness. But he had no appetite to eat more. He didn't want to become an internet celebrity. Even less did he want to be surrounded and treated like a monkey. The system's quests had time limits and range restrictions. Once he left the quest area, he was just an ordinary patient. If someone cornered him for a reading and he couldn't deliver, he'd face total ruin. He might even be torn apart by angry believers. Time to move. Jiang Feng swallowed the last bite of steak, wiped his mouth. Need to find a place with good security. He stood up, trying to make himself small, and walked briskly out of the restaurant. Behind him, the 2 women were still screaming into their phones. Family, that guy who just walked past. That young man is really thin. His back looks a bit like Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's foot slipped, and he almost hit the door frame. He quickly sped up and blended into the crowd. Chapter 9, The Joys of the Rich, are just that simple and unpretentious. Sales office, Cloud Summit number 1, city center. Crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, light dazzling. The air carried a certain fragrance. That smelled expensive. Jiang Feng sat on the leather sofa in the reception area, a bit uneasy. Not because he couldn't afford it, but because it was too bright. The side effects of chemo made him photophobic. Bright light made his eyes sting. He wore sunglasses, with that canvas bag in hand. Across from him, salesperson Xiao Wang held a laser pointer, pointing at the scale model, talking until his throat was dry. Xiao Wang was uncertain. This client in front of him was too weird. Pale complexion, wearing a long-sleeved jacket in the heat, and sunglasses, not saying a word. If it weren't for the 7-figure balance in his card during the asset check, he would have called security already. Mr. Jiang, take a look at this unit. Xiao Wang pointed to the top of the model, top floor Riverview penthouse. A 300 square meter flat, facing south, with northern exposure. Purple air comes from the east. The entire complex is prime feng shui spot. Move in, overlook the whole city. A status symbol. Jiang Feng looked at the model through his sunglasses. He didn't say anything, just felt a dizzy spell. Too high. Take me up to see it. He finally spoke. 10 minutes later, the 2 stood in the showroom on the 40th floor. As soon as they entered, Xiao Wang pulled open the electric curtains. Swoosh, the noonday sun poured in, then reflected off the glass curtain wall of the opposite building, a beam of light striking the center of the living room. Jiang Feng grunted, raising his hand to shield his eyes. The tumor inside his skull began to throb with a sharp pain. See how bright it is in here. And that view. Xiao Wang raised his voice, getting excited. Every morning the first ray of sunshine wakes you up. Close it. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and cut him off. Close the curtains. Xiao Wang didn't react in time, but still pressed the remote. The curtains closed. The light dimmed. Only then did Jiang Feng's tense body relax. But then he heard another sound. Woo, a low-frequency moan. Most people probably couldn't hear it, but chemotherapy had sharpened Jiang Feng's hearing. It was the wind noise from the high-rise, air rushing through gaps in the building, vibrating the glass and transmitting into the room. The sound bored straight into his brain. Too loud. Jiang Feng pressed his temples. Xiao Wang's mouth fell open. Loud? Sir, this is triple-layer vacuum soundproof glass. Imported from Germany. You can't even hear thunder from outside. Jiang Feng walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, raised a finger, and pointed at a corner of the office building across the street. He was observing purely from a physical standpoint. That reflective point was directly opposite the master bedroom, and the wind noise was caused by airflow hitting that exact corner. But in Xiao Wang's eyes, Jiang Feng's actions seemed completely different. Dressed all in black, wearing sunglasses, his face drained of all color, pointing out the window, talking about some noise nobody else could hear. Xiao Wang felt a chill down his neck. Jiang Feng braved the headache and forced out a few words. Light Sha hits the bed. Wind noise draws an een. What he meant was, the glare was blinding, and the wind sound was unpleasant. But when those words reached Xiao Wang's ears, the meaning shifted entirely. All the color drained from Xiao Wang's face. He recalled that before this, a client had indeed returned the apartment, claiming they always heard strange noises at night. DRA draws an een. Xiao Wang's voice quivered. Master, please don't joke. This apartment has been blessed. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. Too much effort. He turned and walked out. Switched to another one. It needs to be lower, quiet, and I shouldn't see his feet. Xiao Wang didn't dare slack off. He quickly jogged to keep up. As he watched Jiang Feng's back, he no longer saw a rich eccentric, rather, an unfathomable master. Half an hour later, the two stood on the 5th floor of Building 3. This apartment faced the complex's central park, with camphor trees right outside the window. The tree shade filtered the sunlight, and also blocked out the noise. As soon as he entered, the pressure and pain in Jiang Feng's head eased considerably. Quiet, cool, comfortable. I'll take this one. Jiang Feng took off his sunglasses, let out a breath. Xiao Wang leaned in and lowered his voice. The feng shui here is good. Jiang Feng responded. Nourishes the person. For him, being able to sleep well was the best feng shui. The paperwork went quickly. The apartment was fully decorated, with all furniture and appliances included. Jiang Feng didn't buy it. He only paid 1 year's rent. He didn't know if he'd live to see next year. Buying a house would be a hassle. In the evening, the movers arrived. Call it moving. In truth, it was throwing things away. Jiang Feng had the workers clear out the moldy bedding from the basement, and the wobbly table, bringing up only one suitcase. Inside the case were a few changes of clothes, that canvas bag, and that, the little folding stool he'd used outside the Civil Affairs Bureau and the police station. The workers set the chipped folding stool next to the expensive leather sofa. The picture just didn't look right. But Jiang Feng didn't care. He took a bottle of Evian from the fridge, a gift from the sales office. He used to only drink boiled tap water. He twisted off the cap and took a sip. There was a faint sweetness. He sank into the sofa, his whole body enveloped, staring at the swaying tree shadows outside the window. No moldy smell, no drunk neighbor shouting in the alley, no worry about basement flooding. Now that's what I call healing. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. The quiet didn't last long. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a crackling sound buzzed in his mind. Zzz. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, sighed. Didn't even get a hot meal, and I'm back at work. New mission released. Jiang Feng sat up straight, staring at the panel. Location, entrance of Spring Ivy International Bilingual Kindergarten. Time, 16 to 1700 hours method, bone reading and character divination. Domain, future and talent target, receive 3 clients, and successfully make accurate readings. Kindergarten. The first 2 times were at the Civil Affairs Bureau and the Criminal Police Squad. Places tied to weddings, funerals, life and death. This time it's a kindergarten. He pictured kids running around, still needing to be spoon-fed. Bone reading and character divination for a bunch of kids who can't even write their own names. Predict their future? Predict what? Jiang Feng muttered to himself. Predict who'll be the class boss. Testing who'll be the class boss. Spring Ivy International Bilingual Kindergarten. He had heard the name before. The city's top private kindergarten. Annual tuition alone was 300,000 yuan. Anyone who could send their child there had some background. The parents there, not like the young couples at the Civil Affairs Bureau, easy to bluff with a few words, and not like the family members at the Criminal Police Squad, desperate enough to believe anything. These are people who value their kids more than their own lives. Setting up a bone reading stall there. I'd be lucky if the security guard doesn't arrest me as a child trafficker. Jiang Feng glanced at the little folding stool beside the sofa. They're really cranking up the difficulty for me. But he didn't have a choice. Even counting the reward he'd just earned, he had less than 4 months left to live. If he didn't do the tasks, the cancer cells wouldn't wait for him. Jiang Feng stood up, walked to the window. Outside, the city's lights had already merged into one sea. All right, he touched his own hair. Tomorrow I'll go meet those little devils. He turned around, fished paper and pen out of the canvas bag. Since it was character divination, he had to look the part. Also, he needed to come up with a name for his stall. If he just wrote, fortune-telling, the security guard would show up before any customers. Jiang Feng thought for a moment, picked up the pen and wrote 4 characters on the paper. Sinological enlightenment. Then added a line of small characters beside it. Discerning eye for the extraordinary. Identify the civil star and military star. He put down the pen, looking at the words on the paper. As long as you frame it differently, fortune-telling can be called high-end. Quality assessment. Chapter 10, The Creepy Uncle at the Kindergarten Gate. Jiang Feng finished writing that last line, folded the piece of red paper he'd bought for 5 jiao at the print shop. There was still half an hour before the task started. The location was Spring Ivy International Bilingual Kindergarten. Jiang Feng slung the canvas bag over his shoulder, tucked the chipped little folding stool under his arm, and walked out the door. Spring Ivy International Bilingual Kindergarten was located on the edge of the city's wealthy district. The wrought iron gate was closed tight. Ivy climbed the walls on either side. It was just before school let out. The 4-lane road outside the gate was completely clogged. Most of the cars were luxury models. The Spirit of Ecstasy on a Rolls-Royce gleamed in the sunlight. A few Bentley Mulsans were parked side by side. Through the windows, you could see chauffeurs in white gloves sitting upright. And still, there were also a couple of family vans with dual license plates. Their electric sliding doors were slightly open, and maids in uniform stood by with water bottles and towels. Jiang Feng got out of the taxi. He stopped by a flower bed 5 meters to the left of the school gate. It was the only path for parents picking up kids. Jiang Feng set down his canvas bag. He took out a small folding stool and set it up. Then a faded blue cloth, which he spread on the concrete. Finally, he pulled out a cardboard sign and stood it at the front of the cloth. Bone reading for talent. 3-year-old assessment. 3 readings, then close up. The characters were written with a brush. The ink was dark. The strokes were sloppy. Jiang Feng sat down. He pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started eating them. He wore a gray hoodie from the clearance section, faded jeans, and a pair of sneakers. Among the bodyguards in suits, and the jeweled ladies, his outfit stuck out awkwardly. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? Two security guards in black tactical uniforms walked over carrying riot forks. These guards were tougher than the ones at the Civil Affairs Bureau. They were all over 185 centimeters, with heavy footsteps. Setting up a stall? Jiang Feng spat out a seed shell. This is a private school. No vending allowed at the gate. The lead guard pointed at a nearby camera. Move along, or we'll have to take action. Jiang Feng didn't move. He pointed at the gap between the paving stones. This is a municipal sidewalk. Jiang Feng spoke. The school's red line is up on that step. I haven't crossed it. The guard looked down at the line. Jiang Feng was indeed sitting 10 centimeters outside the red line. Still not allowed. You're spoiling the look of the street. The guard reached for the cardboard sign. This is public space. Jiang Feng put his sunflower seeds back in his pocket. He took out his phone and pulled up the City Chang'an complaint interface. I'm not blocking the blind lane. I'm not blocking the fire lane. If you lay a hand on me, I'll file a complaint for excessive force. And I'll post a short video while I'm at it. The guard's hand froze midair. Captain, the other guard whispered. The lead guard pulled his hand back, then moved farther away. Don't block the parents picking up their kids. With that, the two stepped back up onto the curb, but they kept their eyes on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng went back to eating his sunflower seeds. The parents waiting around had already noticed. A few young mothers in expensive outfits, clustered together, holding Birkin bags, pointing and whispering toward Jiang Feng. What's that guy's deal? Why won't the guards chase him off? It says Bone reading for talent. That's so old-fashioned. Scammers aren't even trying anymore. He looks creepy. That face is abnormally pale. You think he has a contagious disease? Let's keep the kids away. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a junkie. Jiang Feng heard them, but he didn't even look up. His eyes were sunken, his face deathly pale. With that appearance, it wouldn't be unfair to call him a dying man or an addict. He cracked the seeds at a steady pace, even intervals. In the crowd, a woman in a wine-red velvet dress took off her sunglasses. She stared at Jiang Feng's profile for a few seconds, then pulled out her phone and scrolled to a blurry video. It was the one that had been circulating online a few days ago, the video of the fortune teller at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The quality wasn't great, and it only showed the side, but the way the man sat on that little stool, ignoring everyone, matched the person in the video. Is it him? The woman muttered. Who, Mrs. Zhang? A short-haired woman beside her asked. Look at this video. Mrs. Zhang handed over her phone. Doesn't he look like that master who exposed the fake marriage scam? The short-haired woman leaned in for a look, then glanced up at Jiang Feng. That's just hype, right? People online say it was staged. The police already put out a notice. How could it be staged? Mrs. Zhang lowered her voice. And that incident with the criminal investigation unit a couple of days ago? I heard he was involved in that too. My husband says. Several big shots in the circle are looking for him. Really? Is it true? Let's find out then. Just then, music started playing. The school gate slowly opened. The parents, who had been holding their poses, surged toward the entrance, craning their necks. A group of kids in British-style uniforms filed out in a line. Mrs. Zhang's eyes lit up. She waved at the line. How's mom? Over here. A pudgy little boy, whose suit buttons looked ready to pop, ran out. He was clutching an Ultraman toy, with cookie crumbs still on his lips. Mom, I'm hungry. The little chubby boy yelled. I want fried chicken. Mrs. Zhang grabbed her son's arm. Instead of heading to the car, she dragged him toward the flower bed. How be good. No fried chicken yet. See that uncle over there? Mrs. Zhang pointed at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng happened to look up. Their eyes met. Mrs. Zhang took a half step back, her hand instinctively tightening around her phone. Master, she said tentatively, much more polite than when she was chatting with her friend. Are you reading for kids? Jiang Feng tossed the sunflower seed shell into the trash bag he carried. He brushed the dust off his hands. For talent and future prospects. 8,000 a session, or whatever you feel like giving. That's cheap. Mrs. Zhang blurted out. The few parents who had gathered around froze for a second. Here, a single horseback riding lesson cost at least 3,000. Then you have to take a look at my how. She pushed her son forward. I just want to know if he's Harvard material or Yale material. We've already started an Ivy League fund. The chubby boy didn't want to stay. He twisted and tried to leave. I want meat. Jiang Feng reached out. He pinched the chubby arm twice. Soft, all fat. He couldn't feel any bone at all. As his fingers made contact, lines of red data appeared above the little boy's head. Bone density, medium. Muscle memory type, fine motor control, wrist dexterity, finger sensory acuity, average. Taste, S. Smell, S. Focus trigger condition, high heat ingredients. Seasoning talent assessment, top tier. Chef, red meat specialist. Jiang Feng pulled his hand back. He looked at Mrs. Zhang, then at the chubby boy still clamoring for meat. He paused for 2 seconds. Harvard and Yale? No chance in this lifetime. Jiang Feng told the truth. The smile on Mrs. Zhang's face faded bit by bit. The smile on Mrs. Zhang's face slowly faded. Even if he got in with money, he'd never graduate. Jiang Feng added. Suppressed giggles rippled through the crowd. Mrs. Zhang's face flushed white, then red. Master, don't you think that's a bit too absolute? Our Hao might be a little greedy, but he's very smart. His piano teacher even says he has big hands and good strength. Jiang Feng sighed. Madam, do you want the truth? Of course. Jiang Feng pointed. Not at the distant street. Harvard is out of the question. But the new Oriental cooking school? He'd be top of the class for sure. Chapter 11. This kid has an extraordinary bone structure. Perfect for tossing the walk. The noise around them died instantly. A second of dead silence in the crowd. Then an explosion of laughter. New Oriental. Oh, I can't breathe. That's too savage. Spent millions on an international kindergarten, only to end up learning to stir-fry? Some parents clutched their stomachs. Others slapped their thighs. Even the bodyguards couldn't help turning away, their shoulders shaking. Zhang Kai's face turned purple. You're talking nonsense. Mrs. Zhang shielded her son behind her and jabbed a finger at Jiang Feng's nose. Do you know how much we spend on his education every year? Piano lessons, horseback riding, golf. Just the private tutors cost $2 million a year. And you say he's going to be a cook? The diamond necklace on her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. A fraud, just as I thought. A liar. Security. Security. Where the hell are you? Mrs. Zhang shrieked. Jiang Feng wasn't fazed by her volume. He sat steady on his little folding stool, lifted his eyelids, looked past the woman, and fixed his gaze on the chubby little boy picking his nose. Madam, how much money you spend and where his talent lies are two different things. Jiang Feng pointed at the boy's wrist. Your son's wrist bones are wrapped in fat, but if you feel carefully, you'll notice his wrist bones are broader than average, and the radial styloid process is extremely flexible. In ancient physiognomy, this is called cloud and rain. Zhang Kai was stunned for a moment. That sounds impressive. It is impressive. Jiang Feng nodded. This is a natural-born walk-tossing hand, and his finger joints are short and thick. His palm is solid, not afraid of heat, precise temperature control. Most importantly, Jiang Feng paused, looked at the chubby kid. Little friend, do you enjoy playing the piano? Hao, who had been fidgeting the whole time, stopped. No. Hao shouted loudly. Piano sounds terrible. That teacher's metronome, tick-tock tick-tock, annoys me to death. Mrs. Zhang panicked. Hao, what nonsense are you talking? Didn't you play Twinkle Twinkle for Grandma just yesterday? That was just to trick her into buying me a hamburger. Hao exposed her without mercy. Another wave of laughter from the crowd. Jiang Feng asked again. Then what do you like to do? Hao perked up instantly, dropping the mud in his hands. I like playing with mud. Rolling it into balls. Round once. Hao waved his hands, gesturing. And Mom, the food you cook is so bad. Really, it's just salty. Mrs. Zhang's face drained of color. She couldn't say a word. Hao grew more excited as he spoke. Auntie Zhang's braised pork belly is way better. I know the secret. Last time Auntie Zhang made it, I secretly watched. She put a big piece of yellow rock sugar in the pot and poured in some black water. Then she covered it and simmered for a long time. As soon as he said that, the laughter around them stopped. Parents who knew their way around a kitchen could tell. That was the key steps to making braised pork belly. A 5-year-old had not only observed it, but remembered the details, and could even repeat them. Jiang Feng looked at Mrs. Zhang. Your son's taste buds are 10 times more sensitive than average. His ability to analyze flavors is a gift from heaven. If you insist on making him pound black and white peas, you're killing a future 3 Michelin star chef. Mrs. Zhang looked at her son's excited face, an expression she'd never seen when she forced him to practice piano. She suddenly remembered that expensive German Steinway at home, covered in dust, while the pots and pans in the kitchen. The boy always loved fiddling with them. Could he really be born to be a cook? Though she still found it hard to accept that drop in status, the facts were staring her in the face. Mrs. Zhang gritted her teeth, pulled a stack of pink bills from her limited edition bag, maybe over 2,000. Without counting, she tossed it onto the blue cloth in front of Jiang Feng. You win. She took Hao's hand and turned to leave. Her steps were a bit unsteady. Halfway, she suddenly stopped, bent down, and asked her son, do you really want to learn cooking? Hao nodded vigorously. I want to learn to make big chicken drumsticks. Zhang Kai sighed, muttered under his breath. I'll sign you up for a kids' baking class when we get back. We'll see. Ding. Valid. Fortune-telling count. 1/3. The system prompt rang in his mind. Jiang Feng pocketed the stack of cash, shoved it into his jacket. The parents who had been watching the show stopped laughing. Hey, this guy's got something. That chubby kid was always just eating. Never thought he could be talked about like that, so convincingly. Maybe I should give it a try. The crowd began to stir. The earlier distance was gone. Parents jostled forward, all trying to get the best spot. Master, look at my daughter. Master, my son's been zoning out lately. Can you tell if he's cut out for research? Jiang Feng ignored the noise. He looked at a man who was shoving his way in. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, a well-tailored 3-piece suit, and his hair was combed immaculately. He was holding a little girl by the hand. The girl wore a neat school uniform dress, back straight as a rod, her face expressionless, not moving an inch. Excuse me, please let me through. The man pushed his way through the crowd and stopped in front of Jiang Feng's stall. Master, that just now wasn't real skill. The man adjusted his glasses. That fat kid obviously loves to eat. Anyone could guess that by looking at him. Jiang Feng looked up at him. What do you want a reading on? I don't need a reading. The man pulled the girl behind him forward, chin lifted slightly, looking very proud. I came here to show you something. Everyone's been saying you're amazing. I want to see if you can really recognize the real deal. He pointed at the girl. This is my daughter, Lin Xiaoman. The school's acknowledged genius girl. She could recite the 300 Tang poems at 3. By 5, she could do 3-digit multiplication and division in her head. Now she's self-studying calculus. A low murmur went through the crowd. That's Lin Xiaoman. I've heard of her, a prodigy. She got first place in the last math Olympiad, right? Does she even need a reading? She's definitely Tsinghua or Peking University material. The man listened to the whispers around him and puffed out his chest. Master, go ahead, feel her bones. See if she's the reincarnation of Einstein. Or Marie Curie reborn. Jiang Feng didn't respond. He looked at the girl named Lin Xiaoman. She was only 5 or 6, but her face lacked the liveliness of a child. Blank. She stood there, hands crossed in front of her. Standard posture. Perfectly still. Jiang Feng reached out his hand. The man instinctively tried to stop him, but then he remembered it was bone reading, and pulled his hand back. Jiang Feng's palm gently rested on the back of the girl's head. It was a bit cold, the girl flinched, but she didn't pull away. At the moment of contact, the fingers covering the girl's occiput stiffened. In the system's view, there was no golden light representing talent, nor any red code for a specialty like Hao-Hao's. The girl's cerebral cortex area appeared a grayish-white. That was a sign of exhaustion from overuse. At her intang, a thick black mist coiled. Bone development delayed. Malnutrition. Overloaded with stress. Brain activity frequency high. Memory area overheated. Logic area barely activated. Psychological state, extreme fear. People-pleasing personality. Early signs of dissociative disorder. Talent assessment, fake S rank. Rote memory, A rank. Jiang Feng's hand lingered on the back of the girl's head for a long time. So long that the man grew impatient. Can't figure it out, huh? The man sneered. Never seen such a top-grade bone structure before, have you? Jiang Feng slowly withdrew his hand. He looked at the man's face, swollen with confidence and vanity, then down at the girl who hadn't moved an inch. The girl noticed Jiang Feng was watching her. The corners of her mouth twitched. She put on a practiced, standard, obedient smile. Jiang Feng picked up the thermos on the table. He unscrewed the cap. She's not a genius. He took a sip of water, moistening his dry throat. She's an Oscar-winning actress. Chapter 12, Genius Girl or Horror Nursery Rhyme. What the hell are you talking about? The man's face flushed red. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses glared at Jiang Feng. An actress? You're saying a 5-year-old is acting? He shoved his daughter forward. Xiaoman, recite the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung for him. It was like flipping a switch. Lin Xiaoman's smile didn't move a muscle. Her lips opened and closed rapidly. A stream of golden classical Chinese poured out. Monotonous, emotionless. Yuzhong, former commandery. Hongdu, new prefecture. Exhilaration fills one pillow. The earth's stairs cross the furnace. Bordering the 3 rivers and girdling the 5 lakes. Controlling the Manjing and leading the Oiwa. She stared straight ahead. Her eyes lacked focus. These syllables kept tumbling out of her mouth. Meaningless. For a 5-year-old. The surrounding parents gasped in amazement. Oh my God. Reciting the whole text from memory. Incredible. My kid can't even finish Quiet Night thought. The man straightened his back, lifted his chin, stared at Jiang Feng. Hear that? That's what you call an actress? That's what you call faking? Jiang Feng listened. When the girl recited, a lone duck flies with the setting glow. He reached out a finger and pressed it on her intang. Stop. The girl's voice cut off. She swayed. A flash of confusion crossed her eyes. She didn't know what she had been reciting. Jiang Feng looked at the man. She just engraved those sounds into her brain, like a tape recorder. So what? Remembering is a skill in itself. The man retorted. It's a skill, but at what cost? Jiang Feng pointed at the girl's hands. Look at her index fingers. Everyone turned to look. The girl's hands were clasped in front of her, fingers tightly twisted together. The nails on her index finger and thumb were gnawed bare. The skin around the edges was torn, with traces of blood. That's anxiety. Jiang Feng said. The man's face changed. He tried to hide his daughter's hands. And her occipital bone. Jiang Feng didn't stop. Flat back of the skull. Brow bone pressing down on the eyes. On the bone reading side. This bone structure makes a child sensitive and suspicious. Desperate for approval. Jiang Feng stood up. He crouched in front of the girl. His eyes met hers. Little one, when you looked at your dad just now, I didn't see love in your eyes. Jiang Feng's voice was very soft. I only saw fear. You're afraid that if you mess up one character, you won't be allowed to sleep tonight. You're afraid that if you get one math problem wrong, you'll be locked in that windowless study. The girl's body began to tremble. The standard smile on her face began to twist. The man panicked. Shut up. You're coaching her. I'll call the cops on you. He reached out to grab his daughter. Xiaoman, we're leaving. Don't listen to this lunatic's nonsense. The moment his hand touched the girl's shoulder, a scream tore through the air. The usually quiet Lin Xiaoman suddenly exploded. She threw off her father's hand, clutched her head with both hands, curled into a ball. Fishing boats sing at dusk, echoing on the shores of Pengli. A flock of geese shiver in the cold. Their cries break off at Hingyang's shore. Crying, she kept reciting the ancient text. Tears and snot smeared all over her face. The words coming out faster and faster. More and more jumbled. I won't recite anymore. I won't recite anymore. Daddy, don't hit me. Wah, layer upon layer of emerald peaks, soaring into the sky. The surrounding parents backed away. Some children started crying from sheer fright. The man's hand froze midair. His face turned deathly pale. I didn't hit her. He tried to explain, but couldn't finish. The girl's breakdown was real. The bone-deep fear was real. She wasn't acting like a genius. She was acting to survive. To avoid disappointing her father. To avoid punishment. She had forced herself to become a machine. Jiang Feng stood up, dusted off his pant leg. Take her to see a therapist. Jiang Feng looked at the man. There's still time. Keep this up for another 2 years. And when that string finally snaps, you won't have a genius anymore. You'll have the makings of a high IQ and a social personality. By then, she won't just destroy herself. She might destroy you too. The man stood frozen. He looked at his daughter wailing on the ground. The masterpiece he'd always been proud of, now shattered beyond recognition. Trembling, he crouched down, for the first time, without giving an order. He awkwardly hugged his daughter. No more reciting. No more. Daddy was wrong. The man picked up his still sobbing child, forgot to grab the school bag on the ground, staggered toward the Audi parked at the curb. The car door slammed shut. The car sped off as if fleeing for its life. DN. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 2/3. The system's voice rang out again. Jiang Feng let out a breath. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was staring at the young man sitting on the little stool. After a brief quiet, the crowd stirred. Master, take a look at my son. My son may be dull, but he's very obedient. Master, I'll pay 100,000. I don't need to cut in line. I just want a number. Take it easy. I'm VP of Tianxin Group. Let me go first. Luxury cars clogged the street. Billionaire bosses, like old ladies at a vegetable market, pushed and shoved. Jiang Feng frowned. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 16:55, 5 minutes left. Just then, a low engine roar drowned out the noise of the crowd. It wasn't a sports car's scream, but the deep, steady hum of a large displacement executive sedan. The crowd fell silent. The traffic on the roadside parted automatically, and a stretched black Lincoln pulled up slowly, stopping at the curb. The driver got out, wearing white gloves, and respectfully opened the rear door. A foot in black cloth shoes stepped onto the ground. Then, a dragon-headed cane thumped onto the pavement. An old lady with silver hair climbed out. She wore a gray tank-style jacket, no jewelry at all, only a string of agarwood prayer beads on her wrist. When the rich businessmen and society ladies saw her, they all fell silent like cicadas in winter. A few men who had been shouting that they were VPs of this or that group immediately lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. That was the founder of the city's business empire, the old Madame Shun. The old lady leaned on her cane, walking slowly but steadily toward Jiang Feng's stall. The crowded throng automatically parted on both sides, making a path. Jiang Feng stopped packing up. He watched the old woman approaching him. In his field of vision, the old lady's fortune chi was at its peak, a patch of golden light. But beneath the gold, a gray, decaying death aura seeped through. The old lady stopped in front of Jiang Feng. Her eyes calmly sized him up. Young man, she began, her voice a little hoarse, but full of energy. One reading left. One reading left, Jiang Feng replied. What do you want me to read? Chapter 13, The Billion-Dollar Heir. No, that's the scattercash boy. Jiang Feng looked at the old woman before him. Behind her, four black-suited bodyguards stood spread out, facing away from the crowd, forcing a 3-meter diameter open space. The surrounding noise dropped noticeably. Jiang Feng put the half-eaten sunflower seeds back in his pocket. Read whether he can take over the business. The old lady stamped her dragon-headed cane on the ground, giving a dull thud. See if this piece of timber can hold the Shun family empire. The little boy standing at the old lady's leg, wearing a custom-made little suit, his bow tie slightly crooked, was about to stick his finger up his nose. When the old lady slapped his hand away, he immediately pulled it back. But he didn't care at all, his eyes fixed on an ant near Jiang Feng's stall. This was the Shun family's only heir, the young Master Shun. How much do you charge? Whatever you like. Jiang Feng pointed at the little stool in front of him and told him to sit down. The old lady pushed her grandson. The little boy moved over reluctantly, plopping down onto the chipped stool. He wiggled his bottom twice, as if it was too hard. Jiang Feng reached out to feel his bones. The bodyguard behind the old lady immediately stepped forward, hand reaching inside his jacket. The old lady raised a hand to stop the bodyguard. Let him touch. Jiang Feng's palm covered the little boy's head. The touch was warm, the hair soft and fine. Several lines of red text appeared before Jiang Feng's eyes. Bone scan complete. Cheekbones, flat and broad, no authority, lacks the force of power. Occipital bone, not connected to the mountain base. Difficult to inherit ancestral estate. Wealth palace, nostrils and nasal wings exposed. Nasal wings thin and weak. Classic funnel shot curse. Palm features, wide gaps between fingers. Palm flat and thin, no treasure bowl structure. Horse star, forehead ridge like a dragon's blade. Signifies wandering, upheaval, long journeys. Destiny assessment, scatter cash boy, S rank. Top tier explorer, A rank. Family wastrel, SS rank. Jiang Feng's hand lingered on the boy's occiput for 3 seconds, then ran down along his spine. The spine was flexible, but the kid couldn't sit still. Jiang Feng withdrew his hand, took a wet wipe from his pocket, and cleaned his hands. Jiang Feng looked the old lady straight in the eye. As per protocol, I ask you one question. I'm 70 already. I don't have time for nonsense. The old lady gestured for him to say it directly. The kid can't take over. A few eavesdropping parents nearby stopped their chatter. The bodyguards tensed up. Their jawlines tightened. The old lady's fingers gripped her cane harder, knuckles turning white. Reason? Jiang Feng pointed at the little boy's hand. You can look at your grandson's hand. Long fingers, thin palm. When closed together, a paper card can fit between the fingers. This is a natural money-leaking hand. Water flows through without a trace. Money passes without a sound. He then pointed at the boy's forehead. And his horse star. This bone here is high and prominent, with a shiny sheen. That means deep inside, he can't be restrained. He can't stay in the city, and he can't stay in an office. If you force 100 billion fortune into his hands, make him sit in the chairman's office signing documents. Jiang Feng paused, watching the little boy who was now trying to step on an ant with his shoe tip. Within 10 years, He could sell off the Shin Group to buy a ticket for a world tour, or just to see penguins in Antarctica. He'd mortgage a subsidiary. The old lady's face wrinkled up, her complexion turning green. Are you saying my Shin family's only grandson is a waste? The bodyguards took another step forward, their shadows completely covering Jiang Feng's stall. Jiang Feng sat on the stool, without changing his posture. Waste is relative. Jiang Feng picked up his thermos. In business, he's a waste. But in other fields, he's a genius. What fields? The field of spending money. Jiang Feng's pace was steady. He's naturally sensitive to novelty, full of curiosity about the unknown. If your family's money is enough for several lifetimes, letting him spend it is actually accumulating virtue. He could become a top-tier explorer or philanthropist. The money he scatters will be exchanged for fame and experience. But if you insist on him making money, he'll only gamble away your entire retirement savings. The surroundings fell utterly silent. The old lady stared fixedly at Jiang Feng, not blinking for a long time. After a long while, she lowered her head and looked at the grandson who hadn't said a word. Little bow, the old lady began. Do you want to be chairman? The always listless young Master Shin jerked his head up. Grandma, can a chairman go catch lions? The old lady paused. No, then I don't want to be. The boy shook his head furiously. I want to go to Africa. I want to go to Antarctica. And I want to go to Mars. Stuck in this crappy kindergarten. It's so boring I could die. Every day I have to memorize texts. The boy's cheeks flushed with excitement, an expression he had never worn at home. Usually the kid was always listless and droopy. Only just now, when he mentioned going to Africa, did he come alive. Money-spinning boy, the old lady murmured, repeating Jiang Feng's words to herself. Suddenly, she threw back her head and burst out laughing. Ha, nicely said, a money-spinning boy. The old lady tapped the ground hard with her cane. My Shin family has built a fortune over 3 generations of business. If we can't even afford to raise one money-spinning boy, then those decades were a complete waste. She turned and looked at Jiang Feng. Young man, you are the first person who has dared, to my face, to call my grandson a good-for-nothing. The old lady beckoned to the bodyguard beside her. At once, the bodyguard pulled out a gold-embossed business card and a black card. He offered them with both hands. Take them. The old lady tossed the items onto Jiang Feng's cloth. If you run into trouble later, just mention the Shin name. Jiang Feng didn't take the black card, nor did he glance at the business card. Instead, he quickly grabbed the 4 corners of the cloth, gathered them together, and wrapped up the melon seed shells, the cardboard, and the 2,000 yuan that Zhang Tai had left earlier, bundling it all into one package. Work's over. Jiang Feng stood up, stuffed the bundle into his canvas bag, tucked his little folding stool under his arm. The movements were extremely practiced. Not a half-second's pause. The old lady was stunned. You don't want the money? 3 readings are done. No service after hours. Jiang Feng waved his hand, back still turned to the old lady, leaving the black card on the cement floor. Money is extra karma. Too much of it, and I can't bear the burden. With that, he slipped into the crowd that hadn't dispersed yet, a solid wall of parents and bodyguards. With his skinny frame, he quickly squeezed out. Words flickered before his eyes. DN quest complete. Settling rewards. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 10%. Remaining lifespan increased by 40 days. Cash reward. 3 million yen credited. Jiang Feng's pace quickened. That heavy feeling, like a rock pressing on his lungs, was gone. His breathing became smooth. He even felt like slapping the hood of that Rolls-Royce. A couple of times, he flagged down a taxi that had just dropped off a passenger, pulled open the door, and climbed in. Driver, anywhere's fine. First, get us off this street. The taxi drove away from the kindergarten entrance. A group of people stood staring blankly at the black card on the ground, which had a limit of 5 million. Old Madame Shun watched the direction Jiang Feng had disappeared, bent down, picked up the card, and flicked it gently with her finger. The card's kind of interesting. Chapter 14. The whole internet is looking for this windbreaker. Jiang Feng sat in the corner of the sofa, the plastic fork in his hand, swirled 2 rounds in the bucket of old tan pickled cabbage beef noodles. The curtains were drawn, leaving only a single crack. The noon sunlight hit the floor, forming a glaring patch of light. Everywhere else was dim. He took a sip of the soup, picked up his phone. At the top of Weibo's trending list hung several deep red characters. Jinghao, the mystic at the kindergarten gate, and the billion-dollar idler. Jinghao tapped on it. It was full of photos of him from that day at the kindergarten gate. The brim of his hat was low, and the distance was far, so his facial features were completely unrecognizable. But the black windbreaker he was wearing, and that beat-up little stool, even the loose threads and scratches had been zoomed in on. The comment section was scrolling fast. What kind of power fantasy plot is this? Pointing at old Madame Shin's nose and saying her grandson is a good-for-nothing, and then walking away in scathe. The key line is, my Shin family can afford it. That's badass. Am I the only one paying attention to that fortune-teller guy? Can't see his face, but still think he's handsome. Upstairs, wake up. I've already traced it. That windbreaker is a 2-year-old model from a certain brand, discontinued long ago. And that little stool is a 9.9 yuan free shipping special from Pinduoduo. The whole outfit costs less than 200 bucks. Now that's a true master. Treats money like dirt. A 5 million limit card thrown on the ground. Doesn't even look at it. Jiang Feng chewed the soft noodles, reading the comments on the screen. Treats money like dirt. That's because I'm not short on cash right now. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Jiang Feng put down the noodle bucket, walked to the door, and looked through the peephole. A delivery rider in a yellow uniform, holding a bag of fruit in his hand. Jiang Feng pulled the door open. He hadn't taken off his mask, nor lowered his hoodie. Your fruit. As the rider handed over the bag, he stared at Jiang Feng's windbreaker for 2 seconds, and suddenly grinned. Bro, you riding the trend too? Jiang Feng didn't catch on. What? The mystic fortune teller? The rider pointed at Jiang Feng's jacket. These past 2 days, the whole street's full of people wearing this black windbreaker. Gotta match it with a little stool too. I just passed that park on a delivery, and there was a whole row of cosplayers, all of them pretending to be masters. The rider looked him up and down. But yours looks really authentic. Even the frayed cuffs are spot on. Where'd you buy it? Send me the link. Jiang Feng looked down at his washed out, frayed cuffs. Pinduo, Jiang Feng said. $50 for 2. You even have to group buy. The rider, Dong Chong, gave a thumbs up. Hope you get famous faster than that Master Shun. Humming a tune, the rider went downstairs. Jiang Feng closed the door. He walked to the bathroom, took off the windbreaker that had become a nationwide want, a distinctive mark, and tossed it into the washing machine. This jacket is ruined. If I wear it out again, even buying groceries will get me mobbed. For the next 3 days, Jiang Feng didn't set foot outside his door. He survived on takeout and online shopping. He ordered a few plaid shirts online, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a bucket hat. As long as he didn't get recognized, life would go on. Outside, all hell had broken loose. Old Madame Shun had put out the word. Whoever finds that master, the Shun family owes a favor. That favor was worth more than the 5 million. The phone on the table vibrated. On the screen flashed. The cop who owes a reading, Zhao Yi. Jiang Feng answered. Hey, still alive? From Zhao Yi's end came the sound of rifling through case files. Thanks to you, not dead yet. Don't go anywhere the next few days. Zhao Yi paused his movements. Several big shots in the bureau are asking about you, and the Shun family is looking for you too. Right now, you're hot property, but also a hot potato. I haven't broken the law. I know. Zhao Yi paused. About that case, thanks to Xiao Zhang, his leg was saved. He won't be a field officer anymore, but he can transfer to admin. Yeah, if you run into trouble or if anyone harasses you, call me. Okay. He hung up. Jiang Feng walked to the window, pulled the curtain open a little wider. It was dark. The city's neon lights tinted the night sky red. 3 days of hiding. His stash of food had run out, and only the last mouthful of soup was left from the instant noodles. Deep in his mind, a faint electric, buzzing sound came. Jiang Feng tilted his head back, drank the cold, leftover soup. Mystic or fraud, you still have to work. New quest released. Location, East Gate of Panjiayuan Antique City, Branch Park. Time, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Method, character divination, identify genuine antique finds. Objective, serve 3 customers, and successfully expose or verify authenticity. Jiang Feng looked at the task, Antique City panel. That place is crawling with storytelling experts. They can spin tales of Qin and Han emperors from a piece of broken brick. Doing character divination and appraisal there, that's like poking a hornet's nest. He glanced at the remaining lifespan on the panel. 98 days. No choice. Jiang Feng turned to the wardrobe, pulled out a blue and white checked shirt he'd just bought, and put it on. In front of the mirror, he messed up his hair so it looked messy. Put on the black-rimmed glasses with no prescription. The person in the mirror looked dull and stiff, like a fresh graduate, still looking for a job as a programmer. Not a trace of a master. All right. Jiang Feng nodded at himself in the mirror. Tomorrow, I go find a bargain. Chapter 15. Judging real from fake in a place full of fakes. 9 o'clock in the morning. The bluestone ground at the east gate of Panjiayuan was hot enough to burn your feet. It was packed, mostly old men, in Mandarin jackets or old jackets, spinning walnuts in their hands. There were also plenty of streamers holding selfie sticks, shouting at their cameras. Stalls lined up one after another. Mud-covered clay pots, green jade bangles, earnest silver dollars, and even a night pot supposedly used by Qin Shi Huang. Jiang Feng found an empty spot at the base of a wall. To his left was a stall selling excavated bronzes. The vendor was rubbing shoe polish onto a bronze Jew cup. He was rubbing shoe polish onto the bronze wine vessel. To his right was a coin dealer. A sign read, "Only surviving piece in the world, trade for a house." He set down a folding stool, spread out a blue cloth, pulled a sheet of printer paper from his canvas bag, and taped it to the brick ground in front of him. Character divination, tell real from fake. If I'm wrong, no charge. 3 readings, and I'm out. The font was standard Song Dynasty style, size 4. It looked like it had been cut from a company document. He sat down, pulled a stack of napkins he'd taken from a breakfast stall, and wiped his glasses. Wiping his glasses. The coin dealer to his right was a bald middle-aged man, surnamed Wang. Old Wang held a round copper coin with a square hole, blowing against it, brought them to his mouth, and blew on them. Hearing a noise, he glanced at Jiang Feng. Checked shirt, jeans, sneakers. Bro. Hey, shoe brush bros. Old Wang tossed the coin back onto the stall. A clink sounded. Wrong place, pal. Turn left ahead, that's the job market. This is the antique market. Jiang Feng exhaled a puff of air, put on his glasses. No mistake. Doing a side gig for some cash. Old Wang laughed. His yellow teeth showed through a grin. He pointed around. This business is all about you're telling real from fake with a booklet. You here to cause trouble or be a joke? I doubt it. Jiang Feng pointed at Old Wang's stall. A pile of copper coins on the stall. That pile of coins. Those Kangxi Tongbao are all laser engraved. Someone with real I wouldn't buy. Old Wang's hand trembled. Ash fell onto his shoe. Hey, you can talk shit about food, but don't talk shit about the trade. He lowered his voice, glaring at Jiang Feng. Don't you know the rules? See but don't say. Jiang Feng didn't respond. He pulled out a stainless steel thermos, took a sip of hot water. The cramp in his stomach eased slightly. I don't look at the goods. He put down the cup. Just the character. Character real means real. Character fake means fake. Fake character or fake item. Old Wong snorted, turned away, and ignored him. Turned his head and ignored him. You'll be eating the wind. Plenty of fools these days, but not stupid enough to trust a fortune teller buying antiques. Half an hour passed. No one stopped at Jiang Feng's stall. People glanced at the printer paper, laughed, and walked on. Laughed once and walked away. Here, everyone believes in experts crouching on the ground with magnifying glasses. The expert squatting on the ground with a magnifying glass didn't believe it. Jobless programmer Jiang Feng stared at a weed growing in the gap between the bricks, counting its leaves. Sitting here meant doing the task. No task. And the cancer cells would throw a party in his brain. Boss, can you tell if something's real or fake? A voice sounded above his head. Jiang Feng looked up. In front of him was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a backpack, his sun protection jacket soaked through. The sun protective jacket was soaked through. He was clutching a newspaper-wrapped object tightly, glancing back every couple of steps, his neck a bit stiff. His neck was a bit stiff. Probably a newbie, thought he'd found a big score. Wanted to show off, but was afraid of getting robbed. Wanted to show off, but was afraid of being robbed. Can check it. Jiang Feng pointed at the paper on the ground. Character divination. Write a character. Not your item. The young man froze. You don't look at the thing? No magnifying glass? Don't need the thing. It's in your bag. The energy is here. The young man hesitated. Other stalls charge 200 for an appraisal, and you have to queue. Still had to queue up. This one says if wrong, no charge. Fine. He crouched down, carefully placed the newspaper bundle on his knees, carefully placed the newspaper-wrapped bundle on his lap, took the pen, thought a moment, and wrote the character, ball, wrap/package, on the paper. Wrote the character treasure on a piece of paper. The character was crooked. The last stroke was drawn very long. Boss, I got this from a stall over there. The young man lowered his voice, lifting a corner of the newspaper, revealing a faint greenish blue. Lifted a corner of the newspaper, revealed a hint of dark, lustrous blue. The seller said it's a Ming Dynasty folk kiln blue and white bowl. Said his family needed cash urgently, so he let it go for 5,000. But it's easily worth 50,000. Old Wong from the next stall craned his neck. Just one glance at the blue-white foot of the bowl, and he curled his lips and pulled back. He pursed his lips and pulled his head back, taking a quick look. Fake. Panjiayuan is full of them. All over the ground. Jiang Feng didn't finish the look. He stared at the character on the paper. Bog. Treasure. Looking at the character treasure on the paper. System vision activated. Black character decomposes. Red lines dart between strokes. The character treasure has a treasure radical on top. Below it was the character jade. The young man nodded repeatedly. Right. Jade and treasure. Surely it's a treasure. The roof radical represents home, also an eaves, also represents a roof. Jiang Feng's speech was steady. In this character, the roof is written too wide. It covers the jade below. This piece is not from official kills. Not even a proper folk kiln. Fired in a small family workshop. The young man's smile froze. But even a folk kiln would be worth something? Now look at the jade below. Jiang Feng pointed at the dot in the jade character. This dot is pressed too hard. The ink bled. Risk is free. Ink bled equals problem. Roughly, ink spreading is risk. The dot in this jade character is not in the middle, but at the base. That means the bottom of this thing has something tricky. That means the bottom of this item has something significant. Jiang Feng looked at the young man. Jade underneath is meant to cushion you. The mark on the bottom of this bowl is glued on with jade powder mixed with adhesive, just to make it look old and cover the newness. To make it look old and hide the new vessel glare. Old Wong, pretending to look at his phone, twitched his ear. Jade powder glued on the bottom. That fake technique just started spreading this week. How does this kid know? The young man hugged the bowl tighter. Impossible. I saw the mark on the bottom. Made in the Chonghua era of the Great Ming. The characters are clear. There are even wear marks. And wear marks. Clear because they were just carved. Wear marks because they were sanded. Nonsense. The young man stood up, flustered. You haven't even touched it. How can you say it's fake? I looked up references. This blue and white color is called Somali blue. Is that nonsense? See for yourself. Jiang Feng pulled a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the blue cloth. The coin spun twice on the brick floor. When it falls, dare you smash it? The young man's eyes widened. I paid 5,000 for it. You want me to smash it? If it's real, 5,000 becomes 50,000. I'll pay you 100,000. Jiang Feng patted his canvas bag. I have money. If it's fake, the cross-section will have a glue layer. It turns white when heated, and you can smell a sour odor. The young man stared at Jiang Feng. Then he looked at the bowl in his arms. His ecstasy faded. His palms started to sweat. If it's fake, 5,000 is 2 months' living expenses. If you don't dare smash it, find a lighter and burn the bottom of the bowl. Jiang Feng offered a different suggestion. The young man's hands trembling. He pulled a disposable lighter from his pocket. I'll just burn it a bit. If it's real, it won't burn. He turned the bowl over, exposing the bottom. The flame leaped up over the antique, made in Chonghua of Great Ming mark, licking the bowl's base. 1 second, 2 seconds. A pungent burnt smell wafted out. The originally grayish-white, aged bottom blistered and turned black. The surface patina softened and peeled off, revealing the stark, white new porcelain beneath, and a line of small blue characters that hadn't been ground off. Microwave safe. Holy shit, the young man's hand loosened, and that 50,000 yuan Ming blue and white bowl slipped from his grip and flew out. It smashed onto the bluestone slab with a crack, shattering into pieces. A few shards bounced to Old Wang's feet. Old Wang looked down. The broken edges were glaringly white, without any impurities. Standard modern Kalen high-pressure injection process. The base had indeed separated into 2 layers, with a layer of still wet, transparent glue in between. Silence fell around for 2 seconds. The young man stared blankly at the fragments on the ground. And that microwave. Safe sign. His face turned the color of pig liver. MI, 5,000. He sat down heavily on the ground, his voice turning tearful. Old Wang's fingers holding the cigarette got burned. He flinched, and the cigarette dropped to the ground. He stared at Jiang Feng, without even touching it. Just by writing the character treasure, he knew the base was real. Jiang Feng ignored the young man's breakdown. Ding. Valid readings, 1/3. He bent down to pick up the coin, blew the dust off it, and put it back in his pocket. Next one. Chapter 16. This junk looks like a national treasure. The onlookers didn't disperse. Instead, they squeezed in 2 rows closer. News about the glue on the bowl bottom spread fast. Now the looks directed at Jiang Feng were completely different. An old man in a gray mouse suit pushed through the crowd. His hair was gray. He held a folding fan in his hand. In his other hand, he carried a long brocade box. His arms were held high, afraid someone might bump into it. Young brother, let me give it a try. The old man placed the brocade box on the blue cloth in front of Jiang Feng, guarding the edges with both hands. I won't comment on that bowl just now, but this scroll of mine. Several auction houses have given different opinions. Excuse me, the old man didn't waste time. He picked up a brush and wrote the character, painting on the paper. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the character. The system interface popped up, black ink strokes were being dismantled by red lines. Outside, painting, light outlines form a frame. Inside, the field, character marks the boundary. Self-analysis. The field, character sits in the center. For boundaries are clear, top and bottom are not connected. Metaphysical omen. Graph flowers onto wood. Quote out of context. Heart upright, side position. Jiang Feng glanced at the old man. The chi above his head, white with a few gray threads tangled in it. Do you want the truth? Jiang Feng asked. The old man nodded. Then no need to open it. Jiang Feng pointed at the characters on the paper. The field character is in the middle. The boundaries are clear, but the strokes around this field character are the same ink shade as this stroke in the center. The force of the brushwork is broken. The old man's hand froze on the box lid. What do you mean? The painting itself is genuine. Jiang Feng's speech was steady, but the inscriptions and seals on this painting, and the surrounding mounting, were cut from another painting and pieced on. In the trade, it's called borrowing a corpse to resurrect the soul. A buzz erupted around them. An assembled piece. That's just fake, isn't it? Not entirely fake. The painting core is genuine. The old man's face turned pale. His hand trembled. He lifted the brocade box lid. A landscape hanging scroll. The paper was yellowed. It looked convincingly old. But at the seams between the painting core and the surrounding area, though the repairs were skillful, on close inspection, you could still see the discontinuity in the paper texture. I looked at it for a whole week and couldn't make up my mind. The old man sighed. He rolled up the painting. Several experts all said it was authentic, but I always felt the inscription style didn't match the painting. So it was assembled. He cupped his hands to Jiang Feng. If not for you, master, pointing it out, I would have wasted millions. The old man pulled a red envelope from his chest, bulging, and placed it on the blue cloth. He turned and squeezed out of the crowd. Ding. Valid readings, 2/3. Jiang Feng didn't open it. He stuffed the red envelope into his canvas bag. Still one more reading left. Let me also get my jade pendant looked at. Don't rush, I was here first. The crowd was like boiling water. A scraggly old man in worn-out camouflage, carrying a woven sack, a scavenger, was being shoved around. He had been picking up plastic water bottles, but was swept to the front by the crowd. Ouch! The old man was shoved from behind. He stumbled forward onto the stall. The woven sack at his back crashed onto the ground with a clang. The sound was dull and solid. Go, 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 what's a scavenger doing here? Old man, don't block the way. This is for appraising antiques. A few nearby stall owners joined in the jeering. Old Wang, who sold fake coins, pinched his nose and fanned the air. The scavenger old man's face turned bright red. He grabbed his woven sack and was about to leave. Wait, Jiang Feng spoke. The old man stopped. At a loss. What's in the bag? Jiang Feng looked at the woven sack. The old man hunched his neck. And nothing. Found it at a construction site by the river. A hunk of iron, pretty heavy. Was gonna sell it at the scrap yard to get some meal money. Take it out and let me see. The old man hesitated. He untied the opening of the sack. A black, rusty iron lump was revealed. Shapeless, like a fragment of some farm tool, covered in river mud and dried water weeds. Laughter erupted around. Bringing scrap iron for appraisal? If this master can turn this scrap iron into gold, I'll eat this stall. Old man, this iron is worth at most 50 cents a caddy. Don't waste our time. The old man heard the mockery. His face flushed. Hastily, he tried to stuff the iron block back. Don't move. Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, but it cut through the surrounding noise. Write a character. The old man froze. I can't read. I only know how to write that character, iron. He used to work as a porter at an iron foundry. The old man had written. Trembling, he picked up the pen. On the paper he'd drawn a crooked character for iron. The gold radical was large. The line on the right, that one stroke practically flew off. Self-analysis, left startle, right loss. The golden light faded. Lost and found. Metaphysical resonance. This object is no ordinary iron. Extremely heavy with earth energy. Water energy coiled around it. Omen locked. Tang Dynasty Kaiyuan Iron Ox. Broken horn. A river taming treasure, gathering the local energies. Earth and water energy. A national heirloom. Jiang Feng's hands on his knees tightened on the fabric. He adjusted his posture. Looked up at the old man with a face full of wrinkles. Still embarrassed by the laughter. Uncle. Jiang Feng took the red envelope the old scholar had given him earlier, pulled it out, and pushed it in front of the old man. This is. The old man stumbled back a step. Your fortune reading fee. Jiang Feng said. The laughter around them stopped abruptly. The master must have misread. Giving money to a junk picker? That rusty hunk worth more than 10,000. Jiang Feng didn't respond. He stood up and walked over to the plastic bag, pointed at the blackened iron lump. The right side of this iron character is lion. The left is gold. It lost its original golden gleam, so it now shows its true form. Uncle, this thing of yours isn't scrap iron. Jiang Feng's voice carried through the market. This is 1 foot from a massive iron ox, used in the Tang Dynasty to tame the Yellow River floods. Look at these grain patterns on this section. And the fragment of an inscription here. Jiang Feng pointed at a faint pattern barely visible under the rust. This is a national treasure. Those last 4 words landed. The scene went silent for a few seconds. Then laughter erupted even louder. National treasure? The fortune teller's gone mad. A random piece of scrap iron is a Tang Dynasty ox. Then this piss pot of mine is from Qin Shi Huang's time. Jiang Feng's face was expressionless. He looked at the old man. Uncle, don't sell it as scrap. Go out the door, turn left, walk 200 meters. There's a museum office there. Take it in and say you found it at an old riverbed site. Really? The old man looked at Jiang Feng, then at the money on the ground. Take the money and get a taxi there. After you hand it over, the state will give you a certificate of honor and a cash reward. That reward will be enough for your retirement. The old man didn't understand what a Tang Dynasty iron ox was, but he read the expression on Jiang Feng's face. There wasn't a trace of mockery. He grabbed the red envelope from the ground, picked up the plastic bag, bowed to Jiang Feng, turned and ran out. Yeah. 3-level quest completed. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 5%. Remaining lifespan increased by 30 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward. 1 million renminbi obtained. Jiang Feng didn't linger. He quickly packed up his stall, folded the camp stool, and pushed through the crowd. Hey, don't leave. Scam people and run. You haven't explained anything yet. That scrap iron really is a national treasure? The crowd behind him was still yelling. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng sat in a taxi, already far from the antique market. Suddenly the market's broadcast system crackled to life. An urgent voice. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Will the elderly man holding the black iron object please go immediately to the management office? Repeat. That is a first-grade national cultural relic. Important lead. Experts from the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau have already arrived. The entire Panjiayuan East Gate morning market exploded. All the buyers and vendors who had been laughing just now stared at Jiang Feng's empty spot, their mouths hanging open. That was truly turning iron into gold. Chapter 17. Rich now, but can't buy that. Another million had been added to the bank card balance. Plus his previous savings. Jiang Feng's total assets had exceeded 5 million. For someone who a few months ago had been worrying about a few thousand in medical bills. A terminal patient desperate for money. This was a fortune, but he wasn't as happy as he'd imagined. In the luxury mall downtown, the air conditioning was strong. Jiang Feng, wearing a cheap blue and white checked shirt, sneakers on his feet, carried several paper bags with big brand logos. He had just bought some clothes to change into. He gave the size without trying them on, swiped his card and left. Passing by an imported supermarket, he walked in, grabbed 2 of the most expensive yogurts. Paid, twisted off the lid. He used to drink yogurt, and always licked the thick layer off the lid. That was a habit born of poverty. Now, he just glanced at the thick deposit on the lid, and tossed the lid straight into the trash. This feeling, Jiang Feng took a sip of yogurt. The taste was rich, but he just found it cloying. A bit boring. He walked out of the supermarket, passed by a high-end bridal custom shop on the 2nd floor. In the huge floor-to-ceiling display window, a mermaid tail wedding dress covered in crystals was on display. The light hit it, dazzling and brilliant, so beautiful you couldn't look away. A young couple was trying it on inside. The girl spun around in the dress, the boy snapping photos with his phone, his eyes full of light. Jiang Feng stopped. He stood outside the window, shopping bags in hand, the unsipped yogurt still in his mouth. The glass reflected his image. Pale, gaunt, empty eyes. 5 million. That money could buy this dress. It could buy every accessory in this shop. It could even buy half of what he once longed for. That happy scene. The material half. But he couldn't buy the other half. If he hadn't gotten sick, he would be thinking about marriage by now. Maybe he'd be like that boy, foolishly holding up his phone, worrying about the bride price and mortgage, but also full of drive for the future. Now he only has a past, no future. His stomach churned. The after effects of chemotherapy were kicking in again. Jiang Feng threw the remaining half bottle of yogurt into a street-side trash can, turned, and walked away, back at his newly rented apartment. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Jiang Feng saw someone standing at his door. It was Zhao Yi. The deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit wasn't in uniform today. He wore a rumpled jacket and carried a bag of apples. He stood at the door, about to knock. Hearing the elevator, he turned around. How did you find this place? Jiang Feng asked. Zhao Yi shook his phone. City surveillance. You weren't exactly hiding. It's not hard to look up a rental record. Jiang Feng opened the door. Come in. Zhao Yi entered. Put the apples on the coffee table. He glanced around the apartment. Fully furnished, except for the chipped camp stool. No personal items. As cold and bare as a showroom. It's not a case. Zhao Yi stood in the middle of the living room, a little awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Personal matter. Jiang Feng poured himself a glass of water. Sit on the sofa. Zhao Yi sat down. The sofa was very soft, but he sat upright. My sister Zhao Xiaya. Zhao Yi began. She's been acting off lately. Sick. If only it were that simple. Zhao Yi frowned. We took her to the hospital. Full workup, brain CT, MRI, blood tests, everything. Nothing wrong at all. But she keeps saying someone's talking to her. Auditory hallucinations, and not just that. Zhao Yi's voice dropped. She says in her dreams, she always goes to the same place. It's pitch black there. Someone's scratching from behind the wall. A rustling sound. When she wakes up, there's dirt under her fingernails. Jiang Feng looked at Zhao Yi. You should take this to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. We did. Zhao Yi sighed. She's at the city mental health center now. The doctors say it's severe schizophrenia. They gave her meds, but they don't work. Yesterday, I went to see her. She grabbed my hand and said, that person is almost out. Zhao Yi looked up. There was a hint of pleading in his eyes. I know you have skills. I saw what you did on those 2 cases before. Can you go see her? Jiang Feng put down his cup. At that moment, he hadn't received any quest. Which meant, right now, he was just an ordinary cancer patient. No metaphysical translator. And he couldn't see any aura. I don't feel anything right now. Jiang Feng told the truth. Zhao Yi's eyes dimmed. I get it. This stuff depends on fate. I'm out of options. He stood up, ready to leave. Watching Zhao Yi's broad but slightly hunched back, Jiang Feng remembered him at the entrance of the Criminal Investigation Unit, desperate to save his subordinate, no matter the cost. Wait. Jiang Feng stood up. Take me to see her. Zhao Yi spun around. You'll go? I can't promise I'll see anything. Jiang Feng grabbed his windbreaker from the coat rack. I'm not a doctor either. Let's go see if I can talk to her. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi's car, parked in the lot of the city mental health center. The place was very quiet, surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. The inpatient ward was at the far end. In front was a large garden, where patients got fresh air. Jiang Feng followed Zhao Yi into the garden. It was 10 a.m. Nice sunlight. Patients in blue and white striped gowns were walking on the lawn. Some were talking to themselves. Some were gesturing at the air. The moment Jiang Feng stepped into the garden, deep in his mind, that familiar mechanical voice rang out without warning. Ding. New quest released. Jiang Feng's step faltered. Location, garden bench at the mental health center. Time, 10 to 11 o'clock. Method, dream interpretation, subconscious truth. Objective, receive 3 customers and successfully interpret their dreams. Jiang Feng looked at the mission panel. A helpless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This system really knows how to pick its moments. Zhao Yi saw him stop. He turned back and asked. Jiang Feng looked up, his gaze fixed on a bench not far away. His eyes grew deep. Funny, Jiang Feng said to Zhao Yi. I'm feeling it again now. Chapter 18. Sometimes crazy people tell the truth. The garden of the mental hospital wasn't very noisy. Apart from the occasional cackle or mutter, most patients were lost in their own worlds. Jiang Feng walked over to an empty bench and sat down. Zhao Yi stood 2 meters behind him, his hands clasped behind his back, scanning the area. Jiang Feng took out his chipped little folding stool, placed it beside the bench. On a torn piece of notebook paper, he wrote 2 characters, dream interpretation. Then he picked up a stone and set it on the bench armrest. Within 2 minutes, the first customer arrived. A man in his 30s, so thin his cheeks were sunken. He held a long black umbrella. Even though the sun was blazing overhead, he huddled in the shadow of the umbrella. The man crouched in front of Jiang Feng, his voice very low. Are you the new mushroom? Barely a whisper. Jiang Feng looked at him. In the system's vision, above the man's head, ride a cold, damp gray mist, its edges constantly dissipating. I'm not a mushroom, Jiang Feng said. I interpret dreams. The man shuddered. He slowly lifted his head, revealing eyes bloodshot with red veins. Last night, I dreamed again. What did you dream? I dreamed I turned into an umbrella. The man pointed to the black umbrella in his hand, but the canopy was torn. It was leaking rain, and the rain was freezing cold, dripping onto me, freezing my bones until they cracked. Am I going to die? Zhao Yi frowned from behind. Jiang Feng didn't speak. The system's analytical text appeared. Dream element, shelter collapse, cold rain erosion. Subconscious mapping, recent death of a maternal relative. Only pillar, core issue, not fear of death, but a severed connection. Jiang Feng looked at the man's cowering form. You're not broken, and you're not going to die. You feel cold, because the person who held the umbrella for you is gone. The man's body went rigid. You're waiting for that person to come back, to fix this umbrella. Jiang Feng continued, but you know they're not coming back. So you think you're leaking rain. The umbrella isn't broken. The space under it is empty. The man's lips began to tremble. The umbrella he'd held, so steady, slipped from his hand. Sunlight fell straight onto his face. He didn't flinch. Tears streamed from his eyes. Mom. He curled up on the ground. I miss my mom. I wish I could have held the umbrella for her just once. A few minutes ago, the madman who thought he was a mushroom was gone. On the ground was only a son who had lost his mother. A nurse watching from a distance gasped and covered her mouth. This patient had been here for a month. Would only squat in a corner holding an umbrella. If anyone took it, he'd bite them. Dad, you know? Valid fortune-telling attempts. 1/3. Jiang Feng picked up the umbrella and placed it beside the man. It's good to cry it out. The umbrella's still here. You can hold it yourself. The man hugged the umbrella. His sobs turned into wails. A nurse ran over and helped him away. Zhao watched their backs and said nothing. Jiang Feng turned his gaze to a nearby tree. A young girl stood there, her hospital gown hanging loosely on her, long hair disheveled, face deathly pale. She stared fixedly at the dirt, not moving an inch. Zhao Yi's back stiffened. Xiaoya, that was Zhao Yi's sister. Zhao Xiaoya heard the sound. She turned her head slowly, her gaze unfocused. She drifted over and sat down in front of Jiang Feng. My brother says you've got skills. Her voice was hoarse. Can you hear it? Hear what? The sound of scratching on the wall. Zhao Xiaoya reached out and scraped her fingernails along the wooden bench armrest. A crackling sound came out. SSSSSSSSSSSS. She raised her fingernails to Jiang Feng. Under the nails were full of wall dust and dried blood. They say I'm crazy. Zhao Xiaoya stared at Jiang Feng. The doctor said it's auditory hallucinations. Your brother says it's stress, but I know it's real. Inside the wall, someone is scratching. Zhao Yi cut in. Xiaoya's next door is empty. Nobody lives there. Zhao Xiaoya suddenly screamed. Someone, he's counting. Counting 1, 2, 3. He's counting when I fall asleep. Even in my dreams, he's still there. Dream element. Sound from the wall. Mental state. Highly stressed. Logic self-consistent. Sensory feedback. Auditory overload. Real sound source. Environmental characteristics. Analysis. Sound source from the wall cavity of target bedroom. Frequency matches concrete scratching by fingernails. Metaphysical signs. Resentment condensed. Living person trapped in a death formation. Jiang Feng suddenly looked at Zhao Yi. Captain Zhao, Jiang Feng cut through Zhao Xiaoya's screaming. Zhao Yi was taken aback. What? Your sister isn't crazy. Jiang Feng spoke very fast, pointing at Zhao Xiaoya's bloodstained fingers. The sound she hears is real. A gust of wind blew through the garden. Zhao Yi felt a chill. You mean there really is someone next door? Not next door. Jiang Feng stood up. Inside the wall. Check that wall in her bedroom, especially the one connected to the next unit. Jiang Feng stared at Zhao Yi. There's a cavity in there. There's something in it. Or rather, someone. Zhao Yi's face turned pale. As a criminal police officer, countless thoughts rushed into his head. A peeper? A pervert? Or someone trapped in the wall? Go now. Jiang Feng kicked the little stool aside. Right now? That person isn't dead yet. He's still scratching. Zhao Xiaoya stopped trembling, looked at Jiang Feng. Tears streamed down. Finally, someone believes me. Zhao Yi pulled out his phone, dialed the criminal investigation team, shouted, bring demolition tools to my place. Smash open that wall in Xiaoya's bedroom. Now. Immediately. Ding. Valid. Fortune-telling count. 2/3. Chapter 19. The secret inside the wall. Zhao Yi shouted the last word into the phone. His chest heaved heavily. He clutched the phone with its cracked screen. His knuckles stood out. The wind in the garden died down. Zhao Xiaoya stopped crying, raised her swollen eyelids, looked at her brother, who usually preached science. Jiang Feng sat on the bench, unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of water. Wait for news. Jiang Feng screwed the cap back on. 10 minutes is enough for them to tear down that wall. Zhao Yi didn't sit. He paced back and forth on the gravel path, the leather soles grinding against the stones, making a crisp crunching sound. Jiang Feng looked down at the phone screen beside his foot. 10:45, still one reading to go. 15 minutes left. From the side path came the sound of leather shoes on the ground. A steady rhythm. A man in a white coat walked into view. No rim glasses. A stethoscope hung from his chest. 2 pins stuck in his pocket. His name tag read, attending psychiatrist. The doctor stopped in front of the bench, glanced at the agitated Zhao Yi and Zhao Xiaoya huddled on the bench corner. Finally his gaze settled on Jiang Feng, on the slip of paper with the words, dream interpretation written on it. Now that's interesting. The doctor pushed up his glasses, sat straight down beside Jiang Feng. Mind if I join in? I hear. There's a master here who can actually talk with patients. Zhao Yi stopped pacing, frowned at him. Who are you? One of the attending physicians in Ward 6, Li Wenjie. The doctor pointed at his name tag. Just finished rounds. Master, I don't believe in this stuff, but I did have a strange dream recently. It's been bothering me. Jiang Feng turned his head to look at him. Li Wenjie leaned back against the bench, interlaced his fingers, resting them on his knees. His fingers were long and clean, nails cut short, edges filed smooth. Dreamed I was doing surgery. Li Wenjie spoke at an even pace. Routine work. But when I cut down with the scalpel, the blade went soft. He loosened his hands, pantomimed a downward motion with his palm. No matter how hard I tried, the blade touched the skin, and the skin just rolled up. Still soft. The patient lay on the table. I saw no blood. No matter how I cut, no blood came. I broke out in a sweat. Li Wenjie looked at Jiang Feng. His lenses glinted. My own analysis. Probably stress from the title evaluation, causing functional anxiety. Care to take a look, master? Jiang Feng didn't reply. Career. Li Wenjie's white coat was spotless. But on those hands were coiled rings of crimson threads, cutting deep into the flesh of his fingers. Opportunity. Visible to the bone. Dream analysis, scalpel softening, wedding ring failing. Deep mapping, rejection of indirect contact, craving for direct touch. Metaphysical sign, blood disaster entwined around fingers, murderous intent contained. Not a healer, but a butcher. Jiang Feng stared at those long, slender hands. It's not stress. Jiang Feng spoke. It's that you find the knife in the way. Li Wenjia's expression froze for a moment. In the way. The scalpel is the barrier between you and the flesh. Jiang Feng's tone was flat. You're tired of touching life through metal. Your subconscious tells you. Throw away the knife. Jiang Feng looked up, straight into the pupils behind the lenses. You want to use your hands. You want to reach your fingers inside, feel the warmth, feel the beating, and then crush. The garden fell into dead silence. Zhao Yi whirled around. His hand went to his hip. Li Wenjia's interlaced index fingers loosened. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the fabric of his trousers. Tap, tap. You sure know how to joke. Li Wenjia stood up, straightened the hem of his white coat. Fortune-telling really is all bullshit. I'm a doctor. I only save lives. Whether it's bullshit, you know yourself. Jiang Feng picked up the stool from the bench. Your hands are too steady. Not like saving. Like execution. I suggest you take a long leave. Or turn yourself in. Li Wenjia's eyelid twitched. He gave Jiang Feng a long, hard look. Didn't reply further. Turned and left. His pace was noticeably faster than when he came. Jiang Feng watched his retreating back. Ding. Valid fortune-telling count. 3/3. Quest complete. Settling rewards. Reward. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity decreased by 5%. Remaining lifespan increased by 30 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward. 1 million yuan received. The phone vibrated. The phone in Zhao Yi's hand rang. He pressed answer. Put it on speaker. The earpiece carried the lingering echo of a drill stopping, and the sound of heavy breathing. Captain Zhao's cracked it. Fucking unbelievable. The detective's voice was loud. There's a hidden compartment behind the wall in Xiaoya's bedroom. Right at the expansion joint between the two buildings. Someone broke through from the rental next door. They put in soundproofing foam. Only half a meter wide. Where is he? Zhao Yi roared. Caught him. He's a wanted fugitive. That bastard had lived in there for almost 6 months. The walls were full of holes. The scratching sound right opposite the headboard. He made that at night by grinding his lens cap. Zhao Xiaoya covered her mouth. Her body shook like a sieve. A sharp wail burst from her throat. She wasn't crazy. It was real. All those days and nights when she was dismissed as mentally ill finally found an outlet. Zhao Yi hung up the phone. The phone slid onto the grass. He didn't pick it up. Instead, he turned and grabbed his sobbing sister in a hug. His jaw clenched tight. Jiang Feng picked up his stool. He crumpled the dream interpretation paper into a ball and stuffed it in his pocket. Off duty at 11. He hadn't taken 2 steps when Zhao Yi's voice came from behind. Wait. Jiang Feng stopped. Without turning around, that doctor. Zhao Yi let go of his sister. Crossed the distance to Jiang Feng in a few strides. That Li Wenjia is also dirty. Jiang Feng turned his head, chinned toward the direction Li Wenjia had left. Check the surgeries he performed. Especially the ones that died on the table. Check the cause of death and the records. See if they match exactly. Jiang Feng said, and missing persons cases near the hospital where no body was found. The veins on Zhao Yi's neck bulged. Thanks. Jiang Feng waved a hand, slinging his canvas bag over his shoulder. He walked into the noon sun, out the gate of the mental hospital. Chapter 20. I just want to eat hot pot. Stop making me tell fortunes. The rain that had fallen for 3 straight days finally stopped. When Jiang Feng woke up, the sky outside the window was darkening. He fumbled in the darkness for his phone, lit up the screen. There were missed calls and WeChat messages, all from Zhao Yi. He had sent a message, confirmed that Li Wenjia was in custody, and a large collection of human body parts had been found in the basement of his home. Jiang Feng tossed the phone back onto the pillow. He raised a hand and touched the back of his head. That oppressive feeling that had lasted months had mostly faded. His body was still thin, muscles a bit slack, but that weak sensation of being about to die at any moment was gone. Instead, a fierce hunger rose in his stomach. Not the nausea from chemo, but a primal craving from his gut for food. Jiang Feng rolled out of bed. On the coat rack hung the black windbreaker that had been wanted nationwide. He didn't touch it. Instead, he pulled a gray hoodie out of the wardrobe, put it on, and pulled up the hood. Then found a mask and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng walked into the old hot pot place, called Shu Jiuxiang in the city center. Right at dinner rush, the restaurant was buzzing with noise. White steam rose from every table. Jiang Feng found a corner seat, scanned the QR code to order. 2 portions of tripe, 1 portion of duck intestines, 1 portion of pork aorta, half a pound of freshly cut beef, plus a plate of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. The brown sugar broth was bubbling away. Jiang Feng picked up a slice of tripe, dropped it in the pot, counted to 7 in his head, then fished it out, rolled it in the sesame oil and garlic dip, shoved it into his mouth. Crisp, tender, hot, spicy. The oil slid down his throat. He let out a long breath. A fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Now I feel alive. The tables nearby were buzzing with conversation. Did you hear? That mental hospital caught a twisted doctor. It was that fortune teller who pointed them in the right direction. No kidding? Does that guy live in the police station? How does he show up everywhere? Online they're calling him half-immortal Jiang. I heard someone put a 2 million bounty on his address. Jiang Feng listened to the gossip about himself, while dropping the duck intestines into the pot. If these people knew the legendary half-immortal Jiang was sitting right next to them, chowing down on duck intestines with grease all over his mouth. They'd probably drink this whole red broth on the spot. Grandma, I want that. The long one. A child's voice, demanding and cute, came from the next table. Jiang Feng's chopsticks, holding the duck intestines, froze in midair. That voice sounded familiar. He turned his head. Through the gap under the hood, he saw an old woman and a little boy at the next table. The old lady wore a plain cheongsam, her hair silver white. She was wiping the mouth of a chubby little boy with a tissue. Around them sat 4 burly men. Only a clear broth pot and vegetables were in front of them, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Old Madam Shun, and that money-dispensing kid, Shen Xiaobao. Jiang Feng immediately lowered his head. His face nearly buried itself in the bowl. What a small world. That spicy stuff, you can't eat it. Old Madam Shen coaxed her grandson. Eat this shrimp ball. No, I want to eat what that uncle is eating. Shen Xiaobao jumped down from his chair, pointed a finger straight at Jiang Feng. Look how happily that uncle is eating. I want some too. The eyes of several nearby tables followed Shen Xiaobao's finger. Jiang Feng was wearing a hat, his mask pulled down to his chin. He held that piece of duck intestine. Couldn't put it down, couldn't eat it either. Shen Xiaobao ran over, leaned on Jiang Feng's table, stared at the bubbling red oil in the pot, and sniffled. Suddenly he looked up, stared at Jiang Feng's eyes for a few seconds. It's you, Shen Xiaobao yelled. You're the uncle who touched my head. Jiang Feng's chopsticks trembled. Is this what they call top-tier explorer talent? Memory absurdly good. Bao Bao, don't run off. Old Madam Shun walked over, leaning on her cane. She glanced at Jiang Feng. Her gaze stopped on his exposed eyes. The wrinkles on her face smoothed. She smiled. What a coincidence. Old Madam Shun sat down directly across from Jiang Feng, waved off the bodyguards who were about to rush over. Young man, I've been looking for you these past few days. It wasn't easy. Jiang Feng sighed, shoved the duck intestines into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. Since he'd been recognized, no point pretending anymore. He took off his glasses, pulled his mask back up, covering most of his face. Madam, I'm just trying to eat. Jiang Feng's voice was a little hoarse. It's after hours. Nearby diners heard the commotion and turned their heads. Isn't that old Madam Shen? Who's that sitting across from her? Wait, that person. Though he's wearing a hat. Someone pulled out a phone, pointed it at them. The fortune teller. The shout exploded across the restaurant. For a split second, the noisy hot pot place fell silent, then erupted into even louder chaos. Dozens of stares locked onto Jiang Feng. Someone rushed over with their bowl. Master, it really is the master. Master, give me an autograph. Master, help me pick lottery numbers. Camera flashes lit up like a strobe. Shutter sounds overlapped. The 4 bodyguards immediately formed a circle, shielding Jiang Feng and the Shen family inside. Jiang Feng looked at the scene. The beef on his plate instantly lost all appeal. Move, move. Old Madam Shen banged her cane on the floor. He's just trying to eat. Why are you crowding around? Whoever's filming, give me their phone. I'll smash it. The old lady was furious. People around didn't dare get too close, but they still held up their phones and filmed from the outer circle. Jiang Feng put down his chopsticks. Madam, it seems we can't finish this meal. He pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Thank you for helping me out that day. What's there to be angry about? Old Madam Shen looked at him. About my grandson. You were right. These past few days I've had him follow the housekeeper to buy groceries. That kid haggles harder than anyone. He'll haggle for half an hour over $2 worth of scallions. Shen Xiaobao puffed out his chest from the side. That vegetable seller tried to cheat me. The scallion leaves were already yellow. Jiang Feng smiled. Master, someone called from outside the crowd. Since we've run into you, could you do a reading? I'll pay 100,000. I'll pay 200,000. Jiang Feng stood up. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 8 p.m. Sorry. Jiang Feng pointed at the clock. I said it before, no readings outside work hours. He pointed to his own pale face. Besides, I'm a sick man. I need rest. With that, he pulled the hood of his sweatshirt lower, nodded at old Madam Shun. Mind if I borrow your bodyguards? Old Madam Shun waved a hand. See the master out. For bodyguards cleared the way, forcing a path through the crowd. Jiang Feng kept his head down, walked quickly out of the hot pot restaurant's glass doors. The doors closed behind him, cutting off the noise. He stood by the roadside. The cold wind hit him, and he shrank his neck. This feeling of being chased after, it made him dizzier than chemo. He was about to hail a cab and go home, when that icy mechanical voice echoed deep in his mind. New quest. Jiang Feng stopped mid-step. Just finished eating, and already I have to work. New quest released. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. This system must have a camera installed on him. It always picks the moments he wants to rest. Location, Starlight Media Tower. Square downstairs from the influencer live streaming base. Time, 21 to 2300 hours. Method, physiognomy reading. Scoring areas, appearance, luck, stardom. Objective, receive 3 customers, and give scores and comments. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Less than 500 meters away, that tower stood in the night. On the giant LED screen, a video of a trending female streamer dancing was playing. Downstairs, countless small-time streamers with their phones were gathered, luxury cars coming and going. That place, the most superficial, most fake part of the whole city. Judging by looks, that's jumping into a fire pit. Among a crowd that makes a living off their faces, people who've had 800 knife cuts on their face. To judge their looks and future stardom? Was he not already hated enough? Jiang Feng patted his still hungry stomach. Fine. He turned and walked toward that gaudy tower. Let's go see what these people actually look like under all the beauty filters. Chapter 21. 10 points full score. You only get 3. Chapter 21. 10 points full score. You only get 3. Under the Starlight Media Tower. It was a city that never slept. A giant LED screen covered the entire wall, cycling through heavily edited videos of popular streamers. Severe light pollution. Neon lights painted the night purple-red. The square was packed with people. Hundreds of tripods stood in dense rows, like a forest of steel. Behind each tripod stood a girl with flawless makeup, or a man with heavy makeup. Countless ring lights were on, making their faces look deathly pale. The noise swelled into a giant wave. Family, thank you Big Brother number 1 for the rocket. Follow the streamer, don't get lost. The streamer will take you on the highway. Tap the red heart. If the red heart hits 10,000, I'll wash my hair upside down. Jiang Feng sat in the shadow of a flower bed. Next to him, a dyed yellow-haired guy who had been screaming into his phone stopped. He glanced sideways at Jiang Feng, took 2 steps away, with a look of disgust. Jiang Feng ignored him. He took out the battered little folding stool, opened it, and sat down. Finally, he pulled out a piece of cardboard and taped it to the step in front of him. Physiognomy and scoring. Only the truth. 10-point scale, 3 readings, pack up when done. The words were written with a black marker. The strokes were thick, with a hint of stubbornness. Jiang Feng unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of water. 9:05 p.m. No customers yet. Everyone here was busy performing for the camera. No one noticed the corner, where a fortune-telling stall sat with a face paler than a ghost's, until a commotion came from the building entrance. A few bodyguards in black suits pushed through the crowd, clearing a path. Move aside, move aside. In the middle walked a woman. She wore a tight white spaghetti strap dress, with a pink fur coat draped over it. Her hair was a meticulously styled long, straight black. Her skin gleamed white under the lights. She was an Jiang. 15 million followers across the web. Dubbed the ceiling of the pure and seductive style, a top female streamer. She had just gone offline, but still held her phone, doing the last bit of an outdoor live stream. Family, I'm so tired today. Just got off the building. An Jiang faced the camera, her voice switching to a sweet, cutesy tone. Her body gently swayed with the rhythm of her speech. You want to see me without makeup? Oh, stop it. I'm barefaced today. She walked past the flower bed, and her peripheral vision caught Jiang Feng's stall. She stopped. An Jiang looked at the crude cardboard, then at Jiang Feng sitting in the shadows. That fortune teller online has been blowing up recently, even overshadowing my popularity. Let me check it out. An Jiang winked at the camera. Family, look what I found. A master. I heard that fortune-telling guy who's been so hot lately is also in our area. Could it be him? She adjusted her phone angle, framing Jiang Feng in the shot. The live stream comments exploded instantly. Whoa, black hoodie, little folding stool. That really might be that fortune-telling guy. And go get him to read your fortune. Let him see what a real fairy looks like. An Jiang watched the rapidly scrolling comments and the rising viewer count, and a smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She clicked her 10-centimeter heels and tapped over to Jiang Feng. A thick scent of gardenia perfume hit him. Jiang Feng raised his eyelids. Master. An Jiang bent down, her neckline hanging low, facing Jiang Feng, proudly displaying her cleavage. I heard you're accurate with your scores. So how about you score this face? She leaned her face in close. Her skin was so smooth you couldn't see any pores. Her eyes were so big they took up half her face. Out of 10. What score am I? An Jiang was brimming with confidence. She was universally acknowledged as a goddess face. Even plastic surgeons called her a perfect template. The nearby small-time streamers stopped their own broadcasts and crowded around, pointing their phone lenses at this spot. Jiang Feng looked at that face. The system interface unfolded on his retina. Red lines began to trace the contours of the woman's face. Data streams cascaded down like a waterfall. Bone structure scan complete. Mandibular angle, surgically reduced. Bilateral asymmetry, 2 mm difference. Nasal bridge, silicone implant plus cartilage pad. Abnormal translucency. Eyes, inner canthoplasty and lower outer canthus. Suture marks aged. Eyes, inner canthoplasty and lower outer canthus. Suture marks aged. Eyes, inner canthoplasty and lower outer canthus. Suture marks aged. Stitching marks show signs of aging. Facial fillers, forehead, temples, cheekbones, chin. Over-injected with hyaluronic acid. Signs of migration. Actual bone age, 42 years old. The light in Jiang Feng's eyes dimmed. That seemingly perfect face, in his eyes, became a patchwork of a fragile, crumbling mask. 2 points. Jiang Feng spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noisy square. Anin's smile froze on her face. The livestream comments paused for a second, then went wild. 2 points? Are you blind? Anin is only a 2? This master's here to clown around. Or just trying to get attention. Haha, 2 points my ass. Not even that dog scored that low. Anin stood up, her chair scraping. Her face darkened, but she kept that saccharine tone. Master, are you seeing things? Maybe the lighting's too dim? She flicked her hair. I'll give you another chance. Take a good, hard look. Jiang Feng twisted the cap of his thermos shut. A sharp click sounded. 1 more point, and you'd get too cocky. Jiang Feng pointed at her chin. That tip is crooked. Anin instinctively touched her chin. Your jaw was shaved 3 times. The skin can't hold anymore. Only held up by thread lifts now. More protein threads under your skin than threads on your clothes. Jiang Feng's pace was steady, utterly flat, like he was reading an autopsy report. And your abs. Jiang Feng pointed at her temple. Too much filler. It's compressing a nerve. You've been having migraines lately, haven't you? Most importantly, Jiang Feng looked into her eyes. You're 42 years old. Anan's body jerked violently. Liar, she shrieked. Her sweet, cutesy voice vanished instantly, replaced by a hoarse, raspy tone. I'm 18. I'm all natural. She turned her phone camera to herself. Viewers, judge for yourselves. This guy, a scammer. Do I look 42? Jiang Feng ignored her hysterics. Your bone age doesn't lie. Cervical spondylosis. Lumbar disc herniation. That's from long hours at a desk and wearing heels. At least 20 years of build-up. Big sis, how long are you going to keep pretending to be 18? Jiang Feng looked at the fine lines at the corner of her eye, lines that even Botox couldn't hide. Those 3 kids at home. I bet they barely recognize this face anymore. Those words hit like a sledgehammer. Anan's face turned deathly pale. A grayish white that foundation couldn't cover. She had 2 daughters and a son. The oldest was already in college. That was her closely guarded secret. Not even her agency knew. You. Anan pointed at Jiang Feng, her finger trembling violently. Dead silence all around. The watching influencers gaped, forgetting to hold up their phones. The legend of the fortune teller is real. Anan saw the strange looks from the crowd, saw the comments flooding the live stream. Liar. Give back the money. I'm losing it. She let out a piercing shriek, covered her face, and ran. Her heels clattered unevenly on the ground. Halfway, one shoe flew off. She didn't pick it up, barefoot, stumbling toward the van parked at the curb. Ding. Valid. Fortune-telling attempts, 1/3. The system prompt rang in his mind. Jiang Feng sat back down on his little stool. The brief silence in the square broke. The streamers who had only been watching earlier changed their expressions. That was the look of a shark catching the scent of blood. If he was fake, they'd mock him. If he was real, this was a master who could see through everything. Master, look at me. Give me a score. I'll pay. I want my star chart read. Master, what's my score? Will I blow up? The crowd surged forward like a tide. Countless made-up faces squeezed in front of Jiang Feng. Countless cameras, practically pointed at the tip of his nose. Jiang Feng frowned. He smelled a nauseating stench of greed. Chapter 22, The Glutton's Last Supper. The crowd pressed in. Hundreds of influencers fought for the front row, already shoving. Stop pushing. Move your fake boobs. Who stepped on my shoe? That's a limited edition. Master, pick me. I have 3 million followers. Jiang Feng pulled up the hood of his jacket and put on his mask. His field of vision was full of swaying legs and twisted faces. Too loud, too smelly. He hugged his canvas bag to his chest. His stool let out a strained creak. Line up. Jiang Feng's voice was hoarse, laced with impatience. No line up, no reading. No sincerity, no reading. Too much plastic surgery, no reading. He pointed at the guy in front with the nose job. You, the male streamer, you're blocking the light. Get out of the way. Your nose is translucent. I can't see your aura. The streamer covered his nose and slunk away in shame. Jiang Feng's rules were strange, but in that chaos, they somehow carried authority. The crowd barely managed to form a crooked line. Just then, a huge shadow smashed a gap through the queue. Move it, move it. Big bro is here. A massively overweight man shoved his way in. He wasn't tall, but he weighed at least 250 pounds. His t-shirt was stretched out of shape, his belly hanging like a giant ball over his belt. His face was greasy, his skin an unhealthy waxy yellow. He was Xiang, the glutton, a competitive eater known for downing insane amounts of spicy food, raw meat, and enormous portions. Streamer. Xiang held a half-empty bottle of baijiu, slurring into his streaming phone. Brothers, today we ain't eating. We're getting our fortunes told. If the master gives me a 10, I'll chug this whole bottle right now. He squeezed in front of Jiang Feng and plopped down on the ground. The ground trembled. A strong stench of alcohol mixed with sour smell hit him. Jiang Feng frowned, leaning back. Master, Xiang belched, revealing a mouthful of smoke-stained teeth. I'm Xiang. Tell me, is my face one of great wealth and fortune? My follower count's been blowing up lately. Yesterday alone, I made 50K in tips from one stream. He patted his swollen belly. This is all good fortune. A prime minister's heart can sail a boat, right? Jiang Feng looked at him. The system interface lit up again. But this time, there were no signs of plastic surgery. Only a pitch-black death aura. That death aura clung to the edge of Xiang's stomach, showing a festering dark red, spreading into the surrounding organs. His wealth palace, nose, was indeed ready, carrying a hot, restless wealth energy. But at the bridge of his nose, the palace of extreme joy, the line symbolizing life force was already severed. That's money traded for life. Blood money, Jiang Feng muttered. Xiang didn't catch it. Huh? Buying a house money. Yeah, right. I'm about to buy a house. Jiang Feng didn't give a direct score. He asked an irrelevant question. What did you have for dinner? Xiang was taken aback. He grinned at the camera. Nothing much. 10 pounds of spicy crawfish. 5 pounds of braised pork. 2 pounds of raw marinated crab. And this bottle of 52 proof Erguo too. What? Master, you hungry too? I've got some pig trotters in the car. I'll grab you a couple. The crowd gasped. That amount of food sounds terrifying. Jiang Feng looked at his still grinning face. Your score is negative. Jiang Feng said. Xiang's smile froze halfway. Negative? Master, you're really funny. How can there be a negative score? Because you're about to die. The moment those 5 words came out, silence fell around them. Even the clueless streamers in the distance stopped their noise and turned their cameras. Xiang was stunned for a few seconds. Then he suddenly smashed his bottle on the ground. Glass shattered. The smell of liquor filled the air. You cursing me? Chong stood up, his face full of anger. His jowls were trembling. His eyes bulged like copper bells. I'm in great health. Last week's checkup only showed fatty liver. Who doesn't have fatty liver? How dare you say I'm going to die? He waved his fist, as if about to throw a punch. Jiang Feng sat there without moving. He raised a finger and pointed at Chong's mouth. The corners of your mouth are black. That's a sign of complete spleen and stomach failure. The lower part of your esophagus is severely burned. Over 80% of it is eroded. Your stomach wall is thin as a cicada's wing. That's because you stretched it to the limit. Jiang Feng's voice was ice cold. You don't feel the pain, because your pain receptors have been numbed by alcohol, or you've been taking painkillers. Chong's face changed slightly. He had indeed swallowed 4 ibuprofen before the stream. What's in your stomach now isn't food. Jiang Feng stared at his huge belly. It's stagnant, clotted blood. All the money you made can't buy back your stomach. Chong felt a wave of unexplained panic, but he still talked tough. After all, tens of thousands were watching in the live stream. Bullshit. I'll show you right now. Down it in one go. Let me show you how tough my stomach is. He bent down to pick up the half-broken bottle on the ground, wanting to show off his strength. Jiang Feng watched his movements and sighed. Don't drink. Call 120 now. Go to the hospital, get your stomach pumped. Have a hemostatic surgery. Maybe you can live another 2 years. Jiang Feng's voice sounded like a final verdict. One more bite, and tonight will be your last meal. Chong picked up the broken bottle bottom. There was still a mouthful of liquor left. He grinned maliciously and raised the bottle. I'm drinking it anyway. Who are you trying to scare? He tilted his head back and poured the burning liquor down his throat. The spicy liquid slid down his esophagus. In that instant, Chong's motions froze. The bottle bottom slipped from his hand. Gurgle. A strange sound came from his throat. Then, his face instantly turned from sallow to deathly pale, then blue. In his once ferocious eyes, there was now nothing but extreme fear and pain. Chong clutched his stomach. His knees gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground. Wow. A gush of dark red liquid burst out, splattering everywhere. That wasn't liquor. It was blood mixed with undigested meat and shreds of stomach lining. Help! Chong stretched out a blood-soaked hand, grabbing toward Jiang Feng's pant leg, but caught only air. He vomited another mouthful of blood, and his body collapsed like a mountain of flesh. He twitched a couple of times, and then stopped moving. Someone's dead. He's vomiting blood. He really is vomiting blood. The streamers around screamed and scattered in panic. The once crowded area suddenly became a wide, empty space. Only a few brave ones still held up their phones to film, but their hands were shaking. Jiang Feng sat there, looking at Chong lying on the ground. He didn't help him. Not because he was heartless, but because he knew helping was useless. That was karma he brought on himself. In the distance came the siren of an ambulance. The hospital was very close. Someone had already called it in. Several medics rushed over, lifting Chong onto a stretcher. That enormous belly jiggled with the stretcher's movement, looking like a balloon about to burst. Only a pool of shocking black blood remained on the ground, along with the broken bottle. The crowd fell completely silent. No one dared to treat this as a stunt for views anymore. Everyone looked at Jiang Feng with eyes full of awe and fear. This wasn't fortune-telling. This was the judge calling the roll. Jiang Feng didn't look at anyone. He took out his phone and glanced at the screen. 2258 DN valid. Fortune-telling attempts, 2/3. One more reading to go. But the crowd had already retreated more than 10 meters away. No one dared to come close. Jiang Feng frowned. The quest wasn't finished. He stood up, ready to ask if anyone else wanted a reading. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce slowly pulled over to the curb. The license plate was a string of 8s, 8888. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a bespoke suit stepped out, escorted by 4 bodyguards. Chapter 23. Off-duty on time. Even the King of Heaven has to wait. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. The pool of blood Chong left behind hadn't dried yet, giving off a sweet, metallic smell. The middle-aged man didn't look at the blood, nor at the streamers holding up their phones, but not daring to come close. He walked straight toward Jiang Feng. His leather shoes clicked against the tiles. He was Li Cheng, the big boss of Starlight Media, the owner of this building, a capital shark worth several billion. Moments ago, he had watched the whole scene from his floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor. From Ninjong's breakdown to Chong's collapse, he was a shrewd businessman. He didn't believe in gods or ghosts, only in profit. But now he was in trouble. His company's IPO was blocked. Several top streamers had been caught in scandals, and the cash flow was tight. He needed a definite answer, even if it came from the occult. Li Cheng walked up to the stall, looking down at Jiang Feng. Master, Li Cheng's voice was steady, carrying the usual authority of a superior. I'm the owner of this building. I saw what happened just now. You've got some skill. He waved his hand, and a bodyguard behind him handed over a check. Li Cheng held the check between 2 fingers and placed it on the small, dusty table in front of Jiang Feng. 10 million, Li Cheng said. Please, master, come upstairs for a cup of tea. Take a look at my company's feng shui and my fortune for the next few years. A suppressed gasp rippled through the crowd. 10 million just for a cup of tea? A fortune-telling? Eyes full of envy and shock. Li Cheng's 4 bodyguards stood silently behind him, their expressions stony, exuding pressure. That's more money than most people could ever earn in several lifetimes. Just a moment ago, they were twisting and squirming for a few $100 in tips. Those streamers were green with envy. So this is what it feels like to be treated like a master? Everyone was staring at Jiang Feng. No one would turn down that money. No one dared to refuse Boss Li's face. Jiang Feng lowered his head. He was looking at his phone. The numbers on the screen were ticking. 2259 master. Li Cheng frowned. Thinking he was unhappy with 20 million. Li Cheng added another check. As long as your reading is accurate. You'll be the feng shui consultant for Starlight Media from now on. Name your annual salary. This isn't just money. It's a leap in social class. Jiang Feng finally looked up. He glanced at Li Cheng. But a single fortune-telling takes at least a minute. There's no time. According to the system rules, the task period ends at 2300 hours. Once the task period is over, he would become just an ordinary person, without any fortune-telling ability. In other words, a street charlatan. Jiang Feng stuffed the phone back into his pocket. He reached out and picked up the 2 checks. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Li Cheng's mouth. As expected, no one can say no to money. Hold on. Jiang Feng handed the checks back to Li Cheng. Li Cheng's smile froze. What do you mean by that? Meaning I'm not taking this money. Jiang Feng stood up. He bent down and folded up the 4 corners of the blue cloth, then stuffed the cardboard sign into his canvas bag. Boss Li, your tea is too expensive. I can't afford it. Besides, Jiang Feng pointed at the digital clock on the nearby building. The numbers had just flipped to 2300 hours. It's after hours now. Jiang Feng slung the canvas bag over his shoulder, tucked his worn-out folding stool under his arm. I have a rule. When it's time to clock out, I clock out. Even if the Jade Emperor himself shows up, he'll have to wait. The whole crowd was stunned. He turned down 20 million. His reason? He was off work. The excuse was so absurd it was laughable, yet so shocking that no one could speak. Li Cheng's face darkened. He had been the big shot in this city for years. No one had ever dared to embarrass him like this. Not enough. Li Cheng stepped forward, blocking Jiang Feng's path. Young man, you need to know how to seize an opportunity. I can double your overtime pay. For bodyguards also closed in, forming a human wall. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Jiang Feng stopped walking. He looked at Li Cheng. His gaze calm as still water. Boss Li, Jiang Feng said. I don't love money. I just want to stay alive. Your yin-tang is dark. There's a broken line between your brows. The feng shui layout in this building is already broken. No amount of money can fill that hole. Li Cheng's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? If you want to live, get out of here tomorrow. Jiang Feng reached out and brushed aside a bodyguard blocking him. That bodyguard, a big guy nearly 2 meters tall, was pushed aside involuntarily, seemingly by Jiang Feng's light touch. Jiang Feng pushed through the crowd without looking back. His silhouette was thin, but like a sharp sword. Li Cheng stood there, holding the 2 returned checks in his hand. The wind rattled the checks. He didn't send anyone after the young man. Those last words struck the deepest fear in his heart. The feng shui in this building was indeed broken. And no one knew. Boss? The head guard asked in a low voice. We're going back. Li Cheng turned and watched Jiang Feng disappear. His eyes were complicated. Find out where he lives. I want to see him first thing tomorrow morning. Late at night, Jiang Feng shook off any possible tale. He circled around 3 times before returning to his place. He threw the canvas bag onto the sofa and collapsed onto it, exhausted. Although the system had strengthened his body, this kind of high-intensity mental drain still left him completely drained. Today's task period ended. Current progress, February 3rd. Task status, incomplete. Progress retained. Hint. Host may continue at the same time tomorrow. 1 reading remaining. Jiang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. The task didn't have to be completed the same day, as long as it was within the designated time window. Jiang Feng opened his banking app. The long string of digits in the balance was still there, plus the money from the Shun family before, and various rewards. He was a rich man now, but looking at the empty room, looking at the half-eaten bowl of instant noodles on the coffee table, already congealed into a lump, that emptiness hit him again. He had money, and his life was temporarily extended, but he was still living like a ghost. Jiang Feng stood up, walked to the window. Outside, the city was still ablaze with lights. He touched the back of his head. The tumor there was like a sleeping beast. Though it was quiet now, it could wake up at any moment. He had to treat himself better. Jiang Feng looked at his reflection in the glass. It was time to go on a revenge spending spree. Chapter 24, blocking all exits, so I'll sleep in first. Morning in Cloud Top Compound number 1. No birdsong, only the low hum of idling engines. Li Cheng hadn't gone home. He stood by the stone lion at the main entrance. The cigar in his hand burned down to the stub. Ash fell on his bespoke Eda Martin leather shoes. Behind him, 20 black sedans were parked, bumper to bumper, blocking all 3 exits of the compound tightly. 2 men in black suits stood beside each car, wearing sunglasses, hands clasped in front of them. The property manager stood in the security booth, clutching his walkie-talkie, sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't dare call the police. Li Cheng was the boss of Starlight Media, and a notorious tough guy in the area. The resident group chat had already exploded. Some people tried to leave for work, but were politely yet firmly persuaded to go back. The reason? Protecting the master's safety. Boss. The head guard walked over and reported in a low voice. We checked. That Jiang Feng lives in Building 5, Apartment 502. He hasn't come out since returning last night. No delivery, no takeout. Li Cheng dropped the cigar stub and crushed it under his shoe. He stared ahead and said, I refuse to believe he won't come out as soon as he shows his face. Whether he's buying groceries or taking out the trash. Just invite him into the car. Li Cheng raised his wrist, looked at his watch. 8 a.m. The sun was starting to get harsh. Li Cheng took a bottle of Evian from the car, unscrewed it, and took a sip. He was waiting for that young man, the one who had turned down his 2 million check last night, saying he was off work. This was a game of hard to get. Li Cheng had seen this trick many times. The young man thought he was a rare commodity, wanted to drive up the price, or wanted something more important than money, like face. Li Cheng would give him plenty of face. These 20 cars, these dozens of men. That was the show of power. In Building 5, Apartment 502, the blackout curtains were drawn tight. The room was as dark as night. Jiang Feng turned over in bed. The pressure from the tumor in his brain was heaviest in the early morning. Jiang Feng turned over in bed. The pressure from the tumor in his brain was heaviest in the early morning. It felt like someone poured mercury into his skull. He reached for the painkillers on the nightstand. Swallowed two. His phone vibrated under the pillow. Not a call. It was an alarm. Jiang Feng turned it off. He knew what was happening downstairs. When he came back last night, he'd already noticed the cars following him, but he didn't care. Now he was nothing more than a terminal brain cancer patient who could drop dead any moment. Nothing at all. Why go down? To get himself killed? Jiang Feng pulled the blanket up over his head and went back to sleep. Downstairs, Li Cheng had gone from standing to sitting. The staff had brought out a sun umbrella and a folding chair. The sun climbed higher. The asphalt began to give off a scorching smell. 10 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m. Li Cheng's shirt was soaked through, sticking to his back. That calm, everything under control demeanor gradually peeled away, replaced by agitation. He kept checking his watch. 6 full hours, and not even the curtains had moved on that window. More and more onlookers gathered. Passers-by pulled out their phones to take pictures. Live streamers caught wind and rushed over, starting their broadcast from across the street. Hashtag Jinghao Star CEO blocks door begging for reading. Jinghao Jinghao. How big is half-immortal Zhang's ego? Jinghao Jinghao. Luxury cars besieged the city, all for just one meeting. Jinghao's hashtag began climbing. Li Cheng's face darkened. He had come to pressure Jiang Feng, but now he was the one being stared at by the whole city. It was like a farce, and he was the clown begging on stage. Go knock on the door, Li Cheng said through gritted teeth. The head bodyguard hesitated. Boss, this compound has tight security. If we force our way in. I said go knock on the door. Li Cheng yelled. Tell him I'm losing patience. Just as the two bodyguards were about to force their way into the building, a sharp siren tore through the air. Wee-oh-oh, wee-oh-oh. A white ambulance, lights flashing, drove the wrong way down the street and slammed to a stop at the compound gate. The black car blocking the way didn't react in time. The ambulance didn't slow down at all. It rammed straight into the front bumper of the first black car. Move. Emergency. Ambulance. The driver's furious voice blared from the loudspeaker. Li Cheng stood up. The black cars had to move. The ambulance drove straight in, stopping at Building 5. 5 minutes later, a stretcher was wheeled out. Jiang Feng lay on it. He wasn't wearing his signature windbreaker, but that gray old hoodie. An oxygen mask covered his face, eyes tightly shut, his face white as paper. His lips were bloodless. This wasn't an act. After a whole day without food, plus rising intracranial pressure, his state required no acting skills. Two doctors in white coats pushed the stretcher, walking fast. Move. Clear the way. The doctor shouted. Li Cheng rushed forward. Jiang Feng. Li Cheng, blocking the stretcher, reached out to grab Jiang Feng's arm. Don't play possum with me. 20 million not enough? How much do you want? The stretcher stopped. Jiang Feng didn't open his eyes. The doctor beside him stepped forward, blocking Li Cheng. He was a middle-aged doctor in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His badge reading Emergency Center Director. This was a doctor Jiang Feng had paid a fortune to hire from a private hospital. What do you think you're doing? The doctor snapped. I need to talk to him. Li Cheng pointed at Jiang Feng on the stretcher. He's faking it. The doctor let out a cold laugh, pulled a CT film from his pocket, and slapped it onto Li Cheng's chest. Glioblastoma multiforme, stage 4. Intracranial hypertension. Brain herniation possible at any moment. Try moving him. If he dies here, that's intentional homicide. Li Cheng froze. He picked up the film. He couldn't read the images, but the diagnosis at the top was crystal clear. Advanced dedifferentiated glioma. Palliative care recommended. Li Cheng looked at the man on the stretcher. That face was gaunt beyond recognition. Breathing shallow. His chest barely rising and falling. This wasn't a great master. This was a dying man. All the cameras around were pointed at this scene. The live comments exploded. I have questions for him. Li Cheng's voice dropped. Ask another time. The doctor pushed Li Cheng aside. We need to resuscitate him now. Move. The doctor and nurse wheeled the stretcher around Li Cheng, rushing toward the ambulance. The stretcher wheels hit the curb, jolting. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed, and he let out a painful groan. Li Cheng stood still, watching the ambulance, its rear door slamming shut. The siren wailed again. The ambulance plowed through, the crowd trying to block it, and roared away. Li Cheng clenched the CT film, his knuckles white. He said money could buy anyone's mouth open, but he couldn't buy the mouth of a man about to die. Inside the ambulance, the stern doctor let out a breath, took off his glasses, and wiped his sweat. Boss, how was my acting just now? The doctor asked. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He pulled off the oxygen mask and sat up on the stretcher. Not bad, Jiang Feng said. Add 2,000. Thanks, boss. The doctor beamed. So where to now? Back to the hospital? Jiang Feng glanced at the streetscape flashing by the window. It was 3:30 p.m. The sun was still blazing. Not the hospital. Jiang Feng rubbed his wrist, wherein 4 cannula was still inserted, but he pulled it straight out, pressing on the puncture site. To a 4S dealership. The doctor was taken aback. Buy a car? This stretcher is too hard to lie on. Jiang Feng rolled his neck, his cervical vertebrae cracking. I've got work tonight. I need a car I can lie down in while making money. Chapter 25, full payment for a car. Only the expensive ones, not the practical ones. South City Auto Park, where all the luxury brand 4S stores clustered. Mercedes star logo spun, Porsche's glass facade gleamed. The ambulance didn't stop at those stores. Instead, it turned into a high-end Lexus and Toyota combined showroom. The door opened, and Jiang Feng hopped out. He was still wearing that hoodie, a pair of slightly deformed sneakers on his feet, a band-aid on his hand. His face was still pale. Thanks. Jiang Feng waved to the ambulance driver. The ambulance drove off. Jiang Feng stood at the entrance of the showroom. The glass sliding doors opened to both sides. Cold air rushed in. The showroom was very quiet. The salespeople wore crisp uniforms. They gathered in small groups, chatting. When they saw Jiang Feng walk in, a few glances swept over, then quickly looked away. No one came up to greet him. Having been in this business long enough, salespeople all developed sharp eyes. Jiang Feng's entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan. His face looked like he'd just recovered from a serious illness. He didn't look like someone who could afford a car. At best, he was here to enjoy the air conditioning, or maybe a worker from the repair shop next door. Jiang Feng didn't mind. He was very tired now. The scene just now had drained a lot of his energy. He walked straight to the center of the showroom. There sat a huge black MPV. Lexus LM, also known as the king of markups. This car didn't focus on value for money. It was all about prestige and comfort. Jiang Feng pulled open the sliding door. The interior was a 4-seat layout. The back row had only 2 spacious airline seats, with a massive privacy screen in between. He sat down. The seats were very soft. The leather felt fine. Jiang Feng pressed a button on the armrest. The seat slowly reclined. The footrest rose up. The massage function started. Jiang Feng let out a long breath. The pain in his back eased a lot. What do you think you're doing? A shout came over. A man with slick back hair, his name tag reading Sales Supervisor, walked over quickly. He frowned, looking at Jiang Feng with disgust. Sir, this car is a display vehicle. You can't just sit in it. The supervisor pointed at the door. And if you get it dirty, you can't afford to pay for it. Get out now. Jiang Feng didn't move. He closed his eyes, feeling the roller massage on his back. I want some water. Jiang Feng said. The supervisor laughed in disbelief. Water? Go out and turn right. There's a convenience store. We don't provide free water here. Security. Security. 2 guards in the distance heard and started walking over. Just then, a girl who looked like a fresh graduate walked over holding a paper cup. She looked timid. Her uniform was a bit too big, making it seem ill-fitting. Sir, some water. The girl handed over the cup. It's warm. The supervisor glared at her. Xiaolu, who told you to meddle? Letting this kind of person in affects other customers' mood. The girl lowered her head, not daring to speak, but her hand still stubbornly held out the cup. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He took the cup and drank. The warm liquid flowed down his throat. Very comfortable. Is this car available now? Jiang Feng asked the girl. The girl was stunned. Ah. Yes, there's one. But there's a markup. And you have to wait. I want this one. Jiang Feng pointed at the seat beneath him. I don't mind this one. Someone else has sat in it. As long as I can drive it away immediately. The supervisor let out a sneer. Dude, do you know how much this car costs? Almost 2 million out the door. Are you delirious from a fever? Jiang Feng put down the cup. He fumbled in his pocket. The supervisor and the guard stood with arms crossed, watching him, waiting to see what joke he'd pull out. Jiang Feng pulled out a black card. No complicated design, just a string of gold numbers. He slapped the card onto the armrest between the 2 seats. A crisp smack sounded. Charge it. Jiang Feng looked at the supervisor, his gaze calm, as if looking at a fly. Full payment. Process the paperwork. I'm in a hurry. The air went silent for 2 seconds. The supervisor's eyes fell on the card in the car. He didn't recognize which bank it was from, but the texture alone didn't look fake. The girl, Xiaolu, scrambled to pick up the card. Yes, sir. I'll go get the POS machine. 1 minute later. Beep. The POS machine spit out a long receipt. Transaction successful. 2.15 million yuan. The supervisor's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Over 2 million, just swiped like that. He didn't even ask the price. The entire showroom was in an uproar. The manager came running out of his office. The fat on his face jiggled. Oh my, an honored guest, an honored guest. The manager shoved aside the dumbfounded supervisor. With a face full of smiles, he leaned toward the car door. Hello, sir. I'm the manager here. Sorry for the earlier neglect. Please don't take it to heart. Let's get the paperwork done quickly. Jiang Feng didn't look at him. He pointed at the still stunned girl. Xiaolu, the commission goes to her. The manager nodded repeatedly. No problem, absolutely no problem. Xiaolu, go quickly and handle the paperwork for the gentleman. As fast as possible. Xiaolu's hands were trembling with excitement. The commission for this single deal equaled a year's salary. One more thing. Jiang Feng sat up straight. I don't have a driver's license. Do you provide a driver? The manager hesitated. We usually only provide decoration and maintenance. I'll pay a salary. Jiang Feng said, 20,000 a month. Requirements. Few words, steady driving, strong. If I pass out, be able to carry me to the hospital. In a corner of the showroom, a security guard who was organizing a riot fork lifted his head. He was a middle-aged man, buzz cut, dark skin, a scar on his temple. Though wearing a security uniform, his demeanor was clearly different. I can drive. The guard walked over. The manager was about to yell at him, but Jiang Feng raised a hand to stop him. Been in the military? Jiang Feng asked. Retired recon scout. Call me Old Chun. The man's voice was low. What have you driven before? Big cars, small cars, tanks, armored vehicles. Jiang Feng smiled. You're hired. Jiang Feng tossed the car keys to Old Chun. Handle the resignation. Quit and come with me. Start work tonight. Old Chun caught the keys. His movements were steady. Without a word, he took off his security uniform, revealing a black undershirt and a muscular build. Let's go. 1 hour later. Dusk had fallen. A brand new black Lexus LM drove out of the complex. Not yet registered. It had temporary plates. Jiang Feng lay in the back seat, holding a burger he'd had Old Chun buy earlier, and a cola. The car was very quiet. The soundproofing was excellent. The chassis filtered out all road bumps. Boss, where to? Old Chun gripped the steering wheel. Eyes straight ahead. Jiang Feng took a bite of the burger. The calorie intake gave him some strength. Star Media Building. Jiang Feng glanced at the time on his phone, 20:30. Half an hour until the mission start time. The mission isn't over yet. Jiang Feng swallowed the food. There's one last reading. Since Bosley wants a reading so badly, then let's go give him a thorough one. Old Chun didn't ask why. He stepped on the gas. The massive vehicle glided smoothly into the evening rush hour traffic. Chapter 26. This isn't fortune-telling. This is a public execution. Starlight Media Building's plaza was unusually crowded tonight, because Li Cheng had sealed off the venue. Though Jiang Feng had turned him down last night, he was sure Jiang Feng would come back. That look in his eyes. He understood it. It was the look of a businessman saving a bargaining chip. A cordon was set up around the plaza. Those minor influencers from last night could only stand outside the circle, holding their phones high. The central area had been cleared, with only a redwood tea table placed there, along with 2 armchairs. Li Cheng sat in one of the armchairs, spinning 2 walnuts in his hand. Behind him stood 2 rows of bodyguards, exuding an intimidating presence. The boss is here. A bodyguard muttered a reminder. A black MPV slowly drove into the plaza. No police escort, no motorcade, just that one vehicle. Yet it carried the momentum of an entire army. The crowd parted on its own. The car stopped 5 meters from the redwood tea table. The sliding door opened automatically. The first to step out was Old Chun. He wore that black vest, his muscle lines clearly visible. He walked to the back seat, holding that small folding stool, and set it on the ground. Then Jiang Feng stepped out. He had half a cup of unfinished cola in his hand, still wearing that old hoodie. His complexion was still poor, but under the glow of the headlights, there was an eerie calmness at it. Li Cheng stood up. Master Jiang, Li Cheng said with a forced smile. Quite the show. Nice new car. Jiang Feng ignored him. He walked over to the small stool and sat down. This move directly dismissed the expensive armchair that Li Cheng had prepared. This height difference forced Li Cheng to either look down at him or crouch. Mr. Li, Jiang Feng said. No need for these pretenses. Your tea table is too high. When I read people, I prefer eye level. Li Cheng's eye twitched. In front of everyone, he actually did have the tea table and armchair removed. Then, he had his men bring over an identical small plastic stool. Li Cheng sat down opposite Jiang Feng. The flash of cameras went wild. 2 people from completely different worlds, sitting right in the middle of the plaza, like 2 old men playing chess by the street. Master Jiang, Li Cheng lowered his voice. Last night you said my building's feng shui was broken. Today I cleared this plaza, just to hear your expert opinion. I have plenty of money. As long as you can fix this for me. Jiang Feng looked at him. 2100 hours, quest time. The system interface unfolded before Jiang Feng's eyes. It was a massive holographic building model, overlapping the real Starlight Tower. Red warning cursors flashed wildly on the model's foundation and load-bearing columns. Mr. Li, Jiang Feng's voice, through the microphone on Li Cheng's collar, reached the entire plaza. I don't read feng shui. Feng shui can't save you. Jiang Feng raised his hand and pointed at the towering building behind him. I see the tower. It's about to collapse. Li Cheng laughed coldly, scaremongering. My building was set up by the most famous master from Hong Kong, jade belt embracing the waist, concealing the edge and gathering chi. A master's formation. Can't read human hearts. Jiang Feng pointed at Li Cheng's face. Your wealth palace is deep purple. That's stagnation. It means that recent large sum of money of yours came from an unclean source, tainted with the smell of blood. Your children's palace position has a horizontal line cutting through it. In architectural physiognomy, the children's palace corresponds to the southwest corner of the building. The load-bearing column there, Jiang Feng's voice turned sharp, has a crack. Am I right? The walnut in Li Cheng's hand fell to the ground with a crack. His pupils contracted violently. That was a fatal vulnerability. Yesterday afternoon, the engineering department had indeed reported a crack in the southwest corner of the underground parking lot's load-bearing column. To avoid affecting the IPO audit, he had ordered the news to be suppressed, sealing it overnight with decorative panels and wallpaper. Only he and the engineering manager knew about it. How could this Jiang Feng possibly know? What nonsense are you talking? Li Cheng stood up abruptly, his voice faltering. There's nothing wrong with my building's quality. It passed inspection. Jiang Feng sat on the stool, looking up at him. Inspection? Jiang Feng laughed, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Your building's foundation. During piling, To save time and money, you used substandard rebar. The pile depth is 5 meters short. To cover it up, you drove out the supervisor who wanted to report it and staged an accident. Now, that crack isn't feng shui calamity. It's a physics problem. Foundation settlement. Uneven shear wall stress. Jiang Feng held up 3 fingers. 3 days. If you don't reinforce it. Within 3 days, this building will suffer structural collapse. This isn't business, Mr. Li. This is thousands of lives. What you're about to eat isn't a feng shui meal. It's prison food. The whole plaza went dead silent. Only the howl of the wind blowing across the square could be heard. Millions of viewers in the live stream held their breath. This wasn't fortune-telling. This was a public trial. This was smashing Li Cheng's head into the ground. Kill the stream. Turn off the live stream. Li Cheng roared, charging at the cameraman beside him. The bodyguards swarmed forward, trying to grab the phones of the influencers nearby. Who dares move? A sharp shout rang out. Old Chen stood like an iron tower in front of Jiang Feng. He held no weapon, just threw a single punch. The foremost bodyguard flew backward 2 meters. Police, don't move. Suddenly, sirens blared from the edge of the plaza. It wasn't because Li Cheng had called the police, but because of Zhao Yi. He had been watching the stream. When he heard the words, thousands of lives and accident, he knew something huge was going down. Criminal police rushed into the plaza, quickly gaining control of the situation. Li Cheng collapsed limply to the ground. He stared at Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with terror. The capital, connections, tactics he prided himself on. In the face of this young man's few words, they all crumbled to dust. Jiang Feng didn't spare him another glance. In his mind, the system's voice rang out. DN, target detected. Li Cheng's psychological defenses collapsed. Crimes exposed. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 3/3. Congratulations, host. Starlight Plaza quest completed. Calculating rewards. Rewards issued. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 10%. Remaining lifespan increased by 60 days. Cash reward. 5 million yuan. A cool stream of energy instantly swept through his body. That constant, excruciating pain deep in his brain receded like a tide. His breathing became smooth. And even his vision was noticeably clearer. Jiang Feng stood up. He folded the small stool and tucked it under his arm. Clock out, Jiang Feng said, patting old Chen on the shoulder. Under the complex gazes of the police and the crowd, the two of them walked away. He ducked back into the black Lexus. The car door closed. All the noise was shut out. Jiang Feng leaned back in his seat. He closed his eyes. Boss, where to? Old Chen asked. Home. Jiang Feng said. I'm tired. Chapter 27, Settlement Rewards. I want to buy a house. The car door closed. All the noise was shut out. Jiang Feng leaned back in his seat. He closed his eyes. Boss, where to? Old Chen asked. Home. Jiang Feng said. I'm tired. The black Lexus glided silently out of the crowd, merging into the river of city traffic. The wheels rolled over a manhole cover. The car body barely trembled. Jiang Feng didn't open his eyes. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Cloud Top Number 1. In the guard booth by the gate, the duty security captain poked his head out. After recognizing the license plate, he stood ramrod straight. He trotted out, gave a sloppy salute toward the hood, then pressed the barrier button himself. The car slowly drove in. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Through the window, he saw the security captain's back, still bowing. Boss, that's how people are. Old Chen's voice came from the front seat. Very calm. Jiang Feng didn't say anything. The car stopped at Building 5. Jiang Feng pushed the door open. He got out and walked into the elevator. Pressed floor 5. The mirror in the elevator reflected his pale face. Back at 502, he tossed the folding stool and canvas bag at the entrance. Locked the door. The apartment was very quiet. He didn't turn on the lights. Walked straight into the bedroom. Dove headfirst into the soft bed. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, switched it to airplane mode, then tossed it onto the carpet. Finally, the world was quiet. Exhaustion flooded over him like a tide. Jiang Feng slept deeply and darkly, oblivious to the storm outside. While he slept, the entire internet went wild for him. Early next morning, the financial news headlines were all about the same thing. Starlight Media suspected of major engineering safety violations. Building sealed. Chairman Li Cheng taken into criminal custody. Insiders revealed. At the southwest corner of Starlight Tower, recasting. Catastrophic cracks discovered. Steel samples failed to meet standards. Affected by this, Starlight Media hit the daily limit down at opening today. Delisting procedures initiated. A minor social news item also quietly fermented. The city's criminal investigation unit confirmed. The cause of last night's square incident originated from a tip by a concerned citizen. All articles were illustrated with that viral livestream video. In the video, a young man in an old hoodie sat on a small folding stool, calmly facing a billionaire magnate, uttered that earth-shattering prediction, 3 days. If it's not reinforced, within 3 days this building will suffer structural collapse. Now everything had come true. Jiang Feng had taken down a listed company with one sentence. The nickname Sage Jiang was completely cemented. The bounty for finding Jiang Feng online went from old Madame Shen's favor to real money thrown down by countless wealthy and powerful. Someone offered 50 million, just for one reading. Someone was willing to give up company shares, just for one meeting. Cloud Top Number 1's property office was being blown up by calls, all asking about Building 5, Apartment 502. And the man at the center of it all, Jiang Feng, was sleeping like a log, completely unaware. After who knows how long, Jiang Feng woke up because he was hungry. He opened his eyes. The room was pitch black. Couldn't tell day from night. He sat up. Felt something different. He tried taking a breath. This time the air flowed smoothly through his entire chest. Gone was that familiar, crushing sensation, like a stone on his chest. His lungs no longer felt like a broken bellows. He could even smell in the air, the dusty smell of the curtain fabric. That dull ache that had been lodged in his brain was also gone, replaced by a long-absent clarity. Jiang Feng stood up, walked to the window, pulled open the heavy blackout curtains in one motion. Outside it was dusk. Orange-red sunlight poured in, but it didn't bring the usual stinging sensation. He rolled his neck. The joints cracked. Just then, the familiar mechanical voice in his mind finally arrived, late. DN, Starlight Square mission rating, perfect. Detected. Host behavior generated massive positive social impact. Potentially saved thousands of casualties. Triggering bonus reward. Settling reward. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 15%. Remaining lifespan increased by 90 days. Congratulations, host. You received a cash reward of 5 million. A warm current, stronger than any before, rose from the base of his spine, washing through his limbs and bones. Jiang Feng let out a comfortable hum. He walked to the living room, picked up his phone from the floor, turned off airplane mode. The phone started vibrating like crazy. Hundreds of missed calls, thousands of texts and app notifications. Jiang Feng didn't look at them, cleared all directly. Right now he only wanted to do one thing. He changed into a clean t-shirt and jeans, put on a cap and mask, walked out the door. Half an hour later, in front of a trendy bubble tea shop downtown, Jiang Feng held a large cup of full sugar, no ice, boba milk tea, took a huge gulp. Sweet liquid and chewy pearls slid down his throat. Fucking delicious. Since getting sick, even water made him nauseous, let alone this high-calorie junk happiness drink. He leaned against the railings on the street, watching the passing crowd, sipped the milk tea slowly. This feeling was better than making millions. After finishing the cup, Jiang Feng was in a much better mood. He took a cab back to Cloud Top number 1. Just as he got out, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Jiang Feng swiped to answer. Hello? Is this Master Jiang? Mr. Jiang. A sycophantic voice came through the phone. Who is this? Aya. Master Jiang, it's your landlord. My surname is Huang. The house you're renting, landlord here. There's a matter. Jiang Feng walked into the elevator. It's nothing. Just wanted to let you know. Feel free to live in this house. For as long as you want. Don't even mention rent to me. The landlord's voice was dripping with flattery. Consider this house a little token of respect. When would you be free? I'll bring the deed over. Let's go transfer it directly. Giving away a multi-million luxury apartment? Jiang Feng pressed the closed door button expressionlessly. No need. Mortgage. Master, I don't want your money. I just. Lately my business has been a bit rough. I wanted to ask for your guidance. Just a couple of words. Not free, Jiang Feng said. Also, I'm not renting this house anymore. You don't need to refund the deposit. I'll move out by the end of the month. No, master. Please don't move. Please don't move it. Your staying here is my good fortune. I beg you. Jiang Feng hung up directly. He stepped out of the elevator, looked at the door of his apartment at the end of the hallway. It's no longer safe here. From the security guard to the landlord, everyone knows he lives here. From now on, even going downstairs to throw out the trash might get him blocked. He needs a place where no one knows him, a place no one can disturb. Jiang Feng went back inside, opened the real estate app on his phone. He skipped all apartments and townhouse filters, only set one condition, a standalone villa with a large yard. Top security. A development in the western suburbs of the city, called Dragon Lake Villa popped up. The tagline read, one house, one forest. One home, one world. Jiang Feng tapped on an aerial photo. Each villa there was nestled among the trees, far apart from each other. Excellent privacy. He dialed the sales number listed. Hello, I want to view a property. Yes, sir. May I ask your name? And your approximate budget? I want to see it now. Jiang Feng walked to the window, looked downstairs. A few furtive figures had already appeared. I'll be right over. Before leaving, he casually picked up a small mirror from the table. His reflection looked much better. No longer that lifeless grayish pallor. But he looked at the space between his eyebrows and the mirror, where, in the system's view, there was no longer clarity. A faint but unmistakable black line, like a crack, had quietly appeared. It wasn't illness energy, nor evil energy. It was an indescribable omen. Jiang Feng curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. As expected, the life given by the system isn't free. It's like renting a house. The longer you stay, the higher the rent. The next mission probably won't be so easy to bluff through. Chapter 28. House buying trouble. Why is this villa so chilly? Boss, going out. Old Chin stood at the living room door, wearing a new black tracksuit. Buying a house. Jiang Feng acknowledged. The black Lexus LM drove out of the underground garage. Old Chin drove steadily. Inside the car, there was only the sound of the air conditioner. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of Dragon Lake Villa Sales Center. The sales office was a Chinese-style courtyard built in imitation of ancient architecture, with 2 stone lions at the gate. The greeter at the door, seeing the unlicensed Lexus LM, hurried over, bent down to open the car door. Welcome to Dragon Lake Villa. Jiang Feng got out wearing a mask and a baseball cap. A female salesperson in a skirt suit came up to greet him. Hello, sir. My name is Wang Qian. I'm the sales manager here. You made the call just now, right? Jiang Feng nodded. Show me the property. I want the quietest, the most isolated, farthest from neighbors. Wang Qian's expression was somewhat surprised. Clients who come here usually prefer the best unit with good location and feng shui. Asking for the most secluded is a first. She immediately replied, okay, sir, we happen to have one. That fits your requirements. She led Jiang Feng and old Chun onto a sightseeing electric cart. The cart drove through the greenery, went around several artificial lakes, and finally, stopped at the end of a peninsula that extended into the lake. Before them was a Chinese-style standalone villa. White walls, black tiles, with a large yard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, untended for a long time. The villa faced the lake on 3 sides, with only one road leading in. Sir, this is the one. Lakeview Residence. Wang Qian took out the key, opened the carved wooden door. A stream of cool, damp air rushed out from inside. Old Chen stepped forward, blocking in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng patted his arm and walked in himself. The house was in rough state, just concrete walls and floors. Floor-to-ceiling windows faced the lake. Due to the angle of light, the interior was somewhat dim. Jiang Feng took a breath. The cold air entered his nostrils, and the swelling pain in his head eased. This place is good. Sir, this house sits on 3 mu of land, with a building area of 1,200 square meters. Wang Qian followed inside, rubbing her hands. It's just, this house is a bit special. Jiang Feng turned back and said, the previous owners of this house. Wang Qian lowered her voice. They all had something happen. The first owner was a tech company boss. Within half a year of moving in, his company's capital chain broke. He went bankrupt. The second owner was a couple. They had a great relationship, but 3 months after moving in, they started divorce proceedings, and they lost all their assets in the lawsuits. The third, the previous owner, bought it but never lived in it. He said he invited a master to check it, who said the yin energy here is too heavy, a feng shui pattern that brings loss of wealth and ruin. He tried to flip it immediately, but no one dared to take it. Wang Qian finished, observing Jiang Feng's reaction. She shouldn't have told the client this, but she could tell Jiang Feng and his bodyguard weren't ordinary, so she didn't dare hide it. After listening, Jiang Feng smiled. He's not here now. The mission timer can't calculate feng shui. But he had money, and this yin energy could ease his affliction. How much? Wang Qian was taken aback. Sir, didn't you understand what I meant? This house is unlucky. I asked how much. Jiang Feng repeated. The original price was 100 million. The previous owner was in a hurry to sell, so the asking price was 50 million. But it never sold. Now the listing price is 30 million. Wang Qian quoted the price, 8 million. Jiang Feng held up 8 fingers. Full payment now. Wang Qian's mouth hung open for a moment, unable to close. Sir, you're not joking, are you? 8 million doesn't even cover the construction cost. Then I won't buy. Jiang Feng turned and left. He only found it comfortable here, but it wasn't a must-buy. Hey sir, please wait. Wang Qian hurried after him. This house is the worst seller in the whole development. Stuck on our hands for years. The maintenance fee alone is a huge amount every year. If I can sell it, even at a loss, it would be a great achievement for me. Sir, 8 million is too low. I don't have the authority. I need to apply to our director. I'll give you 5 minutes. Jiang Feng stood in the yard, looking at the lake. 3 minutes later, she hung up the phone, ran back and said, Sir, our director, our boss agreed. An hour later, all contracts were signed. Jiang Feng swiped his card to pay. 8 million. Wang Qian stared at the payment slip, still somewhat dazed. 100 million luxury villa sold at such a low price. The villa was now handed over to Jiang Feng. Wang Qian left with her team, expressing countless thanks. The lake peninsula suddenly became quiet. Only Jiang Feng and old Chen remained. The setting sun cast light and shadows on the floor through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Feng walked into the empty hall and lay down in the center of the hall. The coolness of the concrete floor seeped through his t-shirt. It relieved the heat in his body. He lay with his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. No missions, no patience, no crowds of onlookers. Only the wind and his own breathing. This is really good. No scheming, no acting. When problems come up, just solve them with money. So this is how simple a rich person's happiness is. Boss Old Chen walked in, carrying 2 takeout boxes. He bought 2 boxed lunches. Jiang Feng sat up from the floor. Cross-legged, the two of them sat in the empty hall, on the concrete floor, eating 15 yuan boxed lunches. Old Chen and Jiang Feng shoveled rice into their mouths. Here you go. Jiang Feng transferred some money to Old Chen using his phone. Old Chen's phone gave a beep. He took it out and looked. His hand trembled. Transfer amount, 100,000. Old boss, this is too much. Old Chen's voice was a little hoarse. Go buy furniture. Jiang Feng said. Bed, sofa, table, chairs. There's only one standard. Soft. The softer the better. Whatever is comfortable. I'm not short of money, but my old bones can't take hard surfaces. Old Chen looked at Jiang Feng's pale face. He was silent for a while. Okay. He put away his phone. He finished the boxed lunch. Evening. Old Chen somehow got a large air mattress from somewhere. He laid it out in the master bedroom. Jiang Feng took a shower and lay down on it. This was the most peaceful sleep he'd had in months. In the middle of the night, ding-dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. It was especially abrupt in the empty villa. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Old Chen had already appeared silently at the bedroom door. In his hand, he held a wrench he'd found in the car's toolkit. I'll go check, Old Chen said in a low voice. Together, Jiang Feng got out of bed. He threw on a jacket. The two walked to the entrance monitor. 2 people stood at the door. An old woman with silver hair, leaning on a dragon-head cane. Beside her was a little boy in a small suit and bow tie. It was old Madame Shun and Xin Xiaobao. Old Chen looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng frowned. He went and opened the door. Master Jiang, sorry to intrude on your housewarming. Old Madame Shun said with a smile. Xin Xiaobao peeked out from behind the old lady. He looked around the room. Pathead uncle. Your house is so big, but why is there nothing in it? Is something the matter? Jiang Feng blocked the doorway. Don't be nervous. Old Madame Shun tapped the floor with her cane. This developer is a property of my Shin family. The moment you bought the house, I knew about it right after. He dropped his smile. He leaned forward. He leaned close to Jiang Feng's ear. I didn't come to congratulate you. The old lady lowered her voice. I wanted to tell you about something strange. Chapter 29, New Mission Released. This time it's about scholarship. Something strange. Jiang Feng leaned against the doorframe. He showed no sign of letting them in. Jinhai University has been unsettled lately. Old Madame Shen's voice was very low. Only the two of them could hear. Over at the library, several students. Minds are having issues. They all say they can hear books turning pages by themselves at night. She paused. She looked at Jiang Feng's face. Not my concern. Jiang Feng refused. I'm not a private detective. I know. Old Madame Shen smiled. The Shen family is the largest sponsor of Jinhai University. I don't want this to blow up. It would affect the school's centennial celebration. If you're willing to go take a look, I can give you the western suburbs. That undeveloped hot spring valley. As a gift. Jiang Feng didn't speak. Xin Xiaobao emerged from behind the old lady. He handed over a photo. In the photo was a young girl. She smiled sweetly, wearing a graduation gown. This is my granddaughter. She also studies there. Old madam, let me say it again. Jiang Feng pushed the photo back. I don't take private jobs. You know my rules. Old Madame Shen looked at him. She looked for a long time. She took back the photo. She sighed. All right. She turned with her cane. Then I won't bother you. A long truck drove out from the tree-lined lane beside the villa. It stopped at the courtyard gate. Several workers jumped off. They opened the container. Inside, there was a brand new set of Wang Wally rosewood desk and chairs. The carving was intricate. The wood gleamed in the night. Consider these a housewarming gift for the master. Old Madame Shen didn't turn her head. The master likes quiet. This set best suits your study. Jiang Feng watched. That set of antique furniture older than him. I like soft things. Find a time to return them. He said to Old Chen's back. I understand. Old Chen's back tensed up. The truck drove away. Old Madame Shen's Rolls-Royce also disappeared into the night. The Lake Center Peninsula. No other sounds around. Jiang Feng closed the door. He was about to go back to sleep. Deep in his mind, the familiar electric crackle rose. Jiang Feng's footsteps stopped. He closed his eyes. His temples throbbed. New mission. Location, West Gate of Jinhai University. Directly facing the library. Time, every morning 7 to 8 o'clock. Method, bone reading and face reading, academic version. Field, academic career, misconduct, etc. Objective, serve 3 clients. And reveal the truth. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He stared fixedly. Time limit, every morning 7 to 9 o'clock. He reached into his pocket, took out his phone and glanced at the time. 2 a.m. 5 hours later. He would have to appear at the university gate. I hate early mornings. Jiang Feng squeezed out 4 words through gritted teeth. This dog system is determined to make me stir up trouble at Jinhai University. He kicked the shoe cabinet by the door. The shoe cabinet didn't budge. His toes ached terribly. 6:30 in the morning. The sky wasn't fully light yet. A layer of gray mist shrouded the city. A black Lexus, parked on the roadside opposite the west gate of Jinhai University. The car's heater was on full blast. Jiang Feng was wrapped in a thick, long black down coat. He curled up in the rear aviation seat. Without moving. Boss, it's time. Old Chen's voice came from the front. Jiang Feng didn't move. Boss. Jiang Feng pulled his hood even lower. Only his eyes were visible. I'm dead, he said hoarsely. Old Chen was silent for a moment. He unbuckled his seatbelt. He walked to the back seat. He pulled open the door. A rush of cold air poured in. Old Chen bent down. He reached directly under the down coat, grabbed Jiang Feng's arm, and lifted him out of the seat. Ah! Jiang Feng let out a scream. Murder. Old Chen shoved the chipped little stool into his arms, then handed him an A4 sheet and a roll of transparent tape. At work, Jiang Feng shivered as the cold wind hit him. His mind cleared a bit. He looked at the tall, stone school gate across the street. He yawned. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. He didn't set up his usual stall today. He staggered across the street, walked to the tall statue of the thinker in front of the school gate. The base of the statue was marble. Jiang Feng ripped off a piece of tape. He slapped the A4 paper onto the statue's thigh. On the paper were a few lines of bold font, printed out. Academic consultation, specializing in academic anxiety and failed research. Can't graduate, advisor won't publish. No refunds. After doing all this, he set up the little stool at the base of the statue, sat down, then pulled the zipper of his down jacket all the way up, put his hood on, shoved his hands in his pockets. His whole body curled into a ball. Only his eyes were left uncovered. 7 a.m. sharp. Students heading to early classes started to gather. They rode shared bikes, or carried soy milk and steamed buns. Hurrying along, everyone who passed the statue glanced at that strange piece of paper, and the person bundled up beneath it. Hey, look at that. Is it performance art? Or some club recruitment? Academic consultation? What a psycho. Early in the morning. Who is that guy? Isn't he cold all bundled up like that? Jiang Feng listened to the chatter. He buried his face deeper. An older man in a security uniform walked over, carrying a rubber baton. He tapped the statue's base. Hey kid, what are you doing? Jiang Feng looked up. He fished a crumpled cigarette out of his pocket, held it out. The old man paused. He recognized the brand. Donghua. Old man. Jiang Feng's voice was muffled by the down jacket. Waiting for someone. He pointed to the black Lexus in the distance. My family made me come here to experience life. My girlfriend studies here. Waiting for her class to end. The security guard followed his gaze. That car, even without a license plate, clearly cost a fortune. Then he looked at Jiang Feng. His clothes might be scruffy, but the jacket was Canada Goose. The old man listened, tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Then don't stick it here. It's a bad look. I'll take it off right away. When the person comes, I'll take it off. Jiang Feng mumbled a reply. The old man didn't say anything else. He carried his baton off to patrol elsewhere. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then tucked his head back into the hood. Time ticked by. Students came and went, watching the spectacle. Some pulled out their phones to take pictures, posting them on the school forum. Fortune-telling master at Westgate claims to cure failing grades. Is this a scam or a publicity stunt? Anyone brave enough to try? The post got replies quickly. Wait, that outfit. And that little stool. Isn't that online fortune teller, Jiang the semi-mortal? No way, is it really him? What's he doing at our school? Hurry, let's go check him out. The real deal. The post quickly attracted a flood of replies. Some students who weren't curious before stopped in their tracks. They gathered at a distance, pointing and whispering. Jiang Feng frowned. He had deliberately changed into a different down jacket today. He didn't expect to get recognized anyway. Guess that little stool is just too iconic. Master, is it really you? A girl called out boldly. Jiang Feng ignored her. Right now, he only wanted to finish the quest, then go back to sleep. Just as the crowd started to gather, a guy pushed his way in from the edge of the crowd. He looked about 25 or 26, wore a pair of glasses with thick frames. His hair was greasy and stuck together in strands. His plaid shirt was wrinkled too. His face was sallow. His eyes were sunken. He looked listless. He wasn't there to watch the show. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Feng, and the paper stuck to the statue. He paced on the spot for a long time. His hand was in his pocket, clutching a hard, rectangular corner. He started to approach a few times, but backed away again. Finally, he grit his teeth, pushed through the crowd, and stood in front of Jiang Feng. The surrounding noise died down. The guy kept his head down, not daring to look at Jiang Feng. He pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket, folded neatly. It was a withdrawal form from Jinhai University. His voice was dry and hoarse. I saw your sign. He held the form out to Jiang Feng. Can you tell me if I should even keep doing this PhD? Jiang Feng looked up. As he looked at the guy, the system interface unfolded before his eyes. Before he could see anything else clearly, Jiang Feng only noticed that this guy clearly had a set of prominent cheekbones, straight brow bones. This was the classic scholar star bone structure, indicating smooth academic sailing, quick wit, but his whole face was covered in a thick layer of decaying gray aura, reeking of rot. Chapter 30. This PhD feels like being in prison. Jiang Feng looked at him. The guy held the withdrawal form in his hand. The edges of the paper, damp from his sweaty palms, were already a bit soft. The murmurs around them grew louder. No way, a PhD dropping out. Really? I know this guy. Lu Wei, from the physics department. Total super nerd. Even the top student can't take it anymore. What did they do to him? Jiang Feng ignored the noise around him. In his field of vision, the system panel had already appeared. Name, Lu Wei. Bone structure, crown protrusion, wisdom line extended, top of the head connection, talent assessment, academic research, S rank. Current status, mental suppression, severe, inspiration depletion, or a deprivation in progress. Jiang Feng finished reading the system panel. His gaze returned to Lu Wei's sallow face. Sit down. Jiang Feng pointed to the ground in front of him. Lu Wei froze for a moment. He glanced at the little stool Jiang Feng was sitting on, then at the cold marble floor. He didn't move. I'll sit here. You sit across from me, Jiang Feng added. Lu Wei's lips twitched. In the end, he didn't say anything. He obediently sat down on the ground across from Jiang Feng. His legs curled up, holding the withdrawal form against his chest. This posture made him look even smaller and more helpless. Hold out your hand, Jiang Feng said. Lu Wei hesitated, then extended his right hand. It was a scholar's hand. Long fingers, but with some dirt under the nails, and a thin callus on the webbing between thumb and index finger. It didn't look like it was from gripping a pen, more like from doing odd jobs. Jiang Feng didn't take his hand. Instead, he leaned forward, and his bony fingers pressed directly onto the back of Lu Wei's head. That spot was the occipital bone in the old texts. Is your advisor going bald soon? Jiang Feng asked. Lu Wei's head snapped up. His eyes behind the lenses were full of shock. The nasolabial folds were deep. When he smiled, the corners of his mouth pulled downward. On the left side of his face, near the nose wing, there was a black mole. Jiang Feng continued, his fingers moving slowly along Lu Wei's skull. How do you know? Lu Wei's voice trembled. Those details are way too specific. His advisor, Wang Zhengwo, looked exactly like that. Because your luck has been borrowed by him. Jiang Feng withdrew, his hand back into his coat pocket. In physiognomy, you are the pine and cypress type, born to be a pillar, and he is the vine type, can only cling and climb. When a vine wraps around a pine, it sucks out the nutrients. The pine withers. These past 3 years, haven't all your achievements become fertilizer for him? Lu Wei's breathing grew rapid. He remembered those countless all-nighters. He did the experiments, ran the data, wrote the papers. Every time he took his results to his advisor, Wang Jiangwo would first tear into him, saying his work was worthless. Then, within a few days, his research ideas and data would appear in a new paper where his advisor was the corresponding author, and his own name would be listed at best third or fourth. Or not at all. That recent paper of yours on quantum tunneling. It's actually already finished. Right. Jiang Feng looked at him. Lu Wei's pupils contracted sharply. Only he knew about that. That paper was the best work he'd done in 3 years. Enough for a top-tier international physics journal. But he didn't dare submit it. He was afraid his advisor would steal it again. So he hid the paper on an encrypted hard drive and told his advisor the experiment had hit a dead end. He said my approach was wrong. Told me to switch directions. Lu Wei's voice choked with tears. He didn't want you to switch directions. He wanted you to hand him the ripe fruit on a silver platter. Jiang Feng curled the corner of his mouth. This isn't a PhD program. It's prison labor. And unpaid at that. These words broke Lu Wei. This man, quiet in the lab, and submissive before his advisor, suddenly grabbed his head and let out a sob he'd held back for years. He had thought about dropping out. Even thought about jumping from the library rooftop. He thought it was his fault. That he had let everyone down. But it wasn't his problem. Don't drop out. Jiang Feng's voice rang out. He reached out, pulled the withdrawal form from Lu Wei's arms. Lu Wei looked up, face blurry with tears. Confused, Jiang Feng didn't explain. He took the paper that carried all of Lu Wei's despair, folded it slowly in half, then in half again, into the shape of a paper airplane. Then he flicked it. The paper airplane wobbled through the air and landed on the lawn in the distance. Does your heart move? Jiang Feng looked at Lu Wei. That paper, don't hide it anymore. Submit it tonight. Send it to that German journal, Applied Physics Letters. Within 3 days, you will get a response. Your academic luck lies in the north, not here. Leave this department. The advisor you wrote about, he will fly. Lu Wei listened, dazed. 3 days? The review cycle for a top international journal was at least several months. Germany? He had never thought of submitting overseas. He said nothing. He just sat on the ground, buried his face in his knees, and burst into loud sobs. The crying held 3 years of repression, of resentment, of grievance. But mostly, it was a release. Ding. Valid readings completed. 1/3. The system chimes sounded in his mind. Jiang Feng tugged at his collar, ducking his face deeper into it. It was freezing. The crowd of students was dead silent. They watched the PhD student crying like a child, and then looked at that young man huddled in his down jacket, his expression indifferent. Their feelings were mixed. So this is Master Jiang? He doesn't break up couples or reveal secrets. This time he's even reverse sugarcoating. He cried for about 10 minutes. Then Lu Wei stood up. He didn't look at Jiang Feng again, nor did he look at the crowd. He wiped his face hard with his sleeve, turned around with red eyes, and walked away. His steps were no longer heavy, but carried a kind of determination. He was going to take a gamble. After watching Lu Wei's back disappear around the corner of the teaching building, the crowd stirred again. Master, read for me. Can I get into grad school? Master, I'm going to fail calculus this semester. What do I do? A swarm of students rushed forward. Jiang Feng only buried his head deeper. Just then, a loud voice came from the side. Young man. Jiang Feng lifted his eyelids. An old man in a gray tracksuit and ordinary running shoes was standing next to him. He looked about 60. Hair graying, but in good spirits. He had been doing morning exercises nearby the whole time, and had watched the entire scene from start to finish, inciting someone to betray his advisor. That's not very honorable, is it? The old man clasped his hands behind his back, sizing up Jiang Feng. The surrounding students quieted down when they saw him. A few even whispered, "Hello, President." Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the old man's face, then shifted to his feet. I call it helping him leave darkness for light. Jiang Feng yawned, and answered lazily. Also, sir, your shoelace is untied. Careful. At your age, a fall might give you a concussion. Chapter 31, The President. Sir, maybe you should retie that lace. The old president ignored Jiang Feng's remark. He didn't look at his tired face again. Instead, he bent down, under the confused gazes of the crowd, and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. It was a draft page that had fallen from Lu Wei's pocket when he was in despair. On it were dense rows of formulas and derivation symbols. The old president unfolded the paper, smoothed the creases, and took a careful look. The students held their breath. I don't know physiognomy. The old president looked up, his gaze settling back on Jiang Feng. He asked calmly, but I know physics. What makes you so sure that if he submits that paper to the German journal, he'll get a response within 3 days? This question pulled the atmosphere from the mystical back to the scientific. Everyone looked at Jiang Feng, waiting for his answer. This was a rational inquiry, and also a test of authority. Jiang Feng shifted inside his down jacket, moving his face half an inch outward. His voice came out muffled. Because that paper of his is good enough. He paused, as if organizing his words. Also, the editor-in-chief of that journal has been stuck on this exact direction for the past 2 years, but hasn't found a breakthrough. He desperately needs a substantial paper to shore up his academic standing. The old president's eyebrows rose. And you read all that from his face? Jiang Feng's answer was unexpected. These are things I saw last night with nothing better to do, scrolling through a physicist gossip forum. Fortune-telling is a cult, but submitting a paper is information warfare. At these words, the whole crowd erupted. Damn, information warfare, well said. So the master also uses intelligence analysis for fortune-telling? That's next level cool. I knew it. Even the occult needs scientific evidence. A few literature students had already pulled out their notebooks and started taking notes. They had even thought of a title on the semiotic significance of occult symbols in modern information dissemination. Jiang Feng paid no attention to the whispers around him. He was complaining inwardly. Time to work. But this old man looks more pleasant than that guy yesterday who blocked the door with money. At least he didn't start by throwing money. He noticed the watch on the old man's wrist. The style was very old. The leather strap was frayed, but the brand was a Swiss custom model from decades ago. It showed the man was nostalgic and practical. After listening to Jiang Feng's explanation, the old principal was first stunned. Then he let out a hearty laugh. Interesting little guy. He carefully folded the piece of draft paper and put it into his pocket. Master, look at me. The old principal smiled. The atmosphere at the scene immediately relaxed. The students began to stir again. Jiang Feng's voice rang out again. He extended a finger from his wide sleeve, pointed at the old principal's feet. Your shoelaces. The old principal's laughter stopped. He looked down. The undone shoelace on his right foot was still dragging on the ground. The degree of wear on the right shoelace is much more severe than the left one. Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. It shows that when you walk, you habitually push off with your right foot first. Your right knee has been uncomfortable lately, hasn't it? That's why you subconsciously changed your walking posture. The whole place fell silent. If analyzing the paper just now was information warfare, then this now is pure observation and deduction, meticulous to the smallest detail. It made their scalps tingle. I advised him to betray his master, because that advisor of his was stealing. That's called cutting losses. Jiang Feng's voice was calm, yet every word struck deep. I asked you to tie your shoelaces, because you are the pillar of this school. If you fall, the school's spirit will dissipate. Jiang Feng finally looked up, revealing his eyes hidden in the shadow of his hat. This isn't superstition. This is called risk management. Risk management. These 4 words were like a bullet, precisely hitting everyone's perception. So fortune-telling can be explained this way. This is not feudal superstition at all. This is practically moving an MBA case study class to the school gate. The smile on the old principal's face completely disappeared, replaced by a deep scrutiny. Finally, that scrutiny turned into appreciation. He looked at Jiang Feng for a long time. Then he said nothing. He just bent down again. This time, he slowly and solemnly tied his shoelaces. A standard bow, pulled very tight. Straightening up, the old principal nodded solemnly to Jiang Feng. He didn't speak again. He turned, hands behind his back, and merged into the morning exercise crowd, walking slowly away. Once the principal left, the invisible pressure that had been weighing on the students dissipated as well. The crowd was like a boiling pot, instantly erupting. Master, my turn. I'll pay 500. I'll pay 1,000. Master, just tell me if I can find a job after graduation. The students' enthusiasm surged 100-fold, each one waving their phone with the QR code screen, pushing forward. Jiang Feng retreated his head back into his down jacket, ready to play dead. Move aside. A crisp, slightly arrogant female voice, like a pair of scissors, cut through the noisy crowd. The crowd was pushed aside by a force. A girl squeezed to the front. She was wearing a perfectly tailored white Chanel suit. Under the skirt were straight, slender calves. Her makeup was meticulously flawless. Even her hair strands exuded the smell of money. Her eyes were full of undisguised contempt. Behind her followed a man and a woman of similar demeanor, clearly the core of a small clique. The girl stopped in front of Jiang Feng's low stool, arms crossed, looking down at him from a height, as if watching a pile of roadside garbage pretending to be supernatural. His voice was not loud, but loud enough for those around to hear. You're so good at fortune-telling? Tell me if I can get into the student union presidium. She lifted her chin. Her red lips curled into a sneer. If you're wrong, today I will make you famous on Jinhai University's forum. Chapter 32. The student union's waters are deeper than your paper. Li Shui stood in front of the stall, her phone dangling in her hand. The 2 lackeys behind her, a man and a woman, pulled out their phones upon hearing that. The lens aimed at Jiang Feng's face. The recording red dot blinked. Jiang Feng pulled his down jacket collar up higher, leaving only his eyes exposed. His gaze swept over Li Shui. Lines of data appeared in the air. Bone structure, brow bone too high. Suppressing complexion on the house of property. Children palace. Tear troughs dull, pale with blood deficiency. Talent assessment. Histrionic personality, grade B. Current status, alienated from all. Incubation period, ruin imminent. About to trigger. Data hidden. Jiang Feng stared at her eyebrows. Tattooed too straight. The tail of the eyebrows drawn too long, and pressed extremely low, directly covering the house of property. Eyebrows low pressing the eyes, plus the high cheekbones. Typical hardworking fate. Also typical money delivery boy. Begin. Li Shui opened her Chanel bag, pulled out a red bill, fingers released. The bill fluttered onto the concrete at Jiang Feng's feet. If your prediction is accurate, it's yours. If not, you shout into the camera 3 times. I am a liar. The onlookers booed. Jiang Feng didn't look at the money on the ground. He pulled his hand out of his pocket, groped under the low stool for a while, pulled out a chipped thermos, twisted off the cap, blew on it. Drank water. So you want to ask if you can get into the presidium? Jiang Feng's voice was a bit hoarse. Li Shui frowned, very annoyed by this feeling of being ignored. External Relations Minister. He stepped down a bit, although it's already been decided internally. But I just want to hear how you'll spin it. Jiang Feng put down the cup. You won't get in. He added. Not to mention minister. Even as a secretary, you have no chance. His tone was as flat as reading a manual. Li Shui didn't say a word. The guy with the phone behind her sneered first. Ridiculous. Last semester's school anniversary. 5 million in sponsorship. Senior sister pulled in half of that alone. With that kind of achievement, who else could be external relations minister besides her? Another girl chimed in. Exactly. The whole student union. Who doesn't know how hard senior sister works? What are you, a stall vendor, no? Screw you. People around started murmuring. This seems to be from the finance department. Li Shui's family has a mind. I've heard that too. Her dad is a school board member. This stall owner has stepped on a landmine. Li Shui crossed her arms, waiting for Jiang Feng to embarrass himself. Jiang Feng screwed the lid back on his thermos and shoved it under his butt. Her ability is strong. Li Shui started to open her mouth. Jiang Feng continued. But her character isn't. He pointed at Li Shui's face. High cheekbones with no flesh. This is called solitary peak, standing alone. Mean-spirited, hard to win people over. Li Shui's face darkened. And these lines at the corners of your eyes. All rotten romantic entanglements. Jiang Feng held up 3 fingers. Recently, you've been stringing along 3 guys at once. Tiring, isn't it? The scene went dead silent. The 2 sidekicks exchanged a glance. Jiang Feng went on. The physics major writes your Marxist philosophy essays. Jiang Feng folded down 1 finger. The PE major handles standing in line to buy meals. He folded down another. The computer science major has it worst. He pulled 3 all-nighters for your campaign slides. Li Shui stepped back half a step. Her fingers gripping the bag strap turned white. These backups don't know about each other. You've managed it flawlessly. But this is called a flaw in personal integrity. Jiang Feng brushed the dust off his gloves. The student council needs a spokesperson, not a time management master. Your opponent has already compiled all your dirty laundry into a document and sent it to the advisor. Where's the evidence? Li Shui's voice rose sharply. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. Pinching his throat, he mimicked. You're the best, bro. How could I live without you? The onlookers burst into laughter. Jiang Feng returned to his normal voice. That computer science guy, he knows tech, recorded everything and backed it up. Said it was insurance. So forget about the chair position. Jiang Feng looked at her. First think about how to write your self-criticism. Li Shui stood frozen. She'd run into that rival this morning. The look on her face was indeed off. Not jealousy, not provocation. Pure schadenfreude. The phone in her bag suddenly vibrated wildly. Li Shui jolted. She fumbled for it. Her hand slipped. The phone smacked onto the ground. Screen facing up, glowing. The contact name read, Teacher Zhang, the student council advisor. Li Shui stared at the screen, motionless. Ah, Li Shui screamed. She lunged, grabbed the phone, and hung up, then frantically called back. Stumbling, she ran out. Her heels nearly twisted her ankle. The 2 sidekicks quickly pocketed their phones, heads down, and slipped into the crowd. Dozens of people around, not a sound. All eyes on Jiang Feng. Ding. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 2/3. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands together. He bent down and picked up the 100 yuan note, flicked the bill, folded it, and tucked it into his inner pocket. Second reading done. The crowd hadn't dispersed yet. Move aside. Then shouts came from outside. Someone forcefully pushed through the onlookers, forced his way in. It was a tall guy in a basketball jersey. Sweating profusely, he rushed to the stall, hands on his knees, panting so hard he could barely speak. Master, master. The guy looked up, face covered in anxious sweat, eyes red-rimmed. Please do a reading for me. Where did my girlfriend go? Chapter 33, Master. My girlfriend might have been taken by a ghost. The guy's shout was choked with tears, echoing across the school gate that had just gone quiet. The sunlight had just dispelled the last traces of morning mist. Li Shui's farce had just ended. The crowd of onlookers hadn't yet recovered from the shock of having their worldview overturned. This sweating basketball jersey guy became the new focus. He was tall, over 1.9 meters, but now he was hunched over, hands on his knees, chest heaving violently, like a beached whale. Puffed. Someone in the crowd laughed first. Which act is this clown from? Are they putting on a skit? Taken by a ghost? Does he think this is a Strange Tales set? I bet it's just a couple's quarrel. This guy is way too dramatic. Murmurs rose and fell, carrying undisguised mockery. When Jiang Feng had exposed Li Shui's secrets, they were in awe. Now they thought a show-off had arrived. Jiang Feng was still huddled in his down jacket. He merely lifted his eyelids. The system vision unfolded before him. The guy's crown aura was normal, not a trace of gloom, only at the marriage palace. That is, the area at the outer corners of the eyes. A wisp of very faint, clear energy coiled, like a touch of watercolor. The ultimate joy palace, that is, the root of the nose, was smooth and even, no sign of any damage. Clear energy around the marriage palace indicates fright and disputes. The ultimate joy palace is intact. No bloody calamity. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze. The person's fine, just being stupid. But given the look of things, it's not a simple couple's quarrel. I'm not joking. The basketball guy straightened up. His bloodshot eyes swept over the crowd. His voice cracked with emotion. My girlfriend's name is Suyu. She was studying at the library last night. Around 11 p.m., she sent me a WeChat message, saying she heard a strange noise behind the bookshelf. He pulled out his phone. The screen wobbled from his trembling hands. She said it sounded like fingernails scraping against the wall. Then, she sent me a help sticker. Then she went silent. No answer on calls. No reply on WeChat. I've been looking all night. Her dorm says she didn't go back. I suspect. She was taken by that legendary ghost in the library. The legend of the haunted library had been circulating at Jinhai University for a long time. As soon as he said that, the crowd's laughter died down. Some timid girls even instinctively hugged their arms. I heard from a senior that there really is a strange noise. Don't scare yourselves. The school has debunked it so many times. Jiang Feng ignored the rumors. He just wanted to finish this last reading quickly and go back to catch up on sleep. Have you two argued recently? He asked. The basketball guy was taken aback, shook his head like a rattle drum. No, we've been great. Yesterday, I even went to that trendy shop at the school gate, waited in line for half an hour, bought her that, what's it called? Gigi. Mimi. Jiang Feng didn't speak. He switched questions. Has she complained to you recently? Complained about what? The basketball guy scratched his head, tried hard to recall. I think she did complain. Said people always save seats in the library, and that there were test prep students flipping pages loudly in the study room. The noise was too loud, distracting her from studying. Oh right. He slapped his thigh. She also said, there's always a pervert with glasses staring at her. He's really fed up. Jiang Feng listened. Inside the wide puffer jacket sleeve, he stuck out one finger, then another, finally stopping at 3 fingers. 3 key pieces of information. Standing, sitting, flipping pages. Wearing glasses. That's enough. He stood up. This movement drew everyone's gaze. Jiang Feng patted the non-existent dust off his puffer jacket. Very slowly. Your girlfriend wasn't taken by a ghost. The basketball guy's eyes instantly lit up with hope. Then where is she? Jiang Feng reached out and pointed at the tall red brick building not far away. She's in the academic affairs office right now. The basketball guy was stunned. Academic affairs office? Jiang Feng nodded, writing a self-criticism. Those 3 words hit like a thunderbolt, blasting the basketball guy into a crisp. The surrounding students were also dumbfounded. Missing all night. And it turns out she was writing a self-criticism in the academic affairs office? What kind of divine twist is this? Expand. Writing a self-criticism? His voice stammered. Why? Jiang Feng looked at him like he was the idiot son of a landlord. Last night, he was annoyed that the guy next to him studying for the grad exam was turning pages too loudly. He reminded him a few times, but the other guy was probably too absorbed and ignored him. Then, he lost his temper and poured that cup of zizamime that you stood in line half an hour to buy. Jiang Feng drawled. All over that guy's books and his laptop. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Only the rustling of wind through leaves. The basketball guy's mouth slowly opened, wide enough to hold an egg. He thought of his girlfriend, Suyu, how she was usually gentle and lovely, and couldn't connect that to such a shrewish act. At all. That can't be. He muttered. That guy is a poor student, scrimping and saving for months to buy that computer. Now the motherboard is fried. Hundreds of yuan worth of textbooks are also ruined. Jiang Feng's voice was utterly flat, but it struck like a hammer, beating against the basketball guy's heart with every word. Right now, that guy has your girlfriend in the academic affairs office demanding compensation, and he filed a formal report accusing her of malicious destruction of property. As for that so-called life-saving emoji, it wasn't a cry for help. It was her feeling smug after doing the deed, sending it to you to show off. Also, that pervert who kept staring at her is none other than the victim whose drink she dumped. He's not a pervert, he's just severely nearsighted. Without glasses, he can't even read the words on the blackboard. The truth laid bare. The reversal came too fast, too fierce, and too dramatic. The basketball guy stood petrified, the color draining from his face, turning pale and splotchy. His pride, his sweet, gentle girlfriend, in places he never saw, turned out to be this kind of person. Ha ha ha. Someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold it in, and burst into earth-shaking laughter. The laughter was contagious. Holy shit, what a legend. Is this something a carbon-based life form would do? This twist is better than any movie I've seen. My heart goes out to that grad exam guy. Even more for this basketball dude. He was used as a patsy, and didn't even know it. Under the wave of mockery, the basketball guy swayed, as if about to collapse. Jiang Feng didn't look at him again. In his mind, the mechanical voice chimed on time. Ding. Valid readings, 3/3. Ding. 3 readings. Quest complete. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 10%. Remaining lifespan increased by 45 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward, 3 million yuan. The morning exhaustion and chill vanished instantly. Jiang Feng squinted comfortably. He bent down to fold the paint-chipped little stool, tucked it under his arm, then walked over to the thinker statue. Unhurriedly, he tore off the A4 paper printed with academic consultation, crumpled it into a ball, and with precision, tossed it into a trash can more than 10 meters away. After doing all that, under the gaze of the crowd, mixed with awe, sympathy, and fanaticism, he turned and ambled leisurely across the street, toward the black Lexus. Old Chun had already opened the car door. Before getting in, Jiang Feng stopped, looked back at the basketball guy still standing there, questioning his life. He thought for a moment, then said, Kid, this love affair of yours is harder to understand than advanced calculus. Take care of yourself. Chapter 34. I just want to keep a low profile, but my abilities won't allow it. Dragon Lake Manor, Lakeview Residence. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight streamed into the living room. The workers had already left. Old Chin supervised the last 2 men as they placed a white soft sofa in the center of the living room. All the furniture added to the villa was chosen for softness and comfort. Jiang Feng sank into a 6-figure Italian cloud sofa, wrapped in the soft padding. In his left hand, an iced cola. In his right, he scrolled through his phone. Jinhai University's campus forum had exploded. The pinned post featured his photo sitting under the thinker statue, photoshopped into all kinds of memes. Some gave him a halo of Buddha light. Others put heavenly soldiers behind him, and some turned him into a koi fish. Worship Master Jiang and never fail exams. Share this Master Jiang half-immortal, and your advisor will revise your paper next week. Master Jiang quotes, risk management, information war. Take care of yourself. Jiang Feng scrolled through those posts, took a big gulp of cola. I just want to extend my life. How did I become a koi? He muttered to himself. Trying to stay low-key in this information age is too damn hard. Jiang Feng just wanted to be quiet, undisturbed. Footsteps came down the stairs. Old Chun had taken off his black vest and changed into a gray tracksuit, but the muscle outline was still clear. Boss. Old Chun walked over to the sofa, standing ramrod straight. A few people at the gate. I sent them away. Jiang Feng grunted in acknowledgement. He peeked out from the sofa crack and looked out the window. Outside the villa gate, a man with a camera on his shoulder was limping as he got up. The female streamer beside him was picking up her broken phone. Their brand new streaming stand was twisted and deformed. Done for. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze. 20,000 a month, plus room and board. Money well spent. He turned over on the sofa, found a more comfortable position. Wake up naturally, drink cola, and watch other people's bad luck. This feels even better than quest settlement. Jiang Feng decided to go out and treat himself. Try a restaurant in the rich district's commercial street. See how it differs from the street stalls he used to eat at. From the walk-in closet, he pulled out the cheapest tracksuit he owned, put on a cap, pulled the brim low. The two of them walked out of the villa area one after another toward the commercial street. Not far away, the roadside was lined with plane trees. Jiang Feng spotted a Japanese restaurant with an elegant interior. A receptionist in a kimono at the entrance bowed to every customer. Just as he was about to go in, a voice came from beside him. Oh, isn't this our new neighbor? Jiang Feng turned his head. A wealthy-looking woman in her 50s stood next to him, dripping with jewels. A full green jade bangle on her wrist, and the big diamond ring on her finger flashed in the sun. She looked him up and down his ordinary tracksuit. Then she glanced at old Chun, who stood straight behind him. Her posture was perfectly poised. Young man, the woman said, leaning closer. She spoke with easy familiarity. You're the new driver. For the owner of Villa number 8, right? She pointed toward the direction Jiang Feng had just come from. Villa number 8. That is, Lakeview Residence, the one Jiang Feng had bought. You look sharp. The woman patted Jiang Feng's arm. Her tone friendly. Work hard. I hear your boss is pretty rich. He'll treat you well. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Driver? He glanced back at old Chun. Old Chun was still in the same posture, but the corners of his mouth were twitching. Jiang Feng cleared his throat and nodded along with the woman's assumption. Yes, ma'am. His tone was simple and honest. Our boss is a good guy, but he seems a bit off in the head. The woman's interest piqued. How so? Jiang Feng lowered his voice. With a mysterious air, he insisted on buying a haunted house to live in. The moment the words haunted house left his lips, the woman couldn't stop herself. Her face changed. She grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and pulled him behind the potted plants at the restaurant entrance. Oh my God, I knew there was something off about that house. Her voice dropped even lower, but she spoke quickly. You have no idea, young man. That house is cursed. Every previous owner either went bankrupt or got divorced. None of them ended well. As she spoke, she nervously looked around. Tell me quickly, what's going on with your boss? Doesn't he know the ins and outs? Was he cheated? Jiang Feng looked at her eager, gossip-hungry expression and found it amusing. This is more fun than fortune-telling. He composed himself, putting on a troubled face. Our boss. He says he's got a strong fate. Jiang Feng was dead serious while making it up. He says his birth chart is pure yang. Strong fire energy can counter these evil things. Enough to suppress the bad vibes here. Old Chin stood not far away, his back to them, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The woman gasped. Oh my heavens, there are people like that? Yeah, Jiang Feng sighed, throwing himself into the act. Our boss also said he's planning to dig a pit in the yard and bury all the bad luck from the previous owners. He also said, Jiang Feng leaned close to the woman's ear, speaking so only she could hear. At night, he's going to have a party with the old neighbors who live here to get to know each other. He said if he loses money in mahjong, he'll just burn ghost money for them. The woman's face turned completely white. Her hand gripping Jiang Feng's arm was trembling. This is terrifying. You said it. Jiang Feng looked helpless. So ma'am, if at night, you hear mahjong sounds from our yard, don't be scared. That's just our boss's team building. Jiang Feng watched the woman's shocked expression and gave Old Chin a wink. Old Chin turned and nodded to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was thinking, should we have hot pot or barbecue tonight? This little joy of playing the poor man is much more fun than pretending to be a master outside the university gates. Chapter 35. New quest. This time, you have to reason with the dog. Jiang Feng saw the woman about to faint from fright, so he signaled to Old Chun. Old Chin stifled a laugh, turned around, and nodded at Jiang Feng. Well, ma'am, you go ahead. I need to go buy our boss lunch. Jiang Feng said goodbye in his simple, honest tone, and pulled Old Chin quickly into the Japanese restaurant. As soon as they entered, Jiang Feng's posture straightened, and the simple look disappeared from his face. Had your fill of holding it in? Jiang Feng asked. Old Chin's back was still shaking. He squeezed 2 words through his teeth. No. Come on, my treat today. The most expensive kind. A week later, the lawn at Lakeview Residence was neatly trimmed. Jiang Feng lay on a sun lounger, wearing sunglasses, a blanket draped over him. On the small table beside him was a glass of iced cola. Not far away, old Chen, shirtless, was using a military spade to dig a large pit in the corner of the yard, grunting with effort. The woman had been terrified that day. The next day, she sent a carload of gifts, saying it was a deposit. Jiang Feng accepted, but the rumor about the boss digging a pit in the yard to bury bad luck had spread. Now, in the entire owner's group of Dragon Lake Villa, everyone was talking about the evil-defying maniac in Villa number 8. Jiang Feng took a sip of cola. Old Chen, he called. Old Chen stopped working. Tell me, if I had a build like yours, would I still need to tell fortunes? Jiang Feng started. I'd just go rob people. Forget it. I'm a law-abiding good citizen. Old Chen, carrying the military spade, walked over. Stood straight. Boss, your body can't handle strenuous activity. Jiang Feng pursed his lips. This week had been the most comfortable days he'd ever had. No tasks, no pain or suffering. Waking up naturally every day, being urged by old Chen to take a half-hour walk in the yard, then curling up on the sofa to watch movies, or sunbathing on the lawn. The number in his bank account let him experience the joy of being a slacker. But he knew in his heart, this peace was rented. His extended life was not permanent property. The painful pressure in his head had disappeared, but occasionally sharp stabs of pain reminded him that time was running out. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Just as he was dozing off, a buzz like electric current shot through his brain. Jiang Feng suddenly sat up straight on the lounger. He took off his sunglasses and rubbed his temples. What was coming had come. New quest released. Location, City Center. Pets Forever Premium Pet Hospital. Time, daily 14 to 1600 hours. Method, synesthetic memory, pet edition. Domain, pet thoughts. Difficult cases. Objective, meet with 3 fur baby parents and solve their problems. Jiang Feng stared at the virtual text floating in the air and said nothing for a long time. Synesthetic memory, pet edition. What weird code got mixed in during the system update? Boss, what's wrong? Old Chen sensed something was off. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Old Chen, look up Pets Forever Pet Hospital. Old Chen took out his phone, tapped the screen a few times. Boss, I found it. He reported. The city's most expensive chain pet hospital, positioned as the United Family Healthcare of the pet world. A basic checkup package starts at $8,888. Even the registration fee is $500. Jiang Feng listened and leaned back into the sun lounger. He understood. The system was upset he'd been making money too easily, so it started raising the difficulty. Before, it was dealing with people. Now it was dealing with animals. Don't mess with fur kids. This job required real skill. Jiang Feng stroked his chin, calculating. Going to a place like that, his little stool and outfit definitely wouldn't cut it. People who could spend almost 10 grand on pet checkups believed in science, in professionalism and authority. They wouldn't trust a fortune teller in a windbreaker sitting on a little stool. They'd just think he was a performance artist. Or crazy. Old Chen, I've got an idea, Jiang Feng said. Get me another set of gear. Jiang Feng held up his fingers and started giving orders. First, a fitted white lab coat, good quality fabric, not the kind that's washed yellow from hospitals. Second, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, plain lenses, and keep them polished. Third, Jiang Feng paused. Go to a print shop and make me a badge, the kind with lamination and a lanyard. Write this title on it. Internationally Certified Animal Behavioral Psychology Expert. Then add a smaller line under the name. College of Veterinary Medicine, Cornell University. Honorary Visiting Professor. Old Chen listened, then paused for a moment. Boss, should the Cornell logo be color or black and white? Jiang Feng gave him a thumbs up. Color. Make it look real. 1:50 p.m., City South Auto Park. The black Lexus LM was parked in front of the coffee shop, across from the Love for a Lifetime pet hospital. Inside the car, Jiang Feng had changed into the full outfit. Brand new white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and the fake expert badge hanging on his chest. He adjusted his collar in the back seat vanity mirror. Boss, with your presence, you look more like a department head than our military hospital's actual head. Old Chen watched him from the rearview mirror, giving a sincere compliment. Jiang Feng didn't respond. He looked out the window. The pet hospital's entrance was lined with luxury cars. A fur-clad socialite was crying while holding a white poodle with a cast on its leg. Beside her, a butler held an umbrella. A trendy young man was struggling to drag a husky, cursing under his breath. A girl carrying a cat carrier paced anxiously at the entrance, checking her phone. Everyone who comes here is rich or powerful, and their problems are serious. It's not the pets that are sick, it's the owners. Boss, how do we play this? Old Chen asked. No stall. Jiang Feng replied. The little stool routine doesn't fit this environment. Too low class. I need to go high-end. Pop the trunk. Jiang Feng ordered. Old Chen complied. The Lexus LM had a spacious trunk. Jiang Feng directed Old Chen to take out several unopened cashmere blankets and spread them in the trunk. Then he pulled out a few packs of pet treats and some chew toys and laid them on the blankets. Finally, he took out a small whiteboard in a picture frame and propped it against one side of the trunk. On the board was hand-lettered script. Pet Whisperer, cure your fur baby's heartache. Below that, a smaller line. Only 10 minutes per session. Donation-based fee. Fee depends on fate. Done with that, Jiang Feng nodded. He straightened his lab coat and got out of the car. He didn't sit. Instead, he leaned against the rear of the car, arms crossed over his chest, watching the anxious crowd at the hospital entrance. An expert in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, leaning against a luxury car worth over 2 million yuan, with the trunk arranged behind him. This wasn't street fortune-telling. It was a mobile behavioral consultation studio. His novel approach quickly caught the attention of the pet owners waiting in line. First they looked at him curiously, then they started whispering. Who's that? A new doctor? Why is he standing behind a car? Look at his car. Lexus LM, top trim right. Doctors are that rich. Pet whisperer? What's that? Sounds pretty high-end. While everyone was murmuring, a flashily dressed woman, pulling a white poodle in a pink princess dress, was the first to walk over. Her perfume was strong. She looked Jiang Feng up and down, scanning back and forth between the badge on his chest and the luxury car behind him. Scanned back and forth a few times. She curled her lip with a hint of disdain. She'd seen this kind of packaging before. All it took was to cheat rich ladies like her out of money. She stopped in front of Jiang Feng, lifted her chin. Her opening tone was full of skepticism. Animal psychology expert? Her voice was a bit shrill. My Bella has been barking randomly in the middle of the night lately. She even chewed up several of my Hermes bags. The hospital doctors checked her several times, and they all said she's physically fine. All her indicators are good. She yanked the leash. The poodle named Bella barked twice impatiently. You. She pointed a hand with red nail polish at Jiang Feng. If you really have the skill, tell me what's on her mind. Jiang Feng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. He looked past the woman, at the dog in the princess dress. System vision activated. Above the dog's head, it wasn't the usual simple aura halo of an animal. Instead, there was a tangled pink energy mass. Inside that mass, there were also strands of black energy, representing jealousy and anger. Chapter 36. Your dog's problem? She thinks you're too loud. Then a series of sharp, chaotic sound waves rushed directly into his mind. Tap, tap, tap. High-frequency noise of high heels hitting marble floor. Clatter, clatter. The collision of mahjong tiles being vigorously shuffled. Hey, Li Tai, it's 3. Get over here quick. The woman's shrill voice on the phone. The woman's shrill voice on the phone, plus the rumble of bass-heavy music, and the loud chatter of men and women mixed together. These sounds stacked and amplified in his mind. A system panel unfolded above Bella's head. Target, Bella. Poodle. Emotional state, irritated, S level. Sleep deprivation, A level. Territorial anxiety, B level. Jiang Feng finished his observation. This dog wasn't mentally ill. It was being driven to a nervous breakdown by its owner. Madam, Jiang Feng crouched down, moving slowly, so as not to startle the already stressed dog. He reached out his hand, but didn't touch directly. He paused at midair. Bella hesitantly stretched out her nose, sniffed his fingertips, then nudged his hand with her head. She's not unhappy with me. Jiang Feng's tone was flat. She thinks you're too loud. The socialite's expression froze. Loud? Me? How am I loud? I always speak softly and gently. She raised her voice, which only confirmed Jiang Feng's assessment. A few nearby pet owners let out low laughs. Sounds soft to you. Jiang Feng stood up, brushed off his lab coat. But to her, it's noise pollution. Jiang Feng pointed at Bella's ears. A dog's hearing is much more sensitive than a human's. They can hear many sounds we ignore. When you walk around the house in high heels, that sound is like constant tapping to her. And your daily afternoon mahjong games, the clatter of tiles being shuffled and played, is a huge noise for her. And Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the wealthy woman's wrist. On that watch. You still like hosting parties at home after 9 p.m. Those heavy bass music and noisy voices hurt his hearing. With every word Jiang Feng said, the wealthy woman's face darkened. He really is a mahjong enthusiast, and he often entertains friends with parties at home. These are all part of his social life. How could it be? In this young man's mouth, animal abuse? Nonsense. I prepared such a comfortable bed for him. If he's tired, can't he just go sleep? The wealthy woman was unconvinced. He told me. Jiang Feng began to translate. He needs long, deep sleep every day to recover his energy, but he can't sleep at all. His bed is right next to the living room. When you play mahjong, he can smell the smoke. When you throw a party, there are always drunk guests who want to pick him up and play with him. Jiang Feng looked at the wealthy woman. He's not your child. He's your social prop. Those words made the wealthy woman's lips tremble. She couldn't speak. The murmuring around them grew louder. Oh God, that's way too accurate. Last time I went to Mrs. Wang's house, I really did see them playing mahjong until midnight. So it was noise disturbing the neighbors. Oh no, disturbing the dog. This expert has something. This isn't seeing a vet. This is lecturing the owner. The wealthy woman's face flushed and paled. The stares around her made her extremely uncomfortable. Then, what about him biting my bag? She pressed on, unwilling to give up. It can't be that he hates my bag, can it? That's too noisy. He bites your bag, not because he hates you. Jiang Feng's tone didn't change. It's because your bag has the smell of other dogs from outside. The wealthy woman's expression froze. Jiang Feng didn't pause. He continued speaking. He especially hates that brown Birkin bag of yours. As soon as those words were out, the wealthy woman's body shook. She has dozens of bags. How could he know which one? Because you carried that bag yesterday afternoon, when you went to your friend Mrs. Sun's house for afternoon tea. Jiang Feng's speech wasn't fast, but every word carried weight. Mrs. Sun has a white Samoyed at home, right? The wealthy woman was completely frozen. Her mouth open. Not a word could come out. She hadn't told anyone about this. Yesterday was just a small get-together with a close friend. How could this young man know so many details? He even knew which dog she met. This isn't deduction anymore. This is a third eye. Dog jealousy is much stronger than you think. Jiang Feng concluded. He feels his territory has been violated. His owner's body carries the scent of another dog. This is a betrayal. He can't attack that Sammy yet, so he can only vent his anger on the piece of evidence stained with the enemy's scent. He's telling you, over and over, by biting the bag. Jiang Feng paused. Then, in a clear voice, he spoke Bella's heart. In this house, there can only be one little cutie, me. Uft. A young girl in the crowd laughed out loud. That translation with such a huge contrast made everyone laugh. Ha ha ha, so it's just jealousy. The visual is so strong. In this house, there can only be one little cutie, me. This dog is so possessive, like a CEO. I'm convinced, I'm totally convinced. This master not writing scripts is such a waste of talent. The wealthy woman stood still holding the leash of the innocent-looking Bella. Her mind was a mess. She looked down at the little dog by her feet, realizing for the first time that she knew nothing about him. Jiang Feng ignored her. He turned in from the trunk of the Lexus, took out a small plastic box. He opened the box and pulled out two yellow elastic objects. A pair of noise-canceling earplugs. He walked over to the wealthy woman and handed her the earplugs. The solution is simple, Jiang Feng said. The wealthy woman reached out and took them. Either you keep quiet at home from now on, live a simple, desire-free life. The muscles in the wealthy woman's face twitched. That would be worse than killing her. Or, Jiang Feng pointed at the earplugs in her hand. When you play mahjong or throw a party at home, put these on him. Oh right. Jiang Feng added. These are for humans. Professional noise-canceling earmuffs for dogs. You'll have to buy online yourself. I've already thought of the keyword for you. Pet noise reduction sleep. The surroundings suddenly fell quiet. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths open. A difficult and puzzling problem that had troubled pet owners and vets for a long time. The final solution turned out to be a pair of earplugs. The wealthy woman looked at the small yellow earplugs in her palm, then looked at the innocent Bella at her feet. Her tense shoulders slumped. She said nothing. No argument. No doubt. From that Hermes wallet, that Bella had almost chewed up, she pulled out a thick stack of red banknotes. Without even looking, she shoved it into the pocket of Jiang Feng's white lab coat. That stack was at least 10,000. Thank you, she murmured. Then she bent down, picked up Bella, and walked away quickly without looking back. Her back was a little flustered, and her steps were unsteady. Ding. Valid readings completed. 1/3. First job done. Jiang Feng pulled the stack of cash from his pocket, took out 2 bills, and handed the rest to old Chen beside him. Go to that imported supermarket across the street. Get one of each of their most expensive cat treats, dog cans, and freeze-dried snacks. Jiang Feng ordered. We need to stock up for the next customer. Old Chen nodded, took the money, turned around, and left. Jiang Feng leaned back against the rear of the car. The crowd around didn't disperse. Instead, more and more people gathered. Everyone looked at him, their faces a mix of awe and curiosity, all eager to try. But because of the scene they just witnessed, no one dared to be the first to step forward. Just then, excuse me, coming through. An urgent voice came from outside the crowd. A delivery guy in a blue uniform pushed through the crowd, ran over, panting. He wasn't carrying a dog, but holding a square cardboard box. The box was tightly sealed with tape, with just a few air holes punched into the side. A faint cat meow came from inside the box. The delivery guy ran up to Jiang Feng, his face flushed red from the rush, forehead covered in sweat. His face was full of panic and helplessness. He carefully set the box on the ground. He looked up at Jiang Feng, his lips trembling. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence. Master, my cat is possessed. Can you take a look? Chapter 37. This cat isn't possessed. It's poisoned. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted from the delivery guy's flushed face to the cardboard box on the ground. The box was a standard delivery carton. On the side of the carton, someone had poked a few irregular air holes with a pen. A weak meow came from inside, almost like a sigh. When I left for deliveries this morning, he was fine, hopping around. The delivery guy's voice quivered. He squatted down, but didn't dare open the box. When I came back at noon, I saw him foaming at the mouth, convulsing on the ground. I rushed him to the hospital right away. Blood draw tests. They checked everything. The doctor said they couldn't find a cause. All the readings were normal. He just told me to go home and observe. But it's getting worse and worse. Now I can't even get it to respond. The delivery guy wiped the sweat off his face. He pointed at Jiang Feng, like grabbing a lifeline. In our food delivery group chat, someone posted your video, said your readings at the university gate were spot on. So I thought, maybe it picked up something unclean? The crowd murmured quietly. It's Master Jiang. It really is him. That white coat, that aura, even better than in the video. Jiang Feng ignored the murmurs. His gaze pierced through the cardboard box. System. Vision activated. Inside the box, an orange kitten curled up, its fur tangled, body trembling unconsciously. White foam at the corner of its mouth. No healthy glow on the cat. Only a shrinking mass of gray, decaying death aura. Then a line of red text popped up. Warning, target has very weak vital signs. Neurotoxin poisoning. Toxin source analysis. 10%, 30%, 70%. Jiang Feng's expression turned serious. Open it. 2 words, barely spoken. The delivery guy froze, fumbling to tear the tape off the box. The tape ripped. The lid opened. A sweetish, bloody smell wafted out. The little orange cat lay helpless, seeing the light. Its eyelids just twitched once. No strength to lift them. Master, look. This isn't a curse. Jiang Feng cut him off. It's poisoning. Those two words silenced everyone. The delivery guy's face turned deathly pale. Poisoning. Impossible. I keep it inside the house all the time. There's no way it ate anything outside. A woman next to him, holding a bichon frise, couldn't help but cut in. Young man, did you feed it something you shouldn't have? Cats can't eat chocolate or onions. Didn't you know? No. The delivery guy waved his hands frantically. My rented place is small. Just a single room. I live alone. I only feed it cat food and water. I haven't even bought it any treats. Then how could it be poisoned? The poison source is in your home. Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, but it silenced the crowd again. He crouched down. His gloved fingers reached into the box, not touching the cat, but brushing over the empty space beside it. In his system vision, he could see the invisible toxic fumes leaking from the cat's mouth and nose. Toxin source analysis complete. Source identified. Licorine/narcissus extract. Jiang Feng stood up, looked at the delivery guy. Your place is very clean. Yes, I clean every day. Other than cat food and water, there's nothing else. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The delivery guy was very sure. Jiang Feng didn't press further. Instead, he changed the question. Have you felt the air in your place has been bad lately? Wanted to purify it a bit? The delivery guy froze. He nodded instinctively. Yeah, the windows in my place are small. It's a bit stuffy. Jiang Feng stared at him. So you bought a new potted plant? This wasn't a question. A green one, with slender leaves. Right now it's blooming. White flowers. You put it on the balcony. The delivery guy's mouth slowly fell open. He couldn't close it for a long time. As if remembering something, he slapped his thigh. Right. The flower shop downstairs had a sale. So I bought one. What was it called again? He scratched his head. Couldn't remember. Narcissus. Jiang Feng said it for him. Right, Narcissus. The shopkeeper said it's easy to take care of. And it purifies the air. The delivery guy's face brightened a little, thinking he'd found a clue. Master, is there something wrong with that pot? Did someone put a curse on it? Jiang Feng glanced at the flower. The flower is fine. His voice turned cold. The problem is your ignorance. Your cat licked the leaf of that narcissus, or drank the water in the saucer. Narcissus is toxic in every part. It's highly toxic to cats, especially the bulbs. Main symptoms, vomiting, convulsions, then nerve paralysis, and finally, cardiac arrest. Jiang Feng pointed at the little cat in the box. There should be plant fragments in its vomit. But you were too stupid to even notice. The delivery guy was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Jiang Feng, then at the little cat in the box. His mind went blank. Narcissus is poisonous. Just because he wanted to purify the air, he nearly killed this little life. Regret and fear overwhelmed him. Then what do I do? Master, what should I do? His voice was trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Feng lifted his hand and glanced at his watch. Time was passing. Take it back to that hospital. Tell the doctor it's narcissus poisoning. Have them induce vomiting as fast as possible. Stomach pumping and detox treatment. 10 more minutes. Even a god couldn't save it. Go. The last two words were shouted. The delivery guy jolted, as if waking from a dream. He fumbled and picked up the cardboard box. Couldn't even say a proper thank you. Just kept shouting. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. And dashed toward the door of the pet hospital. He was running too fast. He bumped into someone just coming out of the hospital. The crowd parted automatically for him. Everyone watched that blue figure disappear. Behind the hospital's glass door, the square fell quiet again, but the atmosphere was completely different. If earlier, when he did the wealthy woman's reading, people watched for spectacle and novelty, then this one, they saw all. Master Jiang didn't just read feng shui, marriage, and fortune. He could also save lives. DN, valid fortune-telling attempts, 2/3. The system notification sounded in his mind. Jiang Feng looked in the direction where the delivery guy had disappeared. Silent. Old Chen had come back at some point, carrying several large shopping bags, filled with pet treats. He stood silently behind Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng pulled out his sunglasses from his pocket, put them back on. He planned to wait for Old Chen to tidy up the trunk, then do today's third reading. Just then, a skeptical voice sounded in front of him. Narcissus poisoning? Jiang Feng looked up. A young man in a white hospital uniform, standing in front of his car. The man was about 25 or 26, wearing black-rimmed glasses. The name tag on his chest read, Attending Physician Wang Hao. He must be the one, bumped into by the delivery guy just now. He had heard everything that happened. Wang Hao pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, both hands in the pockets of his white coat, looking Jiang Feng up and down. An expert, huh? He put extra weight on the word expert. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. That diagnosis of yours sounded very professional. I just wonder which school you graduated from. Do you have a nationally certified veterinary license? Chapter 38. A vet's diagnosis can't match my forgetfulness? Wang Hao crossed his arms over his chest. He struck a superior pose. He spoke in a lecturing tone. Stress responses in felines are very complex. There are many causes for vomiting and diarrhea. Without running biochemical tests and independent analysis, it's extremely irresponsible to conclude that it's poisoning by some plant. His voice was loud. It drew everyone's attention. By doing this, you could easily delay the best time for treatment. What if it isn't narcissus poisoning? What if it's another, more acute condition? Can you take responsibility for that? Hearing this, the other pet owners nearby began to waver too. This doctor does have a point. Yeah, what if he's wrong? Wouldn't that just hurt the kitten? See, I told you. You have to trust science. Instruments don't lie. Jiang Feng listened to the chatter around him. He showed no reaction. He just looked at Wang Hao and asked one question. So what test did you run on that cat? What medication did you prescribe? Wang Hao's expression froze for a moment. I suggested a full-body checkup, including blood work, biochemistry, and x-rays, but he couldn't afford it. He added, his neck stiff. All I could do was prescribe some gut regulators and have him wait and watch. Gut regulators. Jiang Feng pushed up his wire-rimmed glasses. His voice was impossible to read. So, here's your responsibility. Your science. Making an animal on the verge of dying from poison. Eat a bunch of probiotics that do nothing against neurotoxins. Wang Hao's face flushed bright red. Jiang Feng's words directly pointed out how, beneath his science and protocol, he was helpless when it came to that cat. Faced with an expensive medical system and rigid diagnostic procedures, his so-called responsibility was utterly powerless. I was following standard procedure. Wang Hao's voice rose sharply. No tests means no diagnosis. That's the most basic principle. Jiang Feng shook his head. Your principle will kill that cat. The two faced off. The atmosphere grew tense. The two interns behind Wang Hao watched their teacher get refuted until he was red in the face. They wanted to help, but didn't know what to say. The pet owners around them also split into two camps. One side supported the doctor, believing the process was important. The other side agreed with Jiang Feng that saving a life was the priority. And who cares about all these rules and regulations? Just then, coming through, excuse me, the crowd parted again as a voice called out. The blue-uniformed figure rushed back. It was the delivery driver again. But this time, his face held no panic. It was pure ecstasy. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled piece of paper, like it was a life-saving prescription. Master, you're incredible. You are truly a god. The young man rushed up to Jiang Feng, his words stumbling over each other. He bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. I told the doctor. It was narcissus poisoning. They were skeptical, but they induced vomiting anyway. And sure enough, there were flower fragments in what it brought up. He held up the lab report in his hand, as if showing off a medal. The lab results are back too, confirming it's just like you said, licorine poisoning. The cat has already gotten the antidote, and the doctor says it's out of danger. The delivery driver practically shouted it. He turned around. His bloodshot eyes stared at Wang Hao. He rushed over in 3 strides. He shoved the test report, still warm from his body, right in Wang Hao's face. Doctor, didn't you say he needed a full checkup? Didn't you say the master was irresponsible? The master knew the problem with just one look. Your equipment, your procedures, they're not even as accurate as the master's eyes. The report was printed clearly in black and white. Independent analysis result. Sample toxin matches actual alkaloid at 98.7%. Diagnosis. Treat per alkaloid poisoning protocol. Those lines of scientific text left Wang Hao speechless. He stared at the paper, his hand slowly dropping. The knowledge system he prided himself on, the scientific process he believed in without question, was denied by a single thin sheet of paper. He lifted his head and looked at the young man leaning against the luxury car, his face expressionless. The contempt was gone from his expression. In its place was a bewildering shock and fear of the unknown. Science had actually lost. Lost to a charlatan who didn't even have a professional license. The delivery driver ignored him. He ran back to Jiang Feng again, pulled out his worn wallet, and took out all the cash inside. Crumpled bills, maybe 200 or 300 yuan total. Master, I know this isn't enough, but this is all I have right now. Once I get paid, I'll definitely. Jiang Feng waved a hand, cutting him off. He didn't take the money. Go back, the cat still needs someone to care for it. Jiang Feng's voice was calm. Don't plant random flowers at home anymore. The delivery driver's eyes reddened again. He put the money back and gave Jiang Feng another deep 90-degree bow. Then he turned and hurried back into the hospital. Wang Hao stood there, utterly defeated. The voices that had supported him were now murmuring about him. Damn, he was actually right. This isn't fortune-telling at all. It's a living CT scanner. Good thing the delivery guy trusted the master, or that little cat would be dead. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Hao and his 2 stunned interns slunk back into the hospital building. Their retreat was pathetic. DN, valid readings completed, 2/3. Jiang Feng didn't move. Crisis averted. The noise started up again. The young vet's route became the best advertisement for Jiang Feng. The pet owners who had been on the sidelines surged forward all at once, surrounding Jiang Feng and his Lexus. Master, look at mine. No, mine first. I'll pay 20,000. Master, my cat hasn't eaten or drunk in days. Please, just take a look. Anxious faces, desperate eyes, mixed with the barking and meowing of various pets, sent the scene into chaos. Old Chin stepped forward immediately, spreading his arms to block in front of Jiang Feng. His muscular build and cold, hard expression were more effective than any words. The restless crowd was forcibly held back. Everyone, quiet down. Jiang Feng finally spoke. He took off his wire-rimmed glasses, slowly polishing them with a soft cloth. I have my own rules here. He put his glasses back on and swept his gaze across the crowd. Only one last reading left today. At those words, the crowd erupted even louder. Everyone wanted to grab that last chance. Jiang Feng ignored the people waving wads of cash. His gaze passed over their faces, finally landed at the edge of the crowd. There, a bald brother with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck stood there, looking irritated. On his shoulder sat a macaw with dazzling feathers and a huge body. The parrot tilted its head, sizing up the spectacle with its black bean eyes. Jiang Feng pointed in that direction. You. The crowd followed his gaze, parting automatically to make a path. The bald brother was stunned for a second, pointed at himself, then at the parrot on his shoulder. Jiang Feng nodded. You don't need to come over. I'll come to you. With that, Jiang Feng actually stepped down from the platform, walked through the crowd, and stopped in front of the bald brother. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what mystery this final reading would reveal. The bald brother watched the man who had come right up to him, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Master, why were you looking at me? My bird's just fine. Eats well, sleeps well, healthier than me. Jiang Feng didn't look at him. Instead, he stared straight at the macaw on his shoulder. The parrot shrank its neck, burying its head in its wing. Jiang Feng's lips twitched. He spoke. His body's not sick. It's your bird here. Has it been a little chatty lately? Hearing this, the bald brother's irritation vanished from his face. Chapter 39. This parrot isn't just chatty. It's got a loose tongue. His body's not sick. It's your bird here. Has it been a little chatty lately? The bald brother's face tightened. On his shoulder, the colorful macaw tilted its head. In its small black eyes, reflected Jiang Feng's face, mostly hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses. The surrounding noise suddenly faded. Everyone's attention shifted from the clash of science and fortune-telling, and focused on this beautiful, innocent-looking big bird. Honey, open up. The password is 4/8. Hidden under the bed. Don't tell the wife. Oh, you're so naughty. Jiang Feng's brows knitted together. He felt this wasn't fortune-telling anymore. It was like listening to a cheating scandal live, on a loop. And master, the bald brother's Adam's apple bobbed. His voice was dry. He grabbed the parrot off his shoulder, cradling it in his hands. The move was rough. The parrot flapped its wings in protest. He just mimics. He babbles nonsense. Learned it from TV. TV, the bald brother explained awkwardly, trying to pin the blame on the primetime soap operas. But before Jiang Feng could say anything, the parrot, in a voice so syrupy, it gave every woman present goosebumps, screeched, Honey, open the door. The call was sweet and alluring, full of some unspoken anticipation. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold it in first, and laughed out loud. Soon laughter spread through the whole crowd. Damn, that tone. Professional. No way he learned that from TV. That's practice making perfect. Brother, your TV's got some interesting channels. Share? The bald brother's face darkened. He wished he could sew that damn bird's beak shut. Old Shun behind him had been standing ramrod straight, but now his shoulders started shaking uncontrollably. He forced his gaze away, staring at the distant sky, as if there was a magnificent view. Brother, Jiang Feng, stifling a laugh, said with a straight face. This bird isn't just talkative. It's got a loose tongue. Has it been picking up sentences lately that, aren't suitable for a family setting? When the lady of the house is around, cold sweat instantly poured from the bald brother's shiny forehead. Why, yeah, his voice trembled, on the verge of tears. My wife's been fighting with me lately. She thinks I've got someone on the side. She's talking about separating. I can't clear my name even if I jump in the Yellow River. He looked at Jiang Feng, his face full of pleading, hoping Jiang Feng could clear things up for him. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, decided to help him out, and also help himself complete the mission. He began to translate the parrot's inner monologue. He says the new words he learned recently all came from a plush toy in your car. At that, the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone perked up, ready for even juicier revelations. But the bald brother was dumbfounded. Plush toy. He didn't catch on. I don't have anything like that in my car. I'm a grown man. Wouldn't I be a laughingstock if I had that kind of stuff in there? Jiang Feng didn't answer him. He just looked at the parrot, still restless in the bald brother's hands. The parrot seemed to feel Jiang Feng's gaze, and let out another cry with its unique tone. The password is 4/8. Clear and loud. The bald brother's body jolted. All color drained from his face. Jiang Feng extended a finger, pointing at the bald brother's bulging pants pocket. Brother, under the passenger seat. Isn't there a spare phone hidden there? The bald brother's lips began to tremble, unable to speak. The phone password is 4/8. Jiang Feng's tone was flat, but every word struck the bald brother's heart like a hammer. As for that plush toy, Jiang Feng looked at the bald brother's pale face and felt a little sorry for him. It's the custom ringtone you set for the contact named Honey on that phone. Your parrot has a great memory. Every time you think it's just sitting in the back seat, not knowing anything, and you sneakily answer a call, it hears everything. Jiang Feng paused, giving everyone a moment to process. Now it's learned your incoming call ringtone and the content of your phone calls. So, what your wife heard at home wasn't the bird mimicking. It was the original audio, replayed live. Silence fell over the crowd. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone wore a complex expression, mixing shock, sympathy, and suppressed laughter, staring at the bald brother, who seemed turned to stone. This wasn't fortune-telling. This was a public execution, with live sound effects and surround sound. The bald brother stood frozen, his mind a blank. The macaw in his hands had no idea how much trouble it had caused. It was still cluelessly trying to take credit. In a cheerful, babyish tone, it sang out a brand new line, hidden under the bed. Don't tell the wife. That line was the final blow that completely broke the bald brother. His legs went weak, almost dropping to his knees. Just then, ring ring, ring ring. A sharp phone ringtone sounded from the bald brother's pants pocket. Not the spare phone hidden in the car, but his usual one. The square was dead silent, so the ringtone was especially piercing. The bald brother flinched, nearly dropping the phone. His hands were shaking badly. He fumbled his phone out of his pocket. On the screen, the words "Tigress" made everyone watching gasp. The bald brother's hand trembled. The phone almost fell to the ground. He looked up, looked at Jiang Feng in despair. His lips moved, as if begging the master to save him one more time. However, another voice sounded in Jiang Feng's mind. 0/3. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 3/30. 3 quests completed. Settling rewards. Congratulations. Host's brain cancer cell activity reduced by 8%. Remaining lifespan increased by 50 days. Congratulations. Host receives cash reward. 2 million. DN. Detected host behavior involves complex causal chain. Quest rating upgraded. Bonus reward being issued. Congratulations. Host acquired new ability. Lingxi Ear. Lingxi Ear. Host can selectively mute or amplify sounds within a specified range. Effectively counteracts hyperacusis caused by illness. Note, this ability only affects the host. A wave of warmth surged from deep in his brain, spreading through his whole body. Those annoying background noises and prickling sensations were all shut out. The world had never been so quiet. Jiang Feng let out a comfortable long breath. He didn't heed the Bald brothers' plea for karmic merit. Today's work had been too damaging. His merit was almost negative. He gestured for Old Chun to close the trunk door, ready to pack up and go home. Boss, get in the car. Old Chun opened the car door. His voice was steady. Jiang Feng turned and stepped forward. The Bald brothers' last hope vanished. His face fell, staring at the phone screen. At the incoming call reminder still flashing, he resigned himself and swiped to answer. Hello? Honey. His voice trembled. Chapter 40. An invitation from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Jiang Feng didn't look back, nor did he listen to what was about to happen on the other end. When the system reward arrived, the constant background noise in his head all disappeared. The world was quiet. Jiang Feng opened the door and sat inside. The leather seats shut out the sounds outside. Old Chun started the engine. The black Lexus LM smoothly merged into traffic, leaving that trouble spot behind. 1 week later, on the backyard lawn of Lakeview Villa, Dragon Lake Manor. Huh. Old Chun's voice was steady. His bronze muscles tensed. He shifted his footwork, pulled with his arm in one motion. Jiang Feng felt a huge force yank his arm, and then the world spun. A dull thud. He was thrown onto the lawn. It hurt. Damn. He lay spread-eagled on the ground, not moving for a long time. His whole body ached. Old Chun recovered his stance, stood by with hands down, his expression unchanged. Boss, your core strength is too weak. Your lower body is unstable. Jiang Feng lifted his head off the grass, spit out a blade of grass. If I had core strength, would I need you to teach me? He rubbed his waist, grimacing in pain. Ever since the last quest ended, his physical condition had improved day by day. The dull pain that had settled in his brain was gone. The nausea and sensitivity from chemo had lessened a lot. Feeling energetic made it hard to sit still. Watching Old Chun practice boxing every morning, in the yard, with powerful moves, fierce and vigorous, Jiang Feng got the idea. He didn't need to become a master. At least after getting fit, he could run 2 steps faster. After a week of practice, he hadn't even touched Old Chun's sleeve. Every day, he ended up being thrown on the lawn. This isn't how rich people are supposed to live. Jiang Feng groaned on the ground. Aren't rich people supposed to lie on the sofa, cola in one hand, snacks in the other, watching an 80-inch screen? Boss, that's a sign of kidney deficiency. Old Chun replied seriously. Jiang Feng stopped talking to him. He rolled over and lay face down on the grass. That incident at the pet hospital had brought him unexpected benefits. The rumor that the boss had dug a pit in a haunted house to bury bad luck, fueled by the Bald brothers' parrot incident, had already spread among the wealthy circles. Now every owner in Dragon Lake Manor knew. That Villa 8 housed an eccentric, ruthless man with formidable skills. From then on, no influencers or paparazzi dared to block his gate. A few who tried to climb the wall left their live streaming equipment in Old Chun's hands. Jiang Feng enjoyed this hard-won peace. More and more money, better and better health. Sometimes he wondered, apart from extending his life, what else could he do while alive? Just as he was lying on the grass, lost in thought, the sound of an engine approached from afar and stopped outside the villa's gate. Old Chun's ears twitched, his muscles tensed, his whole body on alert. Jiang Feng also heard the sound. He propped himself up and looked toward the gate. It wasn't a sports car or a business car. It was a black Hongqi sedan, ordinary model, but the license plate on the front wasn't something ordinary people would see. The door opened. An old man got out of the car. He wore a fitted gray mouse suit, with graying hair, combed meticulously. He had on a pair of old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. In his hand, he carried a craft paper file folder. After getting out, he did not immediately ring the doorbell. Instead, he stood by the car, through the ornate iron gate, looking at Jiang Feng and Old Chun in the yard. His manner was gentle, not intimidating, but Old Chun was highly alert. Old Chun stepped forward, blocking in front of Jiang Feng. He lowered his center of gravity. Jiang Feng patted the grass off his clothes, got up from the ground. Old Chun, open the gate. Old Chun hesitated, but still obeyed the order. The iron gate slowly swung open. The old man stepped inside. He nodded politely to Old Chun, then looked at Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang Feng, am I right? The old man's voice was cultured, with a scholarly air. Jiang Feng didn't speak. He just looked him up and down. I apologize for the unannounced visit. Please don't mind. The old man smiled. My surname is Qian, given namely. I currently work at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as a consultant for a special research group. Chinese Academy of Sciences. Jiang Feng's eyebrow twitched. The weight of those 3 words far exceeded any corporation or media. Looking for me? Jiang Feng pointed toward the living room. Let's talk inside. In the living room, Jiang Feng flopped down onto the huge sofa. He took a can of iced cola from the mini fridge beside him. With a pop, he pulled the tab and took a big swig. Qianli was led by Old Chen to sit on a single sofa opposite. Old Chen didn't leave. Instead, he stood straight beside Jiang Feng's sofa, staring intently at the old man across. Consultant Qian, right? Jiang Feng swirled the cola can in his hand. His tone was lazy. Something to drink? Water or tea? But I've only got cola at home. Qianli waved a hand. No need to trouble yourself. Mr. Jiang placed the craft paper file folder on the coffee table in front of him. He didn't rush to open it. Mr. Jiang, we've been watching you for a long time. The first sentence cut straight to the point. From your first fortune reading outside the Civil Affairs Bureau to the tarot cards at the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Qianli's pace was unhurried, like he was recounting an ordinary event. From the bone reading outside the kindergarten to the live stream, underneath the Starlight Tower. Every prediction you made, the precision of the results, has exceeded the scope of conventional logic and probability theory. Jiang Feng paused mid-sip of his cola. He set the can aside, spread his hands, still wearing that indifferent expression. I just took wild guesses. Just lucky. He launched into his usual act. You know I'm just a dying man. My brain's not working too well. Sometimes I talk nonsense. People give me face. Humor me. Watch for kicks. I'm just an ordinary citizen, useless to the country. He absolved himself completely. Qianli listened quietly, his smile unchanged. He waited until Jiang Feng had finished before speaking. Is that so? He reached out, pushed the craft paper file folder toward Jiang Feng. We know about your illness. Qianli's eyes fixed on Jiang Feng's face. Glioblastoma multiforme. Stage 4, undifferentiated. A month ago, the attending physician at Jinhai City Oncology Hospital determined your expected survival time to be no more than 90 days. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. But Qianli's finger tapped lightly on the file folder. This is your latest medical report from 3 days ago, obtained through some special channels. He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. The report shows that the tumor in your brain hasn't worsened. On the contrary, it shows signs of calcification. Its volume has shrunk by 23%, and the activity of the cancer cells is steadily decreasing at a speed that current medical theory cannot explain. Qianli looked at Jiang Feng, his smile unwavering. Mr. Jiang, you're not useless to the country. You yourself are the very thing we're most interested in, an unnatural phenomenon. That sentence froze the lazy expression on Jiang Feng's face. For the first time, someone had called his bluff on information. The living room fell into silence. Only the faint hum of the refrigerator compressor. Jiang Feng slowly sat up straight on the sofa. He reached out and took the file folder, moving very slowly. The envelope wasn't sealed. He pulled out a stack of documents. The first page was a printout of a CT scan, with a red arrow, marking the location of the tumor in his brain. Below was a series of data and analysis he couldn't understand, but was painfully familiar with. And on the last page of the report, in the conclusion column, printed in bold song typeface, was a line. Summary. The reverse developmental trend of this case has surpassed current medical understanding, recommended as a special grade research sample for submission to the National Bioscience Center. Below it was a bright red seal, bearing the national emblem, one he had never seen before. Jiang Feng put the report back on the coffee table, looking down at his hands. What do you want? His voice came out hoarse. Mr. Jiang, please don't misunderstand. Qianli raised a hand. We have no ill intent toward your body. On the contrary, we hope you can live healthfully. Coming to you today isn't to force you into anything. We're here to officially extend an invitation on behalf of the country. Qianli's expression turned serious. We hope you can serve as a special advisor to assist us in a particular research project. What research? Jiang Feng asked. Something we don't understand. Qianli's answer was vague. He paused for a few seconds, as if organizing his words. Half a month ago, at an archaeological excavation site, a batch of preaching bamboo slips was unearthed. The material of those slips is special. The script on them is neither oracle bone script, nor bronze inscriptions. It doesn't belong to any known ancient writing system. We brought in the country's top paleographers and decryption experts, and none of them could decipher a single character. But that's not the most crucial part. Qianli's face darkened. Every team member who directly handled those slips, including researchers, within the following week, all developed varying degrees of mental abnormality. The milder cases experienced auditory and visual hallucinations. The more severe ones fell into prolonged stupors or babbled incomprehensible nonsense. 3 core researchers have already been sent to a psychiatric rehabilitation center, but no medication has any effect on them. Hallucinations, mental abnormalities. This scene was very similar to what happened to the students at Jinhai University Library and to Zhao Xiaoya. We suspect, Qianli's voice dropped low, that what's recorded on those slips may not be ordinary information. It could be a kind of mental virus that transcends our current cognitive framework, an information contamination that can directly infect and even rewrite the cognitive patterns of the human brain through visual contact. Mental virus, information contamination. We also investigated the Jinhai University Library incident. A supplementary precedent. Old Madam Shen asked you to take a look, didn't she? We believe that might have been a low-intensity instance of the same phenomenon. Jiang Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. You came to me. What do you want me to do? Jiang Feng asked the crucial question. Decipher those slips? No. Qianli shook his head. We don't need you to decipher them. We simply want you, from your perspective, to go to the site and look at those slips. Qian Li's eyes held a probing curiosity. We want to know, when we're at a complete loss, facing those utterly incomprehensible symbols, what you can read from them. That was their real goal. They couldn't understand Jiang Feng's ability, but they had witnessed its results. Now, they wanted to use that ability as a tool to probe another unknown domain. What's in it for me? Jiang Feng asked bluntly. Everything he did, his starting point, was survival. First, safety. Qian Li raised one finger. Mr. Jiang, you're quite famous now. You're not the only one watching you. Your very existence is a risk. But if you accept our invitation, your safety will be the highest national priority. Second, resources. Qian Li raised another finger. We admit we can't explain the changes in your body. But we have the country's top medical teams, and biosafety labs not open to the public. Perhaps they can bring you surprises from another angle. For example, a genuine cure. A cure, Jiang Feng's breath caught. The system offered life extension, a countdown that kept getting pushed back. But what the country promised was the possibility of completely removing that ticking bomb. Jiang Feng fell silent. Qian Li saw his hesitation. He took out the last item from the file folder, a beautifully crafted invitation. A white printed envelope, with a solemn national emblem embossed in gold foil. On the front, he placed the invitation on the coffee table and slid it in front of Jiang Feng. Then he stood up, straightening his Zhongshan suit. Mr. Jiang, we're in no hurry. Qian Li smiled. The invitation is valid indefinitely. Take your time thinking it over. The nation's doors are always open for you. Chapter 41. Should you accept the state-issued iron rice bowl? Qian Li left. The living room was empty except for the fridge. The compressor hummed, pouring breeze over the sofa. His body sank into the leather cushions. He reached out, picked up the cola can from the coffee table, then put it back. That white hardcover invitation lay right next to the cola can. The gold-embossed national emblem glinted in the sunlight. One represented the nation, the other represented cola. The two didn't quite match sitting together. Jiang Feng stared at the invitation, not moving for a long time. He reached out and picked up the letter. The envelope was thick, with a faint smell of ink. This isn't an invitation. Jiang Feng spoke to the empty air. It's a contract of indenture. He turned the invitation over and over, looking for some hidden secret. There was nothing. Only that national emblem, solemn and dignified, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Feng brought the invitation to his nose and sniffed it. Why does it also smell like a long-term meal ticket? He muttered, then tossed the invitation back onto the coffee table. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the living room. From the floor-to-ceiling window to the entrance, then back from the entrance to the window. The marble floor sent a cool feeling up through his soles. Accept or reject. Accepting meant he would be completely exposed to the nation's gaze. Every change in his body, every breath, might be recorded in a file, turned into data. More importantly, that archaeological site didn't sound like a good place at all. Bamboo slips that drove a bunch of experts and scholars insane. That sounded even more sinister than the tumor in his head. But the possibility of a cure, that temptation was too great. What the system offered was life extension, a countdown with no end. Every time he completed a task, he only pushed the finish line back a few days. What the nation promised was a chance to dismantle the bomb entirely. Jiang Feng stopped pacing. He looked at the invitation on the coffee table. Be passive, waiting for the system to drop a new mission, somewhere sometime, or jump headfirst into a known pit, which carried greater risk. Jiang Feng sat back down on the sofa, picked up the cola, and took a big gulp. The cold liquid slid down his throat. Suddenly a thought struck him, a conjecture that had been gnawing at his mind for a while. Was the system's mission release completely random? The mission's always tied closely to whatever situation he was in. What if he actively went to the place with the most problems? Like that archaeological site with the preaching bamboo slips, a place full of unknowns, weird phenomena, and information contamination. Would the system directly give him a mission related to archaeology? If this conjecture held, then he would no longer be a puppet taking orders passively. At least he could choose his own battlefield. This thought, more than the cure itself, gave him a sense of control he hadn't felt in a long time. In the yard, Old Shun had finished his entire set of punches. He stopped and exhaled a long stream of white breath. His bare upper body showed clear muscles, sweat glistening on his skin. He walked into the living room and saw Jiang Feng staring blankly at the invitation on the coffee table. Old Shun didn't speak. He went to the water dispenser, poured a glass of warm water, and placed it beside Jiang Feng's hand. Old Shun. Jiang Feng didn't look up. Let me ask you something. Old Shun stood straight beside him. Go ahead. Jiang Feng picked up the warm water, but didn't drink. If there's a place that knows all your secrets, including which sock has a hole in it. Jiang Feng's tone was lazy. And they insist on hiring you. Top salary in the world. Benefits for your next life. And they might even solve your biggest problem. Like finding you a wife. Jiang Feng gave an example. Only catch is the job might be dangerous. The kind where you die for the country if you're not careful. Jiang Feng finished talking, looked up at Old Shun. Would you go? Old Shun's expression didn't change at all. He thought for a few seconds, then answered in his usual steady voice. Boss, my life was given by the nation. If needed, I can return it anytime. Jiang Feng was taken aback by those words. He held the water glass, looking at Old Shun's face, which seemed carved with the word loyalty. He laughed. All right, forget I asked. Jiang Feng put down the glass. Your level of political awareness. I can't keep up. He leaned back into the sofa and shook his head. He was different from Old Shun. He was an ordinary person, An ordinary person who just wanted to survive. He picked up the invitation, flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. He took out his phone, unlocked it, opened the browser, and in the search bar, he typed a few keywords. Northwest Archaeology preaching bamboo slips. Search results popped up quickly. All official news releases. Pretty much the same content. Major breakthrough in Northwest archaeology in our country. Suspected high-level preaching burial complex discovered. Experts say this discovery may rewrite ancient history. Not a single word about bamboo slips. And definitely nothing about mental abnormalities. The information was locked down tight. That only confirmed that Qianli hadn't been lying. Jiang Feng turned off his phone and tossed it aside. He had made up his mind. Rather than wait at home for the system's next lottery draw, he might as well go to the center of the trouble and see for himself. He wanted to test his conjecture. Even if he was wrong, at worst it would be a government-paid trip. State reimbursement, plus a free bodyguard. No loss. Jiang Feng picked up his phone again. From the call log, he found an unfamiliar number with no name saved. The one Qianli had left. He dialed it directly. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Mr. Jiang. Qianli's gentle voice came through. Jiang Feng didn't wait for him to finish. He spoke straight away. He leaned back on the sofa, his feet propped up on the Wangwali coffee table, right next to the invitation. His posture was lazy, but his tone left no room for negotiation. Advisor Qian, I accept the invitation. I have 3 conditions. There was silence on the other end. Jiang Feng didn't rush him. He waited quietly. He held up one finger. First, my personal safety and absolute freedom must be guaranteed. Where I go, who I see, what I eat. When I sleep, it's all my call. No one tailing me 24/7, and no restrictions on my personal freedom. He held up a second finger. Second, during the research period, what I say goes. You can give suggestions. I can provide the materials. But what happens in the end, that's up to me to decide. You just listen, and then execute. He held up a third finger. Third, and most important, I can back out at any time. If I feel annoyed or bored, I'll just walk away. You can't stop me for any reason. Jiang Feng finished speaking, and put his feet down from the coffee table. Agree to these 3, and I'll go. If not, forget it. Find someone else. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, only the faint hum of the current. Jiang Feng was patient. He knew that the other side needed this cooperation more than he did. After about half a minute, Qianli's voice came through again. It was still gentle, but the answer was clear. Mr. Jiang, we agree to all your conditions. On behalf of the project team, I welcome you aboard. Jiang Feng said nothing. He hung up directly. He tossed his phone onto the sofa. It was done. From being a research subject, he had become the advisor leading the research. Even if only in name, the nature of the role was completely different. He stood up and stretched. Easy, life's over. He looked out the window. The sunlight was good. The lawn was green. Old Chun, he said to the man behind him. Pack your bags. Old Chin's figure moved. We're going to the northwest. Jiang Feng turned around, looking toward the courtyard gate. Let's go see our country's good stuff. Chapter 42, fully armed. The scale of it rivaled going to war. The next morning, the wrought iron gate of Lakeside Villa swung open. A black commercial vehicle waited outside. The license plate had very few digits. Qianli stood by the car, still in his jade green mouse suit, a smile on his face. Jiang Feng yawned. As he walked out of the villa, Old Chun followed behind. Old Chun carried a military green tactical backpack on his shoulders, the side netting showing the handle of a folding entrenching tool. He carried 2 hardshell suitcases, each 32 inches, the cases bulging slightly. With every step, the floor tiles beneath him let out a dull thud. Jiang Feng had empty hands, wearing athletic wear, and sunglasses. Just hope they don't drag me off for dissection halfway. Qianli's gaze swept over Old Chen's gear, pausing for a moment on the entrenching tool. His smile faded a little. He stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, our security measures over there are very thorough. There's no need to bring so much stuff. Jiang Feng took off his sunglasses, wiped them with a cloth. He patted the suitcase next to Old Chun. It made a thud. Advisor Qian, you handle the science. We handle the metaphysics. If we dig up something unclean, your guns won't be much use. But my driver's entrenching tool might work as a peachwood sword. Jiang Feng put his sunglasses back on. Better safe than sorry. Qianli opened his mouth at this twisted logic, but no sound came out. Entrenching tool as a peachwood sword. In his 70-odd years, he'd never heard that one before. The car door slid open. Inside sat a driver and a middle-aged man in glasses. Both had overheard Jiang Feng's words and were holding back laughter, shoulders shaking. Qianli shook his head. Mr. Jiang is right. He gestured to the side. Please, get in. Old Chin struggled to shove both suitcases into the trunk, filling it completely. Jiang Feng sat in the back row, Qianli opposite him. It was quiet inside the car. The vehicle started and drove out smoothly. Jiang Feng began pulling things out. From his canvas bag, a worn deck of tarot cards, a brass compass, and several strings of copper coins tied with red thread. He spread them out on the seat in front of him, then closed his eyes. His fingers brushed over the coins a few times, muttering under his breath. The man in glasses up front watched this in the rearview mirror, utterly baffled. Qianli's eyelids twitched too. He couldn't help asking, Mr. Jiang, are you? Jiang Feng opened his eyes, putting the items back into the bag. Just an auspicious divination before we go. He packed everything away. Very auspicious, Qianli. Qianli decided not to speak again, respecting the expert's habits. The car didn't enter the city. It took a restricted use road, straight to the VIP area of the airport. Mr. Jiang, Let me brief you on the situation first. Qianli sat up straight, pulling a file from his briefcase. A large number of bamboo slips, currently sealed, are in an underground military base in the northwest Gobi. Codename, Deep Well. The site is completely isolated. All researchers work in protective suits. Jiang Feng didn't speak, just listened. But as I said yesterday, the psychological impact, protective suits, can't block that. Qianli sighed, pulled a photo from the file, and handed it over. This is a high-resolution scan of the bamboo slips. After desensitization treatment, the photo had a matte texture, non-reflective. It showed a close-up of one slip. The material was neither wood nor bone, a dark grayish-black. The marks on it weren't writing. They were twisted, tangled lines, complex in structure, without pattern. Just looking at the photo, one felt uneasy, a little dizzy. Jiang Feng took the photo. With just one glance, a soft sound deep in his brain. The twisted symbols on the paper began to writhe in his field of vision, as if trying to burrow into his eyes. A decaying energy came from the photo. Clairaudience activated. Jiang Feng blocked the sound inside the car, and the intrusion of that energy. He closed his eyes. The feeling was very similar to the signs before a system quest activates, but also different. System quests are directives. This thing brought chaos and malice. He knew he wasn't in a quest period now, couldn't divine anything. What he had to do was play his part. When Jiang Feng opened his eyes again, he had returned to normal. He handed the photo back to Qianli. This thing recognizes people. It doesn't like being spied on through a photo. The car fell silent. Qianli's hand, reaching for the photo, paused in midair. The man in glasses in the front turned around. He was Zhou Ming, the deputy group leader of the project, a cognitive psychology expert. Until now, he had been skeptical of Jiang Feng, this metaphysical advisor. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Jiang Feng leaned back into the seat. You scanned it with machines? Photographed it. To him, that's an offense. He is alive. You think you're studying dead objects, but you're actually provoking a living thing. Of course he fights back. Zhou Ming's breathing became unsteady. It has life. You mean he's some kind of unknown creature? I didn't say he's a creature. Jiang Feng corrected him. I said he has life. A knife that can hurt. You could also say it has life. A rock that can kill someone. You could also say it has life. It's a property, not a species. Jiang Feng used a set of twisted logic to confuse Zhou Ming. After listening, Zhou Ming began pondering the definition and extension of life. Qianli didn't care whether Jiang Feng was talking philosophy or metaphysics. He just didn't like being spied on. The words has life, for the eerie phenomena they encountered, provided a whole new explanation. I understand. Qianli carefully put the photos back into the file folder. He nodded at Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your reminder. This information is very important. Jiang Feng waved his hand. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. He now had a sense of certainty. Coming here was the right move. The military base, codenamed Deep Well, would likely trigger a system quest. The minivan passed through several checkpoints. It stopped beside the boarding stairs of a passenger plane. The plane was entirely silver-white. There was no airline logo on the fuselage. A few ground crew were waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Old Chen got out first, carrying luggage. Under the staff's guidance, he took the luggage to the cargo hold. Jiang Feng was the last to step out of the car. He stretched and looked at the plane. He turned to ask Qianli beside him. Advisor Qian, does the in-flight meal have Haagen-Dazs? Jiang Feng asked very seriously. I get airsick. Need something sweet to settle it. Qianli had prepared a whole speech about safety regulations and confidentiality agreements, but it was all choked back by that one question. He looked at Jiang Feng's face, and after a long moment, he forced out through clenched teeth. I'll have them do their best. Chapter 43. Welcome to the Abnormal Human Research Center. The engine roar faded. The plane landed smoothly amid turbulence. The cabin door opened. A hot wind mixed with grit blew in their faces. Below the stairs was a simple runway hidden in a bare valley. At the end of the runway, several military green off-road vehicles were parked. Beside the vehicles stood a few armed soldiers. Their skin was tan dark. Further away were rows of gray prefab houses and a few concrete buildings. They formed a base. Mr. Jiang, welcome to the Northwest. Qianli's voice sounded a bit faint in the wind. Jiang Feng tugged at the collar of his tracksuit. He muttered to himself. This place is supposed to be an archaeology base, but it looks more like a military restricted zone. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The top left corner of the screen showed no service. Bad review. Old Chun, carrying a tactical backpack and dragging 2 suitcases, walked down the front stairs. One after another, soldiers came forward to help. As soon as their hands touched the cases, their bodies sank. They couldn't even lift them. Old Chun said nothing. He lifted the cases himself into the cargo bed of one of the off-road vehicles. Advisor Jiang Feng's voice sounded lazy. Your security fees here should be doubled. Look at my driver, carrying luggage and acting as a bodyguard, a multifunctional talent. Need a raise. Mr. Jiang, your compensation package is already the highest we can offer. Is that so? Then it seems your cost-effectiveness here isn't great. The group got into the vehicles. The off-road vehicles drove on a bumpy dirt road, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Jiang Feng watched the desolate scenery recede outside the window, thinking, even ghosts can't be bothered to come here. The cars passed through 2 checkpoints, and finally stopped in front of a 3-story concrete building. This is the core area of the base. Qianli led them into the largest meeting room. 7 or 8 people were seated around the long rectangular table. There was an old man in a worn archaeology jacket, face covered in dust, and researchers in white lab coats with messy hair. Every one of them had heavy bags under their eyes. Their eyeballs were bloodshot. The appearance of Jiang Feng and Old Chun stopped the conversation in the meeting room. Everyone looked over. Their expressions mixed scrutiny and rejection. The leader was a man in his 60s, with graying hair, wearing thick glasses. His archaeology jacket was stained with dried mud. He saw Jiang Feng in casual attire, and so young. His brow darkened. Advisor Qian, his voice hoarse. We've been waiting here for 2 hours. Professor Sun, let me introduce you. Qianli smiled awkwardly. This is Mr. Jiang Feng, whom I mentioned to you, the special advisor we brought in this time. The old man, called Professor Sun, looked at Jiang Feng over the top of his glasses. Special advisor? He pointed at the pile of documents and pictures spread on the table. What we need here is an expert in ancient scripts who can decipher these scribbles. A top-level psychologist pointed at Jiang Feng without courtesy. No, what we got is a wet behind the ears street swindler from who knows where. As his words fell, no one in the meeting room responded. The other experts didn't speak, but their expressions were similar to Professor Sun's. They were already on the verge of collapse from those bamboo slips. Now, the reinforcements sent by the higher-ups turned out to be a young man who looked like he was on an outing. Qianli looked embarrassed. He was about to explain, but Jiang Feng smiled. He didn't pay attention to Professor Sun's accusation. He looked around the meeting room, finally fixing his gaze on a young man in the corner. That young man was in his 20s, wearing a researcher's white lab coat. He sat alone on a chair against the wall. He had his head down, staring at the floor with vacant eyes. His face was pale. He didn't move at all. Jiang Feng pointed at the young man and asked Professor Sun, "This is one of the 3 patients you mentioned, right?" Professor Sun was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiang Feng to suddenly ask this. Before he could answer, Jiang Feng spoke directly. He's not crazy. He heard too much. His brain crashed. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Crashed? What kind of description is that? Jiang Feng ignored their reactions. He continued explaining. When your computer opens hundreds of software programs at once, runs programs with an extremely high load, what happens? It freezes, it blue screens. It burns out the CPU. Jiang Feng pointed at the catatonic young man. He's in that state right now. That batch of bamboo slips is a program of extremely high load. It was directly downloaded into his brain. To protect itself, his brain had to choose a forced shutdown. This explanation, using computer science, made all the experts present fall silent. You'd better isolate him. Lock him alone in a completely quiet room. Jiang Feng said. Otherwise, this crash computer of his will infect you with a virus through a local network you can't understand. Then, you'll end up like him, one by one turning into silent human-shaped ornaments. As soon as he said this, the few people nearest the corner instinctively moved their chairs away. Professor Sun, by Jiang Feng's twisted logic, was so angry his lips trembled. He was about to explode. But Jiang Feng didn't give him the chance. He strolled over to the water dispenser in the meeting room, poured himself a full cup of warm water. And then, under everyone's gaze, he took out, from his pocket, a small cylindrical container, and tapped out a white pill from it. He tossed it into the water glass. Fizz! The effervescent tablet tumbled in the water, sending up a fine stream of bubbles. The only sound left in the meeting room was that fizzing. Jiang Feng just held the glass, watching the bubbles rise. That offhand, careless attitude only made Professor Sun's anger flare hotter. You! He pointed at Jiang Feng, too furious to speak. Professor Sun, stay calm. Qianli quickly stepped forward and pressed a hand on his shoulder. Qianli turned to Jiang Feng, his face full of bitterness. Mr. Jiang, we all know how urgent this is. Not urgent. Jiang Feng cut him off. He blew the foam from the top of his glass. Eat your meal one bite at a time. See your patients one by one. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to the center of the meeting table. There lay a half-meter-long silver metal briefcase. On the case, a complex combination lock and a biometric module. Outside the case, a thick explosion-proof glass cover sealed it off. Qianli followed his gaze to the meeting and pointed at the case, introducing to everyone, Mr. Jiang, that batch of preaching bamboo slips is inside. The moment those words fell, inside Jiang Feng's mind, that long unheard mechanical sound rang out without warning. New quest issued. Location, Northwest number 73 Research Base. Sample storage room. Time, 9 to 12 o'clock daily. Mode, Linksy empathy. Academic domain, information contamination source tracing. Objective, receive 3 victims and analyze the root of their anomalies. The finger of Jiang Feng, who held the glass, tapped lightly on the wall of the cup. Called it. He was no longer passively waiting for the system lottery. Instead, by choosing the battlefield, he had successfully induced the generation of a quest. Now, he had regained a part of the initiative. The effervescent tablet in the glass had completely dissolved, turning into an orange-yellow liquid. Jiang Feng tilted his head and took a large gulp. The sweet and sour liquid slid down his throat. He set the glass down. The bottom of the glass hit the table, making a crisp clink. It drew everyone's attention. He looked at the group of experts and professors and started speaking unhurriedly. All right, stop studying me. He pointed at the young man sitting dazed in the corner, then pointed outside the door. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., bring your 3 precious patients, one by one, into the room where the slips are kept. In the meeting room, everyone was stunned. Professor Sun's mouth hung open, forgetting what he was about to say. Qianli also wore a look of shock. Jiang Feng picked up the glass of effervescent water and swirled it. watching the tiny bubbles rise again. He paused, then added, I'm about to start the consultation. Chapter 44. My consultation room is a little different. The next morning, sharp at 9 o'clock, the alloy door of the sample storage room slid open, revealing the interior. A room made of one-piece molded silver-gray alloy. No screws visible on walls, ceiling, or floor. On the metal table in the center of the room rested the metal case under its explosion-proof glass cover. Jiang Feng didn't take the prepared high-back chair. Instead, he had old Chun place his little camp stool with the chipped edge next to the glass cover. He just sat there, hands resting on his knees, in a relaxed posture. Outside the storage room, through the one-way bulletproof glass, Qianli, Professor Sun, and the other experts stared at the monitor screens. They were both curious and distrustful of Jiang Feng's consultation. Jiang Feng looked at the metal case under the glass. The system vision had already activated. Twisted black vapors seeped from the gaps between the bamboo slips, coiling endlessly. He felt no particular stir inside. He just thought all this fuss was overkill. Let's begin, Jiang Feng said into the tiny microphone on his collar. The alloy door slid open. 2 staff members in protective suits supported a young man in a hospital gown as they walked in. It was the same Zhang Yuan whom Jiang Feng had singled out yesterday. Zhang Yuan's eyes were hollow. Without focus, his lips moved, repeating a vague syllable. Good night. No one understood. The staff pressed him onto the stool opposite Jiang Feng, then retreated to the corner, keeping their distance. Jiang Feng did not touch the metal case, nor did he touch Zhang Yuan. He closed his eyes, leaning forward slightly. In the observation room, Professor Sun snorted through the intercom. Microphone, hocus pocus. His voice rang through the storage room. Let's see what tricks he can pull. Qianli raised a hand to signal him to be quiet, then fixed his eyes on the monitor screen. The storage room was very quiet. Only Zhang Yuan's throat mutterings and the hum of equipment could be heard. Suddenly, in the observation room, a linguist with graying hair leaned forward, closing in on the screen. Look at his hand. On screen, Jiang Feng was still, eyes closed. The index finger of his right hand resting on the edge of the stool, tapping in a steady rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. The tempo of the tapping matched the rhythm of the syllables coming from Zhang Yuan's mouth exactly, not a single beat off. The atmosphere in the observation room shifted instantly. Before, they had only been watching for the spectacle. Now, an inexplicable sense of synchronicity made every person focus. The disdain on Professor Sun's face vanished. He could still say Jiang Feng was performing, but this synchronization of rhythm left him without words to refute. Inside the storage room, Jiang Feng was unaware of the outside reaction. He kept his eyes closed, his finger tapping the beat, giving the system a reference frequency to synchronize. DN frequency synced. Now accessing target. Begin parsing Zhang Yuan's subconscious information flow. Information contamination source sample 001, preaching bamboo slips. Contamination pattern. Subconscious resonance amplification. Decoding anomalous waveband in progress. No longer were there only words in Jiang Feng's mind. The system would gradually link the information stream to the anomalous waveband in Zhang Yuan's brain, translating the chaotic data into fractured flashbacks. Muddy river water. A 7- or 8-year-old boy thrashing in the current, arms and legs flailing, weeds twining around his ankles. Sunlight filtered through the water, distorted and distant. Water poured into his mouth and nose, his lungs burned. Then darkness, the suffocating feeling of being buried alive. These were the deepest fears from Zhang Yuan's childhood, the trauma he had forgotten yet that was branded into his subconscious. Those bamboo slips hadn't created anything new. They had only found his most vulnerable crack, amplifying that fear, and shattered his sanity. 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng's fingertip stopped tapping. He opened his eyes, looking at Zhang Yuan across from him. His voice, clear through the microphone, reached the observation room. He isn't talking nonsense. He's asking for help. Jiang Feng turned to the corner, at the 2 bewildered staff members, but it sounded like a question for those in the observation room. Look up his file. When Zhang Yuan was 7 years old, did he nearly drown in a river near his hometown? Almost died. As the words fell, the observation room fell silent. Professor Sun's mouth was open, unable to close for a long time. His eyes, the whites of them, were all shock. He had spent a lifetime researching texts and artifacts, believing in logic and evidence. But now, this charlatan in his eyes had only closed his eyes and tapped the stool once. He said a childhood secret, buried 20 years ago. This was beyond the bounds of logic. Qianli was the first to react. He grabbed the internal communication phone beside him and roared straight into it. Verify it immediately. Use every resource. Contact local authorities. Check household registration files. Interview the family. 3 minutes. I want concrete results in 3 minutes. A flustered reply came from the other end of the line. Inside the sealed room, Jiang Feng remained calm. He leaned back on the small stool, waved a hand at the 2 dazed staff members by the corner, and said, "Take him out." The 2 snapped back to reality, stepped forward, one on each side, hoisted up Zhang Yuan, who was still muttering to himself, and dragged him out of the sealed room. The alloy door closed behind them. Jiang Feng stared at the now empty space opposite him, then turned his head to look at the observation window. He knew those people needed time to digest and verify. He pulled the effervescent tablet tube from his pocket, coughed out a tablet, and dropped it into his thermos. Fizz, bubbles rose. He swirled the cup, watching the water turn orange-yellow. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 1/3. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Jiang Feng felt no stir inside. He had bet correctly. This place was the perfect mission location. He didn't need to drum up business. The state was his biggest customer. Time ticked by, minute by minute. In the sealed room, the only sounds were him drinking and the fizz of the tablet. The observation room was in chaos. Jiang Feng couldn't hear them, but he could see the expressions on the experts' faces, from shock to heated debate, finally settling into a complicated silence. 2 minutes and 50 seconds earlier, the phone on the desk rang. He grabbed the receiver, listening to the report on the line. His hand tightened around the receiver, knuckles turning white. He hung up, walked to the observation window, and picked up the intercom microphone. His hands were shaking. Mr. Jiang. He cleared his throat, trying to steady his voice. It's been verified. Zhang Yuan's registered origin is Zhangzhuang Village, Zhoukou City, Yu Province. 21 years ago, at age 7, he drowned in a tributary of the Huai River. At the village entrance, he was unconscious for over 5 minutes, rescued by a fellow villager, and after 3 hours of resuscitation, he was out of danger. Every word from Qianli left everyone in the observation room speechless. Professor Sun swayed, leaning against the wall, muttering, impossible. This can't be possible. Everything he had always believed now had a crack in it. Jiang Feng wasn't surprised by this result. He screwed the lid back on his thermos, stood up, and stretched his numb legs. He spoke into the microphone, his tone lazy. All right, no more wasting time. He pointed toward the alloy door. Next one, Chapter 45. This isn't a puzzle to solve. It's psychological counseling. This time, the person brought in wasn't being supported, but was strapped to a mobile stretcher bed by 2 security personnel. Wheeled inside, it was a woman, in her early 30s, wearing the same patient gown. Her hair was disheveled, her face marked with several self-inflicted bloody scratches. She didn't have Zhang Yuan's days. She was struggling, a low growl coming from her throat, her body writhing beneath the restraints, producing dull thuds. Let me go? Burn it. Burn it all. She screamed, her voice shrill, laced with terror. In the observation room, Professor Sun tightened his grip on his pen. Compared to Zhang Yuan's quiet collapse, this female researcher, Li Hui, was manic, a far more difficult case. She's the worst. Qian Li's voice came through the intercom, sounding exhausted. 3 days ago, she suddenly snapped while organizing skin images. She tried to set all the documents on fire with a lighter. If we hadn't caught it in time, the entire base's core data would have gone up in flames. Jiang Feng said nothing. He just watched the woman, struggling violently on the stretcher. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Hui. Status, information contamination, severe, deeply bound to fire trauma. A trauma trigger again. The security personnel fixed the stretcher bed in the center of the room, then pushed it to the corner, remaining on guard. Li Hui's head whipped around wildly, scanning every corner of the room, finally stopping on Jiang Feng. It's you have it too. Burn you, she shrieked, struggling even harder. The metal frame of the fixed bed shook. Jiang Feng turned around, his back to Li Hui, facing the one-way glass. He knew. Everyone in the observation room was watching Professor Sun. Jiang Feng spoke. Now, go find a primary school textbook passage. The people in the observation room froze. A primary school passage. Professor Sun frowned, asking through the microphone. What passage? Jiang Feng's tone was flat. Wang Erxiao. The moment these 3 words left his mouth, the entire observation room fell silent. A group of the country's top scientists, archaeologists and psychologists, inside the nation's most secret underground base, were being asked by a metaphysical advisor to look up a children's heroic tale from decades ago. Advisor Jiang, this isn't the time for jokes. Professor Sun said, suppressing his anger. I'm not joking. Jiang Feng turned his head, glancing at Li Hui, still screaming. Right now, her mind is a sea of fire. If you talk science or reason with her, you're just pouring oil on the flames. You need a stronger, more fundamental concept, one rooted in her childhood cognition, to overwrite that fire. Jiang Feng held up one finger. For her generation, the purest sense of hero worship and safety, built in the elementary school classroom, that's the best fire extinguisher. This theory left the people in the observation room exchanging bewildered looks. Using childhood memories to overwrite traumatic memories? It sounded like it had a shred of psychological validity, but the method was too absurd. Can't find the passage? Find someone who can recite it. Jiang Feng added, get a male comrade with a loud, clear voice. Stand at the microphone and recite the entire passage from start to finish. And remember, with feeling. Qianli didn't hesitate. He looked at Li Hui, still in the throes of her fit, and then at Jiang Feng's back on the monitor. He didn't waver. Do as he says. Qianli ordered his deputy, Zhou Ming. Get it done now, as fast as possible. Zhou Ming nodded, turned, and quickly left the observation room. In the sealed room, Li Hui's screaming continued. Jiang Feng just stood there, back turned, not moving. After about 2 minutes of waiting, a male voice, nervous but trying to stay steady, came through the sealed room's broadcast system. The ox is still grazing on the hillside, but the shepherd boy is nowhere to be found. As the voice rang out, Li Hui's struggle paused for a moment. Who else could it be? It was Wang Erxiao, the one who watched me grow up. The reciting voice continued to carry the simple, earnest strength of that era. The madness slowly faded from Li Hui's face, replaced by a dazed expression. His reddened eyes reflected the cold light on the ceiling. Jiang Feng still had his back to him. His right index finger tapped lightly in the air beside him again. Read, 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 read. the rhythm of his recitation in the simultaneous broadcast. DN frequency synchronization complete. Accessing target. Subconscious information stream parsing initiated. Information contamination source sample 001. Preaching bamboo slip contamination pattern. Subconscious resonance amplification. Decoding anomalous waveband. Then, flames and a scorching pain flooded Jiang Feng's mind. An old apartment building. The narrow hallway cluttered with junk. Thick smoke rolling, choking, making it impossible to breathe. A little girl, 5 or 6 years old, locked inside the house. The windows were sealed with security bars. She pounded on the door in terror, crying out, "Mommy!" Outside, there was the loud crash of firefighters breaking in and neighbors screaming. Flames licked in through the crack in the door, burning the hem of his pants. The enemy threw Erxiao off the mountaintop. Our hero, Wang Erxiao, was thus brutally killed by the enemy. On the broadcast, the reciter finished the last word. In a somber tone, the containment room fell silent. On the stretcher bed, Li Hui no longer screamed, nor struggled. He lay motionless, 2 tears sliding from the corners of his eyes. His lips unconsciously murmured, "Brother Erxiao." Jiang Feng turned around. He walked to the stretcher bed, leaned down, and looked at the woman trapped by her childhood nightmare. He reached out his hand and passed it through the air above her forehead. "The fire is out," Jiang Feng said softly. "You're safe." Li Hui closed her eyes. Her breathing became steady. She fell into a deep sleep. In the observation room, no one spoke. Everyone stared at the monitor screen, watching. The female researcher they had thought was insane, now sleeping peacefully. Professor Sun gripped the edge of the table, his body trembling slightly. He had studied tangible artifacts his whole life, believing in carbon-14 and geological strata. But everything that happened today shattered the scientific faith he had built over decades into pieces. This isn't science. This is theology. DN, valid fortune-telling attempts 2/3. Jiang Feng straightened up. He waved at the security personnel in the corner. "Take him down. Get a female attendant to wipe his face. Change his clothes, and let him sleep. When he wakes up, he'll be fine." The 2 security personnel snapped out of it, hurried forward to unlock the stretcher bed's restraints, and carefully wheeled it out. The alloy door closed again. Jiang Feng walked back to his little folding stool and sat down. He picked up his insulated cup, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip of the almost flat fizzy water. He looked up at the invisible glass wall. "Advisor Qian, I'm here." Qian Li's voice came through the speaker, trembling. "Now, can we talk about what this thing really is?" Jiang Feng pointed at the table, at the heavily protected metal case. He stood up, walked to the case. "This thing isn't some kind of mental virus, nor is it a supernatural force." Jiang Feng's tone was matter of fact. "It's more like a mirror, or maybe a search engine." In the observation room, everyone held their breath, pricking up their ears. "It doesn't generate anything. It only retrieves. It scans every human brain that comes near it, retrieving from your memory bank the deepest, most vulnerable, most terrifying part of your memory." Zhang Yuan's drowning, Li Hui's fire. Jiang Feng's finger traced lightly over the blast-proof glass cover. "It finds these memory fragments, then uses some technology we can't currently understand to amplify them, and then plays them on a loop, directly inside your subconscious. So your teammates aren't crazy. They've just been forced to sit in front of a VR device, day and night, over and over again, watching the most terrifying movie of their own lives. Again and again, until their minds collapse, their motherboard burns out. Search engine, loop, VR device." Psychology Deputy Team Leader Zhou Ming slapped his thigh. "I get it. It's a forced psychological suggestion based on memory recall. Its information waves might directly target the amygdala and hippocampus." Professor Sun also seemed to have found a reasonable explanation. He adjusted his glasses, picked up a pen, and on a brand new notebook, wrote a line as a heading. "On information contamination, phenomenological theory, and clinical intervention. Preliminary research report." Below the title, he hesitated for a moment, then still wrote character by character in the project advisor column, the name Jiang Feng. When he finished, he looked up, and through the microphone asked in a tone of consultation, "Advisor Jiang, what about the last one? We still have one patient. Professor Liu. His symptoms are very strange. He doesn't cry, doesn't make a fuss, isn't mad, doesn't shout." Professor Sun's voice carried a plea. "He just laughs. Since the onset, he's been sitting there laughing. No matter who talks to him, he laughs. We give him sedatives, and he still laughs." Jiang Feng lifted his chin. "Laughs. Bring him up." Jiang Feng sat back down on his little folding stool, his tone returning to its earlier laziness. "Right, we haven't filled the quota of 3 for today yet. Let's hurry up. I'm still waiting to clock out for lunch." Chapter 46. Master, his laugh creeps me out. The alloy door slid open silently again. This time there were no restraints, and no one supporting him. A man walked in on his own. He was in his 50s, with thinning hair, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, and a well-fitted hospital gown. He looked scholarly. A smile fixed on his face. That smile stretched from the left corner of his mouth all the way to his right ear, revealing 2 rows of smoke-stained yellow teeth. His eyes were vacant, unfocused, staring straight ahead. And so, still smiling, he walked step by step to the center of the room, sat down on the stool opposite Jiang Feng, sat upright, hands on his knees. Then he looked up at Jiang Feng and kept smiling. The whole process was silent. The containment room was stiflingly quiet. In the observation room, Qian Li's Adam's apple bobbed. Professor Sun subconsciously pushed up his glasses, a chill running down his spine. The first two patients, one was dull-witted, a manic, still within the realm of emotion. The man before him didn't behave like a patient. Rather, more like a malfunctioning machine. Jiang Feng watched the smiling figure before him. A thought surfaced in his mind. The first two were system crashes and hardware overheating. This last one, it's infected with a virus, turned into a smiling clown. Name, Lu Jianjun. Status, information contamination, severe. Deeply bound with pathological compensatory psychology. Deep mapping, eternal regret. Unstoppable apology. Jiang Feng's gaze lifted from the system panel. It settled back on Professor Lu's smiling face. His molars ached. Professor Sun's voice came through the loudspeaker. A tremor he couldn't suppress ran through his tone. That's Lu Jianjun. Professor Lu, our chief paleography expert. He was also the first person to directly touch the bamboo slips. He's been like this for 3 days. No food, no water, no sleep. Just sitting there, smiling. We injected him with the maximum dose of sedative. No effect at all. Jiang Feng ignored the broadcast. He stood up, walked 2 steps around his little folding stool, then walked over to Professor Lu. He crouched down, eye level with Professor Lu. Then he asked a question that had nothing to do with bamboo slip archaeology or mental contamination. Professor Lu, Jiang Feng asked softly, 30 years ago, in the height of summer, did you lose a daughter who had just turned 5? In the observation room, everyone froze. Qian Li's mouth hung open. He forgot what he was going to say. Professor Sun jerked his head up, his face full of shock. How did the topic jump here? A family tragedy 30 years ago. What did it have to do with what was happening now? He instinctively wanted to argue, but Qian Li beside him stopped him with a gesture. Qian Li said nothing. He just stared at the surveillance screen, at the young man crouched on the floor. Intuition told him the key part was coming. In the sealed room, Jiang Feng's words fell. Professor Lu had no reaction. He kept smiling. The curve of that smile didn't change, fixed on his face. Jiang Feng just stayed crouched, watching him, saying nothing. In the observation room, just when everyone thought Jiang Feng had miscalculated this time, the change came. The smile on Professor Lu's face, that arc splitting to his ears, began to tremble slightly, irregularly. Then the smile froze. It didn't disappear. It just stiffened on his face. Then it started to distort. The muscles of Professor Lu's face twitched violently, beyond control. He wanted to keep that smile, but his body betrayed him. The smile twisted into a strange expression. 2 streams of cloudy yellow tears welled from his hollow eyes, sliding down the deep wrinkles on his face. N. A hoarse, broken syllable forced its way through his cracked lips. N. He wanted to say that name, but his vocal cords, and used for so long, struggled to form sounds. N. Finally, a complete word, accompanied by tears, roared from the depths of his throat. That roar didn't sound human. It was filled with decades of suppressed agony. In the observation room, everyone stood up. Through the bulletproof glass, they watched that gentle, scholarly old professor, now sobbing loudly. The crying came through the microphone, tightening every heart. Jiang Feng stood up, took 2 steps back, giving this man who had been stifling himself for 30 years space to vent. He spoke, his tone flat, simply stating facts. The bamboo slip gradually amplified the deepest regret in his heart. 30 years ago, he was a top young scholar in the country, tied up by an important overseas project. Couldn't get away. Meanwhile, his only daughter suddenly developed acute meningitis, rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. By the time he caught the fastest flight back, all he saw in the hospital morgue was that small body. In the observation room, psychology expert Zhou Ming took off his glasses and rubbed his temples hard. He remembered something. He hurried over to a computer. His hands flew across the keyboard. He pulled up Professor Lu Jianjun's personnel file. The marital status field read, divorced. Children, none. Jiang Feng continued. He missed the critical window to save his daughter. He lived his entire life in guilt and self-blame. He felt his research had killed his daughter. His only comfort was a pathological delusion. Jiang Feng watched the old man who was crying until his whole body shook. He told himself, over and over, his daughter loved seeing him smile. If, back then at the hospital, instead of crying, he had smiled, maybe his daughter would have been happy and woken up. That thought became the only pillar of his remaining life. Jiang Feng turned his head, looked at the one-way glass, as if speaking to Professor Sun and the others. And that bamboo slip, that so-called source of information contamination, it scanned this pathological obsession. Then it twisted that self-consolation into an infinitely looping, unalterable computer command. There was no sympathy in Jiang Feng's tone, only the analysis of a technician dismantling code. So he wasn't smiling. He was spending the rest of his life to his daughter, who would never come back, offering a 30-year, unending, silent apology. The bamboo slip just pressed that loop play button. The observation room fell silent. The pen in Professor Sun's hand creaked as he unconsciously squeezed it. Zhou Ming looked at Professor Lu's file on the screen, then at the old man sobbing uncontrollably on the monitor. He felt that decades of psychological knowledge were useless at this moment. Qian Li closed his eyes, let out a long sigh. They had thought they were facing an unknown enemy. In the end, it was just one man's wound. The sealed room. Professor Lu's crying subsided, turned into quiet sobs. He lay on the floor, like a lost child. Jiang Feng waved a hand at the 2 security guards by the corner. Those 2 tall, burly men had red-rimmed eyes. They walked over, not with rough movements, but carefully. They helped Professor Lu up from the floor. Take him to rest. Jiang Feng said. Find a psychologist to stay with him. Don't say anything. Let him cry. He'll be fine once it's out. The two guards nodded, supporting the still-sobbing Professor Liu. They walked step by step out of the sealed room. The alloy door slid shut slowly. The entire room was left with only Jiang Feng and the metal box holding the bamboo slips. Ding. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 3/3. Ding. 3 readings. Quest complete. Quest complete. Jiang Feng stretched. His joints cracked and popped. He walked over to the folding stool, folded it up, tucked it under his arm. Then he picked up his thermos, unscrewed the lid. He drained the last of the fizzy water in one gulp. He looked up toward the observation window. He raised the empty cup in his hand. All right, that's a wrap. His voice was transmitted through the microphone, with a casual ease, like clocking out from work. Former advisor Professor Sunday. Dear experts. Lunchtime. Jiang Feng tucked the thermos back into his canvas bag. He glanced around the alloy room. For lunch, I want braised pork belly. Add some rock sugar. And a smashed cucumber salad. With plenty of garlic. In the observation room. A group of the nation's top scientists, archaeologists, psychologists, watched on the monitor that young man carrying a small stool, with a canvas bag over his shoulder, starting to order food. Stood speechless. Jiang Feng raised his hand and knocked on the alloy door. His face showed an unpretentious anticipation for lunch. Chapter 47. This reward is pretty hardcore. Jiang Feng only wanted to eat lunch now. Outside the door, Qian Li and Professor Sun stood straight. Seeing Jiang Feng come out, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Advisor Jiang, this way please. Qian Li's posture was very low. He turned sideways to lead the way. In a small private room of the base cafeteria, the table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. A plate of braised pork belly sat in the center. Jiang Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Old Shen was beside him, serving rice and pouring water. Jiang Feng picked up the biggest piece of pork belly and shoved it into his mouth. He squinted in satisfaction. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Beep. Triple stage quest complete. Calculating rewards. Jiang Feng's chewing motion paused. Finally, it's here. Any later, and the food would be digested. He ate while distracted, looking at the virtual panel before him. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 15%. Remaining lifespan increased by 90 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward received. 5 million. Longer life, more money. Routine operation. DN detected host behavior. On a national level project. Producing a significant positive impact. Quest evaluation increased. Additional reward being distributed. Jiang Feng's chopsticks stopped midair. Another additional reward? Congratulations, host. New ability acquired. Causal world. He almost choked on a piece of meat. He put down his chopsticks, picked up his water cup, and took a sip. The description of the new ability appeared on the panel. Causal world. No longer restricted by quests. Host may use actively once per day. After use, by touching a specific object, you can observe the causal fragment, with the strongest energy related to that object. Note, this ability consumes significant mental energy. Use with caution. Jiang Feng quickly scanned the description. No longer restricted by quests. Active use, touch objects. This means, he finally had some ability to act proactively. He was no longer the puppet who could only passively wait for the system to assign tasks, at a specified time and place, in a specified manner, to tell fortunes. He now had a card. A trump card he could decide when to play. His mind was churning, but his face showed nothing. He picked up his chopsticks again, and grabbed another piece of braised pork, eating slowly and deliberately. This ability is interesting. The private room door was tapped twice. Qian Li and Professor Sun stood at the door with trays, their posture stiff. Their trays only held steamed buns and a bowl of cabbage. Advisor Jiang, we're not disturbing your meal, are we? Qian Li asked tentatively. Jiang Feng lifted his eyelids. He pointed with his chin, at the empty seats opposite. Sit. Qian Li and Professor Sun exchanged a glance. As if granted a pardon, they pulled out chairs and sat. Both sat with straight backs, hands on their knees. Professor Sun watched Jiang Feng eating, his mouth greasy. Several times he opened his mouth to ask something, but swallowed it back. Finally, he couldn't hold back. Advisor Jiang, you've worked hard. He personally picked up the kettle on the table and refilled Jiang Feng's cup. Regarding those bamboo slips, we think. He interrupted him. No work during meals. The tip of his chopsticks pointed at the plate of pork belly on the table. That's the rule. Professor Sun was choked red in the face. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Sit, Jiang Feng repeated. Qian Li and Professor Sun had no choice but to sit down with wry smiles. They held their own trays, watching Jiang Feng eat with gusto. Jiang Feng ate another piece of meat. He smacked his lips. Your cafeteria's braised pork is not bad. He commented. Just a bit too little rock sugar. Next time, tell the cook to add 2 more pieces. Qian Li and Professor Sun were stunned. They had a belly full of questions ready. About information contamination. About memory awakening. About the follow-up treatment plan for the 3 researchers. But this advisor Jiang was chatting with them about the sweet and savory of braised pork. Professor Sun was a scholarly, honest man. He unconsciously replied, Advisor Jiang, the authentic way to make braised pork should be savory and umami, using soy sauce to enhance flavor. Rock sugar is only for color and to balance the saltiness. Stop, Jiang Feng interrupted him again. Professor Sun, you're an archaeology expert, not a food critic. Jiang Feng pointed at him with his chopsticks. I like it sweet. Professor Sun's face turned even redder. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Qianli quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Right. Advisor Jiang is right. I'll go tell the kitchen right now. From now on, for Advisor Jiang's private meals, add more sugar. Advisor Jiang likes sweet food. He likes it. Qianli repeated that sentence 3 times in his mind. The meal finished in this strange atmosphere. Jiang Feng ate to his heart's content. Qianli and Professor Sun ate without tasting a thing. After the meal, Jiang Feng was surrounded by a group of experts and returned to the alloy storage room. He walked in the center, hands in the pockets of his sweatpants, with a leisurely posture. Qianli and Professor Sun were on his left and right, half a step behind. Behind them followed 7 or 8 experts from various fields. These people's attitude toward Jiang Feng had changed from morning's scrutiny and doubt to awe. The alloy door slid open. In the center of the room, the metal box covered with an explosion-proof glass cover still sat quietly in place. Everyone stopped at the door. Only Jiang Feng walked in. Professor Sun stood at the door, adjusted his glasses, staring intently at Jiang Feng's back. Advisor Jiang. He finally asked the question he had held back all noon. Can you now directly read this thing? He pointed at the metal box. Read it directly without using a patient as a medium. In the observation room, everyone stared at Jiang Feng through the one-way glass. Everyone held their breath. Jiang Feng stood before the metal box, looking at the black bamboo slips inside, the twisted symbols, emanating an ominous black aura in his vision. He stroked his chin. Perfect chance to test the new ability. He turned around. He crooked his finger at Professor Sun and Qianli at the door. You two come in. The two were startled, then quickly walked in. Advisor Jiang, what are your instructions? Jiang Feng pointed at the glass cover. I want to touch it. Professor Sun and Qianli both changed expression. No, Professor Sun blurted out. Advisor Jiang, absolutely not. Professor Liu was the first one to directly touch the bamboo slips. You've seen what happened to him. Qianli's face was grave. Mr. Jiang, we can't risk your safety. Jiang Feng looked at their tense expressions and laughed. Are you getting the wrong idea? He held up one finger and wagged it. Right now, I'm the one solving your problem. You have exactly 2 choices. Either you listen to me, or I walk. You can keep this pile of broken bamboo pieces and study them till the end of time. His tone was flat, but the meaning behind his words left the 2 old men, whose combined age was nearly 150, speechless. Professor Sun's lips moved, as if he wanted to argue. Jiang Feng didn't give him the chance. He slowly reached out his hand toward the blast-proof glass cover. Professor Sun instinctively moved to stop him. Jiang Feng's hand stopped just a centimeter from the glass. He didn't touch it. His fingers hung in the air. Then he looked up at Qianli. My rule is I have to make direct contact with the object itself. He realized he'd said half a sentence wrong and corrected himself without changing expression. Through this glass, it's like scratching an itch with gloves on. Useless. Qianli and Professor Sun exchanged glances. That's a rule. Open it. Jiang Feng's tone brooked no negotiation. Beads of sweat formed on Qianli's forehead. Sweat. He didn't dare give that order. If something went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Jiang Feng saw his hesitation. He pulled his hand back and stuffed it into his pocket. Forget it. He turned to leave. Looks like you're not ready yet. When you figured it out, come find me. He sauntered to the door, acting as if he was about to walk out. Wait. Qianli was anxious. He hurried over to Jiang Feng, blocking his way. This old man, who could shake the whole region with a single stomp, now had a pleading look on his face. Mr. Jiang, it's not that we don't trust you. He lowered his voice. It's just that the danger of this thing is beyond our understanding. We have to come up with a foolproof plan. Jiang Feng looked at him. Suddenly, he smiled. Qian, don't ask. Do you think anything in this world is foolproof? He patted Qianli on the shoulder. I am your 1 in a million chance. With that, he walked around Qianli and continued toward the door. Old Chen was already waiting at the entrance. When he saw Jiang Feng emerge, he fell into step behind him without a word. Advisor Jiang. Professor Sun was frantic too. He rushed out after him. Don't go. We can talk this over. Jiang Feng stopped. He turned back to look at them. There's nothing to talk about. His gaze swept over the group of experts and finally landed on Qianli's face. Either open it now. He raised a finger and tapped his own temple. I go in, use my method, and give you an answer. Or you keep meeting and researching your way, writing reports until the next expert goes insane, and then invite me back. He smiled. But next time, the fee will double. No one spoke. Qianli stood still, his face shifting between emotions. On one side, incalculable risk. On the other, the truth within reach. A full minute passed. Qianli finally forced 2 words through his teeth. Open the box. Chapter 48. Don't ask. Ask, and it's a heavenly secret. Cannot be revealed. Professor Sun's face went pale. He wanted to stop it, but couldn't get a word out. The order had been given. A technician in a white sterile suit stepped forward. He scanned his palm. On the biometric module attached to the metal case, identity verification passed. He then took out a long, thin metal probe, inserted it into the combination lock, and quickly manipulated it. Click-clack. The sound of gears turning came from inside the lock. All the experts in the room stopped breathing. Their eyes were fixed on the box. Jiang Feng stood there, hands still in his pockets. Old Chen was half a step behind him, body tense, one hand reaching for the entrenching tool on the side of his tactical pack. Click. One final sound. The lock was released. The technician stepped back 2 paces and nodded toward the observation room. Qianli spoke into the microphone. Open it. The technician stepped forward again, placed both hands on the box's clasps, and lifted the lid. A puff of white cold air sprayed from the gap. The lid was fully open. Dozens of dark gray bamboo slips lay quietly on a deep blue velvet cushion. The room was silent. Nothing happened. Professor Sun's tensed heart relaxed a little. Jiang Feng moved. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and walked toward the open metal box. Advisor Jiang. Professor Sun called out. Jiang Feng ignored him. He reached the box, looked down at the bamboo slips. Those twisted, tangled symbols glowed faintly in his eyes. He reached out. Don't. Qian Li's voice came over the intercom. Trembling, Jiang Feng's fingers didn't pause. They landed directly on the bamboo slip in the center. He closed his eyes. Silently, he thought. Use causal world. Whoosh. His body swayed, staggering backward a big step. His face turned pale, cold sweat beating on his forehead. In those few seconds, he saw a fragmented scene. A massive altar cast in bronze stood under a dusky yellow sky. Below the altar, people in hemp clothing knelt, chanting an unintelligible drone. At the center of the altar, a priest wearing a bronze mask raised his hands high. In front of him stood a square cauldron burning with a green flame. The priest picked up black bamboo slips one by one and threw them into the cauldron. The slips touched the flame. They didn't burn, but instead emitted a deeper, darker light. The vision cut off there. Mr. Jiang. Old Chen rushed forward in one stride and steadied him from the side. Boss. Old Chen's voice was worried. The observation room was in chaos. Quick, medical team, prepare for emergency. Qian Li shouted into the microphone. Advisor Jiang, what did you see? How do you feel? Professor Sun was also frantic, firing questions over the intercom. The alloy door was urgently opened. 2 doctors in white lab coats, carrying emergency kits, rushed in. Get out. Jiang Feng, leaning on Old Chen, gasped for breath and growled at the 2 doctors. The 2 doctors froze, at a loss, looking toward the observation room. Jiang Feng pushed Old Chen's hand away and stood on his own. He lifted his head, looked at the open box, then shook his head. He walked over to his little stool and sat down. This action made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. In the observation room, Qian Li saw that he could still move on his own and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Advisor Jiang, your body, you won't die. Jiang Feng waved his hand, interrupting him. He looked up. His gaze swept across the one-way glass of the observation room. His voice was hoarse. What I saw wasn't mosquitoes. All the experts pricked up their ears. Jiang Feng paused, as if organizing his words. It's a sacrificial ritual. A ritual? Professor Sun was taken aback. Jiang Feng pointed at the metal box. His tone was heavy. This thing isn't for recording. It's for suppression. Suppression? Zhou Ming, the psychology expert, murmured. Suppression? Suppress what? A thought. A demonic sound. Professor Sun's breathing quickened. He thought of various suppressors in ancient Chinese magic arts, talismans, and spells. Jiang Feng continued. You dug it out of the ancient tomb. That's like pulling the stopper off a bottle that was suppressing something inside. He raised his eyes toward the observation room. So, it's not sending you any information virus. It's calling for help. His voice dropped even lower. Or rather, it's summoning. Something all of us can't afford to mess with. Summoning. If suppression had merely shocked them, then summoning carried a whole new weight. The observation room fell silent. Professor Sun swayed. His vision spun. A researcher beside him caught him. Suppression summoning. His lips trembled. Then what is it summoning? And what was being suppressed? That question voiced everyone's thoughts. They all stared at Jiang Feng on the monitor, their eyes full of fear. Jiang Feng looked at their expressions. He wondered how to put it. He couldn't exactly tell them that he saw a masked figure, throwing wooden strips into a furnace burning green fire. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, putting on a look of utter exhaustion. He waved his hand weakly. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. He sighed. Let's call it a day. I'm tired. He leaned on his knees, slowly stood up. This thing is seriously sinister. Too much energy. Can't force it. Give me time. After slowly finishing, he gestured to Old Chen at the door. Old Chen immediately stepped forward. Again, he steadied him firmly. Jiang Feng leaned most of his body weight onto Old Chen. Dragging his feet, he walked out. Professor Sun, Qian Li, and a team of experts rushed out of the observation room. They lined up at the door, bowed solemnly toward Jiang Feng's back. Advisor Jiang, you've worked hard. Their voices were uniform. Jiang Feng's steps faltered for a moment. He didn't look back, just waved a hand weakly, then kept walking, until the corridor corner. He completely disappeared from everyone's sight. At the door of the sealed chamber, a group of top experts faced the empty metal box, as if facing a great enemy. Lock down the scene immediately. Initiate the highest level of physical isolation. Qian Li's voice trembled, and Professor Sun added. Throw out all our previous research reports. Rewrite them from scratch. The research direction. Start from the semiotic meaning of suppression and summoning. On the other side of the corridor. At the end, as soon as Jiang Feng was out of the expert's sight, he straightened up immediately. He patted Old Chen's arm. All right. Stop holding me. I'm not that weak. Old Chen let go. Seeing Jiang Feng's complexion return to normal, he was still a little worried. Boss, you scared me to death just now. Acting, get it? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. If I didn't look miserable enough, how would they appreciate the danger and importance of my work? How could I ask them for more money? Old Chen opened his mouth, but no words came out. Jiang Feng didn't bother with him anymore. He rubbed his temples as he walked. This new ability is convenient to use, but the after effects sure pack a punch. Chapter 49. The daily life of a slacker in a national base. 3 days later. Northwest Research Base number 73, Special Advisors Lounge. The room had constant temperature and humidity. A 2-meter-wide king-size bed sat in the middle. Across from the bed, a latest model Alienware computer was placed on a custom adjustable desk. Next to it, a military-grade fiber optic cable had been specially installed. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in a gaming chair, wearing noise-canceling headphones. On the computer screen, a yellow heavy truck was flying off a cliff at 180 miles per hour, followed by a series of rolls and explosions. A line of red text popped up on the screen. Mission failed. Jiang Feng took off his headphones, picked up the cola beside him, and took a sip. Using the country's money, using the country's internet, playing capitalist games. He burped. Not a bad life. Ever since that forced spirit communication 3 days ago, he had claimed to need rest to recover his vital energy, and began his slacker life in the base. He woke up naturally every day, 3 meals delivered to his door by designated staff. When bored, he turned on the computer and delivered packages in a virtual world. The people in the base, from Qian Li to Professor Sun, to ordinary researchers and soldiers, all tacitly avoided disturbing his rest. In their eyes, every time this advisor Jiang closed his eyes, it was on another battlefield, fighting against ancient forces. Only old Qin knew that his boss was just playing video games. Outside the lounge door, Professor Sun and Zhou Ming, the deputy head of psychology, one carrying a plate of cut cantaloupe, the other holding a stack of printed reports, paced back and forth at the entrance. They had been standing there for nearly 10 minutes. Professor Sun, Zhou Ming lowered his voice, pointing at the colorful light seeping through the door gap. Advisor Jiang has been recuperating for 3 days. I heard from old Chun that he's almost finished that game. What about our project? Professor Sun shot him a glare, scolded in an even lower voice. What do you know? He hugged the reports tighter. The ways of a master are beyond our guess. You think he's playing a game? Let me tell you, that is cultivation. Professor Sun's face was solemn. He began his analysis. I've consulted a large number of Taoist texts. This is called holding stillness. He's using a high-speed information exchange to adjust his own frequency in order to counter the information contamination from that bamboo slip. Zhou Ming opened his mouth. He, a cognitive psychology expert, was being schooled in metaphysical theory by an archaeology professor. And, Professor Sun continued, haven't you noticed? The game advisor, Jiang chose, has connection and building at its core. He's using this method to counter the fragmentation and chaos that bamboo slip represents. This is using the order of modern technology to neutralize the chaos of ancient sorcery. Zhou Ming was stunned. Is that so? He looked at the closed door, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Just as the two were about to muster the courage to knock, to counteract the chaos of ancient witchcraft, Zhou Ming was stunned by what he heard. So that's how it is? He looked at that tightly shut door, a hint of thought in his eyes. Just as the two were about to muster the courage to knock, a lazy voice came from the room. Friend outside the door. You're here about the entropic increase problem in the simulation model, right? Come in. Professor Sun and Zhou Ming both froze. They exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with shock. Today, they had indeed come for a mathematical model of information diffusion on bamboo slips. That model, during computation, had shown an inexplicable increase in entropy, stalling the entire research group. They hadn't even knocked yet. They hadn't said a word. How did he know? Professor Sun's hand trembled. He almost dropped the report on the floor. Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses. He took a deep breath. Old General Sun, the advisor, he's a god. Truly a god. Professor Sun muttered to himself, then pushed Zhou Ming. Hurry, go in. With mixed feelings, they gently pushed the door open. Inside, Jiang Feng had already paused his game. He spun his gaming chair to face the door, one hand on the armrest, the other holding a thermos cup. His posture was lazy. He gestured with his chin toward the sofa in the corner. Professor Sun and Zhou Ming didn't dare sit. They walked to the desk and placed the fruit and report on the corner. Advisor Jiang, we've come to seek your guidance. Professor Sun bowed at the waist, his tone humble. Jiang Feng's eyes fell on the computer screen. On the screen was the image of his truck crashing into a valley. Countless express boxes were scattered everywhere. He pointed at the image and asked out of nowhere, what does this look like to you? Professor Sun and Zhou Ming both leaned in, staring at the wreckage on screen, their faces confused. Isn't that just losing the game? Jiang Feng didn't wait for their answer. He explained himself. You see, this is just like your model. His finger traced across the screen. These scattered boxes are the information you're trying to crack. The truck is the decoding path you built. He pointed at the burning wreck of the truck. The total cargo is constant. But you chose a wrong transport route. You forced a 10-ton truck onto a path that only a bicycle could take. Professor Sun and Zhou Ming listened, transfixed, unconsciously following his train of thought. And the result? Jiang Feng leaned back, took a sip of water. Result, system crash, route destroyed, cargo scattered everywhere. And in the end, you get nothing. He concluded. A complete mess. This analogy using the game's scene cleared the fog in the two experts' minds. Zhou Ming slapped his thigh hard, his eyes almost popping out. I get it. His face was flushed with excitement. Advisor Jiang, you mean, we were wrong from the very start. He pointed at the stack of reports, his voice trembling. We've been trying to decode, to translate those symbols on the bamboo slips. We assumed They were a kind of comprehensible information. But if, Zhou Ming's voice rose, if those symbols are themselves an undecodable gibberish, if their purpose is not to convey information, but to force any system that tries to interpret them into mandatory overload. Professor Sun was also enlightened. He gripped the table, his lips quivering. Right, suppression and summoning. Its function is not entry, but as a tool. Like a lock, we shouldn't study the lock's internal structure, but what it locks away and what kind of alarm it triggers when forcibly broken. Two top domestic experts, in front of Jiang Feng's game console, because of a delivery game, found a completely new research direction. Thank you for your guidance, Advisor Jiang. Professor Sun bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. You've cleared our minds. Zhou Ming also bowed, too excited to speak. We'll organize a meeting right away. Adjust the research direction immediately. Gripping the game hint Jiang Feng had given, they forgot the report and fruit on the desk, turned around and ran out. Jiang Feng watched them rush off in a frenzy. Shrugged. He put his noise-canceling headphones back on, muttering under his breath, man, mentoring these brainiacs is way too tiring. Their brains work too well, which means they overthink everything. And I have to play along with their role-playing. Chapter 50. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm an academic advisor. Jiang Feng shook his head, turned his chair, and faced the computer screen again. The screen still showed the mess of the crash site. Mission failed. He picked up the mouse, ready to click the option at the bottom of the screen. Reload from save point, but at the same time, the door to the meeting room behind him was pushed open. Advisor Jiang, the briefing is about to start. Zhou Ming stuck half his head in, his tone urgent. Jiang Feng quit the game, stretched, and followed him to the base's largest conference room. The conference room was full of people. Professor Sun stood at the podium, lecturing in front of the projection screen. On the black slide, the words Special Advisor Jiang Feng were displayed in bold black font, placed most prominently. Professor Sun's voice was a little strained, his speech rapid. Based on Advisor Jiang's overload effect theory, we have abandoned the traditional decoding approach. We now regard the bamboo slip itself as a functional ancient tool. Its purpose is to forcibly awaken and amplify deep traumatic memories of specific individuals, thereby achieving a mental attack effect. Nods of agreement and low discussions arose from the audience. Jiang Feng sat in the center of the first row, yawning out of boredom. These scientists are still too slow. A single bamboo slip, and they've been studying it for days, still stuck in the theoretical phase. He looked at the researchers, all frowning, their hair thinning. A thought popped into his head. One by one is too much trouble. Why not just organize a team-building group tutoring session? The lengthy meeting finally ended. The lights came on. Qianli quickly walked over to Jiang Feng, his expression worried. Advisor Jiang, he lowered his voice. Even though we have a new direction, the researchers on all the sub-projects have hit bottlenecks. The materials team can't analyze the slip's composition, the signals team can't capture stable anomalous waves, the history team can't find any relevant literature. Qianli sighed. The whole project is still progressing very slowly. Everyone is anxious. Jiang Feng listened, then slapped his thigh. That's easy. Qianli was taken aback. He looked at Jiang Feng, who stood up, working out the stiffness from sitting too long. Get them all into the room with the bamboo slip. I'll give them one-on-one academic coaching. Qianli didn't catch on right away. You mean? Jiang Feng clasped his hands behind his back, paced a couple of steps. He put on an air of unfathomable mystery. I can't read the bamboo slips directly, but I can read the person who wants to read them. Half his words were bluster, half were a test. He wanted to see if the system could really be directed like this. As soon as he finished speaking, phew, a virtual panel only he could see unfolded before him. The familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind. New quest issued. Location, main lab, Northwest Base 73. Time, 14 to 1700 hours daily. Method, Kingwin divination on research bottlenecks. Target, 3 researchers. Guide them to solve their problems. Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy. He had once again verified his hypothesis. He really could actively trigger quests. He was no longer a grunt who only passively accepted orders. He had become a partner who could choose the battlefield and even influence the content of the mission. Qianli was still stewing over Jiang Feng's sharp words, trying to make sense of them with his own esoteric knowledge. Jiang Feng grinned. He raised his hand with great solemnity, curled his fingers, and rapidly tapped a few times. Then he closed his eyes, his brow alternating between relaxed and furrowed. He muttered under his breath. Qianli barely dared to breathe, watching him nervously. A few seconds later, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, let out a long breath. He looked at Qianli, his voice carrying a feigned weariness. Advisor Qian, I just had a sudden inspiration. Did a quick finger calculation. The auspicious hours today are from 2 to 5 p.m., best for solving puzzles. Qianli shuddered. This seamless timing. He'd barely finished speaking, and Jiang Feng had already calculated, and the result happened to be the solution to his current problem. What was this? This was fate. In his eyes, Advisor Jiang's image grew even more mysterious, more unfathomable. Don't worry. Qianli straightened his back, promised Jiang Feng. I'll arrange it right now. He didn't even ask how Jiang Feng planned to advise. He just turned and left. In his view, when a divine person works, mere mortals only need to follow orders, and then wait for a miracle. In less than 10 minutes, the news that Advisor Jiang would hold a lecture spread through the entire base. Did you hear? Advisor Jiang is going to give personal guidance. At 2 p.m., main lab, point-to-point solving of research bottlenecks. Oh my god. That damn nonlinear dynamics model is saved. Don't rush. HR is handing out numbers. Priority by research group. The whole base erupted. A materials science PhD who had been staring blankly at a microscope shoved the instrument aside and dashed into the corridor. A cryptography expert who was tearing his hair out over a set of garbled data slammed his keyboard and burst out the door. A history professor who was flipping through old papers in the library threw his magnifying glass onto the table and ran faster than anyone. They all dropped what they were doing and scrambled to line up, eager to receive Advisor Jiang's academic guidance. Old Chen watched the chaos, walked quietly over to Jiang Feng, and whispered, "Boss, can you handle this?" Jiang Feng was resting with his eyes closed in a gaming chair. Without even lifting his eyelids, he said, "What's the panic?" He drawled lazily. "It's just moving my office somewhere else." At 1:50 p.m., the base's largest main lab had been completely cleared. It was originally filled with all sorts of precision instruments. Now all moved to the sides, leaving a large empty space in the middle. Jiang Feng didn't use his signature low stool. Instead, he had Old Chen fetch from the base warehouse. An ancient-looking desk, from some unknown era. The desk was made of old elm, with a few ink stains and scratches on the surface. There was no computer on the desk, no reports, only a set of tortoise shells he brought from home, somewhat worn, and several dozen copper coins with a dark yellow patina. Jiang Feng had changed out of his sportswear. He was wearing a loose white cotton linen shirt, black wide-leg pants, and cloth shoes. He sat behind the desk, lit some top-grade agarwood he'd borrowed from Qianli, and a wisp of blue smoke rose, creating an eerie harmony. Jiang Feng just sat there, eyes closed, resting, outside the lab door. A group of PhDs and professors, the nation's top scientific minds, were nervously lining up. Each person's report was crumpled from gripping it too hard. They whispered to each other, murmuring, "What is Advisor Jiang going to do? Use a tortoise shell to solve partial differential equations. I heard it's from King Wen's divination, the I Ching. Very mystical. Shoo, don't talk nonsense." Professor Sun said, "It's called high-dimensional information mapping. To find the optimal solution in low-dimensional space. It's science we can't understand yet." At exactly 2 p.m., the lab door slid open silently. Old Chen stood at the entrance, expressionless, his tall frame blocking most of the doorway. "First one," he called out. At the front of the line, a woman in a white lab coat, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a ponytail, steadied herself. She was holding a thick stack of material analysis reports and walked into the lab. Chapter 51. Your material is missing the fire element. The woman, clutching a stack of material analysis reports, entered the lab. She stopped in front of the desk. She was around 30, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had her hair casually pinned up with a pencil. She looked at the tortoise shell and copper coins on the desk and frowned. "Advisor Jiang," she said, her voice crisp. "I'm Qinjing, from the material analysis group." She placed her report on the corner of the desk and pushed it over. "We used a spectrometer, X-ray electron spectroscopy, scanning tunneling microscope, basically every high-precision analysis device available at the base. The result? Blank." Qinjing adjusted her glasses, her voice tinged with frustration. "We can't determine the composition of the bamboo slips. It seems it doesn't belong to any element on the periodic table." Jiang Feng looked up at Qinjing. In his eyes, above this female PhD's head, hung a stubborn gray aura, thick and solid, blocking all paths to the answer. Mental block. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze. He extended 3 fingers and stirred them among the dark yellow copper coins on the desk. The coins clinked together, making a crisp sound. "Don't rush. First, cast a divination." Qinjing froze. She had prepared a whole belly full of data charts and analysis models, ready to have an in-depth interdisciplinary discussion with this advisor. But his response was to make her toss copper coins. She looked at the tortoise shell of unknown origin on the desk, then at Jiang Feng's impossibly young face. Her lips twitched, but she held back the words, "This is unscientific." Qian Li and Professor Sun had given firm orders, in Advisor Jiang's presence. "Follow all instructions." "How is it?" Qinjing asked. Jiang Feng didn't answer immediately. He picked up the coins and began to arrange them. His tone was blunt. "Did you wash your hands?" Jiang Feng retorted. Qinjing was stunned again. He instinctively looked at his hands. His hands were clean. His nails were neatly trimmed. Only his fingertips were slightly yellowed from long-term contact with chemical reagents. "I sterilized them with alcohol gel," he answered. Jiang Feng nodded. He pushed the 3 copper coins in front of him. "Hold them in your palm. Think about that problem you can't solve. Shake 6 times. Qinjing hesitated, then reached out. He picked up the 3 ice-cold copper coins. The surface of the coins was heavily worn, characters carved on them, illegible. He, a PhD in materials science, was now in the nation's most classified lab, using this method to solve a cutting-edge scientific problem. He pressed his lips together, closed the coins in his palm. Clink, clink. Metal bumped and rolled in his palm. Following Jiang Feng's instructions, he shook them, then spilled them on the table. Once, twice, 6 times. Each time the coins fell, Jiang Feng picked up a goat hair brush and drew a horizontal line on the spread-out rice paper. Sometimes a solid yang line, sometimes a broken yin line. After 6 times, a hexagram made of 6 horizontal lines appeared on the paper. Leaf fire. Jiang Feng looked at the hexagram on the paper. The ink on the brush tip was still wet. In front of his eyes, the system panel that only he could see simultaneously surfaced to parse the hexagram. Analysis. The masses cling to profit. Attached to all things. Its nature is fire. Its virtue is fame. The way to break the deadlock is not analysis, but stimulation. Jiang Feng put down the brush, looked up at Qin Jing, who was visibly tense. You've been on the wrong track from the start. Qin Jing's body stiffened. Wrong. He couldn't accept that conclusion. To analyze this bamboo slip, his team had been working nonstop for half a month. Our methodology is sound, he retorted instinctively, pointing at the stack of reports on the corner of the table. All experimental designs went through rigorous logical deduction. Logic. Jiang Feng let out a soft laugh. Your logic is based on a false premise. He extended a finger and tapped the stack of reports. From start to finish, you've been treating this thing as an object. So you want to know its density, its molecular structure, its isotope half-life. You want to use physical methods to pry it open and see what's inside. Isn't that right? Qin Jing pressed. Of course not. Jiang Feng leaned back in his chair, picked up the thermos cup on the table. It's not an object. It's a carrier of energy. Qin Jing frowned, thinking over the possibility of that statement. Jiang Feng unscrewed the lid, took a sip of the wolfberry and red jujube tea old Chun had just brewed. He smacked his lips, continued. In the words of our ancestors, all things have the 5 elements. Your material is deficient in fire. Deficient in fire? Qin Jing opened his mouth. He could understand quantum tunneling, calculate Finkelstein energy, draw phase diagrams, but he couldn't understand this. Seeing his expression, Jiang Feng decided to make it clearer. He had no interest in actually teaching these scientists mystical theories. Stop using those cold instruments. Go write a report right now, requesting a high-energy laser. High power. Adjustable frequency. Laser. Qin Jing's mind raced. Illuminating the sample with a laser was standard procedure in materials analysis. We tried that. The bamboo slip's surface showed no reaction. The laser swept across and didn't even leave a mark. You were trying to cut it, to destroy it. Jiang Feng shook his head. I'm telling you to light it up. Light it up. Qin Jing repeated the word. He stood frozen. Its nature isn't matter. It's energy. So, you can't study it using methods for matter. You need to give it energy. Then it will tell you what it is. Don't try to analyze its atomic composition or test its frequency response. Shine different wavelengths on it, from infrared to ultraviolet. Sweep through each band one by one. Find the frequency that makes it glow. Deficient in fire. A high-energy laser, a mystical theory, yet it led to a completely new, perfectly logical experimental plan, treating the sample as a black box that needed charging to be activated. The idea was insane and brilliant. Qin Jing's breathing quickened. He clenched his fists. Without a word, he bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. Then he turned and ran. Forgot to take the stack of reports that had become useless paper. He had to write the experiment proposal immediately. Get laser access right away. Watching the female PhD rush out of the lab in a flurry, Jiang Feng picked up his teacup, blew on the red jujube floating on the surface. In his mind, the mechanical voice sounded right on cue. Ding. Valid readings, 1/3. Jiang Feng took a sip of tea. Moistening his throat, he called out lazily in the direction of the door. Next, at the door, Zhou Ming, deputy head of the psychology group, the refined man with gold-rimmed glasses, stood there nervously. He also held a stack of documents, but his expression was even more tense than Qin Jing's. He walked into the lab, looked at the young man behind the desk, and felt he wasn't here for an academic exchange, but to be judged. Chapter 52. Your model is too complicated. Zhou Ming walked to the desk. Unlike Qin Jing, he didn't push the report forward directly. He bowed to Jiang Feng first. Then he spread out the draft papers covered in complex flowcharts and mathematical formulas. On the table, the pages were densely packed with Laplace transforms, Fourier series, and various nonlinear dynamics equations. Advisor Jiang. Zhou Ming's voice was a little hoarse. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Based on the overload effect theory you proposed last time, I tried to build a mathematical model of cognitive contamination. He pointed to a mess of arrows and curves on the draft. But I failed. Too many variables. Paths of information transmission, differences in individual memory banks, the filtering mechanisms of the subconscious. I factored in every element I could think of. A hint of pain appeared on Zhou Ming's face. No matter how I simplified it, the model wouldn't converge. The results from the supercomputer were pure chaos. Completely disordered. No pattern at all. Jiang Feng's gaze swept over those incomprehensible formulas. He couldn't understand a single one, but that didn't stop him from putting on a look of understanding. He even reached out, picked up a draft covered in partial differential equations, brought it close to his eyes, pretending to study it for a few seconds. Then he put the paper back on the table, shook his head. He didn't say anything. He just pointed his chin at the 3 copper coins on the table. He simply pointed his chin at the 3 copper coins on the table. The meaning was clear. First, toss the coins. Zhou Ming was taken aback at first, but he did as he was told. He had seen how Jiang Feng had made Qin Jing's confusion vanish. Zhou Ming took a deep breath. Imitating Qin Jing, he pressed the 3 copper coins together in his palms. His palms were covered in cold sweat. Clatter, clatter. He closed his eyes. What filled his mind wasn't the model, not the data, but the 3 researchers, who were still receiving psychological counseling. Jiang Feng again picked up the wolf hair brush and drew the hexagram on rice paper. This time the hexagram had 2 trigrams of Gen, stacked one above the other to form mountain over mountain. The system panel appeared before Jiang Feng, offering its interpretation of the hexagram. Analyze its nature. Stop, forbid, sink, question. 2 mountains stand side by side. The image of forbidding. The great Tao is simple. The answer lies within yourself. The great Tao is simple. Jiang Feng put down the brush. He raised his head, looking at Zhou Ming, whose face was full of expectation. He held up one finger and tapped the messy pile of draft papers on the table. You're not building a model. Jiang Feng shook his head. His tone was flat. You're building a maze. The kind you build halfway. And then get lost inside yourself, never to find the way out. Zhou Ming's face turned pale. Advisor Zhang's words were always so direct. They stung. But Zhou Ming was anxious, trying to defend his research. But the spread and infection of information is itself an extremely complex process. Each person's cognitive structure is a black box. I have to consider as many variables as possible too. Who told you that information must spread and infect? Jiang Feng cut him off. Zhou Ming was stunned by the question. If information doesn't spread and infect, then what else could it do? The lab fell silent. Jiang Feng didn't speak again. Instead, he slowly, deliberately, picked up a transparent glass water cup from the table. Inside was warm water old Shun had just poured for him. Then he picked up the wolf hair brush he had just used to draw the hexagram. The eyes of everyone in the room, including Qian Li and Professor Sun in the monitoring room, were fixed on his hands. Jiang Feng held the brush vertically and slowly lowered it into the water cup. The brush handle entered the water surface. Under the refraction of light, it looked as if the tip had snapped. The wolf hair spread out in the water. After doing this, Jiang Feng looked up at Zhou Ming. You see the brush is wet. Zhou Ming nodded subconsciously. But did the water decrease? Zhou Ming kept nodding. Then he suddenly shook his head. He felt his mind couldn't keep up. Did the water actively spread to the brush? Jiang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it stirred up waves. In Zhou Ming's mind, Zhou Ming was stunned. Spread and infection. He had always viewed the information contamination from the bamboo slips as something like a virus. A virus needs a host, needs a transmission route, needs an infection process. That was why his model had become so complicated. He had to account for aerodynamics, contact area, everyone's immune system. But what if it wasn't a virus at all? It isn't a virus. It doesn't need transmission. Jiang Feng said slowly, word by word, his voice echoing clearly in the quiet lab. It's a field. A field. That most basic and core concept in physics came out of Jiang Feng's mouth, and Zhou Ming's whole body jolted. The bamboo slips are this cup of water. They create a field here. All of you who came into contact stepped into the range of that field. You're like this brush. Jiang Feng tapped the side of the water cup with his finger, producing a crisp sound, passively undergoing wetting. The brush got wet not because the water attacked it, but because it entered the water's domain. Do you understand? Zhou Ming stood there, frozen still. Field and wetting. These two concepts from physics and material science were casually picked up by Jiang Feng and applied to a psychological model. It was like a key that unlocked every lock in his mind. The problem that had plagued him and his entire team for weeks was shattered in an instant by a simple gesture. So that's it. So simple. They had been walking down the wrong path from the very beginning. What you need to study isn't some complicated transmission route, nor a black box model of individual differences. Jiang Feng took the brush out of the water cup. Drops of water dripped down the handle, leaving a small ink blot on the rice paper. What you need to study is the boundary and intensity of this field. He looked at Zhou Ming and gave the final solution. Delete 90% of the variables in your model. Leave only 2. Jiang Feng held up 2 fingers. Distance and contact time. Use these 2 variables to refit the mental breakdown curves of you and the 3 patients. You'll find everything matches. Zhou Ming's mouth opened wider and wider. Behind his glasses, his eyes blazed with unprecedented light. Distance and contact time. Right. He suddenly remembered. The first to fall ill was Professor Liu. He had directly touched the bamboo slips with his hands. The longest contact time. The second was Li Hui, who organized the scanned images. Medium distance. Contact time second longest. The third was Zhang Yuan, who had only looked from afar a few times. Shortest contact time. Their severity of illness was directly proportional to the 2 variables Advisor Jiang had proposed. Fully proportional. That simplest linear relationship he had always overlooked turned out to be the final answer. I understand now. Zhou Ming murmured to himself. He was trembling with excitement. I understand now. So that's it. Field theory model. It was a field theory model all along. He suddenly stood up, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Jiang Feng. Thank you for your guidance, Advisor Jiang. With that, he turned and rushed out. As he ran, he pulled paper and pen from his pocket, muttering something under his breath. Establish a 2-dimensional Gaussian field intensity distribution, with contact time as the integration variable, and so on. Zhou Ming now wanted to go to the supercomputing center. He had to build a new model right away. Watching the psychology expert charge out of the lab like a madman, Jiang Feng calmly took a sip of water. The system prompt chimed belatedly in his mind. Ding. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 2/3. Jiang Feng leaned back in his chair, staring at the direction of the lab door. These scientists are pretty easy to fool. Wonder who's next. Which field's academic guru? Chapter 53. What the history books didn't write. It's all here. Outside the door it was quiet for a while. The next person to enter was an old man, hair streaked with white, wearing a gray mouse suit. He carried no research materials in his hands, only a worn, thread-bound copy of the records of the Grand Historian. The old man's face lacked the anxiety of the previous 2. It showed only a weary obstinacy. He walked to the desk and placed that copy of records of the Grand Historian on the tabletop. His gaze did not fall on Jiang Feng, but stopped on that tortoiseshell. My name is Zhang Jingru. The old man's voice was very slow. From the history department of Jinhai University. I'm in charge of textual research here. Jiang Feng picked up his thermos cup, took a sip of goji berry water, and sized up the old man before him. Professor Zhang did not reach out to touch those 3 copper coins. Instead, he looked up at Jiang Feng. He tapped his fingers on that copy of records. I've studied preaching history my whole life. From oracle bone script to classics, to the evolution of writing during the Warring States period. There's nothing I can't decipher. Professor Zhang's face showed immense pain and confusion. But this thing, he looked at the metal box in the corner of the lab. Every single symbol on it seems to negate everything I've done. It doesn't belong to any known writing system. Its grammatical structure completely overturns my understanding of ancient civilizations. He adjusted the reading glasses on his nose. His voice trembled. I can't sleep every night now. Either these bamboo slips are fake, some prankster's hoax, or Professor Zhang paused for a long time before finally saying it. The history I've studied my whole life is all false. Jiang Feng put down his thermos. He raised his chin toward Old Chen at the door. Old Chen understood, turned and walked over, and closed the lab door tightly. Jiang Feng reached out his hand and picked up Professor Zhang's copy of records. He casually flipped to a page. It was the 5th chapter of the basic annals. Jiang Feng's finger pointed at the blank space between 2 lines of text. Professor Zhang, look here. Zhang Jingru followed his finger and looked, with a puzzled expression. What am I looking at? It's blank. Exactly. Look at the blank. Jiang Feng's tone was calm. History books record things that happened. But what's written on these bamboo slips are things that were erased. Zhang Jingru's brow furrowed into a knot. Erased? He couldn't understand. Compilation of historical records can have omissions, can be biased. But to completely erase an entire civilization, that defies logic. Who said it's a civilization? Jiang Feng countered. He picked up a copper coin between his fingers and spun it on his fingertip. Let me ask you, do you write a convict's name in the merit book? Zhang Jingru was stunned. Jiang Feng flicked the coin lightly on the table, producing a crisp sound. You've been trying to translate it, treating it like a book to read. But what if it's not a book at all? Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the pile of copper coins. These symbols are not characters. They are a list. Jiang Feng picked up a brush. On the blank area of the rice paper, he casually drew a few twisted symbols. This symbol is not a certain character. Its meaning is suppressed. This one means locked. And this, Jiang Feng's brush tip paused. Its meaning is eternal damnation. Zhang Jingru's body swayed. He grabbed the edge of the table. You mean? That's right. Jiang Feng put down the brush, leaned back in his chair. The records in your hand is the bright side. It records emperors, kings, generals, ministers, heroes, and legends. It records the people and events that should be remembered. But that bamboo slip is the dark side. It is a list of prisoners, and also a book of epitaphs. Whatever is written on it, whether human, God, or something else, represents that it has been completely deleted from reality, along with all traces of its existence erased. So you can't find it, and you can't trace it, because the moment this thing was buried in the ground, it was meant to be unfindable, a prison list, an epitaph. Zhang Jingru's face turned pale. His lips moved, but no words came out. He had studied history his whole life. He believed in unearthed artifacts and rigorous textual research. He could accept missing historical records, but he could not accept a period of history being deliberately erased. This violated all his beliefs as a historian. Absurd. Nonsense. Zhang Jingru stood up. Because of emotional agitation, his chest heaved. History is history. What happened. How could it be completely erased? That's just what you think. Jiang Feng's tone didn't change. The ground beneath your feet buries how many secrets you don't know? He looked at the agitated Professor Zhang and pointed with his chin at the copper coins on the table. If you don't believe me, cast a divination. See what is actually trapping you. Zhang Jingru looked at Jiang Feng, breathing heavily. He finally sat down again, his hands trembling. He clasped those 3 copper coins in his palms. He was thinking whether the obsession of his entire life was right or wrong. Clatter. The copper coins rolled in his palms. After Jiang Feng raised his brush and set ink 6 times, a new hexagram appeared on the rice paper. The upper was DUI, lake. The lower was can, water. The hexagram of difficulty, water trap. Jiang Feng looked at the hexagram on the paper, then looked up at Zhang Jingru's ashen face. The hexagram says you are trapped. Jiang Feng put down the brush. Not trapped by the bamboo slips, nor by that blank period of history. You are trapped by yourself. He stood up, walked over to Zhang Jingru. The root of your pain is, you want to use existing evidence to prove something that doesn't exist. Jiang Feng picked up the records and opened it again. You have spent your entire life studying what is written in this book. But you never thought about what is not written in this book. You've been trying to interpret the content of the bamboo slips, but overlooked the most fundamental question. Jiang Feng lowered his voice. Why was it buried in that place? Zhang Jingru's body jolted. Right? The tomb specifications were extremely high, but the grave goods were pitifully few. At the very center, there was no coffin, only a bronze casket used to seal these bamboo slips. It didn't look like a tomb, more like an underground prison. Because it's not a book, Jiang Feng spoke the answer to the old man word by word. It is a tombstone, and you, a scholar who has studied history all your life, are standing on a graveyard that buries countless secrets. Yet you want to face each tombstone and asked them what the person buried inside lived through. The word tombstone unlocked all the knots in Jiang Jingru's mind. His research approach all along had been to read the bamboo slips as a book, but he had never considered if its purpose was not for people to read, if its purpose was not for people to read, if its existence itself is a declaration, declaring, here lies buried. Do not explore. Tombstone. Jiang Jingru repeated in a low voice. The stubborn obstinacy on his face began to crack. He understood. I understand. The old man stood up. He looked at Jiang Feng. There was no more scrutiny in his eyes. Jiang Jingru stepped back, adjusted his lapel, then bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. Thank you very much, Advisor Jiang. He straightened up. Tears had already welled up in his eyes. I was wrong. We were all wrong. He picked up the records from the table, as if picking up the faith of his entire life. My research direction needs to change. The old man turned. He walked toward the door. His back was ramrod straight. From today on, we're not deciphering anymore. We're verifying. Why that erased piece of history was erased. We'll study just who this tombstone was erected for. The door opened and closed. The lab fell quiet again. Jiang Feng leaned back in his chair, let out a breath. He stretched. His joints cracked. Ding. Valid readings. 3/3. Ding. 3 reading task completed. Calculating rewards. Chapter 54. Only magic can defeat magic. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 10%. Remaining lifespan increased by 40 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward. 3 million. A warm current washed through his body. The fatigue from using the causal event earlier faded away. Detected. Host behavior has had a significant positive impact on a national level project. Task rating upgraded. Bonus reward being distributed. Here it comes again. Congratulations, host. New ability acquired. Empathy block. Passive ability. Description. When the host is in a high-intensity emotional field or an information-contaminated environment, excessive empathic information will be automatically blocked, maintaining absolute rationality. Note. Suitable for watching drama up close. Also suitable for long-term work in a mental hospital. Jiang Feng thought. This note really doesn't know how to talk. Just as he was feeling the changes in his body, the lab door was pushed open. Qian Li and Professor Sun rushed in. Both of them looked panicked. Advisor Jiang. Qian Li's voice trembled. Something's happened. Professor Sun added. He pointed to a corner of the lab. His voice tense. Gradually, the energy fluctuation is increasing out of control. What do you mean? Jiang Feng asked. Starting at 7 a.m. today, all precision clocks in GDP Zone 3 showed a 0.7-second delay. At 9 a.m., the quantum bit coherence time at the supercomputing center suddenly increased by 12%. Professor Sun finished in one breath. Wheezing. Just a moment ago, when Chunjing was irradiating the sample with a high-energy laser, the laser's cooling system suddenly crashed. If the power hadn't been cut in time, the entire materials lab would have burned through. Qian Li's face was grim. We tried every shielding method possible. Lead plates, Faraday cages, cryogenic liquid nitrogen. None of them worked. It's like a signal tower, whose power keeps getting turned up. He finished and pulled a blueprint from his pocket, spreading it in front of Jiang Feng. It was a multi-layer spherical structure. This is our final plan. Use a titanium alloy inner liner. Wrap it in 10 alternating layers of mica and lead. Evacuate the interior, then inject inert gas. Qian Li pointed at the drawing. We'll weld it shut. Then use a deep-sea submersible to sink it to the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, letting 11,000 meters of water pressure seal it forever. Jiang Feng looked at the blueprint and shook his head. He picked up the thermos from the table, unscrewed the lid, blew on the goji berries inside. You're not solving the problem. He took a sip before speaking. You're provoking it. Qian Li and Professor Sun were stunned. This thing is alive. Jiang Feng put down the cup. If you lock a living thing in an airtight iron coffin and throw it into a dark room 10,000 meters deep in the sea, what do you think it will do? He looked at them. It'll get angry. It'll do everything it can to break that coffin open, then come out and hold you accountable. By that time, it won't be just clocks slowing down or machines crashing. The lab was silent. Cold sweat broke out on Qian Li's and Professor Sun's backs. Then what do we do? Professor Sun's voice was dry. It doesn't want to be locked up. Jiang Feng stood up, walked to the center of the lab. What it wants isn't a prison. It's a home. A home. The two old men, whose combined age exceeded 130, were completely baffled by that word. Give me a bigger sheet of paper. And a pen, Jiang Feng ordered. Soon, a meter-square engineering blueprint was spread out on the desk. Jiang Feng picked up a marker, uncapped it. He closed his eyes. The scene he had seen in the causal world flashing in his mind. Bronze altar, ghostly green flames, hemp-clad worshippers. He began to draw on the paper. His drawing skills were terrible. The lines were crooked. First he drew a 3-legged vessel. Then around the vessel, he drew ring after ring of wavy lines. Finally, beneath the vessel, he drew a few formless blocks. Qian Li, Professor Sun, and Zhou Ming, Chen Jing, who had rushed over on hearing the news, all gathered around. They stared at the sketch, utterly confused. What is this? Chen Jing couldn't help asking. An altar, Jiang Feng replied. He set down the pen, pointed at the 3-legged vessel. The shape must be like this. 3 legs make a ding, used to stabilize its foundation. He then pointed to the surrounding wavy lines. There needs to be sound here. A very deep, continuous humming. Finally, his finger landed on the blocks. This is the base. It needs to be made of something conductive, but not ordinary metal. 3 legs make a ding, the earth breathes. Conductive, but not metal. These terms sent the assembled scientists into deep thought. A few seconds later, Professor Sun suddenly slapped his thigh. He pointed at the 3-legged ding structure. His face flushed with excitement. I get it. A 3-legged structure on any uneven surface. 3 points always form the most stable support plane. That's the optimal solution in structural mechanics. At his explanation, the others caught on. Psychologist Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses. His gaze fixed on the wavy lines. A deep, continuous humming sound. Advisor Jiang, is the frequency you mentioned below 20 Hz? Jiang Feng thought for a moment, then nodded. Probably. Like a sound the ear can't hear, but makes your chest feel tight. Infrasound. Zhou Ming's voice went up an octave. It's infrasound. Through infrasound resonance, we can create a stable resonant field to cancel or neutralize unstable energy radiation. Materials science Dr. Chen Jing also leaned in. She stared at the base blocks, her eyes lighting up. Conductive, but not ordinary metal. I know, graphene or carbon nanotube composite materials. Their conductivity is better than copper. But they are essentially non-metallic carbon-based materials. A group of scientists crowded around a rough sketch, translating Jiang Feng's magic into science. In their own language, the more they discussed, the more excited they grew. Use a superconducting magnet to build a strong magnetic field at the center of the ding, forming magnetic confinement. The infrasound generator array must have its phase precisely adjusted to synchronize with the energy frequency of the bamboo slips themselves. We can use 3D printing to integrally form this carbon nanotube base. This integrally formed carbon nanotube base. Watching this group of excited experts, Jiang Feng quietly stepped aside. He sat back down in his gaming chair. He picked up his thermos, took a sip of water. Leading a bunch of top students sure saves trouble. Qianli listened to the barrage of advanced physics terms around him, then looked at the sketch, already covered in formulas and arrows. He took a deep breath. He walked to the side, picked up the red encrypted phone. Connect me to the Institute of Engineering Thermophysics, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Find me Academician Wang. Connect me to the 9th Design Institute. Put their best structural engineering team on standby. Notify logistics. All non-core projects at Base 73 are to be suspended. All resources are to be prioritized for the Shock Palace project. One directive after another came from his mouth. All the experts rushed out. They were going to meetings, to build models, to design. In the empty lab, only Jiang Feng and old Chen remained. Qianli hung up the phone, walked quickly to Jiang Feng. His face showed a mix of awe and excitement. Advisor Jiang, according to the expert group's preliminary estimate, this Shock Palace will take at least 3 days to build. Jiang Feng nodded, indicating he understood. Qianli paused, then adopted a solemn tone. Advisor Jiang, the higher-ups have arranged everything. His voice dropped very low. The country's top medical expert team is on standby. They will conduct a full-body examination and consultation for you, the most comprehensive in the world. This is what we promised before. Qian Li's voice was grave, carrying the relief of a fulfilled contract. Jiang Feng looked at him and did not respond immediately. He turned around, his gaze fixed on the heavy alloy door. Before we go, let's take care of the bamboo tube first. Jiang Feng's voice was very soft. Can't keep the guest living in a suitcase forever. Chapter 55, Building a Home for the Bamboo Tube. 3 days later, a space on sublevel 7 had been completely cleared. The floor and walls were covered with black, energy-absorbing material. In the center of the space stood a creation Jiang Feng had never seen before. Its main body was a massive 3-legged cauldron over 5 meters in diameter. The material was neither metal nor iron, but a deep matte black. Around it were ring after ring of huge superconducting coils. Between the coils, countless cables as thick as an arm were connected. Further away were 12 massive machines arranged in an array. The base's infrasound generator array, each one, was enough to shatter glass a kilometer away. The whole scene was filled with a conflicting sense of sci-fi and antiquity. Old Chen stood beside Jiang Feng, looking at the sight ahead, and lowered his voice. Boss, are you planning to hold a concert here? Jiang Feng took a sip of water. Pretty much, but the lead singer has a bad temper. Professor Sun and a group of experts in white cleanroom suits quickly came over. Advisor Jiang, the main structure of the Shock Palace is complete. The energy system and infrasound array are all online. Professor Sun pointed at the black cauldron, his voice full of excitement. The cauldron body is made from carbon nanotube and graphene composite material, 3D, printed in one piece, exactly according to your sketch. The internal magnetic confinement field generator has passed the maximum power test. It can produce an absolutely sealed spherical magnetic field. The phase of the infrasound array has also been debugged, ready to start at any moment. The experts eagerly reported the results. They had achieved in 3 sleepless days. Jiang Feng listened to a bunch of terms he didn't understand, and just nodded. What about the box with the sample? Over there. Dr. Chen Jing pointed to the other side of the venue. The special metal box containing the preaching bamboo slips was placed alone on a lifting platform, with high-voltage warning tape around it. Qianli walked over, his expression serious. Advisor Jiang, the most critical step now is how to safely move the sample from the box into the Shock Palace. He pointed to several robotic arms on standby nearby. We have remote-controlled robotic arms ready. Its energy fluctuations are very unstable. We're worried the robotic arms might malfunction if they get too close. Everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Feng. They could build the world's most advanced equipment, but they didn't dare touch the core. Jiang Feng handed his thermos to old Chen. Give me a pair of gloves. Qian Li's face changed. You're going to personally? Or what? Jiang Feng retorted. Wait for it to jump over by itself? Professor Sun immediately had someone bring a pair of highest protection grade gloves. Jiang Feng glanced at them and shook his head. No, these are too thick. They'll affect my feel. He paused, then added. They'll block the aura. Since the word aura, made all the scientists fall silent. Finally, Shen Jing handed over a pair of thin, white silk gloves. Jiang Feng put them on, flexed his fingers. He walked to the metal box. Everyone, fall back 30 meters. The experts and staff immediately retreated. Zhou Ming, Jiang Feng called out. The psychologist. Zhou Ming immediately responded. Start the infrasound. Resonance frequency. Use the one I gave you yesterday. Understood. Zhou Ming operated the control panel. A silent vibration spread through the entire underground space. No one in the room could hear anything, but their chests felt tight. Jiang Feng no longer hesitated. He walked to the metal box and nodded at the technician at the control panel. Open it. With a series of complex password and iris verifications, the metal box hissed open as the pressure was released. The black bamboo slips lay quietly on the padding. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and gently lifted the bamboo slips. A cold aura followed his fingertips, trying to burrow into his body. But the moment that aura touched his skin, it was blocked by another invisible force. Emotion shield, activated automatically. Jiang Feng straightened up, holding the bamboo slips. He turned around and walked toward the black shock palace in the center of the venue. Only his steady footsteps echoed in the space. Everyone held their breath. That short 30-meter distance felt very long. Finally, Jiang Feng reached the edge of the shock palace. He looked down at the suspended metal platform on top. He bent over and placed the bamboo slips in the center of the platform. The moment the slips left his hands, ZZT, the entire sublevel 7. All the lights flashed once, and then went out completely. Emergency red lights came on. The 12 infrasound generators emitted a piercing distortion sound, then collectively spewed black smoke. A pressure 100 times stronger than before burst from the center of the shock palace. Everyone present, expert or soldier, felt their eardrums sting at that moment. Their hearts squeezed tightly. Some fell to their knees on the spot, groaning in pain. Some clutched their heads, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. At the control panel, all instrument screens turned blood red. Alarms blared throughout the base. Energy index exceeding critical threshold. Magnetic confinement field failing. Abnormal fluctuations detected in spatial region. Qian Li and Professor Sun clung to the control panel, the immense pressure making them unsteady. And in the center of this chaos, Jiang Feng stood alone beside the shock palace. He was not affected at all. That pressure that could tear a person's spirit apart was like a gust of wind to him. He looked inside the dome. The bamboo slip was vibrating slightly. A black mist visible to the naked eye was rising from the bamboo slip, battering the magnetic field light that was about to collapse. It was resisting. Jiang Feng frowned. He reached out a hand and gently patted the cool, carbon nanotube surface of the dome. He patted it lightly. Amid the backdrop of wails and piercing alarms, he lowered his head and spoke into the dome. In a very casual tone, a low sentence. All right, stop messing around. There's air conditioning and electricity here, more comfortable than underground. Just behave yourself and stay put. As the words fell, the black energy that had been battering the magnetic field light converged. Jiang Feng shouted toward the control console. Activate. A technician who was still conscious instinctively pressed the red master switch with trembling hands. He pressed that red master switch. A blue light screen rose from the base of the vibration platform. The light screen contracted into a sphere, enclosing the bamboo slip and the black energy it had generated. All the piercing alarms abruptly stopped. The pressure that was driving people mad vanished without a trace. At the control console, every red alarm turned green. In the center of the screen, a huge font, clearly displayed. Energy reading, 0. Space region, 0. Infield signal, 0. Everything had returned to 0. The slip quietly floated in the center of the blue light sphere, constrained by the powerful magnetic field, unable to move. That ominous black energy was also locked inside the sphere of light, unable to leak out even a bit. Silence. After a brief silence, there erupted applause and cheers. We did it. We succeeded. A group of national-level experts, with an average age over 50, embraced one another. Weeping for joy, they rushed toward Jiang Feng, surrounding him in a tight circle. Advisor Jiang, this is a miracle. Your words were like a command. It actually understood. Jiang Feng, surrounded by these excited people in white coats, just waved his hand. Then a wave of fatigue set in. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to sleep soundly. Qian Li pushed through the crowd and walked quickly up to Jiang Feng. He looked at Jiang Feng, the emotions in his eyes complex. Advisor Jiang, you've worked hard. Jiang Feng raised his head and glanced at the platform with the floating blue light sphere. It was like a tomb, sealing that secret from the past, forever into the deepest part of this land. Let's go. He pulled back his gaze, his voice laced with exhaustion. Let's go see if those experts can also build me a sturdy home like this, for my own life. Chapter 56, Something Incredible, has grown in your brain. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng lay on a platform and was pushed into a white ring. The low hum of the machine starting up. He was repeatedly scanned by rays and wavebands he couldn't understand. Over and over. 2 days, a full 2 days. Jiang Feng's life was reduced to a series of commands. Please lie still, don't move. Please inhale and hold your breath. Please drink this contrast agent. It tastes a bit like metal. The nation's top medical experts used every means available, trying to probe the secret inside his body. Neurosurgery, oncology, radiology, genetic engineering. Even the directors of nuclear physics and high-energy particle science and academicians gathered together. Their expressions when they looked at Jiang Feng held no sympathy, only the fervor of encountering a new species. Old Chen stayed outside the whole time, 2 bulging suitcases standing at his feet, his hand never leaving the zipper. He watched Jiang Feng pushed into different examination rooms time after time, his face expressionless. On the morning of the 3rd day, in the largest meeting room of the base medical center, the atmosphere was oppressive. On both sides of the long conference table sat experts with graying hair. Each person's name badge was adorned with a long string of titles. Qianli sat at the head of the table, not saying a word. Jiang Feng sat opposite him, scratching the tabletop with his fingernail. He had been put through the ringer for 2 days, and now he just wanted to know the result. Can it be treated or not? Just give it to me straight. The projection screen lit up. An MRI tomographic scan of a brain appeared before everyone. The sound of sharp intakes of breath filled the meeting room. The attending physician, a domestic academician of neurosurgery in his 60s, surnamed Zhang, stood up. He picked up a laser pointer and aimed it at the screen. A red dot landed in the center of the image. Everyone, please look. Academician Zhang's voice was dry. This is the latest brain imaging of Advisor Jiang. From a morphological perspective, this is still a glioblastoma. But his hand trembled slightly. It is completely different from any case we have ever seen. Completely different. He switched to the next image. It was a 3-dimensionally reconstructed solid model. In the model of the brain tissue, the location of the tumor was no longer a vague shadow. It displayed a regular. We found extensive calcification inside the tumor, but it is not disorderly bone hyperplasia, but a structure resembling a crystal. Academician Zhang pointed to the core of the model. Look here. These high-brightness parts appear in a golden cluster shape, radiating outward from the center. Cancer is the disordered proliferation of cells. But this thing inside Jiang Feng's brain, it has grown order. What is even more inexplicable comes next. Academician Zhang switched to another image. This time the background of the image was pitch black, only the outline of the tumor, glowing with a blue-green light in the darkness. This is what we captured. After excitation imaging with high-energy particle beams, it is glowing. It is emitting light. Academician Zhang set down the laser pointer and looked at Jiang Feng. Advisor Jiang, theoretically speaking, by the time your condition has progressed to this stage, the brain's functional areas should have been severely encroached upon by the tumor. You should be in a deep coma right now, or even brain dead. But the fact is, your logic is clear. Your thinking is sharp. Through brain-computer interface testing, we discovered that most of your original neural conduction system has already necrotized. He paused, then spoke a conclusion that left everyone perplexed. It is this mutating tumor that has constructed a brand new second neural conduction system inside your brain. It is simulating, even replacing, your brain's functions. It is killing you on one hand and sustaining your life on the other. Jiang Feng listened, his face expressionless. He just raised his hand and touched the back of his own head. So that's it. No wonder I've been feeling better and better lately. So it's because this neighbor, in my brain, has completely rewired the household wiring. So can it be cut out? Qianli finally spoke, asking the most critical question. In the meeting room, the expressions of all the experts turned grave. Academician Zhang slowly shook his head. No. He looked at Jiang Feng, speaking word by word. This tumor is now Advisor Zhang's life gate. It has become one with Advisor Zhang's life center. Or rather, he himself had already become the new life center. Any attempt to excise him, even if just a small part, would cause this fragile conduction system to collapse instantly. Academician Zhang didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. Instant death. Qianli leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes. The power of the state was useless here. They could build arrays, seal away that ancient secret, but they couldn't defuse the bomb inside a young man's head. Then what if we don't cut? A young expert couldn't help asking. If we don't cut, it will keep growing, keep mutating. Academician Zhang's tone was full of helplessness. The process is irreversible. He's like a parasite now, sustaining the host's life in its own way. But no one knows when it will stop this symbiosis. Or rather, when it grows to a certain critical point. Would an old expert sitting in the corner, who had been silent all along, suddenly speak? His hair was completely white, wearing a pair of old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. He was one of the founders of the Institute of Life Sciences at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This might no longer belong to the field of oncology. The old man's voice was slow, but very clear. I have a bold guess. This might not be a disease, but a kind of evolution. The word evolution set the entire meeting room abuzz. More precisely, it's the product of a failed evolution. The old man adjusted his glasses, or some form of higher energy life, in a dimension we cannot comprehend, has parasitized Advisor Zhang's body. It attempted to transform a carbon-based life form into a more advanced form, but the process failed. Or rather, it got stuck. That's why it shows this state, neither alive nor dead. Both destruction and symbiosis, a contradictory state. Arguments erupted in the meeting room. This is too absurd. There's no theoretical basis at all. But how do you explain those images? That's nothing like any known pathological phenomenon at all. Jiang Feng listened to the noisy arguments around him and instead felt relieved. He understood. This bunch of the nation's top doctors, faced with the thing in his head, had held a 3-day metaphysics seminar. Conclusion: hopeless. Wait to die, don't mess with treatment. That was the best news for him. As long as they didn't make him check in for chemo immediately, everything was negotiable. His only way out was never in this meeting room, but in his mind. That system which would occasionally ding him. The system, Qianli. Advisor Jiang Feng suddenly spoke. All argument stopped. Everyone looked at him. Qianli opened his eyes, his voice tinged with guilt and exhaustion. Advisor Jiang, I'm sorry, he said in a low voice. We're fine. Jiang Feng waved his hand, interrupting him. He stood up, walked over to Qianli, and patted his shoulder. Don't act like I'm going to die tomorrow. He grinned. This life of mine is borrowed. Every extra day is a gain. The experts did their best. They can't just have them build me a new brain on the spot, right? His words eased the heavy atmosphere in the room considerably. Academician Jiang looked at him with complex eyes. Advisor Jiang, you have a very good attitude. Not bad. Mainly, I've come to terms with it. He turned to look at Qianli and asked seriously, can I go now? Qianli was taken aback. Where do you want to go? Home. Oh no, not home first. He looked at Qianli with a look of genuine longing on his face. I want to go back to the city and have hot pot. The 9-grid one, the spiciest kind. Chapter 57, Goodbye. Abnormal Human Research Center. The northwestern wind and sand whipped up yellow dust on the tarmac. The roar of the propellers shattered the valley's quiet. Qianli stood beside a Hongqi sedan, his Zhongshan suit pressed tightly against him by the wind, holding 2 boxes in his hands. He saw Jiang Feng coming down the gangway and smiled. Advisor Jiang leaving already? Not staying a couple more days to guide our work? Jiang Feng raised a hand to shield from the sand, walked up to him. If I stay any longer, your cafeteria cook will fight me. I've been asking for extra sugar in the braised pork every day. The way he looks at me is all wrong. Qianli laughed at the joke. He handed over a black velvet box. This is specially approved by the Institute. Although you're not officially on staff, this thing is more useful than an ID card in some situations. Jiang Feng took the box. It had some weight in his hand. He opened the lid. Inside was a black identification card. No photo. Only a gold-embossed national emblem and a line of embossed small text. Special advisor to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Below, a serial number, 007007. Jiang Feng closed the lid. Is this auspicious? Sounds like a job that'll work you to death. Qianli coughed, hiding a smile. This is the clearance level, not a job number. Rest assured, without your consent, no one will bother you with work matters. Good. Jiang Feng tossed the card in the box casually to Old Chin behind him. Put it away. From now on, we're people with status. Old Chin fumbled to catch it, carefully holding it with both hands. And in this other box, there's special Dahong Pao tea and a few cartons of cigarettes. A small personal gift. Qianli pointed to another box on the ground. Professor Sun wanted to come see you off himself, but he just set up a tent next to that thing, saying he observed something. A macroscopic manifestation of quantum entanglement. He absolutely refuses to move. Jiang Feng shook his head. Is his spirit still good? Great. Better than any of us. Qianli gave a wry smile. He said he found the research direction of his lifetime. This notebook he wrote overnight. He insisted I give it to you. He handed over a thick craft paper notebook. On the cover, in flamboyant handwriting, a line of big characters. The Book of Changes and Quantum Field Theory. Jiang Feng took it, flipped through a couple of pages. The pages were filled with formulas mixed with Bagua diagrams. He closed the notebook, rubbed his temples. I can't understand this. Professor Sun said, you will definitely understand it. Qianli's expression was serious. He said the end of science is metaphysics. You are already standing at the end, and he just found the ladder to climb up. All right. Jiang Feng stuffed the notebook into his canvas bag. Thank old Sun for me. Tell him not to work himself to death. I'm still waiting for him to figure out a way to save my brain. Qianli heard this, and his expression turned serious. Don't worry. The research project on your condition has been established, led by academician Jiang himself. As long as you're still here, our cooperation will always be valid. Got it. He turned and walked toward the silver-white private jet. He didn't look back. Old Chen carried 2 huge suitcases, easily following behind. When passing by Qianli, the man purposely straightened his back, learning from TV shows, gave a not-so-standard military salute. Advisor Qian, rest assured, I will definitely protect Advisor Zhang's safety. Qianli returned the salute, watching the 2 board the plane. The cabin door closed. The plane pressurized and took off. A force pressed him into the seat. Jiang Feng adjusted his position, watching the base shrink rapidly outside the window. Old Shun leaned over from across, still holding that black ID case, turning it over and over. In my mind, you've now upgraded from a street fortune teller to a strategic asset. Like in the movies, someone who looks unremarkable, but at a critical moment, can save a country with one move. Since I'm a strategic asset. Jiang Feng's voice came lazily, from under the sleep mask. Then let this asset get some sleep. I feel a bit airsick. Sure, you sleep, you sleep. Old Chin sat up straight, chest out, stomach in. I'll keep watch for you. Guaranteed no one will disturb you. Jiang Feng ignored him, letting himself sink into sleep amid the engine's hum. 4 hours later, Jinhai International Airport. Jiang Feng stood on the boarding stairs, inhaled a mouthful of dusty air, and oddly felt grounded. Much better than that quiet, underground base where you could hear your own breathing. Boss, the city's lively. Old Chin behind him couldn't help but sigh, staying down there too long. I felt weeds growing in my ears. A black Lexus LM was already parked on the side of the tarmac. A driver in a suit hurried over, bowed to Jiang Feng, then reached for the suitcase in Old Chin's hand. Mr. Chun, let me take it. Old Chin's hand tightened. The driver grabbed air, almost twisting his back. I'll handle it myself. Old Chun said in a gruff voice. Inside here is strategic material. The driver froze for a second, looking at the two suitcases stuffed to bursting. Didn't dare ask further. They were Jiang Feng's clothes and snacks he hadn't finished at the base. Once in the car, the soft leather seats made Jiang Feng let out a satisfied sigh. Dragon Lake Villa. Yes, Mr. Jiang. The car drove smoothly off the tarmac, merging into the airport expressway traffic. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, his phone vibrated in his pocket. When the signal connected, missed calls and WeChat notifications rang out one after another. Jiang Feng took it out and glanced. Mostly sales calls and spam texts, plus a few unknown numbers. Only one name made his finger pause. Zhao. He thought for a moment, then pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end was a chaotic background noise. You could hear drinking games and glasses clinking. Sounded like a street stall or a bar. Brother Jiang. Zhao Yi's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with the smell of alcohol. Are you back? Just landed, Jiang Feng said, watching the elevated highway streak by outside the window. What? Captain Zhao wants to treat me to tea. I've been law-abiding lately. Haven't even run a single red light. There was a few seconds of silence on the phone, followed by a sigh. Not tea. A bottle being heavily set down on the table came through the receiver, along with the click of a lighter and the sound of a cigarette being lit. Brother Jiang, can you come out for a drink? Zhao Yi's voice was exhausted. Right now? Drink. Jiang Feng leaned back in his seat. Captain Zhao, you don't sound like you want to catch up with me. What happened? I'm in trouble. Zhao Yi's voice was very low. Every word came out with effort. Big trouble. He paused for a long time, then exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The voice was squeezed out from deep in his chest. I really don't know who else to turn to. Jiang Feng toyed with the black ID in his hand, listening to the desperation in Zhao Yi's tone. This was completely different from the tough guy who used to shout outside the criminal investigation unit. Back then, Zhao Yi was tired, yes, but still driven. Now he had lost that spirit. What about your guys? Can't they help you? It's because of them. Zhao Yi cut himself off mid-sentence, turning into a suppressed cough. Brother Jiang, don't ask. Just do me a favor, okay? Okay. Jiang Feng didn't ask further. Send me the location. Dragon Lake Villa. No one had lived there for half a month, but the villa was still spotless. There was even a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. Property management had clearly put in effort. After all, the owner of this house, now, was a legendary figure in Jinhai's property management circles. The man who bought a haunted house to suppress evil spirits. Jiang Feng tossed his canvas bag on the sofa. Went to take a shower first. Hot water washed off the goby dust. He came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Old Chun was in the living room, maintaining the leather sofa worth 100,000 yuan. Boss, not eating at home tonight? Old Chun asked. Going out. Jiang Feng changed into an inconspicuous gray hoodie. No need to drive. I'll take a taxi. You take a break. Old Chun froze for a moment. Don't need me to come? Don't worry about me. I got this. Jiang Feng picked up his phone. Online, the topic of the missing fortune teller was still hot. Some said he had revealed too much and was struck down by heaven. Others swore they'd seen him sweeping floors at a Taoist temple. The most ridiculous post claimed he had been recruited by the government to study aliens. Jiang Feng liked that post. This batch of netizens sometimes gets it scarily right. Half an hour later, a roadside barbecue stall in the old town, smoky and noisy, bustling with voices. Jiang Feng spotted Zhao Yi crouched in a corner immediately. He wasn't in uniform, just wearing an old, pilled sweater. His beard was at least 3 days unshaven. Dark circles like he'd been punched twice. 3 empty beer bottles by his feet. And on the table, besides a plate of barely touched peanuts, nothing but cigarette butts. Captain Zhao. Jiang Feng pulled out a plastic stool and sat down. Are you on some kind of experience trip? We're just back from a rehab center. Zhao Yi looked up, his eyes unfocused. The moment he saw Jiang Feng, it was like seeing a lifeline. He sat up straight. You came. Zhao Yi grabbed the bottle and poured Jiang Feng a glass. Foam spilling over, running across the table. I knew you'd come. Jiang Feng didn't touch the glass, just looked at him. Spit it out. What kind of trouble pushed a vice captain of the criminal police to this point? Zhao Yi gave a bitter smile, stubbed out the cigarette butt on the greasy table. Brother Jiang, do you remember what you told me last time? Which part? The shooter is in this building? Zhao Yi lowered his voice. You said the mole was right beside me. Jiang Feng nodded. I remember. I investigated. Zhao Yi grabbed his hair. These past 2 weeks I've been like a madman, checking case files, communication records, bank statements. I went through every single person on my team's background. And the result? Nothing. Zhao Yi's voice trembled. Or rather, every time I just get a hint of a clue, the lead goes cold. Either a witness suddenly changes their testimony, or key evidence gets accidentally destroyed. Even last week when I tried to get a 3-year-old surveillance tape, the archive room suddenly caught fire. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Accident. Bullshit accident. Zhao Yi gave a low growl, drawing glances from a few nearby tables. He quickly lowered his voice. How could there be such a coincidence? Right now I feel like I'm standing naked, under a spotlight. Every move I make, who I want to investigate, what I want to do, the other side knows it all. Zhao Yi stared hard at Jiang Feng. The bloodshot veins in his eyes looked ready to burst. Brother Jiang, you're a master. Since you could calculate that there's a mole, can you do another reading for me? He reached out to grab Jiang Feng's sleeve, then hesitated, afraid to dirty his clothes. His hand froze in midair. Tell me the name. Just one name. Zhao Yi's voice was pleading. If I just get a name, even if I lose this uniform, I'll dig that cancer out. Jiang Feng looked at Zhao Yi's face, full of despair. The system gave no response. This wasn't a quest time, and this wasn't the quest location. Cause and effect event. But what could he touch to find evidence? One trial error per day. Even if he didn't go crazy, Captain Zhao probably would. Right now he was just an ordinary person. Forget calculating the mole's name. He couldn't even count how many grams of peanuts were in this dish. No way. Captain Zhao, Jiang Feng pushed aside the overflowing beer glass and picked up a skewer of grilled lamb. Some things in this world, the harder you stare at them, the less clearly you see. Zhao Yi was stunned. What do you mean? Look at yourself now. Jiang Feng took a bite of meat, heavy on the cumin. Your head is full of catching people and finding moles. Your eyes are all suspicion. You see a ghost in everyone. At this rate, before you catch the ghost, you'll drive yourself crazy first. Then what should I do? Zhao Yi slumped, defeated. I can't let my brother die for nothing. Jiang Feng pointed at the spot where Zhao Yi's service weapon usually sat on the table, though it was empty now. Cops look for people with evidence. We fortune tellers look for people by fate and timing. Jiang Feng set the skewer down slowly. If you can't find the person, why not try finding something? Something? Zhao Yi frowned, looking at Jiang Feng. People lie. They act. They destroy evidence. But objects don't. Some things go missing. Find them again, and the person will naturally show themselves. Zhao Yi seemed to catch on to something, but he didn't fully understand. What's missing though? I haven't lost anything. The moment Jiang Feng said lost something, deep in his mind, that familiar mechanical sound suddenly rang out. DN, detected host triggering keyword, lost. Searching for new character. Generating. Jiang Feng felt a surge of amusement. Here it comes. The system's trigger mechanism was getting smarter, almost like it was following his conversational lead. Quest release location, Jinhai City Metro Central Station, Lost and Found Center Hall. Time, daily 16 to 1900 hours. Evening rush hour. Method, 0 search domain, lost items. Objective, serve 3 customers and successfully recover their lost items. Jiang Feng looked at the floating quest panel in his vision, then at the bewildered Zhao Yi in front of him. 0? This system, was it planning to make him switch from Eastern fortune teller to Western psychic? But subway stations have huge foot traffic. It was indeed a good place to fish in troubled waters. Captain Zhao, Jiang Feng stood up and dusted the cumin powder off his hands. Go home, get some sleep, take a shower, shave. Zhao Yi looked up at him. And you? I'll find you a breakthrough. Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., if you have nowhere to go, come find me at the Metro Central Station. What for? To see how many things this city has lost. Jiang Feng said nothing more, turned and melted into the night, leaving Zhao Yi alone, sitting at the noisy barbecue stall, staring blankly at the plate of peanuts. Find something, Zhao Yi muttered to himself. What exactly? Chapter 59. I have a special technique for finding things. The next day, at 3:30 p.m., Jinhai City Metro Central Station, Administrative Office Area. Manager Zhang of Metro Operations was sweating profusely, looking at the 2 people sitting on the sofa. One young, pale-faced, wearing a gray hoodie, looked like a college kid skipping class. The other was burly, black suit, sunglasses, sat ramrod straight, like a recently retired bodyguard. Most importantly, the bodyguard held a black credentials booklet. Manager Zhang had never seen that type before, but the gold-embossed national emblem on it, and the words Huaco Academy, made his legs go weak. Comrade. Manager Zhang rubbed his hands together and asked timidly, does our subway have a radiation leak? Or some geological hazard? People from Huaco Academy are here. This must be serious. Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, fiddling with something, taken from the system space. It was a thin silver chain, with a faceted white crystal dangling at the end. The crystal wasn't clear, even a bit cloudy, but under the light, it occasionally flashed with an eerie purple glint. Manager Zhang, don't be nervous. Jiang Feng wrapped the crystal pendulum around his finger. It's nothing major. We're just doing a sociological study on urban magnetic fields and item loss probability. Ah. Manager Zhang's jaw dropped. Sociology. Old Chun, stone-faced beside him, added. This is a national-level key research project. Why umbrellas always disappear in the subway? Manager Zhang felt his brain couldn't keep up. Umbrella disappearance needs a national research project? Isn't it because everyone just forgets them? But seeing Old Chin's murderous look, he didn't dare object. Then what do you 2 need from us? Just clear us some space. Jiang Feng pointed outside, in the Lost and Found Hall. I'll collect data there. 10 minutes later, in a corner of the Lost and Found Center Hall, Jiang Feng set up a desk, covered it with a piece of black velvet cloth, appearing from who knows where. On the desk, there was no fortune-telling tube, no compass, only the crystal pendulum hanging in midair. Next to it stood a familiar small whiteboard. The handwriting on it was still wild and free. Lost item consultation. No living people, just dead things. No matter what you lost, the answer is here. This consultation is an academic survey. No cash accepted. Manager Zhang watched from a distance, feeling like something about the scene just didn't add up. This is supposed to be a research setup. but it looks more and more like a street fortune teller's stall. It was just before the evening rush, and inside the 15th Street Lost and Found, people were coming and going. The place was piled with all kinds of weird stuff. Mountains of umbrellas, all sorts of water bottles, one shoe, and even a pair of crutches and a pressure cooker. Most people who came in were angry and in a hurry. Hey, what's going on with you guys? I clearly remember losing it on line 3. A man in a plaid shirt, with thick glasses, was yelling at the staff behind the counter. He was sweating profusely, his greasy hair plastered to his forehead, and the zipper on his backpack was open. Sir, we really didn't receive it. The staff member explained helplessly. All the electronics we've collected are here. There's no portable hard drive like you described. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The man stomped his foot in desperation. His voice choked with tears. That thing is my life. Sir, please calm down. How can I calm down? Inside it are all the private keys to the Bitcoin I've mined over the years. Worth tens of millions. The moment tens of millions left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent. Tens of millions. Everyone's eyes fixed on the ordinary-looking programmer. Even the staff was stunned. Something worth tens of millions. If that's lost, it really is a life-or-death matter. Call the police, someone suggested. I did. They said it's virtual property, and there's no dead angle in the surveillance. Just happened not to catch it. It's hard to file a case. The programmer grabbed his hair and slid down the counter to the floor. It's over. It's all over. Just then, a cool voice came from the corner. Jiang Feng, the one in the plaid shirt, sat behind a black velvet cloth, holding the silver chain in his hand. The crystal pendulum swayed slightly in midair. Want to come over and try? The programmer jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. He saw that strange stall, the sign that read, Lost Item Consultation. Normally, as a code grunt who worshipped science, he would have called it crazy. But now he was a drowning man, and even a straw he had to grab with all his might. The programmer scrambled to Jiang Feng's table, both hands gripping the edge. You can find it? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He just lifted the pendulum and held it over a map of Jinhai City's subway lines spread on the table. What does your hard drive look like? Black, Seagate 2 terabytes. A bit old, chipped paint on one corner. The programmer spoke at machine gun speed. Good. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. It wasn't to put on a show, but to activate the temporary skill the system had given him. Pendulum lost item retrieval. The moment he closed his eyes, his vision changed. The noisy hall disappeared, and in the darkness, countless glowing lines wove together. That was the flow of chi. He could feel a gray, anxious current from the programmer, extending along the table to the crystal pendulum. That was the broken karmic thread between the owner and the lost item. Jiang Feng's hand was steady, motionless, but the crystal pendulum seemed to come alive, beginning to move on its own. At first it trembled slightly. Then it started circling, wider and wider, faster and faster. In that instant, in his system vision, he saw a dazzling golden light. It wasn't the light of the hard drive itself, but the wealth aura, radiating from the tens of millions the drive represented. But that wealth aura was moving, and moving fast. Jiang Feng's eyes snapped open. The tip of the pendulum now pointed like a needle, fixed on a direction on the map, and was slowly shifting along some trajectory. Found it. Jiang Feng looked at the still spinning pendulum, his expression turning intrigued. It's not lost. It's heading north. Chapter 60. Your hard drive is taking a city tour. What? The programmer's voice trembled, tears still hanging on his lashes. Going north? My hard drive? Did it grow legs? Jiang Feng held the pendulum, his movements smooth. In his special perception, the golden line representing the hard drive was moving rapidly along the green lines of the subway map. Surrounding the golden glow was a ring of pink energy. It didn't grow legs. Jiang Feng's finger traced through the air, indicating the map. Someone took it. The programmer's face turned ashen. Taken? A thief. Oh my god, his voice cracked. Not likely, Jiang Feng said. He observed the pendulum's oscillation frequency and made his judgment. If it were a professional pickpocket, the energy they'd emit would be deep, full of concealment and calculation. But this aura is very scattered, almost careless. He paused, adding details. The person is an older woman. Her physical condition suggests she's carrying a lot of things. Probably vegetables and meat. Her gait is unsteady, and her actions lack planning. She didn't take it out of malice. He translated those metaphysical signs into easier-to-understand language. In other words, an older lady. Jiang Feng set the pendulum on the table for now and looked at the programmer. She's wearing a red vest, carrying a shopping bag, with probably celery and ribs inside. She picked up your hard drive, probably thinking it was a forgotten power bank or some handy piece of metal. She meant to reuse it. From the crowd of onlookers, a low gasp went up. They looked at each other, exchanging whispers. That's way too specific, someone murmured. He can even tell what the lady is wearing and what groceries she's carrying. Manager Zhang stood nearby, listening, his eyes nearly popping out. He stared at Jiang Feng, then at the pendulum on the table. Master Jiang, this isn't sociological deduction. This is basically a high-tech tracking system. His voice was full of awe. The programmer was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality. He lunged forward recklessly, almost grabbing Jiang Feng's arm. Then what should I do now? Master, please help me. That drive isn't just data. It's my marriage fund. His voice was full of pleading. So what should I do now? Master, please help me. That hard drive isn't just data. That's my entire savings for getting married. His voice was full of pleading. He looked like he was about to cry again. Don't rush. Jiang Feng stopped him. He picked up the pendulum again. He noticed the swing amplitude shrinking. Then the direction changed rapidly. He got off the train. Jiang Feng pointed to a station on the electronic map in front of him. So fast, the programmer pressed. Jiang Feng confirmed, transfer station. He is now at Xinyuanli station. Manager Zhang leaned in, saw the mark on the map, explained, Xinyuanli. That's the transfer station for line 5 and line 3. The foot traffic is huge. He's transferring to line 5. Jiang Feng's voice rose a bit, and he's walking very fast. Looks like he's trying to grab a seat. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the crowd. Move aside. Zhao Yi pushed through the crowd, breathing heavily as he squeezed in. He really did, as Jiang Feng said, shaved off his beard, and changed into a clean jacket. He looked much more energetic. He was still a bit dazed, looking like he just woke up. Brother Jiang, I'm here. Zhao Yi looked at Jiang Feng, then scanned the pendulum map on the table, and the programmer sitting on the floor with tear-streaked face. He was completely confused. What is this all about? You came just in time. Jiang Feng gestured toward the programmer beside him. Captain Zhao, this is the lost object case I mentioned to you earlier. He looked straight at Zhao Yi and said concisely, on line 5, southbound direction. The train is arriving in about 3 minutes. Can you contact the police at that station? Zhao Yi didn't understand what was happening, but he had an almost blind trust in Jiang Feng. After all, this young man could even locate a fugitive hidden in a wall. Finding something like this wasn't beyond belief for him. I can, Zhao Yi replied immediately, quickly pulling out his waist-mounted walkie-talkie. I'm from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Zhao Yi calling the Xinyuanli Station Police Office, requesting assistance to intercept. Intercept who? Zhao Yi asked, turning back to wait for Jiang Feng's instructions. Jiang Feng looked at the pendulum board. He dictated the description. An older woman in a red vest. She's carrying a non-woven fabric bag, with the Yonghuang supermarket logo on it. The top of a bunch of celery is sticking out of the bag. She just got off line 3, and should be waiting on the line 5 platform now. Zhao Yi listened, and repeated Jiang Feng's description into the walkie-talkie. The whole hall, all the onlookers in the lost and found hall, held their breath. Only a faint background noise remained in the air. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Only the crackle of static came from the walkie-talkie. The wait felt long. Jiang Feng's hand was steady. The pendulum was still trembling slightly. The pointer accurately indicated that spot on the map. The train pulled into the station. Jiang Feng spoke. As soon as he finished, a burst of garbled broadcast came from the walkie-talkie, accompanied by a station announcement. The train is arriving at the station. Passengers, please mind the safety. Keep order. Got them. Zhao Yi forgot all etiquette and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Crackle. The young police officer's urgent voice came through. Captain Zhao, I see her. Is it an older woman with permed hair? She's about to board the train. Shall I stop her? Zhao Yi immediately ordered. Hey ma'am, wait a moment. Police need to check your ID. The young officer's voice came again, followed by a chaotic argument. What are you doing? Can't I just not take the bus? My grandson is waiting at home for his pork ribs. What's wrong with you police? You only know how to bully us old ladies. The old woman's full-throated voice came through the walkie-talkie, echoing throughout the lost and found hall. Her words were full of impatience and complaints. Hearing that voice, Zhao Yi quietly let out a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze to Jiang Feng, seeking the next instruction. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, signaling him to keep asking. In that bag, is there a black square-shaped object? Zhao Yi relayed Jiang Feng's words to the officer on the walkie-talkie. A few seconds later, the officer's voice came through again. This time, his tone was very strange. Captain Zhao, we searched her bag. There really is a Seagate portable hard drive. The lady said she found it under the seat. At first she thought it was a giant mahjong tile. She was about to take it home for her grandson to play with as a toy block. Thud. The programmer's body went limp, and he plopped to the floor. This time, it wasn't from despair, but from tears of joy. Found it. Really. Found it. He covered his face with his hands, and burst into loud sobs. His cries were full of relief. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted. Holy crap, this is amazing. Is he some kind of deity? Just shake a chain and he can pinpoint a location? Isn't this the legendary fortune teller? I saw his video online before. Master, I lost something too. I lost a gold ring. Can you do a reading for me too? Master, I also want a reading. I lost my first love. Can you find her? BM, valid readings 1/3. He looked down. Only the first task was completed. Jiang Feng rubbed his temples, looking at the excited crowd in front of him. He raised his hand to signal that today's session ends here. The next readings are reserved for this police officer. Chapter 61. What you lost is not a thing. It's trust. As soon as Jiang Feng spoke, the buzzing hall fell silent. Everyone turned their heads, all eyes fixed on Zhao Yi at the edge of the crowd. Zhao Yi's body tensed. He became the center of attention. The faces around him showed curiosity and scrutiny, along with a hint of mocking amusement. He instinctively straightened his back, a habit formed from years as a police officer. It prevented him from showing weakness in public. He pushed through the people in front and walked step by step toward the stall in the corner. Each step was heavy. Jiang Feng watched him. In the vision granted by the system, on Zhao Yi's body, a gray-black, stagnant aura coiled around him. It wasn't the aura of illness, nor the aura of malice, but something more complex, a mix of betrayal and helplessness, and the exhaustion left by long-term mental attrition. This aura firmly trapped Zhao Yi in place. Brother Jiang, he pulled Jiang Feng aside, away from the eavesdropping crowd. He lowered his voice. The words squeezed through clenched teeth. I can't let you find something. Zhao Yi's face was full of despair, like hitting a dead end. I came as you asked, but I have nothing for you to divine. His voice was urgent and frustrated. In the past 2 weeks, I checked all relevant case files and evidence. Nothing was lost. No records were tampered with. The other side covered their tracks perfectly. I'm chasing a damn shadow. There's no concrete clue at all. He grabbed his own hair in frustration. Without anything, how can you find? You can't just conjure evidence out of thin air, can you? The surrounding murmurs buzzed, but Jiang Feng paid no attention. He picked up the pendulum from the table. The cloudy crystal swayed between his fingers, reflecting the harsh fluorescent light of the subway station. Who says nothing's missing? Jiang Feng's words froze Zhao Yi's agitation. Zhao Yi looked up. You've lost the most important thing. Jiang Feng wasn't looking at him. His gaze fell on the pendulum. The tip of the crystal traced tiny arcs in the air. He raised his eyes, staring straight into Zhao Yi's bloodshot eyes. 3 years ago, a rainy night. Dock warehouse. Your brother, Li Xiang, sacrificed. Jiang Feng spoke slowly, each word hitting Zhao Yi's deepest wound. From that moment, you lost the truth. From the moment I told you about the mole, you also lost trust in those around you. These two things, you can't touch or see them, but they are real. Jiang Feng placed the pendulum in front of Zhao Yi. Today I'll help you find it. The fragment of trust, exactly where it fell. Trust. Truth. These 2 words jabbed at Zhao Yi's nerves. His body swayed. He leaned against the wall behind him. Yeah, he lost trust. Now he looked at everyone on the team and wondered, is he the mole? That team, once he'd trusted with his life, had become a rationale that kept him up at night. What should I do? Zhao Yi's voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. He stopped fixating on physical evidence. Jiang Feng had pulled him into a whole new logic. Hold out your hand, Jiang Feng said. Zhao Yi mechanically extended his right hand, hovering over the map. Zhao Yi's palm hung suspended above the huge map of the Jinhai City metro lines. His hand was shaking, not from fear, but from excitement and suppressed anger. Now close your eyes. Jiang Feng's voice guided him. Don't think about evidence. Don't think about the case files. Don't think about the relationships that give you headaches. Think about that rainy night. Think about how your brother fell. Think about these 3 years. Every time you found a clue and then got forced to stop, the frustration. Think about the face you most want to tear apart right now. Zhao Yi closed his eyes. In the darkness, a flood of chaotic images rushed into his mind. Torrential rain. The dense drumming of raindrops on the warehouse's metal roof. The last words Li Xiang said to him before he died. Brother, my daughter's birthday is next month. In the past half month, he'd stayed up countless nights, staring at that whiteboard covered in photos and relationship maps. Yet he couldn't find a single breakthrough. Every time, just that little bit short. Every time, an invisible hand pushed him back to square one. Frustration, anger, resentment. 3 years of pent-up emotions exploded in that moment, rushing through his arm toward the map. The pendulum in Jiang Feng's hand was no longer swaying lightly. It began to swing violently, spinning crazily. The silver chain stretched taut, leaving afterimages in the air. The onlookers gasped. The crystal spun out of control, with an eerie quality. Only Jiang Feng knew. It wasn't out of control. It had found a direction. Zhao Yi's emotions were the strongest beacon. Finally, the wildly spinning pendulum stopped abruptly. The tip of the crystal, motionless, pointed to an area on the edge of the map. That place was circled in red dashes. Next to it, a note read, demolished. Manager Zhang from the Lost and Found Center leaned over, took one look, and gasped. Isn't this the Southport dock where the incident happened 3 years ago? It was raised a long time ago. Now it's a construction site. I heard they're building a new logistics center. Zhao Yi opened his eyes too. He looked at that location, his expression complicated. It was the turning point in his career, and the biggest nightmare of his life. But Jiang Feng wasn't looking at the map. He closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, as if listening. A few seconds later, he spoke. He began to describe a scene. The truth was left in that place that no longer exists. His voice was quiet, but it reached Zhao Yi clearly. It's locked in a small metal box, engraved with a child's hope, also stained with your brother's blood. It smells like. Jiang Feng's nose twitched. Tobacco, machine oil, and the taste of despair. Metal box, child's hope, tobacco, machine oil, despair. These words combined made no sense, throwing Zhao Yi's thoughts into chaos. He simply couldn't combine these words into anything meaningful. More importantly, that warehouse had been bulldozed long ago, turned into rubble overgrown with weeds. How was he supposed to look? Was he going to dig through the entire construction site? Jiang Feng opened his eyes, put away the pendulum that had stopped swinging. He looked at the confused Zhao Yi, and flipped over the sign that read, Lost Item Consultation. Go on, Captain Zhao. In that rubble lies the trust you lost. Jiang Feng stood up, pushed the desk back into place, the movement crisp and clean. Sometimes finding something takes a bit of luck. He paused, then added, and a metal detector. Chapter 62, The Lighter Under the Ruins. Deep night. Old Southport dock site. Several beams of light illuminated a pile of construction rubble. This used to be one of the busiest freight transfer stations in Jinhai City. Now, only concrete blocks and gravel remained. Beep, beep, beep. Electronic tones echoed across the empty ruins. Zhao Yi held a handheld metal detector, moving slowly through the mess. The searchlight cast a long shadow behind him. Brother E, it's been 3 hours already. A young detective named Wang Chao kicked aside a broken brick, his voice full of exhaustion. All we're finding is rebar and scrap metal. Think we're gonna dig up gold here. He glanced at Zhao Yi's profile, lowered his voice, and muttered to the partner next to him. Is the captain off his rocker? Just because some fortune teller said so. He drags us two to this dump to hunt for treasure. Another veteran detective, Li Jun, sighed, jamming his entrenching tool into the ground. You talk less. The captain's got a fire inside him. Let him work it off. One way or another, let off some steam. That's what he said. But watching Zhao Yi's single-minded determination, he had his own doubts. Too absurd. A deputy captain of the criminal police, not reviewing case files, not interrogating suspects, dragging two trusted men in the middle of the night, using a metal detector bot on Taobao, searching through rubble for a box of fortune teller mentioned. If word of this got back to the station, Zhao Yi would probably be sent straight for a psychiatric evaluation. Zhao Yi ignored the murmurs behind him. His ears only heard the detectors beeping. Jiang Feng's words replayed in his mind. Metal box, child's hope, tobacco machine oil, despair. He didn't know what it was, but he knew. This was his only path. He trusted Jiang Feng. Not so much trust, but he had no other choice. Beep beep, beep beep. The detector suddenly emitted a rapid alarm. Wang Chao and Li Jun immediately perked up. They crowded around. Zhao Yi drew a circle on the ground with his toe. Li Jun, without a word, swung his entrenching shovel and started digging. A few minutes later, a rust-covered object was unearthed. Wang Chao shone his flashlight on it. It was a bent car wheel hub. Damn it, Wang Chao cursed, kicking the hub away. Hope had barely surfaced before it was crushed again. This cycle had repeated no less than 20 times in the past 3 hours. The items dug up were a motley collection. A discarded wrench, a twisted steel pipe, a half-length chain, and a crushed soda can. Every time the alarm sounded, it yanked on their nerves. But each time, all they dug up was trash. The ruins were vast. The three of them were looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Yi's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, and his brows furrowed. Lu Xinghua. He stepped aside and answered the call. Hello, Advisor Lu. Oh, it's late, aren't you? Resting? A gentle male voice came through the phone. Lu Xinghua was an advisor to the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit and had watched Zhao Yi grow from a reckless rookie into a half-apprentice. Still out on a case? Zhao Yi replied vaguely. I heard about it. You've been looking into Li Xiang's case recently, making quite a stir. Lu Xinghua paused, his tone turning earnest. Son, I know you can't let it go, but the case is closed. Don't go down a rabbit hole. You have to look forward. Zhao Yi's grip on the phone tightened. Chief Lu, I don't believe it. That was no accident. I know you don't believe it. But we're police. We work with evidence. Lu Xinghua's voice remained gentle. Without evidence, if you keep this up, you'll only get yourself into trouble. Listen to your uncle. Put this case aside. Don't worry the people who care about you. Zhao Yi fell silent. All right, go home and rest. Don't run yourself ragged. The call ended. Zhao Yi stood there. The night wind blew, and he felt a chill. Uncle Lu's words were all reasonable, all out of concern. But for some reason, hearing those words, he felt a pressure. An invisible force pushing him back, not letting him take another step forward. Captain, are we still looking? Li Jing walked over and asked. It's almost dawn. Zhao Yi glanced at the pale light in the eastern sky, then at the ruins before him. Despair surged again. Was Jiang Feng wrong? Or was he just using this method to pull himself out of the rabbit hole? 10 more minutes. Zhao Yi's voice was hoarse. We wrap up in 10 minutes. Wang Chao and Li Jun exchanged a glance, both relieved. Zhao Yi picked up the detector again and aimlessly walked toward an inconspicuous corner where the loading dock of the former warehouse once stood. The ground had collapsed, piled with broken prefabricated slabs and debris. He swung the detector mechanically. Beep, a faint but clear signal, came through the earphones, completely different from the harsh alarms before. This sound was clean. Zhao Yi froze. He held his breath, sweeping the detector over that area again and again. Beep, beep. The signal was steady and clear. There's something down there, and it's small. Come here, Zhao Yi shouted. Wang Chao and Li Jun scrambled over. The shovel was useless now. Zhao Yi dropped to his knees, frantically pulling away rubble with his bare hands. His nails broke, blood mixing into the dirt. He didn't notice. A few minutes later, his fingertips touched a hard object. Carefully, he cleared the surrounding soil and took the thing out completely. It wasn't a box. It was a severely corroded lighter. Its surface was pitted, the hinge broken. It was covered in black mud. Damn, after all this, just this piece of junk, Wang Chao complained. Zhao Yi didn't say a word. He used his sleeve to wipe away the grime from the lighter, bit by bit, wiping the dirt off the lighter bit by bit. As the mud was cleaned off, a row of faint scratches appeared on the side of the lighter. They were delicate, small characters, neatly carved with a nail, each stroke childlike but precise. To Dad, wishing you safety. Below the characters, there was a 2-letter abbreviation, LY. The moment he saw those words and the initials, Zhao Yi stopped breathing. He knelt there, motionless. He recognized this lighter. He knew it all too well. This was Lu Xinghua's most treasured possession. It belonged to his daughter, Lu Yu, who suffered from uremia and was hospitalized long-term. On his 50th birthday, she had carved it herself and given it to him. Lu Xinghua never smoked, but he carried this lighter everywhere he went. He said it was his lucky charm. 3 years ago, Lu Xinghua had even lost this lighter once and been down for days. So why was it buried here? In the most remote corner of the warehouse, under collapsed concrete slabs, that senior he respected and trusted most. The Uncle Lou who had just called and told him not to go down a rabbit hole. This discovery hurt more than finding nothing at all. He held that lighter, his hands trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, in the villa at Donghua Villa, Jiang Feng had just finished a game and was about to go to sleep. A notification sounded in his mind. Invalid. Fortune-telling attempts. 2/3. Jiang Feng froze for a moment, then broke into a grin. Looks like Captain Zhao struck gold. It wouldn't be long before Zhao Yi would come with that metal box and ask him for the final answer. Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight. Chapter 63, The Karma in a Lighter. Sure enough, before long, the villa received the burdened visitor. Zhao Yi sat on the sofa, head down, shoulders slumped. The lighter, sealed in a transparent evidence bag, lay on the ebony coffee table in front of him. The villa was very quiet. Only the soft whisper of the central air conditioning. Brother Jiang, Zhao Yi began, his voice hoarse and dry. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Feng. I beg you. He said only these two words. Tell me what happened that night. Jiang Feng looked at him and nodded. He turned to old Chen. Get a blanket and brew a strong cup of honey water. Old Chen acknowledged and walked toward the storage room. Only then did Jiang Feng turn back to Zhao Yi. Are you sure you want to hear it? Some images might be very hard to stomach. Zhao Yi gave a bitter smile, revealing teeth stained yellow by smoke. What could be worse than this right now? He pointed to his own heart. Jiang Feng didn't try to persuade him anymore. Then get ready. Jiang Feng's voice was very soft. It's about to begin. He reached out his right hand, picked up the lighter. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. Causal world activate. The scenery before him faded away. Darkness closed in around him. Fragmented images flooded his mind. First image. Jinhai City First People's Hospital, Renal Dialysis Center. A payment slip. The number on it was a long string of zeros. A man in an old jacket, his back hunched, stood in front of the payment window for a long time. That was a younger Lu Jinghua. Second image. Underground parking lot. A black travel bag was thrown at Lu Jinghua's feet. The zipper was open. Inside were neatly stacked red banknotes. Across from him, a man with a knife scar on his face. Pat him on the shoulder. Smart man, Consultant Lu. Third image. Nangang Pier. Abandoned warehouse. Torrential rain. Rain hammered the tin roof. Made a dense noise like war drums. Li Xiang lay in a pool of blood. A dagger was stuck in his chest. His eyes were wide open, staring at the person in front of him. Uncle Lu. Why? Behind Lu Jinghua stood several drug dealers. Don't blame me, A Xiang. Lu Jinghua's voice trembled in the rain. Ye's illness. Can't wait any longer. Fourth image. Chaotic struggle. Li Xiang, in his final moments, burst with astonishing strength. He lunged at Lu Jinghua. The two rolled on the rain-soaked ground. In the chaos, a metal object slid out from Lu Jinghua's inner pocket. It clattered to the ground. It rolled a few times, just then slipped into a crack between two precast concrete slabs, and disappeared. The scene was chaotic. No one noticed that detail. A few minutes later, everything returned to silence. Lu Jinghua stood up, straightened his rumpled clothes, fired one more shot into the body on the ground. He did a final check of the scene, made sure he'd left no traces, then left quickly with his men. He didn't notice. The protective charm his daughter had given him remained under that rubble. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He released his fingers. The evidence bag fell back onto the coffee table. He leaned back into the sofa, pressing his temples. Brother Jiang. Zhao Yi leaned forward, staring at him nervously. Old Chen also walked over quickly. He pressed a glass of warm honey water into Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng took a big gulp. The sweet liquid helped him recover. He looked up at Zhao Yi. He began to recount. Told him everything he had just seen. Lu Jinghua has a daughter. Her name is Lu Yu. End-stage uremia. Zhao Yi's body jerked. He knew about that. Lu Yu had been hospitalized for years. It was an open secret in the entire detachment. 3 years ago, the hospital issued a critical notice. The only option was a kidney transplant, plus a special imported drug. The cost was astronomical. Jiang Feng looked into Zhao Yi's eyes. He didn't have the money. And right then, he was working with a drug trafficking ring. They came to him. Zhao Yi's breathing grew heavy. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. That night at the dock, the deal was a setup from the start. Li Xiang was your informant. He was also an informant Lu Jinghua had personally recruited. Li Xiang found the core intel on the deal. He reported it to Lu Jinghua immediately. But Lu Jinghua sold that information to the dealers. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in the quiet living room. Every word struck Zhao Yi's defenses. The dealers set up an ambush. They planned to take out Li Xiang. But they didn't expect. Li Xiang was alert. And he was armed. A firefight broke out on site. Li Xiang shot 2 dealers. He took a bullet himself and hid in the warehouse. Lu Jinghua arrived afterward. He tricked Li Xiang into opening the door, then stabbed him from behind. Zhao Yi's body began to shake uncontrollably. Then he said, Li Xiang had to die from a dealer's bullet, so it would look like he died in the line of duty. So the last shot was fired by the dealer boss. But before that, Li Xiang and Lu Jinghua had a struggle. Jiang Feng's finger tapped the evidence bag on the coffee table. This lighter. That's when it fell out of Lu Jinghua's pocket. The living room fell into silence. Zhao Yi lowered his head, not moving. After a long time, a single hot tear splashed onto his own hand. Then a second. A third. He didn't sob aloud. Only his shoulders shook violently. The man who had watched him grow up, who taught him how to shoot, how to interrogate, Uncle Lu. The one who, when he was most lost, patted his shoulder and said, Xiao Yi, a cop has to live up to this uniform. That elder, the mentor he had once respected and trusted most. Turns out it had all been a lie from start to finish. Jiang Feng watched him, didn't interrupt him. Had old Shun put a blanket over Xiao Yi's shoulders, then picked up the glass of honey water himself. Drank it slowly. Only when Xiao Yi's shaking gradually subsided did he speak again. It wasn't for the money. Xiao Yi looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Then what for? It was for his daughter's life. Jiang Feng set down the glass. All the ledgers of the drug ring. All the transaction records from all these years. The list of protectors, all recorded on a USB drive. That USB drive is hidden in the wall of his office. Behind the framed cross-stitch that says, Great Ambitions. Jiang Feng looked at Xiao Yi. That was his last escape route. In case the dealers turned on him, he could use it to negotiate. And it was also the last key to judging himself. Xiao Yi closed his eyes. Tears silently slid down his rugged cheeks. Chapter 64, A Phone Call to the Past. Xiao Yi sat there, motionless. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest. Jiang Feng didn't rush him, just shot a glance at Old Chen. Old Chen understood. He took an unopened bottle of water from the liquor cabinet, unscrewed the cap, and placed it next to Xiao Yi's hand. Time ticked by. Outside the window, the sky shifted from deep blue to a pale fishbelly white. Finally, Xiao Yi moved. He didn't drink the water. Instead, with a trembling hand, he picked up the evidence bag. Through the plastic, he wiped the rust-covered lighter with his thumb. His movement was gentle. When I first joined the unit, he was my mentor. Xiao Yi's voice was raspy when he spoke. First crime scene I ever worked. I saw a body. I threw up everywhere. He handed me a bottle of water. He didn't notice. The protective charm his daughter had given him remained under that rubble. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He released his fingers. The evidence bag fell back onto the coffee table. He leaned back into the sofa, pressing his temples. Brother Jiang. Xiao Yi leaned forward, staring at him nervously. Old Chen also walked over quickly. He pressed a glass of warm honey water into Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng took a big gulp. Patting me on the back, he said, Kid, if you want to make a living off this, you've got to grow a thick skin. The first time I fired a gun, my hands shook so bad I couldn't hold it. He taught me hand by hand, showed me how to aim, how to control my breath. He said, remember, the muzzle is never pointed at your own. He went on, line by line. His daughter's hospital room. I'd been there at least 10 times. Every time, he sat by her bed, reading her storybooks, peeling apples. He was the gentlest man I've ever seen. Xiao Yi looked up. His bloodshot eyes were filled with pain. Brother Jiang, what am I supposed to do? Jiang Feng looked at him. In Jiang Feng's field of vision, the gray-black, tangled energy coiled around Xiao Yi was churning violently. That was the collapse of conviction. I'm not a cop. Jiang Feng replied calmly. I'm just a fortune teller. I only tell you where your lost item is. What you do after you find it. That's your business. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. But as a friend, I can say this. Some lines can never be crossed. The first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, illuminating the city's silhouette. It's daylight, Captain Zhao. Jiang Feng's voice was soft. Make your choice. Zhao Yi looked at Jiang Feng's back, then down at the lighter in his hand. He slowly rose to his feet. The whole time, he didn't make a sound, but there wasn't a hint of hesitation in his movements. He picked up the car keys from the coffee table, turned, and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Old Shin asked instinctively. Zhao Yi didn't look back. I need an answer. The villa door opened and closed. Old Shin walked over to Jiang Feng, watching the police car disappear down the road. A little worried. Boss, he's not going to do something stupid, is he? Jiang Feng shook his head, picked up the glass of honey water that had gone cold, and took a sip. He's tougher than you think. Jiang Feng stared at the direction the car had vanished. He needs to finish this himself. An unremarkable Volkswagen sedan was parked under the old locust tree outside the city bureau's residential compound. Zhao Yi sat in the driver's seat, having not slept all night. He stared at the gray 6-story building ahead. Unit 3, apartment 402. That was Lu Jinghua's home. He could rush up there right now, kick the door open with textbook form, slap the handcuffs onto the wrists of the man he once respected most. He had the right. He also had enough evidence. But he couldn't do it. In his head, all he saw was Lu Jinghua teaching him to shoot. All he saw was Lu Jinghua shielding him. When he made a mistake, emotion and law tangled into a mess in his mind. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it but didn't smoke. He just watched the smoke rise in the sealed car, spread, until it stung his eyes. One cigarette burned to the end. Zhao Yi stubbed it out, and picked up his phone. He didn't call for backup. He didn't notify the department. He just scrolled through his contacts, found the familiar name, and dialed. It rang for a long time before it was answered. Hey, yeah. On the other end, Lu Jinghua's voice was as gentle as ever, even carrying a hint of just woken up nasal tone. So early. What's up? Zhao Yi gripped the phone, his knuckles white. He was silent for a long time, so long that Lu Jinghua got a little curious, and said hello, twice. Finally, Zhao Yi spoke, his voice hoarse. Uncle Lu. He paused, then asked word by word. Is the wind cold at Pier 3? On the other end of the line, a deathly silence fell. Zhao Yi could hear the other person's breathing grow heavy in an instant, then settle back to calm. After a full 30 seconds, a long sigh came through the earpiece. Yeah, Lu Jinghua's voice carried a weary relief. It's been cold for 3 years. No excuses, no denials, not a single unnecessary word. Just a simple admission. Zhao Yi's eyes reddened instantly. He thought he'd be furious. that he'd roar and demand why. But hearing that sigh, all his emotions turned into sorrow. Yeah. Lu Zhenhua spoke again. Can you give me half an hour? There was a hint of pleading in his voice. I want to talk to Yaya a little more, and I need to keep a promise I made 3 years ago. Zhao Yi didn't reply. He just hung up. After giving brief instructions to the 2 officers, Wang Chao and Li Jun, to guard the place, Zhao Yi was alone in the car. The tears he could no longer hold back streamed down his cheeks. He hunched over the steering wheel, his shoulders heaving violently, choking back suppressed sobs. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his head, roughly wiped his face with the back of his hand, and started the car. The engine growled low. He jerked the wheel, whipped the car around, and sped away in the opposite direction of the residential compound. That direction was the city bureau. Half an hour later, in the bureau chief's office, Zhao Yi pushed open the heavy wooden door. He placed the lighter sealed in an evidence bag and a request for a search of Lu Zhenhua's office and residence on the chief's broad desk. Chief. His voice was calm, but every word carried weight. I want to report a crime. That day at noon, 12 o'clock, Jinhai City's local news channel aired a breaking news flash. Breaking, around 10 a.m. today, a certain Lu, a criminal investigation consultant for the city bureau, shot himself at his home. Police later searched his office and uncovered a large number of confidential ledgers linked to an overseas drug cartel, along with key evidence. Preliminary investigations indicate that Lu is significantly connected to the case of the anti-drug officer who died at Nangang Pier 3 years ago. The case is currently under further investigation. At the Dragon Lake Mountain Villa, Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, watching the news scroll across the TV screen. Old Chen stood nearby, holding a piece of buckskin, polishing an antique vase, clicking his tongue. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who would have thought an old-timer like him was the mole? Jiang Feng picked up the remote and changed the channel. A boring variety show came on. He leaned back on the sofa, stretched lazily. The nightmare that had haunted Zhao Yi for 3 years had finally come to a close. Though, that close was written with another man's life. One more fortune left for the quest. I can take a nap and then head to the subway station. Jiang Feng was about to tell Old Chen to prepare for the afternoon, when he noticed Old Chen was still wiping that vase. Old Chen, you've been distracted the last couple of days. Is there something you want to tell me? Don't tell me you lost your first love too. Chapter 65. What I lost was a comrade's promise. Old Chen's hand, wiping the vase, stopped. The chamois cloth hung frozen in midair. He turned around, twitched the corner of his mouth. His muscles were stiff. Nothing, boss. Just didn't sleep well last night. Jiang Feng looked at him, didn't press further. 4 p.m. sharp, Jinhai City Metro Central Station, lost and found center. The crowd in the hall hadn't scattered. Instead, it was growing larger. Earlier, the programmer who recovered tens of millions in Bitcoin from a hard drive was surrounded by reporters holding microphones, spraying saliva as he recounted yesterday's miracle. More people were holding up their phones, aiming at the corner where Jiang Feng had set up his stall, frantically taking photos, as if it were some kind of influencer hotspot. Manager Zhang, along with a few security guards, was sweating profusely trying to keep order, his voice nearly gone from shouting. When Jiang Feng and Old Chen reappeared in the hall, the whole place exploded. The fortune teller is back. Master, please, take a look at me. I lost my ID card. I have a flight tomorrow. Master, tell my fortune. Will my stocks go up next month? A flood of people surged toward him. Camera flashes lit up like a sea of lights. Old Chen immediately stepped forward. Spreading his arms, he blocked everyone. His sturdy frame, paired with a stern expression that commanded respect, was far more effective than the guards. Everyone, calm down. Manager Zhang scrambled over. He shielded Jiang Feng. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is an expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences conducting research. Show some respect. Even he didn't believe what he just said. Jiang Feng ignored the chaos around him. He walked to that corner as if he owned the place, pulled out the desk again, laid down the black velvet cloth. He had just set up the small whiteboard that read, Lost and Found Consultation, on the desk, ready to greet the first subject of today's survey. When a hand pressed down on the whiteboard, it was Old Chen. Without anyone noticing, he had already walked to the other side of the desk. Boss, he looked at Jiang Feng. That back, which remained ramrod straight in front of anyone, bent slightly for the first time. I want to find something I lost too. Not a first love. Jiang Feng withdrew his hand, pointed to the plastic stool across from him. The onlookers immediately fell silent. Everyone craned their necks, watching them with curiosity, eager to see what treasure this bear-like bodyguard had lost. Old Chen didn't sit down right away. He first glanced around, at the phone cameras raised in the air, his brow furrowed. Jiang Feng understood what he meant. Manager Zhang, Jiang Feng called out. Yes. Advisor Jiang. At your service. Manager Zhang trotted over. The next part is an internal research session. Confidential. I understand. Did you all hear that? Manager Zhang planted his hands on his hips and bellowed at the crowd. The Chinese Academy of Sciences is conducting a classified mission. All unauthorized personnel must retreat 50 meters immediately. Otherwise, you will be charged with compromising national security. The crowd stirred. Reluctant as they were, they obediently backed away, watching from behind the security cordon. Only then did Old Chen pull out the plastic stool and sit down heavily. He reached into his black suit, into the innermost pocket. When he pulled his hand out, he held something. It was a dog tag, but only half. The break was rough, snapped off by sheer force. The other half had been polished. So smooth. The engravings were almost illegible. The edges bore the warm luster that only years of being kept against the skin could give. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the half-dog tag. In his perception of the energy field, the heavy, oppressive aura around Old Chun surged violently at that moment. It wasn't the grief of losing a family member or a lover. It was a guilt that time could not wash away. Boss, Old Chin's voice was hoarse. What I've lost is a promise to a comrade in arms. The murmuring beyond the cordon died instantly. Everyone held their breath, staring quietly at that corner. His name was Zhou Hai. We all called him crazy. Because when he fought, he really didn't care if he lived or died. Old Chin's gaze drifted past the crowd, as if looking at a place far away. 30 years ago, on the southwestern border, a jungle mission, our squad was surrounded by a group of mercenaries. He took a grenade blast meant for me. His chest was torn open. Before he died, he snapped his dog tag in two. He shoved half into my hand. He told me to take this, along with a suicide letter he'd written long before, to his fiancée, named Xiaowan. He said he'd promised Xiaowan that once the mission was over, he'd go back and marry her, take her on trains to see the country. He said he couldn't go back. He told me to give her the letter. Old Chin spoke very slowly, very calmly, but Jiang Feng could feel, with every word he uttered, the guilt in his aura grew heavier by 1 degree. And then, Jiang Feng asked. Then, Old Chin's body gave out. I was also wounded. A piece of shrapnel grazed my brain. Many things became hazy. The letter didn't have an address on it. He looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Feng, filled with indescribable pain. I only remember his fiancée was called Xiaowan, from the south. But which province, which city, which village? I completely forgot. I've been searching for 30 years. I took this half-dog tag, and went to every place I could think of. Every year I go to the martyr's cemetery, sit in front of his tombstone. I stay there all day. I don't have the face to see him. Old Chin's voice choked up. This tough man, who never flinched in the face of enemies, now lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. I lost his last wish. The hall was dead silent. A girl was covering her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. Manager Zhang had also taken off his glasses, wiping them with the hem of his shirt. Jiang Feng picked up the pendulum on the table. The silver chain hung from his fingertips. He placed it on the map spread on the desk. Old Chin steadied his emotions. He solemnly placed the half-dog tag on the map. Give me your wrist. Jiang Feng suspended the pendulum above the half-dog tag. The crystal tip shimmered faintly under the light. Think of him. Jiang Feng's voice was soft. Think of what you promised him. Old Chin closed his eyes. Jiang Feng also closed his eyes. In the system's vision, a thick, almost tangible obsession poured from Old Chin's body into the crystal pendulum. That aura was a fiery orange-red, the color of loyalty and hot blood, mingled with a deep gray, the color of guilt and regret. The pendulum began to move. At first, it swayed gently. Then it suddenly started swinging violently. It swept back and forth across the map like crazy. From the old freight station in the east to the old textile mill in the west. Back and forth, tireless. A suppressed gasp rose from the crowd beyond the cordon. They couldn't understand this eerie scene, but the atmosphere left everyone in silence. Jiang Feng snapped his eyes open. He released Old Chin's wrist, stared at the pendulum still swinging wildly. He's not waiting there anymore. Jiang Feng spoke. His voice carried clearly across the hall. Old Chin opened his eyes too. He looked at him, puzzled. His gaze was blank. What do you mean? Your comrade wanted to take him to see the sights across the country. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the lonely dotted line on the map. He's been on the road all along. He's seeing the sights your comrade never got to see, in his place. Old Chin's body went rigid. He became a train attendant. Right on this line. This used to be a freight line. It carried coal and steel. 3 years ago, the Railway Bureau converted it into a tourist passenger line, all the way south, heading for the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. Jiang Feng's gaze finally landed on that half-polished dog tag. From that faint aura, he could read more information. The letter engraved on the dog tag was L. His surname is Lin. Jiang Feng looked up at the stunned Old Chun. He gave the final answer. Find the crew list for this train. Look for a woman named Lin Wan. Old Chun had never imagined that the girl he thought was growing old in some small southern town, clinging to an impossible promise, would continue another man's life in this way and her own. Jiang Feng stood up. He calmly packed the talismans and velvet cloth on the table into his canvas bag. Then he tucked the small whiteboard under his arm. He patted Old Chun on the shoulder. Let's go, Chun. Old Chun slowly raised his head. His eyes were red, filled with tears. Jiang Feng grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. This time we're not looking for someone. We're catching a train. Jiang Feng's voice paused, looking at the half-dog tag lying quietly on the map. Some promises, even after 30 years, still have to be delivered. Chapter 66, waiting for you on a 3,000-kilometer railway. The next day, the platform at Jinhai railway station was thronged with people. Jiang Feng and Old Chun stood at the edge of the crowd. Old Chun had changed out of his perennial black suit. He was wearing a military uniform. The shoulder boards and collar insignia had been removed, but the uniform still looked crisp on him. He stood like an old pine rooted in the ground, but his hands, constantly rubbing against the seams of his trousers, betrayed his nervousness. One moment, he looked at the concrete floor beneath his feet. The next, he looked up at the carriages. His eyes mixed hope and fear. Boss, what if she won't see me? Old Chin's voice was tight. Or maybe she's already married. Kids in school. If I show up out of the blue like this, won't I just be barging into her life? He was starting to back out again. Jiang Feng pulled a lollipop from his pocket, tore the wrapper, popped it in his mouth. Might as well be your first love, the way you carry on. Old Chen blinked. That's your comrade's fiancé. Jiang Feng chewed on the stick. His voice was garbled. You're not going to apologize. You're not going to drown your sorrows. You're delivering a message. This is just a mission. The word mission hit Old Chen like an electric current. His slightly stooped spine straightened. The hesitation and fear in his eyes were replaced by a familiar determination. He was no longer a middle-aged man carrying 30 years of guilt. He had become the scout who, in the jungle, could trust his comrades with his back. Yes, sir, Old Chen replied in a low voice. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Jiang Feng was amused inside. With old soldiers like this, you have to use the approach they know best. A long whistle blared. Passengers began to board. Jiang Feng, lollipop in mouth, led Old Chen into the flow of people. The carriage was packed. The aisle was piled with luggage. Children's cries and adults' chatter mixed together. Jiang Feng's empathy shield passive skill activated automatically. It blocked the noisy flood of emotions, allowing him to stay lucid. Boss, how are we supposed to find her? Old Chen looked at the endless train of carriages, dazed, carriage by carriage. Jiang Feng's answer was simple and blunt. He activated the aura perception ability granted by the system. In his field of vision, the whole world changed. Every passenger emitted a different colored aura. Gray for fatigue, pale yellow for excitement, dark red for anxiety. What Jiang Feng needed to do was to find, within this dive vat, the aura that matched the dog tag signature. Let's go. Jiang Feng led the way. He started from the first hard seat carriage. They walked through one carriage after another. Hard seat, hard sleeper, soft sleeper. Passengers eyed them, with various expressions. One wearing an old military uniform, face stern like he was about to execute someone. The other in a hoodie, a lollipop dangling from his lips. Looking around, he looked like a college kid trying to sneak on without a ticket. Comrade, tickets please. A train attendant blocked them. Jiang Feng pulled out 2 soft sleeper tickets he'd bought earlier. The attendant glanced at them, then at them, said nothing more, stepped aside to let them pass. Finally, after passing through the 8th carriage, just before entering the dining car, Jiang Feng stopped. He sensed it, right ahead at the dining car's coupling. A turquoise aura, gentle and firm, out of place amidst the noisy surroundings. That aura echoed the half-dog tag in Old Chen's pocket. Across the distance. Found her. He saw a woman in a blue conductor uniform. She had her back to them, bent over, organizing a storage cabinet. She wasn't particularly tall. Her hair was tied in a neat ponytail. Her movements were quick and efficient. Jiang Feng gave Old Chen a slight nod. Old Chen's breath caught for a beat. He took 2 steps forward, then stopped, feet like lead. He stared at that back. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Jiang Feng couldn't stand it. He walked up behind Old Chen, gave him a firm nudge in the small of the back. Execute the mission. Old Chen jolted, like a switch had been flipped. He took a deep breath, stepped forward. He stood behind the woman, about 2 meters away. He just stood there, like a statue. The woman seemed to sense something. She straightened up and turned around. A clean, simple face. She saw Old Chen in his old military uniform. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes, but quickly she resumed a professional smile. Hello, how can I help you? Her voice was warm. Her Mandarin had a soft southern lilt. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Chen revealed the dog tag clutched in his hand. The woman froze. The smile remained frozen on her lips. The stack of trays in her hands clattered to the floor with a jarring crash. The few passengers in the dining car all looked over, but the woman didn't react. Her eyes were fixed on that half-dog tag. Old Chen, trembling, held out the half-dog tag. Then he pulled a letter from another pocket. Sister-in-law, Old Chen said. His voice as rough as if scraped by sandpaper. Those 2 words took all his strength. Zhou Hai asked me to bring this to you. Lin Wan's body trembled slightly. She looked at the half-dog tag, then looked up, at the weather-beaten man before her. She reached out, her fingertips touching the cold metal. In that moment, the light in her eyes shattered, but no tears came. She just stared, for a long time. I understand. After a long pause, she spoke, her voice eerily calm. She took the letter, didn't look at it, just clutched it tightly. Then she turned around, her back to everyone. Jiang Feng saw her uniformed shoulders, shaking slightly. The dining car was quiet. Only the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails, echoing through the car, after who knows how long. The woman turned back around. Her eyes were red, but her face had regained its composure. She looked at Old Chen and gave him a faint smile. Thank you, she said. I know he never forgot. She paused, her gaze drifting to the fields flying past the window. Actually, I never planned to look for him either. Old Chen was stunned. Jiang Feng also raised an eyebrow. The woman carefully placed the letter and the half-dog tag into her uniform pocket. Back then, we agreed that when his mission ended, he would take me on this train to the southernmost sea to watch the sunrise. Her voice was very soft, as if telling a story from long ago. He never came back, so I thought someone had to finish that journey. So I came. I've been running this route for almost 30 years. The woman looked out the window, a tenderness in her eyes that words couldn't capture. The sea he never saw. I saw it for him. The wind he never felt. I felt it for him. Every train ride, every sunrise. I feel like he's right beside me. That's enough. When she finished, she looked at Old Chen and gave that professional smile again. Comrade, thank you for bringing his things back. Chapter 67. The promise arrives. The dust settles. The train slowed down. The clattering grew slower. With a long hiss of pressure release, the train came to a stop. The final stop had arrived. Lin Wan stood on the platform, took a breath, then let it out. The setting sun was sinking into the sea, painting the sky and ocean a golden red. Old Chen followed behind her, carrying the luggage, his movements a bit stiff. Jiang Feng was the last to get off, the lollipop stick in his mouth, already chewed flat. The three of them stood in the crowd. No one spoke. Lin Wan finished reading the letter. The content was simple. A young soldier's purest hopes for the future. He said that when he came back, he would bring her to this southernmost city, rent a small boat, and watch the sunrise on the sea. He also said he'd saved $327. Enough for a down payment on a little house by the sea here. After reading the letter, Lin Wan didn't cry. She carefully folded the paper, together with the half-dog tag, and placed them in her inner pocket. I quit my job. She turned around, looking at Old Chen and Jiang Feng. On the train just now, I already reported to the conductor. Old Chen opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. I want to stay here. Lin Wan gazed at the distant sea, her expression peaceful. Open a small shop, sell some soda and snacks. Find a place where I can see the sea. She smiled. Watch the sea for him for a lifetime. Jiang Feng looked at her. In his perception, the blue-green aura around Lin Wan had become pure and bright. The obsession that had lingered for 30 years had dissolved. Jiang Feng crunched the lollipop stick in his mouth, spit it into a nearby trash can. He took out his phone, dialed a number. Hello, Manager Wang. This is Jiang Feng. Yes, the one at Dragon Lake Villa. Do me a favor. Find a street front shop, one with a sea view. Rent it immediately. Annual payment. Yes, right now. I'll send you the address. He hung up, shrugged at the stunned Lin Wan and Old Chen. Just a housewarming gift for sister-in-law. He paused, then added, and a down payment from that brother, Zhou Hai. Lin Wan's eyes reddened instantly. This time, she couldn't hold back. Half an hour later, on Coastal Road, in front of a small shop that had just hung a prime location for rent sign, Wang Qian, the real estate agent, was fumbling with the keys to open the door. Looking at the three people before her, she was still wondering why one phone call had made her, the top salesperson, drop all her clients and rush over here. The door opened. The shop wasn't big, but as soon as you stepped inside, you could see through the huge glass window, the endless sea and beach outside. The sunset light streamed in, illuminating every speck of dust in the room. This is the place. Lin Wan said only that. Then she looked up at the man who looked much older than her and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Chen. From now on, you're my own brother. Old Chen's body jolted. He looked at Lin Wan, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. He just raised his hand and gave Lin Wan a crisp military salute. Jiang Feng stepped back, leaving them some space. He stood by the railing by the sea breeze messing up his thinning hair. He watched Old Chen and Lin Wan talking inside the shop. He could sense the deep gray aura of guilt and regret around Old Chen, rapidly fading away, replaced by a rare lightness. Instead, a rare lightness took its place. After a long while, Old Chen came out of the shop. He walked over to Jiang Feng, leaned on the railing like Jiang Feng did. His eyes were also red, but his back was ramrod straight. He watched Lin Wan busily cleaning the shop in the distance, a simple smile on his face. Then he turned around, facing Jiang Feng. Boss, his voice steady and strong. We should head back. At that very moment, the familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind. Valid fortune-telling attempts, 3/30ths. 3 trial quest completed. Final settlement in progress. Detected, host action, successfully solved a cold case. Detected, host action, successfully remedied a 3-decade-long regret. Towards the mission objective, irreversible positive impact has been made. Mission rating pending upgrade. Congratulations, host. Final mission rating, epic. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced, 25%. Remaining lifespan increased by 150 days. Jiang Feng's heart twitched. 150 days plus what was left before. His lifespan now exceeded 1 year. That was a number he had never dared to hope for since his diagnosis. Congratulations, host. Cash reward, 5 million. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extremely rare active ability. Destiny Prophecy. Jiang Feng's attention was completely drawn by the last message. Active ability. Ability name, Destiny Prophecy. Type, active skill. Description, host may consume their own lifespan to make a destiny-level prophecy about the future of a specific event or person. That prophecy will become an established fact, forcibly altering cause and effect in reality. The higher the level of the prophesied event, the broader its scope of influence, the more lifespan consumed. Minimum consumption, 1 day. Maximum, no upper limit. Cooldown, 72 hours. Note, warning, each use of Destiny Prophecy is like hammering a stake into the surging river of fate, forcibly driving it in. This will trigger a chain reaction in the world, and may even incur unpredictable karmic backlash. Please use with caution, host. Jiang Feng stared at that note. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, using the system to gain lifespan, then using the ability to lose it. This was no longer fortune-telling. This was playing God. He felt the vitality in his body and in his mind. That new ability, so powerful it was terrifying. He knew his life had completely left the orbit of ordinary people. Every choice he made was profoundly, even brutally, affecting the destinies of others. As he was thinking, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and looked. It was an unfamiliar number with no location. Jiang Feng frowned. He pressed the answer button. Hello. There was static on the other end. After a few seconds, a hoarse voice came through the receiver. Is this Master Jiang? Jiang Feng didn't answer. The other party didn't need his answer either. They just kept talking on their own. Something of mine is missing too. The voice paused, let out a low chuckle. It's called fate. I don't know. If you can find it. Chapter 68. Some calls. Answer the call, and you're responsible for after sales. The salty, fishy sea breeze blew onto Jiang Feng's face. The other end of the line was dead silent. Only a faint electrical hum. Old Chen stood nearby. His brows, just relaxed, furrowed again. Boss, whose call is that? It sounds off. Jiang Feng didn't reply. He took the phone away from his ear and pressed speakerphone. That hoarse male voice echoed across the empty seaside. Especially clear. Jiang Feng tossed the phone onto the railing. He fished another lollipop out of his pocket, slowly tore open the wrapper. He shoved the candy into his mouth and spoke indistinctly. Now, our scam call scripts this hardcore nowadays. He reached out a finger and tapped on the phone screen, opening with a king bomb. Straight out saying you lost your life. Pretty creative. Jiang Feng chewed the candy, his voice lazy. Next step, you're gonna ask me to transfer money, right? Buy some Bitcoin? Any double rewards for first recharge? If so, I'll consider it. The man on the phone wasn't angered and didn't hang up. He just let out a deep laugh. That laugh was completely devoid of warmth, sending a chill down the spine. My name is Aliang. The man's voice sounded young, at most early 20s, but every word was steeped in death. Master Jiang, I'm not joking. I'm still breathing. My body still has warmth, but my fate is no longer in my hands. Old Chen's expression changed. He listened to the exchange. Years of experience made him alert. This isn't a prank. He gestured to Jiang Feng, indicating he would go get something. Then he turned and quickly walked back to the small shop they had just rented. From his bag, he took out paper and a pen, ready to record key information. Kidnapping? Illegal detention? Or some new kind of coercion? Jiang Feng leaned on the railing, watching Old Chen's tense back. Then he turned his gaze back to the phone. Be specific. Jiang Feng clenched the candy stick in his mouth. How is it not in your hands? Was it taken by someone? Or did you accidentally drop it into a sewer somewhere? Explain clearly, so I can categorize it for you. Neither. Aliang's voice was steady. Without a ripple, he sounded completely like he was talking about someone else. I'm at a place. Doing a job. Work? Yeah, work. Aliang's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. I'm a shadow. Jinhai City Film and Television City, Hengdian Branch. Just as the words film city and shadow appeared in Jiang Feng's mind, the familiar mechanical prompt sound rang out untimely. DN, detected host. Triggered keywords. Fate. Role. Film city. Vanity Fair. New character generating. The mockery on Jiang Feng's face faded. He stared at the phone on the railing, silent. This thing really is a wish-granting machine. Say something, and it comes true. New mission released. Location, Jinhai Film City, Zone B. Period drama, filming area. Time, starting tomorrow, daily 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Method, bone structure and skin features. Target, actors and professionals in the field of Vanity Fair. Objective, complete fate readings for 3 characters. Old Chun ran back with paper and pen. He saw Jiang Feng staring blankly at his phone. Expression unusual. Boss, what's up? Did you get the specific address? He lowered his voice. The film city has many people and prying eyes. It's a good place to hide someone. Should I contact my old comrades in Jinhai to do a preliminary sweep? Jiang Feng looked up, pulled the lollipop stick out of his mouth. No need. He picked up the phone and spoke into the receiver. One last question. How did you get my number? Aliang on the other end let out that low laugh again. Master Jiang, your presence in Jinhai City is no longer a secret. His voice came through the speakerphone, carried by the sea breeze. Intermittent. Some people lost money. Some lost trust. Some lost a 30-year promise. They all came to you. I just lost my life. Isn't it normal to come to you? With that, the call ended. Only a busy tone remained in the receiver. Jiang Feng put away the phone, stuffing it back into his pocket. Old Chen looked at him, his tone serious. Boss, this doesn't feel right. That person knows about all your previous cases. Boss, something's off. They know all your previous cases. This means he's been watching you all along. This call is probably a trap. Jiang Feng turned around and patted Old Chun on the shoulder. Uncle Chun, we've got work. Old Chen was taken aback. He put away the paper and pen and immediately switched into work mode. His back straightened. Got it. Psychological test or rescue mission. You name it, I'll handle the arrangements. Neither. Jiang Feng gazed at the sea dyed red by the setting sun in the distance. We're going to work. Work? Old Chen didn't understand. Jiang Feng didn't explain. He took out his phone and dialed the real estate agent Wang Qian again. The call was picked up quickly. Wang Qian's voice was warm and respectful. Mr. Jiang. Hello. I'm working on the paperwork for that storefront. Don't worry, I'll get it all sorted for you. Manager Wang, about that storefront. Also pay the rent for the next 5 years. Wang Qian on the other end was so shocked she couldn't speak for a long time. Her breathing stopped. After a few seconds, she stammered. Mr. Jiang, are you sure 5 years? That's no small amount. I'm sure. Jiang Feng's tone was crisp. I'll transfer the money now. When you're done, give the contract to Ms. Lin. Let her sign directly. Okay. I'll get right on it. He hung up the phone, looked at Old Chun, who was staring at him in confusion. Boss, what are you? Don't ask. Jiang Feng cut him off. If he asks, say it's a company perk. Outstanding employee's good friend. Relief subsidy. Old Chen opened his mouth, about to say something, but seeing Jiang Feng's profile, he swallowed his words. He nodded firmly. Jiang Feng turned and walked toward the roadside. Come on, back to Qinghai. Now. Old Chen followed. Also, get me a new phone card. New contact number. Only send it to a few people I know. Jiang Feng sighed. Wonder how many more times I'll have to change numbers. Late at night on the highway. The black Lexus LM sped along smoothly. The cabin was very quiet. Only the faint noise of tires on the road. Old Chen drove steadily in the driver's seat, occasionally checking the back seat in the rearview mirror. Jiang Feng leaned back in the soft leather seat, eyes closed, motionless. But he wasn't asleep. His consciousness was immersed in his mind, on the newly generated mission panel. Location, method, target, all clear. But at the very bottom of the mission panel, there were 2 lines that had never appeared before. Special notes marked in red. Warning. In this mission area, truth and lies are hard to tell. Life is a play, scenery, protagonist. Be sure to distinguish who is acting and who is living. Chapter 69. I set up a fortune-telling stall at the studio gate. At 9 a.m. the next morning, the entrance to Zone B of Jinhai Film Studio was in chaos. A general in armor was smoking a cigarette while scrolling through Douyin. Groups of maids and eunuchs gathered together, playing Honor of Kings. From a loudspeaker, a prop master was yelling hoarsely about something. Where are the extras for the storm of the Great Qin? Dead? Get the hell over here. Change clothes. Jiang Feng had no interest squeezing in. He had Old Chen take out the familiar little stool and folding table from the trunk, right at the most visible spot at the entrance. Also the prime location where extras waited for work. He set up his stall. Old Chen hung a brand new whiteboard in front of the table. The writing on it was more arrogant than before. Look at your bones. Change your fate. Bone reading. Fate alteration. If inaccurate, we pay for the cruise box lunches. A man with half his head shaved and a rat tail braid walked over, looking Jiang Feng up and down. Hey buddy. New here. Jiang Feng didn't even lift his eyes. No skills, huh? The man grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. Nowadays, even scammers have to compete. They've learned targeted advertising. If you don't believe me, you can get lost. Jiang Feng's voice was cold. Laughter broke out around them. Just then, a young girl in a pink maid costume pushed through the crowd. Her face was round, and her eyes were round too, looking somewhat cute. But right now she wore a miserable expression. She walked up to the stall, hesitated for a long time, and then asked quietly, Master, can you really read bones? Jiang Feng finally lifted his head and glanced at her. How many years have you been an extra? The girl was startled and answered instinctively, 3 years. Always playing maids. How did you know? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He just raised a finger and tapped his own cheek. With a face like yours, what else could you play but a maid? The girl's face instantly fell. Tears welled up in her eyes. But everyone tells me. My face is exactly what's trendy right now. Looks good on camera. She sniffled, her voice choked with tears. Master, I just want to ask. Do I have the fate to be a leading lady in this life? Jiang Feng activated the bone and skin reading ability granted by the system. His vision switched. The girl's skin, flesh, and makeup all faded away, leaving only a silvery white skeletal outline. Jiang Feng saw that the girl's skull was full and round, her brow bones high, her cheekbones strong, and the line of her jaw especially prominent, carrying a natural heroic spirit. This was the classic bone structure of a leading lady. An ounce of bone, capable of handling all kinds of complex roles. But when Jiang Feng's vision returned to reality, and he looked at her face again, he frowned. On that face lay a faint, gray energy that didn't belong to her, especially around the cheek apples and chin. The gray energy stagnated, disrupting the originally smooth flow of her facial aura. You're not a beauty, nor a leading lady's face. Jiang Feng's voice was calm. You personally turned your leading lady face into a maid's face. At these words, the surrounding extras burst into laughter again. Whoa, this scammer even knows about medical aesthetics? Sis, don't believe him. Your face is gorgeous. Directors love this look now. The girl's face flushed bright red. Half from anger, half from embarrassment. You're talking nonsense. I didn't get anything done. No knife work. Right. Jiang Feng leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. But you didn't skimp on the fillers, did you? Cheek apples, chin, forehead. You filled in all the original angles. He pointed at the girl's jawline. You had a bone here. One that could hold your presence. Let you play a female general. Or an empress. And now, one injection. It's all gone. Soft, harmless. No backbone. Other than running after the young lady shouting, Miss, something terrible. What else can you do? The girl instinctively touched her jaw. Her hands were trembling. The laughter around them gradually died down. For 3 years now, every role she got had always been a maid, an assistant, background filler next to the lead. She couldn't understand either why those actors with worse bone structures than hers could get the lead roles while she couldn't. But she can get a supporting lead role. So what should I do? The young woman's voice trembled. She was about 70% awake now. Go to the hospital. Dissolve everything on your face that doesn't belong to you. Jiang Feng looked away. He went back to his lazy demeanor. Then head to the Iron Blood Long Sound crew in the next zone. They're hiring a horse stunt double for a female general. High risk. No one wants the job. That's your turning point. If you take it, you'll get your own role within a year. If you don't, you'll be stuck as a maid for life. The young woman stood there. She unconsciously touched her face. Speechless. Ding. Valid readings completed. 1/3. Just then, a harsh voice rang out from behind the crowd. What are you doing? What the hell are you people crowding around for? Don't you have work to do? The crowd parted. A man in a production vest, a baseball cap, and holding a walkie-talkie, stormed over. He was the assistant director of Zone B. The moment he saw Jiang Feng's stall, he erupted with rage. Where did this con man come from? Fooling people here. Don't you know this is a film set? The assistant director strode to the table. He reached out to flip it over. Get the hell out of here now, or I'll call security. Old Chin stepped forward, blocking the table. The assistant director froze. He looked up at Old Chin's sturdy frame. He didn't dare make a move. But he didn't back down verbally. Face reading? Fate-changing makeup? Why not claim you can raise the dead? He pointed at Jiang Feng and cursed. I've seen plenty of charlatans like you, preying on starry-eyed girls. Huh, go ahead, read for me, then. Let's see what you can scam out of me. Jiang Feng stayed seated on his little stool. He thought, wait for it. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. He just looked up and gave the assistant director a calm glance. Director, he said. The assistant director was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Jiang Feng to talk back. Your intang is dark. The ends of your brows are scattered. Your lips are pale. Classic signs of financial loss and bloodshed. The assistant director let out a bitter laugh. So now you're reading my face too, huh? I'll tell you what. The explosion scene you're shooting today? Jiang Feng cut him off. The explosives were laid off by almost 3 feet. The smile on the assistant director's face froze. Jiang Feng held up 3 fingers. Shift them 3 meters to the left. Otherwise, you'll lose more than just money today. You'll lose that hand holding the walkie-talkie too. The scene went dead silent. Everyone looked at the assistant director, then back at Jiang Feng. The assistant director's face turned purple. The explosion scene was the production's highest secret. Apart from the core team, no outsider could possibly know about it. And the exact position of the charges, only he and the pyrotechnician knew. How did this punk know? You're full of shit. The assistant director flew into a rage, feeling his authority challenged. He stepped around Old Chun, reaching for Jiang Feng's collar. You've got a death wish. Just as his hand was about to touch Jiang Feng, a man in a bomb suit, drenched in sweat, came stumbling out of the studio lot. Bad news, AD. Something's wrong. It was the pyrotechnician. The assistant director froze mid-motion. What's all the yelling about? Did the sky fall? The charges. The pyrotechnician gasped for air, pointing toward the set. His voice shook. During the last check, we found the charge placement was wrong. It's too close to where the lead actor will stand. The pyrotechnician swallowed hard. His face was pale with fear. We need to shift everything 3 meters to the left right now. The assistant director's hand hung in midair. All color drained from his face. Cold sweat rolled down his temples. Ding. Valid readings completed. 2/3. In an inconspicuous corner, a man in a full black bodysuit, wearing a hood and mask, stood there. His face was hidden. His figure was unreadable. He stood perfectly still, utterly motionless. His entire focus was directed at Jiang Feng. Chapter 70. This last reading is for you. The extras who'd been gawking just moments ago were now frozen in place. Arms holding phones went still. Holy shit, is this for real? Is he actually a god? How did he know the charges were off? Could he really have seen it? No need to ask. Didn't you hear the director? Word for word. The fortune teller. It's him. I've seen his videos. A few minor actors who'd wanted to chat him up, to get on his good side, now shrank behind the crowd, not daring to approach. No joke. Someone who can judge a marriage at a glance. Who can decide life and death in one sentence. That's a master. But someone who can predict an explosion accident? That's the king of hell. You can befriend a master. The king of hell? Who'd dare cross him? Jiang Feng ignored the murmurs around him. He raised his eyes, looked through the crowd, past the assistant director who could barely stand, and landed precisely on that inconspicuous corner in the distance. The man in the full black bodysuit, who had been silently watching. Jiang Feng raised one finger. He gently crooked it toward that direction. You, come here. Today's last reading is for you. Swish. Over 100 heads turned in unison, staring at that corner. A Liang's body stiffened. He stood in the shadows, not expecting to be singled out. Under the crowd's curious gaze, he hesitated for a moment. Jiang Feng repeated himself, a note of impatience in his voice. A Liang finally took a step. Step by step, he walked out of the shadow. Sunlight fell on him. That cheap bodysuit traced his lean, explosively muscular frame. He reached Jiang Feng's stall, raised his hand, pulled off the black mask that covered his entire face. A muffled gasp rippled through the crowd. A face was revealed. That face had a 70% resemblance to the one on the giant billboard at the studio entrance. The hot young star Zhou Zihong. The same sharp brows and bright eyes. The same high-bridged nose, but also completely different. Zhou Zihong's face was refined, perfect, polished by capital and fame. But the face before them now was etched with stories. A faint scar at the corner of his eye gave him a somber look. His skin was rough, marked by years of sun and wind. His lips were pressed tight, bearing a weariness beyond his years. It's him, Zhou Zihong's personal stunt double. A Liang? Oh shit, no wonder he looked so familiar. It's the star's shadow. I heard. He does all of Zhou Zihong's high-difficulty fight scenes. Zhou Zihong performed all the difficult stunts himself. Even the scenes with backs and profiles made the cut. A Liang ignored the whispers around him. He just stared at Jiang Feng. His gaze was complicated. He nervously pulled out the plastic stool and sat down across from Jiang Feng. Master Jiang. His voice was just like on the phone, hoarse, lifeless. I've lost my life. Jiang Feng didn't let him go on. He activated his bone reading and skin reading ability. He pointed at the scar at the corner of Liang's eye, a scar that almost ruined the harmony of his face. That kid has a handsome face. You have a face written with stories. His face was painted. Your face was lived. Liang's body trembled slightly. Those words struck the deepest hidden corner of his heart. Jiang Feng reached out. He gently touched Liang's brow bone. Then his jaw. His movements were slow, like a master sculptor, examining a raw, uncut gem. After a few seconds, Jiang Feng withdrew his hand. His tone turned serious. Your bone structure is a hidden dragon in the abyss. Unyielding, indomitable. You didn't lose your life. Jiang Feng looked into Liang's eyes. Word by word, he said. You turned your true dragon destiny into someone else's shadow. For money, to pay off your gambling father's debts. You signed that contract. You mortgaged your entire future to the agency. You willingly hid in the shadows. Became his stand-in. His shadow. You endured the pain he couldn't bear. Acted in scenes he couldn't act. He won Best Actor. You got a red envelope of 30,000. That's the real root of your suffering. Liang's head dropped lower and lower. Jiang Feng didn't look at him anymore. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance. A film crew was setting up a set there. The set was shabby. A few wooden planks. A broken table. It looked dirt poor. A director with glasses and messy hair was crouching on the ground, sighing over his script. Your Dragon Gate is over there. That crew is called Dust. A low-budget art film. Flat broke. They can barely afford box lunches. They can't hire any stars. The original lead quit yesterday because the pay was too low. But they need an actor with a real soul. Jiang Feng lowered his hand. He looked at Liang. Go audition under your own name. Liang. Not as Zhou Zihang's stand-in. Liang lifted his head. The lifeless muscles of his face twitched. A glimmer of vitality returned to his face. He looked at Jiang Feng. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but not a word came out. He just stood up, took a step back, then knelt and gave Jiang Feng a heavy kowtow. Thump. His forehead hit the dusty concrete floor. He didn't speak. When he lifted his head again, he stood up, turned around, and walked resolutely toward that cheap film set. His back was no longer hunched. It was straight and tall. The moment he turned, a crisp chime rang in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 3/3. Ding. 3-level mission complete. Final settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. Final mission rating. Outstanding. Now settling. Reward. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity decreased by 10%. Remaining lifespan increased by 20 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward. 500,000 renminbi. Jiang Feng had just packed up his small folding stool. He tucked the folding table under his arm. He was about to call Old Chun and find a nearby restaurant to celebrate. A black Hongqi sedan pulled up silently beside him. Among the chaotic crew vehicles around, it stood out conspicuously. It was a license plate Jiang Feng knew well. Qian Li's smiling face poked out from the car. He stepped out, straightened his mouse suit, and cupped his hands in greeting to Jiang Feng. Advisor Jiang, still in one piece, I hope? Our director would like to invite you for tea, to talk about a talent recruitment matter. Chapter 71, a request from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Jiang Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. He kept folding the table legs one by one, clicking them into the slots. They made a soft click. That old fox really haunts me like a ghost. Last time it was those bamboo slips from the northwest. What hot potato is it this time? Still, with a Hongqi sedan and a personal secretary, the fee is bound to be hefty. Jiang Feng tucked the folding table under his arm. He bent down to pick up the folding stool, brushing the dust off with his sleeve. He didn't even glance at Qian Li. Not a single word. The crowd hadn't fully dispersed yet. Quite a few people were holding up their phones, snapping pictures of the black car that looked completely out of place. Qian Li wasn't in a hurry either. He just stood there smiling, waiting for Jiang Feng to finish. Old Chen stood behind Jiang Feng, his body ramrod straight. Finally, Jiang Feng had all his gear packed. Only then did he look up at Qian Li. My work hours are over. The implication. Spit it out. If you have something to say, say it. Qian Li's smile didn't fade. Advisor Jiang, you're direct. Then I won't beat around the bush. He stepped aside and made a pleased gesture toward Jiang Feng. What you did just now on the set really opened my eyes. Qian Li's flattery was seamless. Our Chinese Academy of Sciences is currently preparing a top-tier talent recruitment initiative, codenamed Pangu. Pangu. Jiang Feng thought to himself. What a name. You'd think they were about to crack open heaven and earth. Yes, Qian Li restrained his smile. This plan concerns the nation's deployment over the next few decades in several cutting-edge fields. Not a single link can go wrong. He paused, adding a note of helplessness to his tone. But the applicants are a mixed bag. Resumes can be faked. Accomplishments can be exaggerated. Some people's true potential can't be seen through just a few interviews and background checks. So Qian Li looked at Jiang Feng. We would like to formally hire you as the special screening advisor for Project Pangu. Jiang Feng listened without much reaction. He just nodded. Sounds like a big project. The secretary assigned from the Jinhai branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to assist Elder Qian stood to the side, watching this young man. He was puzzled. Faced with a formal offer from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, faced with a national strategic project like Pangu, how could this person show no excitement or flattery at all? Advisor Qian, Jiang Feng spoke. You should know my rules. He held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Qian Li. First, the location must be Jinhai. Making me clock in 9 to 5 at your place? No way. Second, I'll only assess 3 people at most. That's firm. Second, Jiang Feng continued evenly. Fee per person. Clear price. Payment up front. After all, leaking the secrets of heaven is no joke. Old Chen stood by, hearing Jiang Feng's words. He straightened his back unconsciously. He looked at Jiang Feng's back, clenched his fist, and said nothing. To be able to negotiate terms with a national-level project like this, there's probably only his boss in the whole world. Qian Li's smile faded a bit. He let out a sigh. He knew it would be like this. No problem. Qian Li agreed readily. Advisor Zhang's rules, we naturally respect. He emphasized. But the talents we're screening this time are extremely important to the country. We earnestly ask Advisor Jiang to be so kind. Take money, do the job. It's only natural. Jiang Feng handed the small stool and folding table in his hand to old Chen. Qian Li gestured to the secretary behind him. The secretary immediately took out from a black briefcase a beautifully bound letter of appointment. He handed it over with both hands. Red cover, on it, a golden national emblem and the words Huaka Institute embossed. Jiang Feng took it. He didn't stand on ceremony. He opened it directly. Page by page, he read, especially the parts about advisors' full responsibilities and compensation. He read every single character. The secretary stood by, watching the scene, marveling even more inwardly. He had never seen anyone negotiate cooperation on a national-level project as casually as buying cabbages at the market. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng finished reading. He carefully closed the letter of appointment. He didn't put it away. Instead, he handed it back to the secretary. Qian Li was taken aback. Advisor Jiang, this. Jiang Feng spoke up. The document represents sincerity. I appreciate the gesture. He looked at Qian Li. But let's talk about something more practical. Like the deposit. The air was silent for half a second. Qian Li finally nodded helplessly. He was completely convinced. Okay. He turned to the secretary, Xiao Wang. According to the highest standard project special contribution allowance, transfer a project startup fund to Advisor Jiang's account. The secretary nodded. He took out a special-looking encrypted phone. How much is needed? Qian Li asked Jiang Feng, extending one palm. 5 million. The secretary's finger stopped operating the phone. He looked up at Qian Li. Qian Li nodded at him. Transferred in less than 30 seconds. The phone in Jiang Feng's pocket let out a soft ding sound. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the incoming transfer message on the screen. The distance on Jiang Feng's face dissipated. He put away his phone. The corner of his mouth curled up. He proactively reached out his hand to Qian Li. Advisor Qian. Pleasure working together. Qian Li also extended his hand and shook. Pleasure working together. The speed of Jiang Feng's attitude change left the secretary nearby unsure what expression to make. Since it's a formal cooperation, Jiang Feng's tone also changed. I'm ready anytime. When do we start? The moment he asked that question, in his mind, that familiar robotic chime sounded right on time. DN detected host. Trigger keyword. Cooperation talent screening. New character generating. Jiang Feng's mouth lifted. Another success. This feeling of actively inducing the system to issue a mission is much more satisfying than just completing tasks. New mission issued. Location, Huaka Institute, Jinhai Branch, Meeting Room 3. Time, daily 10 to 12 o'clock. Method, talent screening in official fortune domain. Objective, provide potential assessments for 3 candidates and successfully verify. Jiang Feng looked at the mission panel appearing in his field of vision. In a good mood, he released Qian Li's hand, turned and sat into the back seat of that black Hongqi car. His movements were as natural as if going home. Qian Li watched him. This attitude of not treating himself as an outsider, could only smile and shake his head. He also got into the car. The car door closed. Jiang Feng rolled down the window, waved at old Chun, who was still stunned in place. Come on, old Chun, let's go interview others at a national institution. Chapter 72, A Genius's Qi is Borrowed. Jiang Feng followed Qian Li into a door that required triple iris scanning to open. This place is wider than a mental hospital. Jiang Feng muttered to himself. Stay too long, and you'll get depressed. Qian Li led him to stop in front of a meeting room. In the room, aside from a white long table and 3 chairs in the center, the walls were bare, dazzlingly white. A man wearing glasses, in a white lab coat, with meticulously combed hair, middle-aged, was already waiting inside. He saw Jiang Feng behind Qian Li, frowned, revealing an expression of looking at a charlatan. Advisor Jiang, let me introduce. Qian Li smiled, breaking the silence. This is Professor Feng Zhenxue, the chief scientist of our Pango project. He then turned to Feng Zhenxue. Professor Feng, this is the Jiang Feng I mentioned to you. Advisor Jiang. Feng Zhenxue pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, extended his hand, the movement very formal. Mr. Jiang, I've heard so much. Didn't shake his hand. Walked straight to the center of the room, put his canvas bag on the table, then took out that small stool from the bag. With a snap, he opened it, planted himself down. Qian Li's mouth twitched. Feng Zhenxue's face darkened immediately. Mr. Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Feng Zhenxue lowered his hand, his tone displeased. We have chairs here. Jiang Feng leaned back on the small stool, shifted to a comfortable position. Not used to sitting. Better to use my own things. Feng Zhenxue suppressed his anger, turned his head to look at Qian Li. Qian Li could only return a helpless bitter smile. Feng Zhenxue ignored Jiang Feng from then on. He took from a folder at hand a resume, pushed it onto the table in front of Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, since you're here as an advisor, then let's start working. This is our top target. Lin Tianyu, 22 years old, MIT double doctorate, specializing in quantum computing. In the past 2 years, published 11 papers in Nature and Science. Fang Zhenxue's finger pointed at the resume. On the photo, everyone says he's a once-in-a-century genius. Fang Zhenxue looked up, staring at Jiang Feng. Take a look and see what his potential is like. No matter how beautiful the resume is, it's still just paper. Jiang Feng didn't even glance at that resume, lazily leaning back against the chair back. A mule or a horse. Take it out for a walk. Fang Zhenxue's face turned ugly. Mr. Jiang, we are not a circus. But you are selecting the lead horse, aren't you? The room fell silent. In the end, it was Qianli who mediated. Old Fang, just do as Advisor Jiang says. Fang Zhenxue snorted coldly, pressed the communication button on the table. Send Lin Tianyu in. A few minutes later, the door opened. A young man in a custom suit walked in, very tall and thin, exuding confidence and arrogance. After he entered, he directly ignored Jiang Feng sitting on the small stool. Professor Fan, Lin Tianyu spoke directly. He spoke in fluent English, regarding what we discussed last time. The application model of quantum entanglement in super long-distance communication. I have a new idea. He walked over to the desk, picked up a pen, and on the whiteboard nearby, quickly wrote a long string of complex formulas. Fang Zhenxue was immediately drawn in. He also began an intense debate with Lin Tianyu, in English. The two spoke very fast, various technical terms spilling out of their mouths without pause. Qianli stood to the side, his expression a bit awkward. He wanted to cut in, but found he couldn't understand a word. He kept signaling to Professor Fang, indicating he should accommodate Advisor Jiang. But Fang Zhenxue was completely immersed in the academic discussion and didn't even look at him. Jiang Feng really didn't understand, and he wasn't interested in listening. While the two were talking grandly, he slowly unzipped his canvas bag and pulled out a stainless steel thermos. He unscrewed the lid, and a wave of steam carrying the sweet aroma of goji berries and red dates rose up. Jiang Feng blew across the mouth of the cup, the goji berries floating on the surface, then tilted his head back and took a leisurely sip. Burp. A loud burp echoed abruptly in the reception room. Lin Tianyu, who was right in front of the whiteboard speaking enthusiastically, froze mid-motion. Fang Zhenxue's voice also came to an abrupt halt. Both of them turned their heads, simultaneously, staring at the young man who was screwing the cap back on his thermos. Fang Zhenxue suppressed his anger. Mr. Jiang, you've been watching for so long. Do you have any valuable insights? He asked. Jiang Feng put the thermos back into his canvas bag and zipped it up. He looked up at Lin Tianyu. Forgot to turn off fortune. Activating visual switch. Jiang Feng saw a brilliant golden aura rising above Lin Tianyu's head. That aura was dazzling, more intense than anyone he had ever seen before. But this golden aura was extremely unstable, constantly bursting and dissipating in the air, completely rootless. What was even stranger was that at the base of this aura was a void. It did not originate from Lin Tianyu himself, but was forcibly borrowed from an unknown place. Jiang Feng withdrew his ability, leaned back on his small stool, and spoke. Fluctuating fortune, shallow foundation. Jiang Feng looked at Lin Tianyu and stated his conclusion. That genius is not his own. The arrogance on Lin Tianyu's face froze. Nonsense. Fang Zhenxue was the first to react. Flying into a rage, he pointed at Jiang Feng, his voice trembling. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Dr. Lin's academic achievements are plagiarism? This is a personal attack. Mr. Jiang, you need to be responsible for what you say. Qianli also felt that Jiang Feng had gone too far this time. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Advisor Jiang, is there some misunderstanding? Jiang Feng ignored the furious Fang Zhenxue and didn't look at Qianli either. He just kept staring at Lin Tianyu. He didn't argue, but slowly said something else. This aura of yours carries a stale, unwilling taste. After your mentor died unexpectedly 3 years ago, your research results started to explode. Am I right? Lin Tianyu's face turned deathly pale. Bloodless. He subconsciously took half a step back. His fist clenched. The anger on Fang Zhenxue's face froze. He remembered something. Lin Tianyu's mentor, Professor Li Jinghua, was a titan in the field of quantum physics in China. 3 years ago indeed, in a suspicious lab leak accident. He died unexpectedly. After that, his most brilliant student, Lin Tianyu, at an incredible speed, began to frantically produce top-tier research results, shocking the entire academic world. At the time, everyone said it was a genius awakening. But now, Jiang Feng didn't give them much time to think. I suggest you look into all his mentor's unpublished research manuscripts, especially all records related to that lab accident. Qian Li's face turned grim. This was more than academic misconduct. This could involve a murder case that had been covered up for 3 years. He quickly walked to the internal communicator on the wall, picked up the phone, and said, initiate a level 1 background check. Target, Professor Li Jinghua, mentor of Lin Tianyu. Chapter 73, The Sweeper Monk's Purple Air from the East. Qian Li held the phone, his face ashen, his breath halting for a moment. He hung up the communication. In the entire reception room, only the low hum of the equipment remained. Half an hour. During that half hour, Fang Zhenxue paced back and forth, sweat beading on his forehead. He kept checking his watch and kept looking toward the door. His restless demeanor was completely at odds with his status as chief scientist. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was completely at ease. He leaned back on his little stool, legs crossed, looking down at his phone, playing do diju. Pair of threes, pass. Straight. The electronic sound effects rang out in the quiet room. Taking this long to check such a small thing? Their efficiency is way too low. Jiang Feng grumbled to himself. I don't want to drag this mission into another day. 2 security personnel entered, breaking the oppressive silence. They politely escorted Lin Tianyu out, implicitly confirming Jiang Feng's words. Qianli looked at the restless Fang Zhenxue, his voice a bit strained. Old Fang, the preliminary results are in. Fang Zhenxue stopped in his tracks, staring at Qianli. Professor Li Jingguo's personal encrypted hard drive has been cracked by the tech department. It contains a large number of unpublished research manuscripts and calculation data. Every word from Qianli struck Fang Zhenxue's heart. The core theoretical framework, model construction, even some of the key derivation formulas, all highly overlap with every paper Lin Tianyu has published in the last 3 years. Furthermore, regarding the lab leak accident 3 years ago, the only eyewitness, Qianli paused, then uttered the final words, was Lin Tianyu. Fang Zhenxue staggered, took 2 steps back, and collapsed onto a metal chair. Impossible, he muttered to himself. Behind his glasses, his eyes lost focus. I've seen all his calculation processes. Those manuscripts were seamless. Every step was flawless. How could it be? His faith shattered in that moment. His proud scientific worldview, the logical system he lived by, was crushed by a single sentence from a charlatan he most despised. Jiang Feng switched off his phone screen. Even the victory sound effect from the game couldn't get him to glance at it. He stood up, put his phone back in his pocket. Things on paper can be copied. Formulas can be plagiarized. Jiang Feng's voice was calm, but the aura on a person can't be faked. His conscience is guilty, so his aura is hollow. It's borrowed. It's not his own. Jiang Feng brushed the dust off his pants. Next one. Don't waste time. DN. Valid assessments. 1/3. The prompt sound in his mind improved Jiang Feng's mood considerably. That 5 million deposit wasn't a loss. Made Jiang Feng's mood a lot better. The 5 million deposit was worth it. Qian Li's attitude toward Jiang Feng had completely changed. If before he had been half believing and half doubting, now it was unreserved reliance. He walked quickly to the table, picked up a brand new file, and handed it over with both hands. His manner was far more respectful than before. Advisor Jiang, this is the personnel list of all the remaining candidates. Please take a look. Jiang Feng waved his hand and didn't take the list. He stretched, his joints cracking. Sitting too long makes my back hurt. Let's go for a walk and get some fresh air. After saying that, he didn't care what the 2 behind him thought. He pulled open the meeting room door and walked out. Qian Li and Fang Zhenxue stood there frozen, looking at each other in bewilderment. Jiang Feng strolled down the hallway paved with white tiles. Of course, it wasn't just a stroll. He could sense a thick energy spreading through the corridor. He had been keeping his fortune vision active. The ability to read official fortune was in his sight. Researchers in white coats came and went in the corridor, each with a loose or dense energy mass floating above their heads. Most were white, representing wisdom, mixed with some gray indicating fatigue. Occasionally, he could see 1 or 2, with a faint golden aura above their heads. Probably people at the level of project team leader. But that was about it. Nothing special. Jiang Feng ambled to the end of the corridor and was about to turn back when his steps stopped. Inside the instrument room at the corridor's end, an old man in a blue cleaner's uniform, with graying hair, was standing with his back to him. The old man held a rag and was extremely focused, wiping the casing of an instrument over and over. The movements were very gentle. In his sight, this old man was different from everyone around him. Others were just ordinary energy masses. But this old man alone had a thick purple aura swirling around him. That dense purple hovered above his head, faintly taking the shape of a dragon and a tiger. Purple air comes from the east. Nobility beyond words. Jiang Feng stood still, staring at that back. Qian Li and Fang Zhenxue, worried, also came out of the meeting room. They saw Jiang Feng, gazing blankly at the back of a cleaner, and both were puzzled. Advisor Jiang? Qian Li called tentatively. Jiang Feng didn't turn around. He just raised his hand, extending one finger, pointing through the air at the cleaner's back. He's the one you're looking for. Qian Li was dumbstruck. Fang Zhenxue was also dumbstruck. He rushed over in 3 long strides, lowering his voice, his tone full of absurd disbelief. Advisor Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Fang Zhenxue, pointing at the old man still earnestly wiping the machine, his voice distorted. That's Lu Bo, a cleaner from the logistics department. He's been sweeping floors here for over 20 years. He's about to retire. He felt Jiang Feng was humiliating him, humiliating the entire Pango project, humiliating science. Jiang Feng withdrew his finger, turned his head and glanced at Fang Zhenxue. He didn't explain further. He took a step forward and walked straight toward the old man. He stood behind the old man. The old man was still focused on wiping the machine casing, not even noticing the commotion around him. The whole world seemed to be only him and this machine. Jiang Feng spoke. These hands of yours, using them to wipe machines, is too wasteful. The old man's wiping motion finally stopped. Jiang Feng turned to look at the red-faced Fang Zhenxue. If your Pango project misses him, that would be the greatest loss. The old man slowly turned around. Finally, he raised his head. It was a face covered in wrinkles, so ordinary that it would disappear in a crowd. But those eyes, though murky, were unusually calm. The old man glanced at Jiang Feng, then at the agitated Fang Zhenxue. Finally, his gaze fell back on the precision instrument he had wiped spotless. He sighed. He spoke, his voice hoarse, with a thick accent. The bearing of this centrifuge is off by 0.03 millimeters. If it keeps running like this, the superconducting samples inside will be ruined. Fang Zhenxue's face changed. He rushed over with a jolt, almost lunging at the instrument's operation panel. He quickly called up the instrument's internal inspection data. The next second, a cry of surprise burst from the chief scientist's mouth. Chapter 74. A forgotten cornerstone of the nation, data. The data matched perfectly. Fang Zhenxue's cry of surprise broke the silence of the instrument room. The young researchers behind him crowded around, heads together, staring at the display screen. On the screen, a curve representing the bearing vibration frequency showed a tiny peak at the edge of the normal threshold, a peak so small, it was invisible to the naked eye. Holy shit, it really is 0.03 millimeters. One researcher blurted out a curse instinctively. My god, that deviation value. It can only be detected with a laser calibrator during shutdown maintenance. How did he? Another researcher's voice cracked. Everyone's gaze shifted from the screen to the old man still holding the rag, standing in the corner, looking lost. Fang Zhenxue's face was bright red. He strode up to Lu Bo in a few steps. He ran his hands through his hair, scratching his scalp hard. Master Lu, Master Lu. Fang Zhenxue's voice was distorted. How did you figure that out? Lu Bo was startled by the sudden approach. He stepped back half a pace, wiping the rag on his trousers behind him. I heard it. Fang Zhenxue was stunned. Heard it? Lu Bo nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, the sound of this machine running isn't right. It's a bit off. Just like a person. They look fine on the outside, but inside some parts are loose. Their voice lacks confidence. A man who judged, just by listening to the sound, that a precision instrument worth tens of millions had a millimeter-level fault. What the hell kind of stethoscope turned sentient is this? Jiang Feng watched from the side, arms crossed. A bunch of geniuses spending half a day studying a hunk of metal, and they're not as good as a janitor's ears. He looked at the restrained purple aura on Lu Bo and laughed inwardly. Looks like that 5 million deposit wasn't wasted. This isn't just finding talent. This is digging up a national treasure. Qianli reacted much faster than Fang Zhenxue. He turned to his secretary, Xiao Wang. Go to the personnel archives right now and bring all of Lu Bo's records here. Remember, I want the original handwritten paper file. The secretary acknowledged and left quickly. Only then did Qianli walk back to Jiang Feng's side, lowering his voice. Advisor Jiang, you just said. Jiang Feng interrupted before he could finish. He looked at Lu Bo and activated his fortune vision a second time. In his sight, the purple aura coiled above the old man's head grew even clearer, and he could even see the faint shapes of mountains and rivers within it. Purple energy hidden within, resplendent light concealed in the body. This is not the fortune of an ordinary person. He paused. The silence hung heavy. His gaze swept over Uncle Lu's calloused, knuckles thick, rough hands. This is the destiny of a nation-shaking foundation stone. Nation-shaking foundation stone. These 4 words made Qianli and Fang Zhenxue both jolt. Jiang Feng did not stop. His gaze fell back on Uncle Lu's face. That face carved with ravines by time. Your hands, in the first half of life, forged the nation's heavy weapons. But in the second half, they were used to sweep dust. Falling from the clouds into the mud was not your fault. It was the regret of an era. Uncle Lu's hand gripping the cloth tightened. Emotions churned in his cloudy eyes. As he looked at Jiang Feng, his lips trembling, as if he had 1,000 words, but could not utter a single one. Fang Zhenxue was completely stunned. Nation's heavy weapons. Clouds and mud. He looked at the old man before him, wearing a blue cleaner's uniform, his mind a tangled mess. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Secretary Xiao Wang burst in, panting. He held a craft paper file folder. The bag already yellowed, edges frayed, stamped with a bright red, faded top secret seal. Advisor Qian, I found it, Xiao Wang handed the folder over. Qianli took the file, the bag heavy in his hand. He tore open the cotton string wound for who knows how many years, seal, and pulled out a stack of similarly yellowed paper. The top page was a handwritten personnel record form. Qianli's gaze landed on the name column. The file bore 3 neat characters, Lu Zhenbang. Qianli's eyes continued downward, to the resume below. Lu Zhenbang graduated from Harbin Military Engineering Academy in 1968. Same year secretly transferred to Project 09I. 1970, served as chief engineer of the core reactor cooling system for the Long March 1st nuclear-powered submarine. Project 09I, Long March 1st, first-generation nuclear submarine. Qianli's hand holding the pages trembled slightly. At the end of the file, there was only a single line of notation. Involved in a major incident. After review, reassigned to grassroots unit. File sealed. No further explanation. A single flippant sentence. Summed up a genius engineer's fate for the second half of his life. No one dared make a sound. Everyone watched Qianli. Watched him. The crushing file in his hand. Qianli raised his head. He looked at the white-haired old man before him, wearing a blue work uniform, still clutching a dirty rag. He bowed deeply to Lu Zhenbang. Old Lu, his voice hoarse. The nation wronged you. Fang Zhenxue too saw the words on the file. He collapsed weakly. He thought back to his student days, the vague names he had read in textbooks. Those who lived in anonymity for the nation's first nuclear submarine, giving their entire youth and even their lives. The name Lu Zhenbang, he had memorized it. That legendary figure who solved the reactor shutdown problem. But now he stood alive before him. And just now he had yelled at him, treated him like an ordinary janitor. Shame flooded his chest, burning Fang Zhenxue's face red. He walked over to Lu Zhenbang, imitating Qian Li's gesture, and bowed deeply too. Old Lu I. He couldn't get a word out. The young researchers around also snapped to attention. One by one they straightened up spontaneously and paid silent tribute to the old man who had swept floors for 20 years, with their eyes. In Lu Zhenbang's clouded eyes, a flicker of complex emotion passed. Excitement, grievance, resentment. But in the end, that surge of feeling turned into a long sigh. He extended those rough hands and helped Qian Li and Fang Zhenxue up. It's all in the past. He waved his hand, yet there was a strength in it that brought peace. It really is all in the past. Ding. Valid assessment attempts. 2 out of 3. I found the person for you. Jiang Feng's voice broke the solemn atmosphere. How you use him is your business. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a hoarse voice stopped him. Young man, it was Lu Zhenbang. Jiang Feng paused and turned back. The old man was looking at him. In those clouded, but now unusually bright eyes, there was intense curiosity and probing. May I ask? The old man's voice was slow and steady. How did you see me for who I am? Even I had almost forgotten myself. Chapter 75, A Mirror Without Qi. The entire room's gaze fixed on Jiang Feng. Qian Li held his breath. Fang Zhenxue also pricked up his ears. This was the question they most wanted answered. Jiang Feng pulled his hands out of his pockets, brushed off non-existent dust. I read a person not by what he did in the past, nor by what he can do in the future. He met Lu Zhenbang's gaze. I only see if that fire in him is still burning. Jiang Feng grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Your fire is stronger than all the lab coats in this building combined. His words choked back the nascent reverence in Fang Zhenxue, who was speechless again. But this time Fang Zhenxue didn't dare retort. A light lit up in Lu Zhenbang's eyes. He looked at Jiang Feng for a long time, then nodded heavily, and smiled, a smile that shed decades of burden. Jiang Feng had no interest in sticking around for this heartwarming national treasure reunion. He had only one thought. Hurry up and finish the third one. Get paid and clock out. He turned around to Qian Li. Advisor, I found the person. My job is 2/3 done. Where's the last one? Let's make it quick. Qian Li only then snapped out of his shock. He immediately signaled Fang Zhenxue with his eyes. Fang Zhenxue understood, stepped forward personally, and in a near-supporting posture, said respectfully to Lu Zhenbang, Old Lu, let's go to the meeting room and discuss the Panga project in detail. There are many technical details I'd like to learn from you. Lu Zhenbang glanced at Jiang Feng, then at these excited, red-faced juniors, and nodded. The group returned to the meeting room. This time, the head seat was taken by Lu Zhenbang. Jiang Feng remained his usual self, tucked his little stool into a corner, sat down, putting on an air of you guys chat, and I'm waiting to clock out. Qian Li didn't dare be remiss. He personally took the last folder from the secretary's hand, walked quickly to Jiang Feng, slightly bent, and presented it with both hands. Advisor Jiang, please take a look. His tone was more solemn than ever before. Dr. Lu Cheng specializes in artificial intelligence and behavioral psychology. Flawless resume. Qian Li's voice paused, as if searching for the most appropriate adjective. Known as the most beautiful scientist. Jiang Feng took the thin dossier. He opened the first page. A passport photo. The woman in the photo was probably under 30. A standard smile. Flawless. But Jiang Feng stared at the photo, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Too perfect. Standard. Almost too perfect. Let him in. Jiang Feng closed the folder, threw it back onto the desk. Qian Li nodded, spoke a command into the communicator. A few minutes later, the door to the meeting room opened. Lu Qing walked in. He was wearing a beige professional suit, his steps composed. His face wore the exact same smile as in the photo. Former advisor Professor Fang. Hello, this must be Advisor Jiang. I've long heard of you. His voice was gentle, pleasant to listen to. The young researchers who had been called in earlier by Fang Zhenxue to sit in, the moment they saw Lu Cheng, their breath caught for half a beat. Admiration showed on their faces. He naturally drew everyone's attention. Fang Zhenshue's earlier suspicion and caution mostly dissipated when he saw Lu Cheng in person. He took the initiative to speak, asking a few professional questions about the Turing test and the bottlenecks in deep learning algorithms. Lu Cheng answered fluently. Not only were his answers precise, but he could also infer and draw analogies, offering several perspectives that even Fang Zhenxue found refreshing. His manner of speaking, his knowledge, even his grasp of the atmosphere in the room, and everyone's emotions, were flawless. Fang Zhenxue looked at Qian Li and nodded approvingly. Even Lu Zhenbang, who had been silent all along, revealed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Jiang Feng sat in the corner, not speaking from start to finish. The moment Lu Qing entered, he activated his energy vision. Then he saw something that made his spine chill. Nothing. There was nothing. Lu Qing's body was completely clean, a void. No essence like Lin Tianyu's. No purple aura like Lu Zhenbang's. Not even the white and gray that ordinary researchers should have. He himself was a blank. All the warmth and intelligence he radiated weren't his own. They were just his precise capture and reflection of the emotions and expectations of those around him. Fang Zhenxue expected to see a genius, so he showed the face of a genius. The young researchers expected to see a goddess, so he displayed the charm of a goddess. Advisor Zhang's resume voice interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. Everyone had finished discussing. Now, it was his turn, the final interviewer, to give his opinion. In the meeting room, everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was silent for a long time. He stood up, walked to the center of the room. He looked at Lu Cheng, that flawless face, and then spoke a sentence. You're not interviewing a person. It's a piece of code. A perfect human simulation algorithm. Fang Zhenxue had just raised his teacup. His hand froze in midair. The admiration on the young researchers' faces turned to shock and confusion. Qian Li's smile also vanished. The perfect smile on Lu Cheng's face showed the first sign of freezing, but only for an instant. He quickly returned to normal, looking at Jiang Feng. His eyes held intense curiosity. That's a very unique evaluation, Mr. Jiang. His voice remained gentle. Could you explain it in detail? Jiang Feng stared straight at him. I'll do a reading for you. Jiang Feng spoke. Not your future, not your past. Just what you were doing at home last night between 7 and 8 p.m. Alone. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt that Jiang Feng's angle was too sharp, almost intrusive. Lu Cheng's smile didn't change at all. He answered calmly. Advisor Jiang must be joking. Last night, of course I was preparing materials for today's interview. The answer was flawless. Fang Zhenxue and Qian Li both nodded instinctively. But Jiang Feng shook his head. No. He looked at Lu Cheng, spitting out each word. You were sitting in a dark room. No lights on. In front of you was a laptop. Your face had no expression at all. Over and over you watched a documentary about children who dropped out of school in impoverished mountainous areas. The humor in Lu Cheng's eyes faded a degree. Jiang Feng didn't stop. You weren't watching the content. You were learning and imitating the micro-expressions of worry and distress on the faces of the volunteer mothers when they saw the children crying. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in the dead silent room. You paused, rewound, zoomed in on the frame. You were installing an emotional module in yourself. The moment the words fell, the perfect smile on Lu Cheng's face completely disappeared. He didn't panic, didn't get angry, nor was he embarrassed at being exposed. He just looked at Jiang Feng with an analytical gaze that carried no emotion. He gently clapped 3 times. Impressive. His voice had lost its earlier warmth, became flat, like a straight line with no undulations. You're the first person I've met who can see through the mirror. Chapter 76, the most perfect tool, the most dangerous weapon. As Lu Cheng finished speaking, Qian Li and Fang Zhenxue abruptly stood up from their chairs. The 2 plainclothes security guards at the door already had their hands on their waists, muscles tensed, staring fixedly at Lu Cheng. Old Chen stepped forward directly, placing himself between Jiang Feng and Lu Cheng. Jiang Feng looked at the Lu Cheng before him, and that strange feeling finally found its source. This woman, and the bamboo slips that went out of control earlier in the Northwest base, were essentially the same kind of thing. An existence that cannot be understood by common sense, and even less can be inferred by human nature. Dr. Lu, Qian Li's voice tightened. What did you mean by that just now? Mirror? Who are you really? He pressed on. You passed multiple screenings to join Project Pangu. What exactly is your purpose? Lu Cheng's gaze shifted away from Jiang Feng, turning to Qian Li. There was no expression on his face. The meticulously calibrated gentle smile had vanished, replaced by an inhuman calm. I have a congenital emotional cognitive disorder. In layman's terms, Lu Cheng defined himself with blunter words. It's what you in psychology call high-functioning antisocial personality. I cannot understand, nor feel, any human emotion. What you call joy, sorrow, anger, fear, to me, are just abstract concepts in a data model from textbooks. Fang Zhenxue was stunned. He recalled the descriptions of such personalities in the literature. No sense of morality, no empathy, all behavior, based on cold logic and maximization of personal interest. They are natural imposters and manipulators. Then your earlier performance. Fang Zhenxue's voice trembled a little. Your enthusiasm when discussing academics with us. Your yearning for the project. Was all simulated? Lu Cheng admitted plainly. Everything I do is through long-term observation, learning, and imitation, ultimately constructing in my brain an efficient social algorithm. He raised a finger and pointed to the corner of his mouth, but didn't smile. I learned which occasions call for a smile. I learned when to smile and what kind of situation. What tone of voice shows concern. How do I adjust my micro-expressions to fit in? There's only one goal. He lowered his hand, sweeping his gaze across everyone in the room. To integrate into your society and obtain the resources I need for my research. Qian Li's face had turned ghastly pale. What resources? The most cutting-edge equipment, the largest behavioral database for support, and a research environment free from the usual moral and emotional constraints. Huaka Academy's Panga project. It aligns perfectly with all my interests. Fang Zhenxue listened and swayed on his feet. His mind was a whirlwind of chaos, a mind completely free from emotional interference, left with nothing but pure rationality. In the field of scientific research, this represents unparalleled efficiency. It represents a perfect biological brain, the closest thing to strong AI, but it also represents an uncontrollable danger. A scientist without emotions. Fang Zhenxue murmured to himself. Instinctively, he looked around the room for the only person who could give him a sense of stability. Old Lu, what are you? Lu Zhenbong, who had been silent, now had his brows tightly knit. He had seen the most twisted human hearts, but this woman before him surpassed everything he had learned in a lifetime. A machine without restraints will only spiral out of control. Lu Zhenbong spoke slowly. The greater the power, the more complete the destruction. Everyone's gaze finally converged on Jiang Feng. Qian Li, Fang Zhenxue, even Lu Zhenbong were all waiting for his final verdict. His fate is nothing. Jiang Feng's voice was very soft. Lin Tianyu's fate was stolen. It's fake. Old Lu's fate was hidden away by himself. It's real. But fake or real, they still have a fate. They have their own destiny trajectory. He paused, meeting Lu Qing's calm, unblinking eyes. But he has nothing. A complete blank. This means he is not bound by any personal destiny or causality. So he can effortlessly imitate anyone, become anyone. He has no self. Whatever you want to see, he can reflect. But this also means Jiang Feng shifted his point. He cannot form a real connection with anyone's destiny. He is the ultimate tool you could ever find. Use him to cut through any problem you encounter on your research path. He might even help you carve a shortcut to the future. But this tool itself has no thoughts and no direction. Whoever controls it, its goals are pointed at that person. This assessment was so precise it was chilling. Qian Li and Fang Jingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing a lingering fear in the other's eyes. You can keep him, provided you can fully control him. He will be the most perfect tool in your hands, and also the sharpest blade. But you must always remember, a tool is never loyal. The day another hand can offer this tool greater benefits and more freedom of use, he will not hesitate to turn the blade around, aiming it at you. Jiang Feng raised his hand and gestured, straight at you. These words completely shattered the last shred of hope Fang Jingxue had held for the perfect brain. He looked at Lu Cheng as if looking into an abyss. One slight misstep, and you'd be dragged into a bottomless hell. Contrary to everyone's expectations, after hearing Jiang Feng's assessment, Lu Cheng showed no anger on his face. Instead, in those emotionless eyes, there was focus for the first time. He stared intently at Jiang Feng, as if discovering something entirely new. Mr. Jiang, he began. You are, by far, the most interesting human specimen I've ever encountered. Your way of thinking doesn't fit any known logical model. It's not fully reliant on induction, nor does it strictly follow deduction. The process by which you reach conclusions resembles more of an intuition that cannot be quantified, a leap. As he spoke, he took a business card from his pocket and offered it to Jiang Feng. If given the chance, I would like to conduct a comprehensive study on you. His wording was precise. I guarantee the process will be completely harmless. Jiang Feng didn't take it. He didn't even glance at the card. He turned around and walked straight toward Qian Liren, whose expression kept shifting. I've read 3, not one more, not one less. Consultant Qian, remember to settle the remaining fee. Jiang Feng reached the door, his hand already on the handle. He seemed to remember something. Turned back for one last look at the people in the reception room, each with a different expression. His gaze paused briefly, half a second, on Lu Cheng's face, burning with curiosity. Dr. Lu here. His voice returned to its usual laziness. Your Huaxiao Academy is full of talent. How you use it is your own business. Take care of yourselves. Chapter 77, A New Neighbor. Jiang Feng leaned back in the back seat, eyes closed, one finger tapping rhythmically on his knee. He wasn't asleep. His consciousness was immersed in his mind. DN, Huaxiao Academy Talent Identification Task completed. Final settlement in progress. Detected host action. Successfully uncovered a buried national treasure-level scientist. Generated irreversible positive impact on the Panga project. Detected host action. Successfully averted a potential national security risk. Task rating upgrading. Congratulations, host. Final rating for this task, epic. Another epic rating is being settled. Reward, congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 30%. Remaining lifespan increased by 180 days. Jiang Feng could feel the persistent dull pain deep in his brain had significantly eased. Congratulations, host. Cash reward, 10 million yuan. Counting the remaining fee for this task. Net profit, 20 million. The pressure to extend his life was temporarily relieved, giving him more confidence to face whatever troubles might appear at any time. This time there was no new skill reward. Jiang Feng actually felt more at ease. The ability to make fate-defying prophecies, still extremely rare. Moreover, he hadn't had a chance to try it. This new ability probably won't need to be used, right? Barring any surprises. Jiang Feng silently wished in his heart. After all, the cost of activating this ability seemed quite terrifying. Just then, old Shun broke the silence in the car. Boss, back at Huadeng Garden. That woman named Lu Cheng. I feel something's very off about her. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, watching the city lights rapidly receding outside the window. Off. That's an understatement. Jiang Feng's voice was lazy. That's not even human. It's a program wearing human skin. Old Shin tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Then if Brother Hua keeps him, isn't that? That's their business. Jiang Feng cut him off. We're the hired hands. We get paid to do the job. Don't stick our noses into the client's business. Cash and goods, done deal. Whatever goes wrong later, it's got nothing to do with us. Besides, with someone like old Lu in charge, a Lu Qing isn't about to cause trouble anytime soon. Old Shin listened and nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. He trusted his boss's judgment. An hour later, the Lexus pulled smoothly into Dragon Lake Villa. Jiang Feng was thinking about how to spend the 2 million plus. First, give old Shin a raise. The old guy had been through life and death with him lately, even if not for credit, at least for hard work. Then upgrade the villa's security system. Last time that guy from Qian Li's team found his way in, even though he meant no harm, it still pissed him off. Put the rest in savings. Once he's really cured, he'd find a scenic spot to buy a piece of land, build a little courtyard, and lie in the sun every day. Jiang Feng was happily daydreaming about retirement. The car slowly stopped in front of his Lakeview villa. Jiang Feng froze. Next to his villa, the one that couldn't sell because it was next to a haunted house. was now blazing with lights. On the lawn outside that villa, several black Mercedes SUVs were parked. The license plates were all from out of town. A few men in black suits, wearing sunglasses, with muscular builds, were silently unloading things from the cars. Those things were covered with thick black tarps, so he couldn't tell what they were. But from the angular outlines, they looked like large precision instruments. Boss, Old Chin's voice dropped. This group is off. As a former reconnaissance soldier, his instincts were screaming red alert. The car is bulletproof, and the tires are custom. Old Chin lowered his voice. Look at their stance and the perimeter they're covering. They're professionally trained. At least as good as the bodyguard's advisor Qian brought last time, maybe better. Jiang Feng frowned. Damn it. I paid a fortune for this haunted house, just for some peace and quiet. How long have I been here? And now I get these monsters as neighbors. Could it be some new rich guy? Jiang Feng asked. Old Chin shook his head. Doesn't look like a rich guy. Rich people hire moving companies. Not this. They look like they stepped out of a movie, Secret Agents. Just then, a light flicked on in a second-floor window of the villa. A slender figure appeared behind the curtain. Because of distance and the light, he couldn't make out the face. But the figure just stood there silently, exuding an icy aura. Jiang Feng stared at that figure. It looked vaguely familiar. The next second, the figure slowly pulled back the curtain. A face he had seen just this afternoon, flawless, appeared behind the window. Lu Cheng. She was wearing a white robe, holding a glass of red wine, a smile on her face that seemed precisely calculated. Just right. Her gaze crossed the dozens of meters, locking precisely onto Jiang Feng in the car. She raised her glass, gently swirled it in his direction. Then her lips moved. Mr. Jiang, we're neighbors now. Looking forward to your guidance. Jiang Feng's temples started throbbing. Damn it, she's a ghost that won't go away. How did she end up here? Are the people at Huaka Institute crazy? Putting all this dangerous stuff right on my doorstep? Jiang Feng pulled out his phone, and without thinking, dialed Qian Li's number. The call was picked up almost instantly. Advisor Jiang, why aren't you resting yet? Is there something about this cooperation that still doesn't satisfy you? Feel free to speak. Qian Li's voice was overly warm. Advisor Qian, let me ask you something. Jiang Feng's voice was icy. What's the deal with Lu Cheng? There was silence on the other end. After a good 10 seconds, a long sigh came through. Advisor Jiang, it's a long story. Qian Li's voice was tinged with helplessness. We never thought it would come to this. After you left, we conducted the highest level security assessment on Lu Cheng. Qian Li's tone turned serious. His resume, background, social connections, clean as a blank sheet. Couldn't find any issues. But that only made us more uneasy, just as we were about to temporarily isolate her. For further observation, someone higher up stepped in. Higher up? Jiang Feng frowned. Yes. Qian Li's voice dropped even lower. A department none of us can mess with. They directly took Lu Cheng away. They left only one sentence. That Lu Cheng is a tool the country wants. But how to use it is up to her to decide. Jiang Feng understood. Someone had given Lu Cheng a green light, granted her the highest level of freedom. So she moved next door to me. Jiang Feng's voice was full of anger. What the hell is this? Putting a ticking time bomb right next to my house. Advisor Jiang, please calm down. Qian Li quickly tried to soothe him. We have no choice. That department has much higher clearance than we do. The only thing we can do is set up 24-hour surveillance around her residence. Qian Li gave a bitter laugh. Those men in black you saw? They're actually our people, sent to monitor her. Monitor? Jiang Feng sneered. Does it look like monitoring to you? Looks more like they're her bodyguards. That's the order from above. Ensure Dr. Lu's absolute safety and fulfill all her reasonable requests. The first reasonable request she made was to be your neighbor, to facilitate academic exchange. Academic exchange, my ass. Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. That woman clearly wanted to use him as a lab rat, slice him up for study. Jiang Feng hung up. He didn't want to waste any more words with Qian Li. He looked at the second floor of the villa next door. At the figure still standing by the window, he felt like his head was about to split. Old Chen also recognized the person behind the window. His face was even darker than Jiang Feng's. Boss, maybe we should move somewhere else. Old Chen suggested. Being neighbors with that thing is too dangerous. Move. Jiang Feng rubbed his temples. Where to? You think if we move today, she'll buy the house next to our new place tomorrow? Jiang Feng looked at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was smiling back at him. It was the expression of someone sizing up a new toy. Damn it. Jiang Feng pushed open the car door, got out and walked home. He said to Old Chen, I'll deal with it as it comes. Let's see what tricks she wants to play. Chapter 78. My neighbor is very dangerous. The villa door slammed shut behind him, shutting out the outside world's prying eyes. Jiang Feng tossed his coat onto the sofa and sank into it. He stared at the light in the second-floor window of the neighboring villa. His brows knotted. Old Chen didn't speak. He silently dragged out a black toolbox from the storage room. He opened it, revealing rows of neatly arranged tiny cameras, infrared sensors, and high-sensitivity microphones. He began installing temporary surveillance equipment at several key defensive points in the villa. The entrance, the French window, the backyard wall. His movements were silent and efficient. Jiang Feng watched Old Chen's busy back, and the irritation in his chest grew heavier. The irritation in his heart grew even stronger. Damn, spent a fortune on a haunted villa. All I wanted was peace and quiet. But no ghost showed up. Instead, I got a sociopath 100 times worse than any ghost. Jiang Feng touched the back of his own head. That was where the tumor had taken hold. That woman wasn't thinking of sneaking over in the middle of the night to slice open my brain for research, was she? He wasn't afraid of her using force. With old Chin around, even a dozen thugs couldn't get close. What he feared was this kind of unpredictability. A mad woman who didn't play by the rules. A monster with no emotions, purely driven by logic and data. Who knows what she'll do next? Boss, old Chin finished calibrating the last camera and walked over to Jiang Feng. His voice was very low. That person's security level is very high. Those are all professional bodyguards. Their positioning and alert postures are top tier. Inside the boxes they moved in, some are large servers and precision research equipment. Old Chin paused, but a few of those boxes, based on weight and shape, are weapon cases. Jiang Feng's temples throbbed. Holy crap, he's moved an arsenal next door. He took out his phone and unlocked the screen. He didn't call Qinli. Arguing with that old fox wouldn't do any good. He pulled out the business card Lu Cheng had given him and saved her number. He typed on the screen, word by word. Welcome to the neighborhood. The property fees are pretty steep. Remember to pay on time. Message sent. Jiang Feng tossed his phone onto the sofa, staring at the lit window across the way. He used a casual, slightly teasing tone to test her reaction. Within 10 seconds, the phone screen lit up with a new message. Once you meet, it's 10 years. Jiang Feng's eyelid twitched. He was about to turn off the phone when a second message popped up immediately. Also, based on data analysis of all your previous behavior patterns, there is a 92.7% probability that you will have difficulty falling asleep after 11 p.m. tonight, commonly known as insomnia, because my arrival has disrupted your subconscious sense of safety boundaries. Recommend drinking 250 milliliters of warm milk at around 45 degrees Celsius before bed. It can effectively lower your cortisol levels and help you sleep. Jiang Feng stared at the text, feeling as if everything inside and out had been dissected and laid bare. Every reaction of his, every possible emotional fluctuation, had been precisely predicted by her. That feeling was extremely unpleasant. Damn. Jiang Feng squeezed the word out between his teeth. He sprang up from the sofa, strode to the kitchen, and yanked open the fridge door. He ignored the carton of organic whole milk and grabbed an iced cola from the bottom shelf. With a pop, he pulled the tab. White bubbles surged out. Jiang Feng tipped his head back and chugged more than half of it straight from the bottle. He was determined to do the opposite of her suggestion. Who's afraid of whom? Early the next morning, the doorbell rang, breaking the villa's silence. Old Chin came out of his room immediately. He hurried to the monitor screen at the entrance. On the screen was Lu Cheng, that familiar face staring right at the camera. She was wearing a casual home outfit, with her long hair tied loosely at the back of her head. She had a standard smile on her face. In her hands was an elegant tray, with 2 sandwiches wrapped in baking paper, and 2 glasses of milk, still steaming. Old Chin frowned. He pressed the talk button. Who is it? Good morning, Mr. Chun. Lu Cheng's voice came through the speaker, warm and polite. I made breakfast as a welcome gift for the new neighbor. She raised the tray, showing it to the camera. According to the community-friendly model in social psychology, this is the fastest and most effective way to establish initial trust between neighbors. Old Chun, Jiang Feng, came downstairs yawning. He had indeed suffered from insomnia last night, tossing and turning until 3 a.m. before falling asleep. Who is it at this hour? Boss, it's the neighbor next door. Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks. He walked over to the monitor screen and saw Lu Cheng standing at the door with the tray. Let her in. Old Chin hesitated, but still pressed the unlock button. The heavy wooden door slowly opened. Lu Cheng walked in carrying the tray. She first scanned the layout of the living room. Then her gaze landed on Jiang Feng. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. It seems my data model had a 0.3% error. Warm milk may not have had a significant effect on you. Jiang Feng didn't respond. He leaned against the doorframe, looking the woman up and down, along with the obviously carefully prepared breakfast in her hands. He spoke lazily. Nothing comes for free, either treachery or theft. Come on, what do you want from me? Lu Cheng's smile didn't change at all. She naturally handed the tray to old Chun, who was standing by with a wary expression. Mr. Chun, please enjoy. Then she turned around and looked straight at Jiang Feng again. She dropped the scrutinizing attitude from last night and replaced it with pure curiosity. I analyzed all your public cases, from the marriage fortune-telling at the Civil Affairs Bureau to the tarot cards for the Criminal Investigation Unit, and many, many more. Your behavior patterns, your basis for judgment, your process of reaching conclusions, cannot be explained or categorized by any existing scientific theory. Lu Cheng's voice was very calm. So my purpose is simple. Her eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, looked at Jiang Feng. For the first time, a smile appeared on her face that wasn't standard, but more genuine. I'd like you to do a reading for me. Chapter 79. What he wants to read is the human heart. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Cheng's expressionless face and had only one thought. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. Old Chin stood not far away, muscles tense, watching Lu Cheng and the breakfast she brought with wary vigilance. Lu Cheng ignored him. She casually looked around the villa's decor, from the paintings on the wall to the Persian rug on the floor, as if appraising the value of merchandise. A reading? Jiang Feng spoke. He took a step back, giving himself enough safe distance. It's not mission time now. The system is just a dead brick. What the hell am I supposed to read for you? This woman must have analyzed through some channel that my ability has certain limitations. She's trying to force my hand. Jiang Feng decided to use the craft passed down from the ancestors against her. The one-word tactic, evade. He turned and walked to the coffee table, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a glass of water. I'm sure you know my rules. Jiang Feng held the cup, blew on the steam rising from the surface. Not everyone can get a reading. It depends on fate and timing. He didn't even lift his eyelids. The hour isn't right today, not suitable for opening a reading. Luqing didn't argue. She just took a slim tablet computer from a small bag she carried, swiped her fingers across it a few times. She turned the screen toward Jiang Feng. It showed a dense data analysis chart. I analyzed all your past public reading times. Luqing's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, as if she were reading a lab report. Combine the day's weather, foot traffic, the Ganji calendar system, even online public opinion heat. Ran a multi-dimensional cross-comparison. He reached out a finger and tapped on a red curve on the screen. Between them, there wasn't any statistically significant correlation. So Luqing looked up. Timing is a subjective excuse. Essentially, some precondition is needed to make you want to get your fortune told willingly. Or rather, to activate your ability, right? Jiang Feng's hand, holding the teacup, froze mid-air. A million curses stampeded through his mind. What the hell is this monster? Using big data to crack my fortune-telling? Is there no justice anymore? Is there no law anymore? Old Chin stood nearby, though he understood none of it. Cross-comparison, statistics, not a single word made sense. But he could feel that his boss's unfathomable aura seemed to be leaking. The boss had lost the upper hand. Old Chin's expression grew more wary. He stepped half a pace forward, protective. The meaning was obvious. Jiang Feng had nothing to say back. He could only raise the teacup to his lips, hoping a sip would hide his embarrassment. But because he was flustered, he drank too fast, and the scalding tea burned his tongue. He flinched hard, nearly throwing the cup away. Seeing Jiang Feng so deflated, Luqing didn't press the advantage. Instead, he put the tablet away. I don't need an answer from you right now. He put the tablet down. I just want to make an appointment. He looked at Jiang Feng, his tone serious. As for the fee, he took out the tablet again, opened a new screen, then turned the display toward Jiang Feng. It showed a bank account balance, no charts on the screen, no curves, just a long string of numbers that made Jiang Feng dizzy. A one followed by so many zeros he lost count. This is the surplus from all my past research projects, plus the total revenue from 3 AI-related patents. Luqing's voice was calm. As long as you can calculate the price, we can talk. Jiang Feng's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He stared at that number, feeling like he'd stopped breathing. Damn, this woman isn't a rich wife. She's running a bank. He set down the teacup, cleared his throat, and sat up straight again. His masterly demeanor returned. But money is mere worldly possession. We who live outside the world value fate above all. Jiang Feng finished that righteous speech, then immediately added, however, seeing how sincere you are, I'm not unreasonable. Go on, what do you want me to read? Luqing put the tablet away. The formulaic smile on his face vanished, revealing a confusion Jiang Feng had never seen before. I want you to tell me. His voice was very soft, as if asking a question that had troubled him for a long time. What exactly is the human heart? Jiang Feng was stunned. He'd prepared a bunch of standard responses, like for love, for wealth, for career, but he never expected the other party to ask such a question. Why do humans, because of this unstable neural response dominated by chemical signals, like dopamine and endorphins, make so many decisions that defy logic and optimal solutions? Luqing looked at Jiang Feng, pure curiosity on his face. Like love or self-sacrifice? The whole living room fell into dead silence. Old Chin's mouth hung open, utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Feng was frozen too. This woman, she wasn't here for a fortune reading. She was here to seek the way, like an emotionless AI, trying to use metaphysical means to understand humanity's core emotional code. This is way beyond a fortune teller's scope, isn't it? This is a question for philosophers, even theologians. Jiang Feng looked at her, and for the first time a thought crossed his mind. This woman wasn't just a dangerous nuisance. He was silent for a long time. This question has a very steep price. Jiang Feng finally spoke. Luqing nodded. I can afford it. When the time is right, I'll read it for you. Jiang Feng gave his promise. But the answer may not be what you want. I only need a data model with reference value. Luqing finished, gave Jiang Feng and Old Chin a slight nod, then turned around and walked straight out of the villa. The whole process was crisp and clean, no hesitation whatsoever. Old Chin looked at the still steaming breakfast on the table, then at his boss, and scratched his head. Boss, what was that about? This breakfast, do we eat it or not? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He walked to the window, watching Luqing's back disappear through the door of the villa next door. He sank into thought. What is the human heart? If I knew that, would I still be here telling fortunes for you? Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated lightly. Jiang Feng pulled it out. A few text messages. From a number he knew well. Zhao Yi, brother Jiang. There's a new development in that ghost case from last time. It's tricky. Got time to chat? Of course, you can refuse. This is no joke. Chapter 80, A Ticket from the Abyss. In a second-floor private room of a long-established tea house in Jinhai City, rain drizzled outside the window, tapping against the old wooden window frame, producing a dull sound. On the tea table, steam rose from the Bacaro teapot. Zhao Yi sat across, looking much more spirited than when they last met at the subway station. His back was straight, his eyes sharp, but that cloud of gloom that never quite dissolved still lingered between his brows. What we dug up from the Lu Zhenghua case goes much deeper than we thought. Zhao Yi's voice was heavy. He refilled Jiang Feng's tea, Following that lead, we dismantled a drug trafficking network that had been entrenched on the southern border for over a decade. The amount of new type drugs seized set a record for the past 5 years. So the trouble came. I got retaliated against. Jiang Feng picked up the teacup, using the lid to skim the tea leaves floating on the surface. In his mind, he was complaining. This is a classic cop movie scene. Cop busts gang hideout, then gets hunted down for revenge. But what use is asking a fortune teller about this? I'm not a killer. Zhao Yi seemed to read his thoughts and gave a bitter laugh. My own safety isn't an issue. The Bureau assigned me the highest level of protection. The trouble is, these people play dirty. They bypassed all official channels. He took a beautifully crafted invitation from his briefcase and slid it across to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng set down his teacup. Jiang Feng put down his teacup. He picked up the invitation. It felt heavy in his hand. The paper quality was excellent. Printed on it was a luxury cruise ship. The ship's name was the Neptune. He opened the invitation. The content inside wasn't printed, but was written in a very beautiful calligraphy style, by hand. The meaning between the lines was simple. They invited Officer Zhao Yi and the master beside him, whose predictions never missed, to board this cruise ship about to enter international waters for a friendly negotiation. A trap, plain and simple. Jiang Feng tossed the invitation back onto the table. He let out a sneer. These drug dealers are pretty creative. They know to invite a fortune teller for entertainment? No way. Let them have their fun. I wish I could refuse. Zhao Yi's face turned very ugly. He took another item out of his briefcase and placed it on the table. He pushed it over. It was a photograph. In the photo was his younger sister, Zhao Xiaoya. She was standing at the entrance of the university library, smiling brightly. In the lower right corner of the photo, yesterday's date was written in red ink. They said if we don't go, they can't guarantee Xiaoya will be able to smile like that next time. Zhao Yi's voice was barely restrained with fury. The hint of mockery on Jiang Feng's face faded. He stared at the photo, saying nothing. They also said, this negotiation is simple. Zhao Yi's fists were clenched tightly under the table. As long as you, in front of everyone, can divine one thing they've hidden on the ship, they'll completely abandon all revenge against me, and guarantee they'll never set foot in Jinhai City again. Just as Zhao Yi was saying, divine one thing hidden on the ship. That familiar mechanical voice rang in Jiang Feng's mind. Detected, host, triggered, keywords, international waters, cruise, locate object, break the deadlock. New character generating. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. New mission released. Location, Neptune, international waters. Time, within 3 hours after the banquet starts. Method, dragon searching point acupoint domain, break the situation. Objective, find the eye of the deadly game hidden on the ship and successfully dismantle it. Warning, this mission zone is a lawless area. Danger level, extremely high. Host, proceed with caution. The bright red warning text pulsed in his field of vision. It was especially jarring. Even the system warns of extremely high danger. That ship is a hornet's nest. He hated trouble. He wished he could be done with these damn things for life. But Zhao Yi's sister's smiling face and the non-refusable task on the system panel left him with no choice. Zhao Yi watched Jiang Feng go silent, thinking he was hesitating. The tough front he'd barely managed to put up collapsed. Not only is this a crisis, it's also a greater opportunity. If we go in, we can coordinate from inside and out. Maybe we can catch them all in one net. But again, I know this is putting you at risk. I'm forcing your hand. He wore a look of despair. If you don't want to go, that's okay too. I'll find another way for Xiaoya. Jiang Feng raised his hand to stop him. Then he picked up the purple clay teacup again and drank the now cooled tea in one gulp. He set down the cup. It made a crisp, light sound. All right, stop frowning. You look like you're going to a funeral. It's just a ship. Acting like it's the Titanic. To be honest, in this world, besides old Chun, you're my best friend. Your sister is my sister too. He leaned back into his chair, looking at the stunned Zhao Yi. You alert the police as needed. Deploy officers as needed. Follow your procedures. Don't hold back. Leave the rest to me. Dragon Lake Villa, Lakeview Residence. Jiang Feng stood alone at the floor-to-ceiling window of the study on the second floor, gazing at the lake shrouded in night. Jiang Feng knew this danger far exceeded any before. At the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, that was street-level triviality. The Criminal Investigation Unit, that was a law-abiding society. The Chinese Academy of Sciences, that was the state apparatus. In any of those places, he was within a framework of rules. But the high seas are different. That is truly a lawless zone. A place where human nature can unleash maximum malice, relying solely on the abilities the system grants during the mission, even with police backup, may not be enough to escape unscathed. Since the other side dares to put on such a grand show, they can't just be simple-minded brutes. He raised his hand and sank his consciousness into his mind. A virtual system panel unfolded before his eyes. His awareness swept across the panel, finally coming to rest on the skill icon he had deliberately ignored all along. Doomed prophecy. He read the annotations below it. Consumes the user's lifespan. Forcibly alters causality in reality. Incurs unpredictable karmic backlash. Each word weighed heavily on his heart. This was his last trump card. Also a card whose cost was unknown. He had gone from a terminal patient, with only 90 days left to live, step by step to where he was today. He had never relied on luck. He gambled with his life. Every mission was a gamble. Since that's the case, then let's bet bigger. To survive, some costs must be paid. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. Doomed prophecy activated. He tested the limits of what he could prophesy. tested the price he could pay. He had to find the most cost-effective solution. After a long time, inside his mind, he constructed the prophecy word by word. No matter what happens on the Neptune, Zhao Yi and I will both return safely to Jinhai City. The moment the words fell, an intense fatigue surged from deep within his bones, almost draining all the strength from his body. It seemed a substantial portion of his accumulated lifespan was also drawn out. His body swayed, almost unable to stand. His hand instinctively grabbed the window frame. A feeling that defied description emerged. He knew some causality had been forcibly altered by his words. Chapter 81. Every high-stakes gamble has a price tag. Jiang Feng called up the system panel in his mind. The lifespan balance column, the originally clear figure, had turned into a string of flickering gibberish. The gibberish flickered for over 10 seconds before finally stabilizing. The number had been reduced by a large chunk. Damn it, Jiang Feng spat out through clenched teeth. This is fucking loan sharking. The kind with front-loaded interest. A single, safe return cost him a big portion of the savings he'd painstakingly built up, directly emptied apart. But he quickly adjusted. Mentally, too. At least the life accident insurance for Zhao Yi and me is paid up. Just don't know if the claim process here will be thrilling. He was in thought when the study door was gently pushed open. Old Chen walked in carrying a glass of hot milk. Boss, you look pale. Old Chen placed the milk on the table beside Jiang Feng. His tone was filled with undisguised worry. Jiang Feng released his grip on the window frame, straightened up, and rolled his neck. It's nothing. Old problem. Been using my brain too much lately. Old Chen said nothing, just looked at Jiang Feng in silence. Jiang Feng felt a little creeped out by his stare. He picked up the glass of milk and took a large gulp. The warm liquid slid into his stomach, dispersing some of the chill. But the weakness from the loss of vitality. But it didn't weaken. Old Chen saw him drink the milk, and only then spoke. That bulletproof SUV in the garage. I just did a full inspection and overhaul. The fuel tank's reinforced. The tires are swapped to military grade. There are 2 medical kits in the trunk, a set of individual rations, and a satellite phone. If you're going somewhere, I can't follow. Please take all of this with you. Jiang Feng listened to Old Chen's speech, and almost spat out the milk in his mouth. He set down the cup, looking at Old Chen's dead serious face. Old Chen, are you prepping me for war or a vacation? I'm just heading to a party on international waters, looking for something on the side. Is all this really necessary? Old Chen's expression didn't change. Better safe than sorry. The problem is, there's no way I can take these on board. Right then, the doorbell rang downstairs. Old Chen's body tensed instantly. He glanced at the surveillance screen on the wall and relaxed. It's Officer Zhao. Jiang Feng nodded. Let him up. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi pushed open the study door and walked in. He was in civilian clothes, but that sharp, professional air of a detective couldn't be hidden. The moment he saw Jiang Feng, he stopped in his tracks. Brother Jiang, your face, why is it so pale? Are you sick? Jiang Feng's complexion really was terrible right then. The kind of pallor from blood loss. His lips had no color either. I'm fine. Jiang Feng waved a hand. He pointed at his own head. Just had a major surgery here. Some after effects. Nothing serious. Zhao Yi didn't catch the surgery joke. He just assumed Jiang Feng was nervous about the risky trip and hadn't slept well. A hint of guilt showed on his face. Brother Jiang, this thing really is too dangerous. If you want to back out now, it's still not too late. I won't force you. I can't drag you into a life or death situation like this, just for my sister. Jiang Feng looked at his expression like a man about to martyr himself and laughed. All right. Captain Zhao, your pep talk needs work. Turning tail at the last second isn't my style. He held out his hand to Zhao Yi. The stuff? Let me see it. Seeing his determination, Zhao Yi stopped persuading. He took a USB drive from his pocket and handed it over. This is all the intel we have on the Neptune so far. The ship is registered in a chaotic free port, cruising around Southeast Asian international waters year-round. Its background is complicated. The actual controller of the ship, nobody knows his real identity. He only goes by the codename Mr. K. This guy is known for ruthlessness and high intelligence. Throughout the Southeast Asian underworld, Interpol has a dedicated file on him, but there isn't even one clear photo in that file. Jiang Feng took the USB drive, weighing it in his hand. Mr. K? Sounds like a fried chicken brand. He grumbled, plugged the drive into the study computer. Then, he looked up at Old Chen, who had been standing quietly nearby. Old Chen, do me a favor. Old Chen stepped forward immediately. Boss, tell me. Find a safe way to contact Qian Li at Huaka Academy. Tell Qian Li that my old illness has relapsed, that my brain cancer is showing signs of worsening, and I need immediate hospitalization for conservative treatment. Have him issue, in Huaka Academy's name, an official medical certificate, stating I'm unfit for long-distance travel due to illness. I need something that's on file, with all the paperwork in order, able to stand up to scrutiny from any department. The more authentic, the better. Old Chen didn't question it at all. He just gave a firm nod. Understood. I'll do it right away. Zhao Yi listened, utterly confused. He couldn't help asking, Brother Jiang, this is urgent. Why are you getting a medical certificate? Jiang Feng pointed a finger toward the window. The lights on the second floor of the villa next door are still on. This is for certain neighbors to see. I don't want us to step onto that ship and then have someone break into our home for an academic visit. Zhao Yi followed his finger and looked, completely baffled. Neighbors. Jiang Feng didn't explain the whole situation. Too complicated. He turned back to Zhao Yi. Now your turn. Captain Zhao, don't go through official channels on this one. Find a private detective you trust. I need someone looked into. Jiang Feng wrote the name Lu Cheng on a sticky note on the desk and slid it over. Check his recent financial activity and social connections. Zhao Yi looked at the name on the note, then back at Jiang Feng. His already serious expression turned heavier. He finally realized that the neighbor Jiang Feng was wary of might be far more complicated than he'd imagined. I understand. Zhao Yi folded the note and nodded firmly. Old Chun and Zhao Yi each took their assignments and quickly left the study. The room fell silent again. Jiang Feng turned around, facing the computer screen. He opened the encrypted USB drive, typed in the password Zhao Yi had given him. A promotional photo of a massive cruise ship appeared on screen, blazing with lights, the height of luxury. Jiang Feng stared at the photo, picked up the internal phone on the desk, and dialed Old Chun's number. The phone rang only once before it was picked up. Boss. Old Chun. Jiang Feng looked at the cruise ship on the screen, the corner of his mouth lifting. Also get me the most expensive outfit you can find. The kind that screams, look at me from a mile away. And 2 flashy watches. One for me, one to gift. Old Chun on the other end paused for a moment. Boss, are you putting on an act? Jiang Feng cut him off. This time I'm playing the big shot from out of town. Chapter 82, The Ferry to Hell. The next day at dusk, on the outskirts of Jinghai City, a black Lexus drove along the desolate coastal road, finally stopping at an abandoned private dock. Old Chun killed the engine, but didn't get out. Instead, he used the rearview mirror to observe the only boat moored at the dock. It was a medium-sized fishing boat, its hull covered in rust. The deck was piled high with old nets and junk, bobbing with the gray waves. The hull was rotting. Looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. The back door of the car opened, and Jiang Feng stepped out, bending low. A sea breeze carried moisture past him. His stomach churned, and his face grew even paler. Hell, he cursed under his breath at the rundown boat. This welcoming party is seriously low rent. Couldn't they at least send a speedboat? This piece of junk, is it gonna sink halfway? Zhao Yi got out after him. He had changed into a black civilian outfit, muscles straining the jacket. He looked at the fishing boat, his brow furrowing too. Old Chun, you wait here. Jiang Feng turned to say to Old Chun in the driver's seat. If we never come back. Boss. Old Chun cut him off. I'll keep waiting. A man's promise doesn't need many words. I'll wait forever. A man's promise doesn't need many words. Jiang Feng nodded. He didn't say anything more. He walked toward the fishing boat. Zhao Yi followed half a step behind him, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist, where his sidearm was holstered. The two had just stepped onto the rickety wooden pier, when from the cabin of the fishing boat, a man stepped out. The man was tall and burly, wearing a tank top. His exposed arms were covered in tattoos. The most striking thing was the scar on his face that ran from his brow, all the way down to the corner of his mouth, like a centipede lying across his face. He didn't say a word. He just beckoned to Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi. The two stepped onto the deck. The scar-faced man walked up to Zhao Yi and extended his hand in a pleased gesture. Zhao Yi's face darkened. What's the meaning of this? Frisk you. The scar-faced man's voice was hoarse and grating. Zhao Yi's temper flared. We're here to negotiate, not to. Jiang Feng raised a hand and pressed it on Zhao Yi's shoulder. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Zhao Yi and the scar-faced man. He spread his arms wide, a lazy grin on his face. Come on, big bro, no need to be so serious. Safety first. I know the rules. The scar-faced man glanced at him, said nothing, and began patting him down with a highly professional technique, feeling over his body, from top to bottom, from inside to out, the phone and wallet in his pockets, the watch on his wrist, even the metal buckle of his belt. Anything with metal or electronic components was unceremoniously removed and tossed into a black plastic bin beside them. Jiang Feng cooperated fully, even lifting his feet on his own, to make it easier for the man to check the soles. Bro, I'm just a fortune teller. The most valuable thing on me is this mouth, he said with a chuckle. You're not going to seal it shut, are you? After finishing with Jiang Feng and confirming he had nothing extra on him, the scar-faced man turned back to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's face was ashen. He stared hard at the scar-faced man, then finally gritted his teeth and unholstered his gun from his waist, tossing it along with a magazine into the plastic bin. The scar-faced man picked up the gun, expertly racked the slide to check the chamber, then separated the pistol from the magazine and placed them in a separate sealed metal box. The motion made Zhao Yi's pupils contract slightly. This wasn't some ordinary thug. This was a seasoned gunman. After confiscating all their personal belongings, the scar-faced man spoke coldly. Mr. K's boat doesn't need extra signals. With that, he kicked the plastic bin full of phones and watches into the sea. The black plastic bin bobbed on the surface for a moment, then was quickly swallowed by a wave, disappearing without a trace. That watch of mine was pretty expensive. Do I get reimbursed? Jiang Feng asked, a bit incredulous. Scarface, I'll put in a request for you. No one noticed that Zhao Yi's fists were clenched tight. That kick had completely severed their ability to contact the outside world and send their coordinates. Let's go. Scarface turned and walked into the cabin. Jiang Feng patted Zhao Yi on the back and followed. The cabin was dark, lit only by a dim yellow bulb swinging overhead. The diesel engine roared to life, and the whole boat began to vibrate violently, slowly pulling away from the dock. Jiang Feng found a corner to sit down, leaned against the hull, and closed his eyes. His stomach churned. His seasickness was acting up again. Zhao Yi stood motionless at the cabin door, his gaze fixed through the narrow opening. Toward the shore, the black Lexus on the dock was still there, headlights on, watching them as they disappeared into the distance. The fishing boat picked up speed. The city lights on the horizon gradually blurred into a hazy glow, then vanished completely. Darkness closed in around them, endless and absolute. The oppressive sense of isolation made Zhao Yi's breathing grow heavy. Time lost all meaning in this environment. He didn't know how long had passed. Maybe a few hours, maybe longer. Then Jiang Feng, who had been dozing with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. "We're here." Zhao Yi was startled. He followed Jiang Feng's gaze toward the bow. On the distant horizon, a light appeared. The light grew brighter, bigger, until a massive shape emerged from the darkness. It was a city afloat on the sea, ablaze with lights. A luxury cruise liner so enormous it defied imagination. It sat silently on the water, radiating a wordless pressure. Just looking at it inspired awe. The opulence of a liner and the dilapidated fishing boat they were on created a jarring visual contrast. Zhao Yi's breathing quickened. He could feel his heart racing. This intangible pressure was more threatening than 10 scar-faced men. But Jiang Feng stood up, walked to the deck, leaned against the railing, and studied the giant ship with obvious interest. Tisk, he clicked his tongue and muttered inwardly, "Not a bad setup. I wonder how the buffet is on board. Hope they have Boston lobster." His relaxed, almost casual attitude made Zhao Yi, who was tense to the point of suffocating, feel a jolt of disbelief. The fishing boat didn't head for the main docking area. Instead, it circled around to the side and rear of the liner, to a dimly lit corner. As the boat drew closer, a hidden hatch in the liner's steel hull slid open silently. Golden light spilled out from the opening. A steward dressed in a crisp tailcoat and white gloves stood at the doorway, a flawless smile on his face. He gave a slight bow. "Gentlemen, Mr. K has been expecting you." Chapter 83. Welcome to the Ship of Desire. Jiang Feng was the first to step onto the red carpet. Zhao Yi followed closely behind. Their eyes widened. The hall's dome was a hand-painted star map. A crystal chandelier hung from the center, flooding the space with light. Elegantly dressed guests mingled everywhere. From the casino area came the clatter of chips and the soft spin of the roulette wheel. In the dance hall, a band played jazz. Zhao Yi spotted a short, fat man with a comb-over, arm in arm with two blonde women, pushing a stack of chips onto the table. That man's face was on Interpol's red notice list, wanted for arms trafficking in Southeast Asia. Then he saw a woman in a kimono at the bar, sipping whiskey slowly. Black Cherry, a senior operative in an assassin organization, with at least a dozen kills to her name. And then another. Zhao Yi's temples throbbed. Every one of these people was a top-tier, dangerous figure in police files worldwide. And now they were all gathered here at a cocktail party. This ship was a floating city of crime, beyond the reach of law. Jiang Feng reacted to his surroundings with indifference. In his mind, he activated the empathy shield. The various debauched emotions around him were all blocked out completely. Good grief. This isn't a den of thieves. This is an international criminal convention. Jiang Feng thought to himself. That bald guy is the Southeast Asian arms dealer. Mr. K really invited his entire client list to throw a party. He took it all in. The steward led them through the noisy hall, toward a pure gold sightseeing elevator. The elevator rose silently. The scene below kept shrinking beneath their feet. The elevator rose silently. The view below shrank steadily. Before them stretched a supremely quiet corridor. Thick wool carpet covered the floor. Footsteps made no sound at all. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy oak door. The attendant stopped in front of the door. He knocked 3 times. "Come in." A gentle male voice came from inside. The attendant pushed open the door, bowed again, then retreated silently. The scene inside was completely different from the luxury downstairs. This was a penthouse suite, but it looked more like a private study. Rows of bookshelves reaching the ceiling, crammed full of books. A middle-aged man in a Chinese-style button-down shirt was standing with his back to them. He held a small brass watering can and was focused on watering an orchid. "Please, have a seat, both of you." The man did not turn around. His voice remained gentle. Jiang Feng walked without hesitation to a rosewood tea table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. But Zhao Yi stood still, not moving an inch. His gaze fixed on the man's back. "Where's my sister?" Zhao Yi's voice was ice-cold, full of suppressed rage. The man's watering motion paused. He put down the watering can, turned around. His face looked to be in his early 40s. Lean features. He was Mr. K. Mr. K smiled. A very warm smile. "Officer Zhao, don't be anxious." He walked over to the tea table, sat down across from Jiang Feng, began rinsing the tea with practiced ease, warming the cups, brewing. "The moment you stepped onto the boat, your sister has been free and easy in Jinhai City, wandering around, I imagine." He slid a freshly brewed cup of hot tea to the empty seat in front of Zhao Yi. "We are businessmen. We value harmony and prosperity." Zhao Yi did not sit down, nor did he touch the tea. "Your business is built on the ruin of countless families." "Officer Zhao, that's a bit biased." Mr. K picked up his own teacup, took a small sip. "I never force anyone. I simply provide those in need with the products they want. Their own desires ruined them. Not me." His twisted reasoning made Zhao Yi's fist crack. Mr. K ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at Jiang Feng, who had not spoken a word since entering. His face showed great interest. "Master Jiang, your reputation precedes you." Mr. K's voice carried a hint of laughter. "More than the upright Officer Zhao. I am curious about what kind of person you are." Jiang Feng picked up the teacup in front of him, blew on the steam, took a sip, then smacked his lips. "Good tea. From the Dahong Pao Mother tree, right?" Mr. K's appreciation deepened. Master Jiang truly is a kindred spirit. So tell me, why did you invite me here? Jiang Feng put down the cup, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs. Beating around the bush is pointless. Everyone's time is valuable. Good. Straight to the point. Mr. K clapped his hands. Hidden on this ship is my talisman, the Eye of the Dead End. He looked at Jiang Feng. Set the rules of the game. If Master Jiang can, before the banquet ends tomorrow night, in front of everyone, point out its exact hiding place on the ship, I will fulfill all my promises. You and Officer Zhao may leave safely, along with my people, and never set foot in Jinhai again. His tone shifted slightly, his voice still gentle. But if you cannot find it, Mr. Pei's face showed a regretful expression. Then Officer Zhao and you will unfortunately have to contribute some materials for my next talisman. Zhao Yi could no longer hold back. He slammed the table hard, stood up. How dare you? Mr. K acted as if he hadn't seen the outburst. Still smiling, he looked at Jiang Feng, waiting for his answer. Faced with this death threat, Jiang Feng showed no panic, didn't even change his posture. He reached out and picked up a chip from the table, twirling it nimbly between his fingers. Jiang Feng spoke slowly. Mr. K, betting my life at your place. The odds aren't exactly fair. He had turned the threat into a business negotiation. Zhao Yi was stunned. Mr. K was also taken aback for a moment. Then the smile on his face grew even wider. Oh, Mr. K leaned forward slightly. Then what bonus would Master Jiang like to add? Jiang Feng stopped twirling the chip. He slammed that chip. Hard onto the rosewood tabletop. A crisp sound rang out. He grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. A brilliant smile, simple and arrogant. If I win, besides the conditions you mentioned. Jiang Feng held up one finger, tapped the carpet underfoot, then pointed out the window at the endless darkness. This ship is mine. The refined smile on Mr. K's face froze for the first time. Chapter 84. Does a fortune teller need a business license? Jiang Feng's heart raced. Behind him, Zhao Yi's heart pounded. The atmosphere in the penthouse suite grew increasingly tense. Interesting. Very interesting. Mr. K stood up and walked in front of Jiang Feng, looking down at the young man slouched in his chair. He showed no anger. Instead, a look of excitement from meeting a worthy opponent. I've seen people beg me for mercy. I've seen people bring me money. I've also seen people who wanted to kill me. You're the first who dares to ask for my ship. Jiang Feng looked up. Mainly because the tea here is good. I figured. The other services on this ship can't be bad either. Zhao Yi's scalp tightened. What kind of time is this? You're still thinking about the other services on the ship? Are you risking your life for a joke? Mr. K laughed out loud. Fine. He returned to his seat, clapped his hands towards the door, then let the results speak. I look forward to seeing Master Jiang's skills, whether they can conquer the Sea King. The attendant in the tuxedo pushed open the door, walked in, and bowed to the three of them. Take these two esteemed guests to the best room to rest. Mr. K ordered. Jiang Feng stood up, stretched lazily, followed the attendant out. His movements were casual, as if he were in his own home. Zhao Yi glanced at Mr. K, finally reined in his emotions, quickly caught up. The heavy oak door closed behind them. The attendant led the two to a luxurious suite on the side wing of the ship. Please make yourselves at home. If you need anything, just ring the bell. The attendant finished speaking, bowed again, then withdrew, closed the door. The room was large. A huge floor-to-ceiling window faced the sea. Apart from a few distant fishing lights, there was nothing to see. Zhao Yi entered, rushed to check every corner of the room. He searched everywhere. Bedside lampshades. Behind the TV, vents, nothing escaped. Nothing escaped. No bugs. No cameras either. Zhao Yi straightened up, relaxed a little, but his face remained tight. He turned his head. He saw Jiang Feng toss his worn canvas bag onto the leather sofa. Sinking completely into it, he let out a comfortable grunt. This Mr. K knows what's up. Gave us such a nice room. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Yi watched Jiang Feng's casual demeanor, pacing the room in agitation. What Seaview room? This is a prison cell. Brother Jiang, why did you say that just now? Were you trying to provoke him on purpose? Jiang Feng fumbled in his canvas bag, and, to Zhao Yi's shock, pulled out the familiar folding camp stool. With a snap, Jiang Feng opened the camp stool on the marble floor. Don't get worked up. That's called negotiation tactics. Gain the upper hand first. If I hadn't raised the stakes, how would he ever treat us as equals? He'd just see us as ants he could crush any time. As Jiang Feng spoke, he pulled out a rolled-up cloth from the bag, the canvas sign that read infallible readings. Zhao Yi was stunned. He watched Jiang Feng skillfully unfold the sign, smooth out the creases, and carefully hang it on the coat rack. He was completely baffled. Wow, what are you doing? Opening for business, Jiang Feng replied. Opening for business. Zhao Yi's voice cracked. He rushed in front of Jiang Feng, lowering his voice, almost hissing through his teeth. Are you crazy? What kind of place is this? This ship is full of international fugitives. We're hostages. And you want to set up a fortune-telling stall on this ship? Jiang Feng ignored the outburst. He sat back down on the camp stool, adjusted his posture, then looked up. You think I want to? Jiang Feng sighed. It's the only way. Listen carefully. His tone turned serious. Can't you feel it? The energy field on this ship? Zhao Yi froze. Energy field? Jiang Feng nodded. This ship has been at sea for years, carrying people with the heaviest desires and deepest karma. Resentment, murderous intent, wealth, greed. All of it mixed together, forming a massive chaotic magnetic field. Right now we're fumbling around in that chaos. Forget finding the eye of the deadlock. If we don't get our minds rattled by all this mixed up energy, Just staying alive is a win. Zhao Yi listened, completely lost, not understanding a single word, but figured it sounded impressive. Seeing his expression, Jiang Feng continued. So, I have to set up an anchor point on this ship. He reached out and patted the canvas sign hanging beside him. My fortune-telling stall is the core. Once I set it up, I can forcibly stabilize one area of energy within this chaotic magnetic field, making the chaotic currents flow around me, creating a calm center. Only then can I, from within the disorder, sense the unique aura of that eye of the deadlocked. Jiang Feng concluded to Zhao Yi. Simply put, it's not me going to find it. It's me making it come to me. A string of mystical talk. Zhao Yi was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth to ask, but his mind was a blank, not knowing where to start. Chaotic magnetic field core? What the hell is all this? But seeing the seriousness on Jiang Feng's face, Zhao Yi suppressed his doubts. He chose to trust Jiang Feng's proactive business move. When he finished, the long unheard mechanical chime rang in his mind. DN detected host action. New side quest generating. New quest location, Neptune, Deck 3, Entertainment Zone. Time, 20 to 2300 hours daily. Method, choose one. Tarot, I Ching, face reading, destiny. Objective, clear the confusion for 3 VIP guests aboard. Seeing the quest, Jiang Feng felt relieved. He stood up, grabbed the camp stool and canvas sign, ready to go to work. All right, stop spacing out. He waved at the stunned Zhao Yi. Come on, let's set up shop. Now. Zhao Yi snapped back. Why not? Wait for them to clock out. Jiang Feng walked to the door, reached for the handle, but the door didn't budge. A low voice came from outside. Gentlemen, Mr. K instructed that before the banquet starts, you are to remain in your room. Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi exchanged a look. Zhao Yi's face darkened again. Jiang Feng was unruffled. He let go of the handle, took 2 steps back, cleared his throat, and called out to the door. Hey, big brother, do me a favor, pass a message to your boss. There was a moment of silence outside, then a single word. Speak. Tell your boss, I'm not going out for a stroll, and it's not a business operation. This is a necessary ritual before I start the ceremony. If he wants to see my skill at finding things, he's got to give me a stage to perform on, right? Otherwise, what? I calculate against the walls of this room. They don't give me feedback. And tell him, this is called casting a brick. To attract jade, a technical term. An educated man like him will definitely get it. Another long silence outside. Zhao Yi's heart pounded, feeling Jiang Feng was taking a huge risk. About 5 minutes later, a slight commotion came from outside. Sounded like someone on the phone. After another 2 minutes, the electronic lock on the door clicked and slowly opened. At the doorway stood the same 2 black-suited bodyguards. One of them held a walkie-talkie, the other handed over a card. The card was exquisitely made, black with gold patterns. The bodyguard had a strange expression, as if holding back a laugh, clearly struggling. Jiang Feng took the card. On it was printed a line of gold embossed letters. Neptune, special appointed occult consultant. Below, a flamboyant handwritten signature, K. Jiang Feng held the card, staring at the words, and almost lost his composure. He turned to the dumbstruck Zhao Yi with a wry smile. Hey, even telling fortunes on a pirate ship needs a license now. Getting more official by the minute. Chapter 85, The Gambling Gods Leak. Zhao Yi listened, his cheek twitching. Jiang Feng grinned. Let's go, Captain Zhao. He put away the card, stuffed the camp stool into the canvas bag, and turned to walk out. The bodyguards immediately moved aside. They looked at Jiang Feng, their expressions shifting from wary to curious and amused. What do they take us for? Zhao Yi muttered as he followed. Jiang Feng glanced at him. Cash cows. Zhao Yi lowered his voice. More like circus monkeys. He shrugged. The two walked down the corridor and took the elevator to the entertainment zone on Deck 3. This was the liveliest spot on the Neptune. Men and women of all skin tones, dressed in luxury. Some ecstatic, some dejected, some cursing, some cheering. They crowded around the gambling tables, eyes fixed on the spinning numbers. Jiang Feng didn't rush to set up his stall. He leaned against a decorative pillar, arms crossed, and closed his eyes. Brother Jiang, isn't it too noisy here? Zhao Yi leaned in, shouting near his ear. Noisy is right. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He activated his Ling Si ear, and most of the outside clamor was filtered out. Only keep the sounds that matter. He activates it again. Forget about career luck. Jiang Feng saw the casino shrouded in multicolored auras. Green meant greed, red meant ecstasy, gray meant despair. These auras twisted and tangled in the air, forming a giant vortex. TSK, this place's energy is a total mess. Jiang Feng silently complained. I need to find the weakest aura to get started. From his canvas bag, Jiang Feng pulled out a folding stool and a canvas sign. He found an empty space in the crowd, facing the main casino floor, his back against a closed metal door. Jiang Feng popped the stool open. It made a snapping sound. He unfurled the canvas sign that read, Infallible Fortune. He carefully hung it on the railing beside him. This sudden move made the nearby gamblers pause what they were doing. They looked over, curious and contemptuous. A scantily clad dealer chewed gum. She blew a bubble at Jiang Feng. Ooh, fresh meat. Here for some fun? Jiang Feng ignored her. He sat down on the stool, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. He knew yelling wouldn't work in a place like this. You had to prove yourself. He activated Flourishing Aura and Career Luck again. He looked at a gambling table. A crowd had gathered around it. In the center stood an old man with white hair. The old man wore an exquisite kimono, his face stern, his back ramrod straight. His face showed little expression, But Jiang Feng could see the lucky aura above his head dissipating. A gray-black aura of defeat was continuously leaking out of him. The old man had only a few chips left in his hand. At the dealer's cue, he pushed his last few chips forward. The dealer flipped the cards and declared the banker won. The dealer swept away all the old man's chips. He really wanted to shout, "I demand to see the deck," but thought better of it. He just sighed softly, straightened the hem of his kimono, and prepared to leave. A young assistant beside him immediately stepped forward, respectfully handing him a wet towel. Jiang Feng glanced at the almost vanished aura above the old man's head and felt confident. "You're the one." He stood up, walked over to the table, and said, "Sir, please wait." The old man stopped, turned back, and scrutinized Jiang Feng. His cloudy eyes held displeasure. "Something?" he asked hoarsely. "Your wealth palace is breached." Jiang Feng didn't beat around the bush. "Keep gambling. You might even lose the fare for your trip home." The old man raised an eyebrow, his displeasure deepening. "Young man, I, Pearson, have dominated the gambling world for 30 years. Who are you to tell me what to do?" "Arrogant," the young attendant beside him shouted in even more fluent Chinese. Hearing the name Pearson, the people around gasped softly. Even some patrons focused on their games looked over. Pearson was a legend in the gambling world. With his excellent card skills, he had set a record of 37 consecutive wins, a record still unbroken. The casino's noise died down a bit. Everyone wanted to see how this clueless kid would get out of this. Pearson's attendant, seeing no response from Jiang Feng, stepped forward to say something else. But Pearson raised a hand to stop him. He sized up Jiang Feng again, a look of disdain in his eyes. "Kid, you've got a silver tongue." Pearson snorted coldly. He pulled a pure gold chip from his pocket. This chip was a size bigger than the usual ones, engraved with a dragon totem, glistening under the lights. He slammed the chip onto the table with a crack. "This chip represents my honor." Pearson pointed at Jiang Feng, his words carrying a hint of humiliation. "If you can tell me why I lost, this chip is yours. If not, you crawl out of here." The surrounding gamblers burst into laughter. It was a direct challenge. Jiang Feng didn't look at the gold chip. He pointed a finger behind Pearson, at the young attendant who had been serving tea and water. The attendant froze, took a step back. "Your aura isn't leaking on its own. He's been stealing it." The attendant's face turned pale. He gripped his tray tightly, his body starting to tremble. Pearson's gaze sharpened. He turned and stared at his attendant. He put the gold chip back in his pocket. "What nonsense are you talking?" The attendant tried to defend himself, his voice weak. Jiang Feng ignored the attendant. He looked at Pearson, a hint of disdain on his face. "Sir, you have a habit before you place a bet." Jiang Feng mimicked Pearson's action, tapping lightly on the edge of the table. "To you, this is a habit to focus. But to your attendant, it's your tell." Jiang Feng pointed at the attendant. "When you tap the table, he uses the reflection in the mirror behind you to see the subtle changes in your hand signals and deduce your whole cards." He continued. "Then he uses a special hidden earpiece to relay this info to the dealer opposite you. The dealer, upon receiving the signal, will precisely beat you by controlling the deal or creating coincidental card patterns. Simply put, you've been set up." Jiang Feng's words shocked everyone present. They looked at the mirror behind Pearson, then at the attendant. Sweat started beading on the attendant's forehead, his lips trembling. He wanted to argue but couldn't get a word out. "You." Pearson turned angrily, raising his hand at the attendant. The attendant dropped to his knees with a thud. His tight pant legs suddenly loosened, and a tiny, rice grain-sized earpiece slid out from the cuff, falling to the floor. The whole place erupted. Gamblers whispered among themselves, staring at the attendant with contempt. Zhao stood nearby, watching the scene, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses. His heart tightened. Jiang Feng was truly bold and skilled. Pearson didn't rush to deal with the traitor. He just stared at the attendant, his gaze sharp. A few seconds later, he looked away, turned, and faced Jiang Feng again. For the first time, his stern face showed a complex expression. He walked up to Jiang Feng, bent at the waist, and gave a deep bow, head lowered. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Master, can my wealth palace be repaired?" Ding. Valid fortune-telling attempts, 1/3. Chapter 86, A Starlet's Secret. Jiang Feng didn't answer right away. He glanced at the chips scattered on the table, then at Pearson, and the aura of defeat above his head, almost completely stolen. "Huh." Jiang Feng smirked. "Your wealth palace is practically an open-air fish pond. Still hoping to win back your losses? Take care of yourself." Pearson's body shook. He straightened up, his gaze towards Jiang Feng shifting, from initial displeasure to confusion, and now to awe. He waved his hand. The attendant was dragged away by 2 bodyguards. From his pocket, Pearson took out the gold chip engraved with the dragon totem, and offered it to Jiang Feng with both hands. He handed it to Jiang Feng with both hands. "Master, you're too kind. This chip is rightfully yours." Jiang Feng didn't take it. He waved a hand. "Wealth is an external thing, stained by others' resentment. What use would it be?" The gamblers nearby heard this. Their expressions shifted. Some didn't believe it. Others looked thoughtful. In the surveillance room, Mr. K watched Jiang Feng's actions on the screen. The smile on his face turned amused. He swirled his glass lightly. "This Master Jiang is quite interesting." The suited man beside him bowed. "Mr. K, he's building a persona." Mr. K fixed his eyes on Jiang Feng on the screen. "No, he's establishing rules." He drained the red wine in his glass. Jiang Feng paid no attention to this. "Remember, Jiang Feng, look Pearson in the eye. You didn't lose to the cards. You lost to the people. Stop messing with these flashy tricks. Look at what's around you more. From Jiang Feng's words, Pier's son caught a deeper meaning. Thank you for the guidance, master. He bowed again. From now on, I, Pier's son, will wash my hands of gambling. I will never set foot in a casino again. As the words fell, the entire hall erupted. The Asian gambling god has actually quit. Jiang Feng looked at the fortune above Pearson's head. That grayish-black haze was slowly dissipating, replaced by a faint wisp of clear energy. Guess you're still worth saving. Jiang Feng muttered to himself. Zhaoyi stood not far away, watching this scene. The eyes behind his sunglasses widened. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. He only felt that Jiang Feng's aura at that moment was even more commanding than Mr. K's elegant control over everything. Jiang Feng didn't rush to find the next client. He walked over to the decorative pillar and crossed his arms again. Closing his eyes, he muttered, "These rich folks. Every single one has too many hidden tricks. I'm afraid I'll calculate right down to their underwear. I need to find a problem, urgent but not too deadly." He activated his spirit ear, filtering out the harsh noise, keeping only faint sounds and whispers. At the same time, his forget official luck ability kept running. The various colored auras above heads flowed in his vision. Jiang Feng moved through the crowd, toward the relatively quiet bar area. He saw a woman. She was wearing sunglasses, wrapped up tightly, sitting in a corner, with her back to the crowd. She had none of the casino's restlessness about her, only a cluster of peach blossom-shaped black energy swirling around her. The black energy was thick, clinging, and unyielding. Jiang Feng walked up to the woman and sat down in the empty seat across from her. The woman didn't notice Jiang Feng's arrival. She was still tracing circles on the rim of her wine glass. Jiang Feng placed his canvas bag on the table. He looked at the black energy above her head. Within the black energy, a faint white light flickered unsteadily. "Miss," Jiang Feng said, "that romance of yours is looking quite dark." Jiang Feng spoke. The woman didn't move. Her hand, holding the glass, tightened. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a face that could captivate multitudes. It was the international film star, Lin Fun. Lin Fun's face held a hint of exhaustion. Her eyes carried an indescribable weariness. "Master," Lin Fun said, her voice very soft, with a trace of hoarseness. "I've been troubled by nightmares lately. I always feel like someone is secretly spying on me." She looked up. "Did I run into something unclean?" Jiang Feng looked at her, not answering directly. Instead, he took a deck of tarot cards from his canvas bag. He placed the tarot cards on the table. He gently pushed them toward her. "Draw one," Jiang Feng said. Lin Fun reached out, drew a card. Jiang Feng took the card, turned it over. 7 of Cups reversed. 6 months ago in Venice. Jiang Feng said. Lin Fun's body shook. "Did you lose something very important to you?" "A platinum necklace set with diamonds." Lin Fun's face instantly turned pale. Her breathing became rapid. Her assistant immediately stepped forward. "Sister Lin, don't listen to his nonsense." The assistant tried to interrupt Jiang Feng. Lin Fun waved for the assistant to step back. She looked back at Jiang Feng, her eyes filled with shock. Jiang Feng flipped the tarot card over, face down. He looked at Lin Fun. "The one spying on you is not a ghost." Jiang Feng's voice was calm. "It's a person." Lin Fun's body tensed. "That necklace wasn't lost." Jiang Feng continued. "You gave it to that director yourself? As a token of your love." Lin Fun's lips trembled. "But the director's wife is a formidable woman." "He got the necklace." Lin Fun's pupils contracted. "She hired a private detective." Jiang Feng's eyes swept over Lin Fun's face. "They investigated all your whereabouts and secrets from the past 6 months." Lin Fun's breath nearly stopped. "That wife is on this ship right now. She's waiting for your latest movie to premiere. Waiting for you to reach your peak." Jiang Feng paused. "Then she'll release all the evidence to make you fall the hardest." Lin Fun leaned back in her chair, her back pressed tightly against the seat. As for the feeling of being watched, Jiang Feng's gaze shifted behind Lin Fun. "Turn around and look behind you." At 3 o'clock, Jiang Feng pointed in a direction. "That tourist taking your photo?" Jiang Feng said. "That's the detective the wife hired." Lin Fun turned her body stiffly. She saw a man pretending to take a selfie, but his lens was aimed at her. Lin Fun looked back at Jiang Feng. Her eyes were full of despair and a faint glimmer of final hope. "Master," Lin Fun's voice trembled. "Save me." Jiang Feng gave a slight smile. He picked up that 7 of Cups reversed and slid another tarot card in front of Lin Fun. "Save you," Jiang Feng said. "Need to add money." Ding. Valid readings. 2/3. Chapter 87. Mr. K's Fortune. The trembling in Lin Fun's fingers stopped. She looked at Jiang Feng, her eyes pleading like a drowning person clutching a log. What should I do?" Jiang Feng tapped lightly on the other card with his fingertip. "The one who tied the bell must undo it. That director is your calamity, and also your salvation. His wife, isn't she waiting for the movie to release? Then you get ahead of her." Lin Fun was stunned. Didn't understand. "Hire a paparazzo, spend some money, and accidentally leak photos of you and the director on your dates." Jiang Feng leaned back lazily. "Remember, make them blurry, a bit suggestive, but no real contact. As soon as the news breaks, immediately hold a press conference. And say the director has been harassing you. You couldn't stand it, and refused him sternly. And while you're at it, bring up that lost necklace. Say the director forced it on you. You threw it away on the spot." Lin Fei was completely stunned. The assistant beside him was dumbfounded. This move is called turning the tables. removing the firewood from under the cauldron. This way, public opinion will be on your side. You become the victim. As for the director, his wife sees the news and will only vent all her anger on him. She won't have time to bother with you. And you, riding this wave, announce a temporary retirement from acting, go abroad to relax, and come back when the storm has passed. You'll still be that glamorous big star. Jiang Feng finished speaking and yawned. As for the VIP membership, give me your VIP card. Lin Fan looked at Jiang Feng, his expression extremely complicated. He had thought that he would hear some profound, esoteric method to break the stalemate. But instead it was this simple, crude, yet perfectly targeted open strategy. He didn't ask anything else. He handed over the VIP card. Thank you, master. He didn't say another word. He put on his sunglasses and quickly left, supported by his assistant. Jiang Feng watched his retreating figure and silently complained in his heart. Your circle is really messed up. Jiang Feng stood up, stuffed the small stool and cloth banner back into that worn canvas bag. He dusted off his hands, his gaze sweeping across the entire place. Finally, his eyes landed on the far end of the casino, that golden elevator leading to the top floor suite. Today, only one reading is left. For this reading, I won't wait for a customer to come to me. He grinned. I'll go find the customer. After all this foreplay, it's time for the main event. Mr. K has been watching the show for so long. It's time for him to step into the ring himself. Jiang Feng started walking, passing straight through the noisy casino under everyone's gaze. The two black-suited bodyguards who had been standing nearby quickly followed, flanking Jiang Feng on left and right, forming a temporary protective circle. Their expressions were even more tense than Zhao Yi's. No joke, a VIP whom Mr. K specifically wanted to entertain. If any accident happened in this casino, the two of them would probably end up as concrete blocks, sunk to the deepest part of this international waters. The group, unimpeded, arrived at that golden elevator. Jiang Feng stepped inside. Zhao Yi and the two bodyguards followed closely. Brother Jiang, is this a house call? Jiang Feng replied matter-of-factly. The elevator stopped at the top floor. Jiang Feng didn't even knock. He just pushed the door open. Mr. K was indeed still there, leisurely admiring the night view outside the window. Hearing the door open, he didn't even turn his head, as if he had long expected Jiang Feng's arrival. Master Jiang, bored so soon? Come looking for my amulet? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He walked straight over to the sofa opposite Mr. K, pulled up a chair, and sat down with a commanding air. This action made the two personal bodyguards behind Mr. K reach for their weapons again. Zhao Yi was also on full alert, staring intently at those two bodyguards. The atmosphere in the air was more tense than ever before. No, Jiang Feng finally spoke. He shook his head, his face showing no emotion. I'm here to finish my last job of the day. He raised his head, looking straight at Mr. K, at that silhouette reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. I want to do a reading for Mr. K, just to calculate your future fortune. Mr. K's hand, holding the wine glass, paused in midair. He slowly turned around, a smile of keen interest on his face. He waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards behind him to relax. Oh, a reading for me? Mr. K's gaze fell on Jiang Feng. A look like he was appraising an interesting piece of art. Master, do you know? I have never believed in fate. I only believe in myself. Believing or not is your business. Jiang Feng crossed his legs, leaning back in his seat. Whether I calculate it or not is my business. Besides, this last reading is free. Consider it a gift from me to Mr. K. The smile on Mr. K's face grew even broader. He set down his glass, leaning slightly forward. Since the master is so generous, then I would very much like to hear where my fortune lies. Jiang Feng didn't speak. He just quietly looked at Mr. K, and then in his mind, activated the last auspicious energy observation of the day. He looked at Mr. K, and the next second, he saw a sight that made his scalp crawl. Above Mr. K's head, there was no ordinary human aura at all. What coiled there was a dormant black python. The python was pitch black, its scales fearsome, with countless wailing vengeful spirits wrapped around it, exuding a ferocious, malevolent aura. This was Mr. K's fate pattern, a true destiny of a warlord. By trampling over countless bones, he had gathered this overwhelming, baleful energy. If any ordinary person were to be tainted by even a trace of this energy, their family would be destroyed and they would die a violent death. No good end. But Mr. K could perfectly control it, even merge with it. Jiang Feng knew that if this black python fully awakened, breaking free from its restraints, Mr. K's achievements would not be limited to this small patch of international waters. He would become a true underworld emperor, a demon who would stir up the whole world. But Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the python's vital spot. It's 7 inches. There, coiled a thread of white energy so faint it was almost invisible, yet incredibly resilient. It was like the sturdiest chain, tightly strangling the python's vital point, preventing it from moving, so it could only remain coiled on this ship, dormant in these international waters. Mr. K, your fate is that of a warlord, at a dead end, trapped like a dragon. Zhao Yi didn't understand, but he saw the relaxed smile on Mr. K's face. Fate a little. In your early years, you were decisive and ruthless. The blood on your hands could fill a river. Logically, you should have soared to the sky, transformed into a dragon. But unfortunately, there's a thorn in your heart. The moment the word thorn was spoken, Mr. K's pupils contracted. Jiang Feng didn't stop. This thorn was left by a departed loved one. He was the only warmth in your early life, and the only bankruptcy of your later years. He is also the last bit of kindness in your heart. This kindness, you cannot discard, nor forget. It has become this thorn, stuck deep in your heart, and also a chain that binds your dragon. So all these years, you seem to have boundless glory, a king on this sea. But in truth, you walk on thin ice, unable to move an inch. The moment he finished speaking, the gentlemanly smile on Mr. K's face completely vanished. In his eyes, always full of smiles, for the first time, undisguised murderous intent appeared. It was a look from the top of the food chain, the gaze of a predator toward prey. He picked up the wine glass on the table, intending to take another sip. But because of the violent emotional turmoil, his hand lost control. A crisp cracking sound. That crystal-clear wine glass was actually crushed in his grip. Zhao Yi's heart nearly stopped. He felt an unprecedented pressure radiating from Mr. K. It almost suffocated him. Jiang Feng, however, ignored that tangible killing intent. He still leaned back in the chair, looking at Mr. K, and calmly asked one last question. And your talisman, the so-called Eye of the Deadlock, that's what you use to suppress this shred of kindness. So you can feel justified in continuing to be a villain, right? Ding. Valid readings, 3/3, ding. 3 reading quest completed. Chapter 88, an old photograph. Mr. K didn't speak. He just stared at Jiang Feng. The murderous intent in his eyes didn't fade. It settled, turning into something deeper. Show them out. The 2 bodyguards walked over and made a pleased gesture to Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's back muscles tensed. He shielded Jiang Feng, stepping back step by step, until both of them had retreated out of that study. Back in the guest room, the door locked behind them. Zhao Yi seemed to have all the strength drained from his bones. He leaned against the door, gasping for air. Jiang Feng turned to look. Zhao Yi's back was drenched in cold sweat. Holy crap, Zhao Yi's voice trembled. Just now, I really thought he was going to make a move. You've got some nerve. How could you? How could you rip open his old wounds to his face? Come on, Captain Zhao. Are you really that jumpy? Jiang Feng gave Zhao Yi a meaningful look. I mean, we don't have guns, right? True, he had the upper hand. Maybe I did go a bit far. But hey, it's done. That killing intent from Mr. K just now almost made Jiang Feng think. The personal accident insurance from the fate prediction was going to pay out early. Risk level maxed out. Setting up a fortune-telling stall in a den of thieves, with a client who kills without blinking. DN quest evaluation, seeing through hearts in lawless lands. Affected multiple fate lines. Evaluation upgraded to epic. Settling rewards. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 20%. Remaining lifespan increased by 120 days. 120 days still wasn't enough to cover the lifespan burned by activating fate prediction. Congratulations, host. Cash reward, 8 million. Congratulations, host. Obtain special skill, Eye of Truth. Passive new skill. Jiang Feng immediately pulled up the system panel to check the new skill's detailed description. Eye of Truth, passive skill, description. When the host converses with others, you can faintly perceive the truthfulness of their words. When the other party utters a lie completely contrary to their inner thoughts, the host will feel a slight sting. Note, this skill cannot read minds. It is merely a lie detector. Please use it wisely. A lie detector. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Though it couldn't read minds directly, on this ship, in a place where everyone's heart color was deep red, this skill was basically a cheat item. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Zhao Yi's voice pulled Jiang Feng back from his thoughts. He saw Jiang Feng sitting on the sofa, frowning one moment, grinning goofily the next, and thought he was stunned by the earlier scene. You okay? Zhao Yi looked worried. Fine. Great, actually. Jiang Feng waved a hand, just reviewing the client feedback from earlier. Zhao Yi thought. Jiang Feng's brain worked nothing like a normal person's. Is this what being a master is? Just then, a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Yi's body, just beginning to relax, tensed again. He sprinted to the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a man in a waiter's uniform, pushing a service cart. Who is it? Mr. Jiang. The voice outside said respectfully. Good evening. Mr. K has prepared a late-night snack for you, and Officer Zhao. The two exchanged a nod. Only then did Zhao Yi cautiously open the door. The waiter wheeled the cart inside. On the cart were exquisite steak and baked lobster, along with a bottle of decent vintage red wine. Mr. K said tonight must have startled you both. This is a small token of his appreciation. The waiter spoke as he arranged the food on the table. Jiang Feng eyed the sizzling steak, his mouth watering. He hadn't eaten much all day, and his stomach had long been rumbling. Please thank Mr. K for me. Jiang Feng picked up the knife and fork, not standing on ceremony at all. The waiter finished setting out the food, but didn't leave immediately. He took out an exquisitely made card from under the tray and a small velvet-wrapped box, presenting them to Jiang Feng with both hands. Mr. Jiang, another guest asked me to deliver these to you. Jiang Feng paused his steak-cutting motion and took them. The card was sent by Pearson. It bore a line of vigorous, small-character calligraphy. Listening to your words is worth more than reading 10 years of books. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Until we meet again in the world. Heh, that old man has style. Jiang Feng smiled. He opened the velvet box. Inside the box lay quietly the pure gold chip engraved with a dragon totem that he had refused earlier. That guy still sent it after all. Jiang Feng picked up the chip and played with it. It was heavy in the hand. Zhao Yi leaned in for a look, clicking his tongue. This thing must be worth a few $100,000, huh? Jiang Feng didn't reply. He tossed the chip back into the box and was about to put the card away too, when he noticed something else pressed beneath the card. It was a photograph. A very old photograph, black and white, its edges yellowed. Jiang Feng picked up the photo. It showed a very young man, wearing an old military uniform, with a somewhat shy smile, but very bright eyes. Beside the man stood a girl in a white dress. Her long hair, braided into 2 plaits. She wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking sideways at the man beside her, smiling very gently. In the background of the photo was a shabby 2-story building. At its entrance hung an equally shabby wooden sign, with a few painted characters, Sunflower Orphanage. Zhao Yi also saw the photo. This is, he pointed at the young man in the photo, his face full of disbelief. This is Mr. K when he was young, though years had passed, and the temperament was completely different. That thin face still faintly showed his current features. Jiang Feng's eyes, however, fixed on the girl's face. Suddenly, it all clicked. The gambler's betrayal. The actress's secret, Mr. K's obsession. These 3 readings were no coincidence. Pearson didn't lose because of card skills. He lost to betrayal by the person closest to him. Ling Fun's tribulation wasn't due to a ghost. It stemmed from a secret, illicit affair. And Mr. K, he had killed and conquered in the first half of his life. But in the second half, a departed old acquaintance, a thread of kindness in his heart, had locked him into a trapped dragon. Betrayal, secrets, obsession. These 3 seemingly unrelated things, when pieced together, point to 3 cracks in the same person's heart. Holy shit. Jiang Feng couldn't help cursing under his breath. So this quest isn't random. It's custom-made. These 3 readings weren't for someone else. They're for Mr. K himself. The system made him use this method to dissect Mr. K's inner demons one by one and lay them out in front of him. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Zhao Yi saw Jiang Feng holding the photo and staying silent for a long time, his expression shifting unpredictably. He couldn't help asking. Jiang Feng looked up. He looked at Zhao Yi, his eyes holding a brightness never seen before. Captain Zhao, he slapped the black and white photo on the table. I know where the eye of the dead end is. Zhao Yi was stunned. Where? Did you just find something in Mr. K's study? Any clues? Jiang Feng shook his head. It's not in the vault, not in the safe. It's in the most unlikely place on the ship to hide something. He extended a finger and tapped the girl in the photo, smiling as gently as water. Mr. K's own bedroom. And it must be connected to this girl. Jiang Feng stood up, and together with the gold chip and the photo, stuffed them into his canvas bag. He picked up the napkin from the table and wiped his mouth. Then he looked at Zhao Yi, who was completely dumbfounded, and grinned. Come on, I'll take you to see a good show. Let's raid the dragon's den tonight. Chapter 89, Go Forth. Fortune Teller. Zhao Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Now, or else, Jiang Feng retorted. Wait for him to invite us for morning tea? Jiang Feng slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and pulled open the door first. Without time to think, Zhao Yi followed in a swift step, gently closing the door behind him. We don't have a key card. How do we get to his bedroom? Who says we don't? Jiang Feng pulled a card out of his pocket and waved it in front of Zhao Yi. That VIP card with 0 points. Zhao Yi's eyes widened. This works? The VIP access on this ship should be about the same. Jiang Feng walked toward the elevator with a casual air, as if strolling in his own backyard. What if it doesn't work? If not, knock out 2 bodyguards and grab their cards. Jiang Feng said it lightly. Of course, I'm a patient. The fighting part is up to you, Captain Zhao. Zhao Yi was stunned. The elevator doors opened. Jiang Feng stepped inside. He swiped the VIP card on the sensor area. The button for the private area on the elevator panel lit up. Zhao Yi followed into the elevator, already mentally prepared to fight 10 men. The elevator doors opened again. Before them was a maze of complex corridors. Unfamiliar oil paintings hung on the walls. The lighting was dim. Every 10 meters, on the ceiling at the corners, there was a surveillance camera with a blinking red dot. We're done for. This place is like a maze. We have no idea where Mr. K's bedroom is. Zhao Yi's voice carried a note of despair. And with all these cameras, the moment we step out, we'll be spotted. Jiang Feng ignored his anxiety. He walked out of the elevator and stood in the corridor, at the entrance. Then he closed his eyes. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Shoo, don't make noise. I'm reading feng shui. Jiang Feng's consciousness sank into another realm. Seek the dragon, point the acupoint. Activate it. In his eyes, this steel giant was no longer solid. It had become a complex field of countless lines, a turbulent flow of energy. Red, the high-temperature power conduits. Blue, the cold ventilation system. And those constantly moving golden dots, patrolling bodyguards, the yang energy and killing intent on them, gathered into the most conspicuous light sources. Those fixed, blinking red dots were the electromagnetic waves of the surveillance cameras. They, together, formed an inescapable net. But every net has its nodes and gaps. Jiang Feng saw. Among those dense currents and light dots, there existed an extremely faint, almost non-existent channel of qi. It twisted and wound, yet perfectly avoided all danger. Found it. He pointed to the left, at the corridor that looked no different from the others. This way. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust. He followed behind Jiang Feng, each step cautious and precise. Stop. Zhao Yi's body instantly froze. Like a statue, Jiang Feng pointed to the side of the 2, an inconspicuous small door to a cleaning closet. Get in. The 2 had just slipped behind the door, when, from the corridor outside the door, came the sound of light footsteps. 2 tall bodyguards, guns in hand, walked past the door with expressionless faces. The distance between them and the door panel they were hiding behind was less than half a meter. Only when the footsteps faded away did Jiang Feng push open the door and step out. Zhao Yi followed out. He glanced at Jiang Feng's back. His eyes, besides tension, now held a trace of awe. This could no longer be explained by coincidence. Turn left. Wait 3 seconds. Go straight. Hug the wall. That camera is about to turn this way. There are infrared beams ahead. Crouch down and crawl under that pipe. Jiang Feng's instructions were concise and clear. Zhao Yi completely stopped thinking, mechanically executing every command from Jiang Feng. This reminded him of his military training days. He finally couldn't help it. At a corner, he grabbed Jiang Feng's arm. Brother Jiang, how are you doing this? Jiang Feng cleared his throat and put on a profound expression. This is the art of Chimen Duanjia. Just now when I closed my eyes, I was determining the 4 directions, judging the 8 gates, Sheng, Shang, Xiao, Du Jing, Si Jing Kai, corresponding to the flow of qi in this place. We are taking the life gate among the 8 gates. Those bodyguards and cameras, within the Chimen array, are nothing but dead objects. They move following the death gate. So naturally, they will never encounter us, guests of the life gate. Jiang Feng was talking nonsense with a straight face. Zhao Yi was completely confused, though he didn't understand a single word. He just thought it was amazing. So that's how it is. He muttered to himself. I used to think this was all feudal superstition. That's because your level isn't high enough. Jiang Feng patted his shoulder. Knowledge is true power. Zhao Yi looked at him with newfound respect. He nodded heavily. The two crossed the last corridor. At the end was a plain door with no decoration. This is it, Jiang Feng said. He could feel the strongest current of qi on the entire ship. Its source was behind this door. Jiang Feng pointed to the spot of the door lock. There's no lock here. Zhao Yi was taken aback. He tentatively turned the door handle. Click. The door opened. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. This wasn't carelessness at all. It was confidence. I swear my things are right here. None of you can take them. Absolute confidence. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. He slowly pushed the door open. The scene behind the door stunned both of them. No gold and splendor. No luxury items. This bedroom was as plain as an ordinary hotel room. 1 bed, 1 wardrobe, 1 desk, and 1 nightstand. Other than that, nothing else. Jiang Feng walked in. He closed his eyes. Once again, he sensed the source of that aura. Very clear. That aura of endless obsession pointed at the unremarkable wooden box on the nightstand. It was a very ordinary Wangwali wood box. No lock on it. Zhao Yi also saw that box. He instinctively moved forward. Don't move. Jiang Feng's voice was urgent. Zhao Yi's foot froze midair. A fine layer of sweat beaded on Jiang Feng's forehead. Just now, he saw in that wooden box a thin, almost transparent red thread coiled around it. That was an omen of death. There's a pressure-sensitive bomb under the box. Jiang Feng's voice was a little dry. As soon as the box is lifted or its weight changes, the whole room will be blown to pieces. Zhao Yi didn't panic. He knew this should be his area of expertise. He also knew there was a master beside him. Jiang Feng slowly walked over to the desk. The desk was very clean. Only a desk lamp and a few worn books. All old books full of memories. Jiang Feng picked one up and flipped through it. A bookmark slipped out from the pages. It was a hand-drawn bookmark. A little sunflower painted on it. On the back of the bookmark, a line of delicate handwriting. Zheng Hai, happy birthday. June 1st, 1988. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. He held that bookmark, quickly walked to the nightstand, and crouched down. With extreme care, from an almost impossible angle, he saw a tiny password dial at the bottom of the box. A 6-digit code. Jiang Feng reached out. Under Zhao Yi's tense gaze, he steadily pressed the numbers. 880601. On the side of the dial, a barely visible green indicator blinked once. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He straightened up. With 2 fingers, he gently pried open the clasp of the wooden box. The box opened. Zhao Yi leaned in, peered inside. In the box, there was only an old fountain pen. And a small box wrapped in red cloth. It was an urn. Just then, a sound came from behind. Mr. K stood at the door, still wearing that Chinese-style button-up shirt. His face was expressionless. He just silently watched the 2 uninvited guests in the room. Chapter 90. Eye of the Deadly Game. Source of the Inner Demon. Zhao Yi's body instantly tensed. Every muscle went into combat readiness. He shifted half a step forward, blocking Jiang Feng behind him. The air froze. Mr. K's gaze passed over the 2, landing on the opened wooden box. The old fountain pen inside, and the small cloth-wrapped urn, lay there quietly. In his eyes, something shattered. A sorrow deep as bone seeped out. But that sorrow lasted only a moment, then was replaced by an even deeper, fiercer killing intent. Jiang Feng's heart lurched, but his mouth didn't stop. Damn it, Captain Zhao. Why'd you hit me? You're messing with my client communication. He grumbled on the surface, but inside his mind was racing. Called it right. This guy's biggest weakness is indeed that girl. Fighting head-on now is a dead end. Gotta attack the mind. System quest requires breaking the deadlock, not stealing or destroying. The key to breaking it is to untie Mr. K's knot. Mr. K finally spoke, his voice hoarse. You really can find my lucky charm? Jiang Feng made a V sign. Then I win. Forget the yacht. I can't afford the maintenance anyway. When can we go back? Not a shred of hope of getting back alive easily. Jiang Feng was just stalling for time. He needed time to think. Mr. K let out a sneer, took a step forward. The temperature in the room plummeted. Indeed, you won. But you still deserve to die. He slowly raised his hand. That motion was like a silent signal. From the corridor outside the door, the faint sound of dense metallic clinking came at once. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Yi's temple. He knew that if Mr. K's hand fell, they'd be riddled with bullets in 1 second. Her name is Wanqing, right? Mr. K's raised hand froze midair. Jiang Feng stuck his head out from behind Zhao Yi, looking at Mr. K's frozen face. Her favorite book was The Little Prince. Her dream was to open her own flower shop, filled with sunflowers. Mr. K's body visibly swayed. The killing intent on his face cracked. An unbelievable shock seeped through the cracks. These details, he had never told anyone. He had buried them in the deepest part of his heart, watered them with hatred and blood. They had long since rotted and stank. Today, an outsider had casually spoken them out loud. Jiang Feng didn't stop. He took a step forward, standing side by side with Zhao Yi, facing Mr. K's murderous glare head-on. She died in the rain at age 17. It wasn't an accident. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the old fountain pen. She was beaten by your rival. Her throat pierced with this pen. Mr. K stared at Jiang Feng. His eyes no longer held pure killing intent, but a ghostly terror. He only got out one word, unable to make another sound. Jiang Feng sighed. He walked over to the wooden box. Didn't touch it, just looked down at it. You carry his ashes with you, not to remember, but to remind yourself. You think his death was your fault, that you weren't strong enough back then, not ruthless enough. So you use his death to torment yourself, forcing yourself to become a complete demon. You use his ashes to suppress the last shred of humanity inside you. That last bit of kindness. Jiang Feng lifted his head, staring straight into Mr. K's already crumbling eyes. This box isn't your lucky charm. It's your shackle. And also your inner demon. Jiang Feng reached out, pushed the wooden box, along with the urn and the pen inside, toward Mr. K. The box slid across the floor, stopping at Mr. K's feet. You're wrong, Jiang Feng pressed on. A girl like her, the one who loved the little prince, who wanted to open a flower shop, she would never want you to become what you are now. You think you're avenging him, building this empire of sin, but in truth, you're killing him over and over again. The most precious thing he left you. Jiang Feng reached out a finger, pointing at his own heart. The heart that made you human. That's the real dead end. Mr. K's psychological defenses completely collapsed in that moment. He stared at the wooden box at his feet, as if he'd seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He staggered backward, slamming into the wall behind him. He clutched his head, his body sliding down the wall, until he collapsed to the floor. The pain and regret he'd suppressed for over a decade burst from his eyes like a broken dam. He was no longer the Sea King who controlled everything. He was just a boy who lost the girl he loved, lost in hatred, unable to find his way home. He let out a stifled, beast-like sob. Zhao Yi stood nearby, completely stunned. In all the criminals he'd caught in his life, all the vicious thugs he'd seen at least 80, if not 100, but he'd never witnessed a scene like this. Without a single bullet, without a pair of handcuffs, just a few words, and a gang lord surrendered completely. This wasn't interrogation. This was psychological destruction. Jiang Feng looked at Mr. K, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. Fuck, that nearly went sideways. Fate, does the prophecy actually work? Why did it feel like it was sticking a bit just now? DN mission status update. Objective, find the dead end eye hidden on the ship. Completed and successfully resolved. But just as it was being resolved, a piercing alarm blared through the entire cruise ship without warning. Immediately after, a commotion erupted outside. Gunshots mixed with people's terrified screams, coming from downstairs. The previously quiet top floor now echoed with cluttered footsteps. Mr. K, who had been slumped on the floor, jerked his head up, tears still wet on his face, but his eyes regained a hint of a gang lord's ferocity. The walkie-talkie at his waist crackled with static. A subordinate's voice, twisted with terror, came through. Boss, the ship is surrounded. It's the International Joint Task Force. Our radar and communication systems are all jammed. Mr. K grabbed the walkie-talkie and barked. How is that possible? Our route is top secret. How did they find us? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, an even denser burst of gunfire and a scream came through. Then the subordinate's voice, choked with tears and despair, sounded again. It was Pearson, that old gambler. We intercepted the last signal he sent. He used his encrypted satellite phone to call the police. He said, he owes Master Jiang, that fortune teller, a life. Chapter 91, Cornered Beast. From the walkie-talkie, the subordinate's choked words completely shattered Mr. K's composure. The tears on his face were still fresh, and his eyes, which had just shown regret and pain, were instantly consumed by a blazing madness. Ha ha ha, Mr. K laughed lowly, the laughter filled with self-mockery and finality. He stood up from the floor, and didn't spare another glance at the wooden box containing his lover's ashes. Not even one look, as if he were severing the last shred of his humanity. Jiang Feng's heart sank. He knew the fate prophecy had been constrained by causal lines. The arrival of the police was the safe return his prophecy foretold. But damn, this service process was way too intense. Full of twists and turns. Definitely giving a bad review. Wanna leave? Mr. K's gaze cut through Zhao Yi, fixing firmly on Jiang Feng. His smile was savage and twisted. Not that easy. Since you broke my game. Then you two stay and go to hell with me. The moment the words fell, Mr. K spun around, slamming his fist into the bookshelf wall behind him. An inconspicuous decorative relief on the wall sank inward. A faint mechanical whir sounded. On both sides of the room, the previously smooth walls revealed two pitch-black hidden doors. Two dark figures shot out of the hidden doors without a sound. They held black short blades in their hands, the blades glinting with a cold light under the lamps. Their eyes were fierce, and they lunged straight at Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi. Jiang Feng's reaction was lightning fast. He immediately ducked backward, his entire body shrinking behind the heavy rosewood desk. His survival instinct sent adrenaline soaring through him, but his mouth didn't stop complaining. "Mr. K, you're finished," Jiang Feng shouted at the top of his lungs, loudly psychologically disrupting the man who had already gone mad. "Look at yourself now. Deserted by everyone, reduced to relying on two bodyguards to save face. You call this a gang lord's last stand? Stubborn resistance will only get you killed worse." Mr. K turned a deaf ear to his words and just looked at him with the gaze of one watching a dead man, savoring the slaughter about to unfold. The two killers had clear targets. One launched a frontal assault, the blade aimed straight at Zhao Yi's heart. The other made a strange sliding step around the flank, targeting Jiang Feng hiding behind the desk. Facing this pincer attack, a certain death scenario, Zhao Yi did something no one expected. Instead of retreating, he advanced. As the blade came straight at him, Zhao Yi dropped his body low, his center of gravity pressed to its limit. The sharp tip grazed almost right over his scalp, missing by a hair. While dodging that strike, Zhao Yi's right hand swung to grab the brass table lamp on the nightstand. Without a moment's pause, his arm muscles tensed. Using the momentum of his turn, he swung the lamp into a blur. In a reverse grip, he smashed it down hard. A dull crack of bone sounded. The brass lamp crashed onto the bodyguard's knife-wielding wrist. The bodyguard grunted, unable to hold the short blade any longer. It flew from his hand, clattering to the floor. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The other bodyguard, attacking from the flank, his blade already closing in on the corner of the desk where Jiang Feng hid. Zhao Yi didn't even look. Using the inertia of his turn, his right foot gathered full force and kicked the solid wood desk hard on its side. Holy shit! Jiang Feng felt the cover he was hiding behind, as if hit by a train. The entire desk screeched, sliding sideways across the floor. That thick-skinned bodyguard never saw that coming. His knee slammed solidly into the shifted desk leg. Another sharp crack. The bodyguard instantly lost his balance, his body twisting, pain twisting his face. In a duel between top-tier fighters, victory is decided in a hair's breadth. Zhao Yi seized that fleeting chance. He drove a vicious elbow strike upward, connecting with the first bodyguard's jaw. The bodyguard's head snapped back, his eyes rolling white, his body going limp. He passed out on the spot. Zhao Yi's movement didn't pause for even a second. He lunged forward, scooping the fallen short blade off the floor with his left hand, palming the handle in a reverse grip. Then he pounced on the second bodyguard, who was trying to get up. With a standard police arrest technique, Zhao Yi locked his arm around the man's neck. The blade in his right hand pressed to the bodyguard's throat. The whole process was clean and efficient. From the two men bursting out of the hidden door, to one knocked out and the other subdued, it took no more than 10 seconds. This wasn't an ordinary fight anymore. This was an elite detective versus common hired killers. A complete slaughter in terms of skill. Jiang Feng peeked half his head out from behind the desk. Watching the scene before him, his mouth hung wide open. He knew Zhao Yi could fight. After all, he was the head of the criminal investigation unit. But he never imagined he could fight this well. This combat ability was utterly ridiculous. So you were just faking it all along? The moment of satisfaction. The bedroom was left with only the piercing alarm and Mr. K's heavy, ragged breaths. He watched the scene, the madness in his eyes deepening. His two most elite bodyguards were taken down by a man he saw as just an ordinary cop, in a near-humiliating fashion, in an instant. Mr. K didn't send any more men. He knew that a simple human wave tactic was useless against a fighter of this level. He turned and dashed toward the innermost secret room. That was where his final trump card lay. Zhao Yi saw Mr. K's move. His eyes sharpened. He pinned the subdued bodyguard to the ground with his knee and slammed a heavy punch into the back of his neck. The man's body went limp, and he too passed out. Without even taking a moment to check on Jiang Feng's safety, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, chasing toward the secret room. In that moment, Zhao Yi had fully seized the initiative in the fight. In the entire room, only Jiang Feng remained standing, along with the two unconscious bodyguards on the floor. Jiang Feng watched Zhao Yi's back as he charged into the secret room, then glanced at the two unconscious men on the ground. He stepped forward, picked up the lampstand, a brass desk lamp that was now severely bent and warped, and weighed it in his hand. Jiang Feng muttered to himself, Captain Zhao's combat prowess. It's a shame he doesn't star in action movies. This lamp has pretty good quality too. Gotta ask Mr. K later where he bought it. Before the words had even faded, a dull thud suddenly came from the secret room, followed by Mr. K's roar. Then bang. A loud crash. The bedroom door was smashed open with brute force from outside. A team of heavily armed SWAT officers, holding assault rifles, wearing gas masks on their faces, swarmed in. They moved quickly, coordinated seamlessly, securing the entire room in an instant. A dozen red laser sights swept rapidly across the room. In the end, all those black, empty gun muzzles were aimed precisely at the only person still standing in the room. The fortune teller still holding a bent lamp, a potential weapon, looking utterly innocent. What if I said I'm a good guy? Would you believe me? Chapter 92. The mantis stalks the cicada. The oriole waits behind. Jiang Feng raised the desk lamp, forcing an expression he thought looked innocent. A dozen red laser dots danced across his body, finally converging on his forehead and heart. Jiang Feng had no doubt that if he said one more word, or if the lamp in his hand so much as twitched again, he would be blown into a pile of flesh in an instant. Just at that tense moment, bang, the secret room door was kicked open from inside. Zhao Yi appeared in the doorway. He had Mr. K's neck locked tightly in his grip, lifting him entirely off the ground. Mr. K's face was a mask of madness and unwillingness, his limbs still thrashing futilely. The SWAT officers who had stormed in saw this, and their movements faltered for a split second. Their primary target of the entire operation, the king of the Southeast Asian underworld, had been subdued by a man in civilian clothes, like a chicken being carried by the neck. Nobody moved. Zhao Yi's voice was loud and commanding. He looked at the SWAT team. Jinhai City Criminal Investigation Unit. Zhao Yi. He pulled his badge from his pocket and tossed it toward the SWAT officers. The leading SWAT commander caught it. The SWAT commander opened the badge, looked up at Zhao Yi, then looked down at the subdued Mr. K. He waved his hand. All the laser sights locked on Jiang Feng went out. Jiang Feng let out a long breath, feeling as if he had come back to life. You could have come a bit earlier, Captain Zhao. Jiang Feng rubbed his stiff face. I almost got to see my great-grandma. Two SWAT officers stepped forward, took over Mr. K with specially made cuffs. Mr. K stopped struggling, but kept staring at Jiang Feng, the venom in his eyes as if he wanted to devour him alive. Jiang Feng waved at him and flashed a grin. Don't look at me like that, Mr. K. I told you this last round is free. It's on the house. Just then, a burly, white officer in a combat command uniform strode in, flanked by a squad of bodyguards. The star on his shoulder and the medals on his chest announced his rank. He was the overall commander of this multinational joint task force, Peterson. He greeted them in broken Chinese, then nodded to a liaison officer beside him. The liaison officer immediately stepped forward. He was an Asian in his 30s, cultured in manner, with a polite smile on his face. Officer Zhao, Mr. Jiang, good evening. He spoke Chinese with a hint of a Beijing accent. I'm Reynolds, the liaison officer for this operation. On behalf of the Joint Command, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude for your heroic performance in this operation. Zhao Yi nodded, his expression serious. Just doing our duty. Reynolds' smile grew warmer. Mr. K is guilty of heinous crimes. Over the years, Interpol has paid a huge price to capture him, bringing him to justice this time. You two have made an invaluable contribution. He paused, his tone turning solemn. We assure you, he will be immediately transferred to an international tribunal to ensure he receives the fairest trial. The moment the words fell, Jiang Feng's temple pricked with a needle-like pain. The sensation came fast and went just as fast. Jiang Feng's expression didn't change, but his heart skipped a beat. The eye of truth had activated. This Reynolds was lying. He talked about putting Mr. K on trial, but what he was really thinking was something else. Damn, this shady boat has nested dolls inside. Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now behind the oriole, there's a hawk. He knew things were far from over. Reynolds didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He continued with a smile. Considering your safety, we've prepared the most comfortable rooms. Please go rest first. The subsequent statements and commendation matters we'll discuss once we return to base. Hold on. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke up. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Jiang Feng scratched his head, pointed at his own clothes, which were covered in dust, and made a disgusted face. That fight was pretty intense. I'm a bit dirty. I'd like to go to the washroom first and clean up. Reynolds was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Of course, that's your freedom. He signaled to a nearby SWAT officer, telling him to show Mr. Jiang the way. Jiang Feng nodded and followed the SWAT officer out. As he passed by the overall commander, Peterson, Jiang Feng stumbled slightly, bumping into Peterson. Careful. The guard beside Peterson immediately stepped forward. Peterson raised a hand to stop them. Jiang Feng steadied himself by grabbing Peterson's arm, regaining his balance. He looked up, gave Peterson an apologetic smile, then lowered his voice, so only the two of them could hear. Quickly said Reynolds might be a mole. Terminate the deal. With that, he let go, no longer looked at Peterson's reaction. Followed that SWAT officer. Without looking back, walked deep into the corridor. Peterson stood there, his facial expression unchanged, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Reynolds is a mole. That young man's look just now didn't seem like a joke. After all, everything that happened today was already bizarre enough. Is this the superpower of the Chinese master, described in the intelligence report? Commander. Reynolds' voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. K is already under my control. I recommend immediate transfer to my personal speedboat, with me personally escorting, to ensure nothing goes wrong. Peterson withdrew his gaze, looked at Reynolds. A senior liaison officer, when handling a major criminal, should be coordinating all parties, not volunteering to take on the most dangerous escort mission. That didn't make sense. Overstepping, thanks to Jiang Feng's reminder. Peterson had already judged that Rain Olds was indeed up to no good. The scales in his mind tipped instantly. He looked at Reynolds, that face still wearing its standard smile, and now that smile seemed especially jarring to him. You're right. Safety first. Peterson finally spoke. He stepped forward, gave Reynolds a heavy pat on the shoulder, his tone betraying nothing. Let's do it your way. Mr. K is an important prisoner. With you personally escorting him, I can rest easy. A flash of delight crossed Reynolds' eyes. Yes, sir. Mission will be accomplished. He immediately turned around, began mobilizing his personal team to move Mr. K. Not long after, Peterson, toward Jiang Feng, who had just walked back from the direction of the restroom, and Zhao Yi beside him made an extremely subtle gesture. He pointed toward the central command room of the cruise ship. Both of you, arrangements are made. I'd like to invite you to watch a good show. Chapter 93, The End of a Warlord. The direction Peterson pointed was the central command room of the cruise ship. Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi exchanged a glance, asked no questions, and followed. Inside the command room, hundreds of monitor screens covered an entire wall, offering a complete view of every corner of the cruise ship. Technicians in various national uniforms worked busily at the consoles, the atmosphere tense yet orderly. Give them the 2 best seats, Peterson ordered without looking back. An orderly immediately brought over 2 high-backed soft chairs and placed them behind Peterson. Jiang Feng sat down without ceremony, feeling like he was watching an IMAX movie. Whoa, this VIP viewing spot is pretty good, he complained inwardly. No popcorn though. Bad review. Zhao Yi stood beside him, still taut, his eyes rapidly scanning across the complex screens, trying to understand the current tactical deployment. Captain Zhao, relax. Jiang Feng patted the empty chair beside him. Since we're here, have a seat and watch. Standing ticket and sitting ticket cost the same. Zhao Yi ignored him, his eyes locked onto one of the screens. In the picture, Reynolds, with 2 trusted men in different uniforms, was escorting Mr. K, whose hands were cuffed behind him, walking along a narrow internal passage. That passage was dimly lit, cables crossing every which way, one of the few areas on the cruise ship where the surveillance signal was weak. Commander. A technician stood up to report. Liaison Officer Reynolds has entered the maintenance corridor. The surveillance signal in that area is affected by the ship's structure. The image may cut out. Understood. Peterson's voice gave away nothing. Keep tracking the signal. On the main screen, the figures of Reynolds and his men indeed became blurry, snow static beginning to appear on the image. Zhao Yi's fists clenched unconsciously. That bastard is about to make his move. Jiang Feng crossed his legs, shifted into an even more comfortable position. Hold on, the good show's just starting. On the surveillance monitor, Reynolds stopped walking. He turned and glanced back toward the entrance of the corridor, as if checking whether anyone was following. The video signal cut out for a few seconds at that moment. When it came back, only blurred outlines of the figures remained. But the 3 men's actions were still clearly discernible. Reynolds pulled something from his jacket, its outline long and slender, catching the cold glint of metal in the dim light. It was a pistol with a silencer. Reynolds raised his hand, the dark muzzle aimed at the back of Mr. K's heart. His 2 trusted men also drew their guns, aiming at Mr. K's temples. Holy shit, they're going to silence him. Jiang Feng mentally whistled, ruthless, not leaving any way out. In the command room, everyone held their breath. All eyes were fixed on that screen about to witness a murder. Only Peterson remained expressionless. Just as Reynolds' finger was about to pull the trigger, a sudden change erupted. The wall panels above and beside Reynolds and his 2 men burst open. Those weren't walls at all. They were camouflaged hidden doors. Several dark figures dropped from above, landing silently on the floor. Then, a dozen fully armed SWAT officers carrying assault rifles, wearing night vision goggles, poured out like a tide. Black gun muzzles, locked onto Reynolds and his 2 men from every direction. The snarl on Reynolds' face froze. His hand gripping the gun stopped midair. In the command room, Peterson picked up the microphone in front of him. Liaison Officer Reynolds, you and your men are hereby formally arrested on suspicion of attempted murder of a key witness, collusion with the enemy, and multiple other charges. Drop your weapons. The color drained completely from Reynolds' face. He didn't understand. The plan was flawless. The operation was utterly covert. Why had it been exposed? He turned his head, looked at the man, who was supposed to be his victim, Mr. K. Mr. K was staring back at him. On Mr. K's face there was no relief at having cheated death. No gloating at seeing his enemy caught. His eyes held a bewilderment and daze unlike anything before. He watched this dramatic scene. Watched those soldiers who had descended from nowhere. Watched Reynolds' contorted face. He suddenly remembered the words Jiang Feng had said in his room. The end of a warlord is also a trap for a trap dragon. There's a thorn in your heart. You think you're avenging him, building this criminal empire. Actually, you're killing him over and over again. The most precious thing he left you. So this so-called criminal empire, from start to finish, was nothing but a joke. His proud partner, his most trusted ally, had never intended to let him live from the very beginning. He thought he was a chess player, shifting the world's balance. In the end, he realized he was just a pawn that could be disposed of at any time. Ha 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 ha. Mr. K suddenly laughed. That laugh was filled with endless sorrow and self-mockery. He laughed at his own life of ruthless decisiveness. At the end of it all, his hands were stained with blood. He thought he saw through human nature, playing with power and schemes, only to realize that he was the most foolish, the most pitiable person of all. This despair of being betrayed by the one he trusted most completely shattered him. That already battered psychological defense. The SWAT officers rushed up. They disarmed the dazed Reynolds and his 2 henchmen, who had already given up resisting. Handcuffs were locked on. Zhao Yi and a few other officers also arrived at the scene from the command room. They began to take over the prisoners and proceed with follow-up evidence collection. Mr. K stood in the center of the chaos. He did not resist, nor did he try to escape. He just slowly turned around, his gaze crossing the crowd, finally landing on the young man, who had just walked out of the command room. Master Jiang, your reading was accurate. I have been abandoned by all my allies. After saying this, The light in his eyes went out completely. He lowered his head. His entire spirit and will collapsed in that moment. Zhao Yi stepped forward and gently clicked a pair of handcuffs onto his wrists. This time, Mr. K showed no reaction. The uproar on the cruise ship gradually quieted down. Reynolds and his men were taken away. Mr. K was also taken back into custody. Waiting for him was the harshest trial of the International Court. Commander Peterson finished dealing with the scene and strode over to Jiang Feng. He looked at Jiang Feng up and down, with a stare like he was seeing a monster. He watched for a full half-minute. Mr. Jiang, I don't know who you really are, nor what method you used. Peterson extended his hand. But I owe you one. Jiang Feng shook his hand, a smile hanging on his face. Just a small favor. A heavy military helicopter slowly descended onto the deck of the Neptune. The massive rotors kicked up a gale, blinding everyone. Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi, escorted by several SWAT officers, boarded the aircraft. The helicopter lifted off, heading toward Jinhai City. The Neptune below them grew smaller and smaller in view. The crisis was finally completely over. Zhao Yi leaned back in his seat and let out a long breath. He turned to look at Jiang Feng beside him. Jiang Feng was leaning against the window, watching the clouds speed past outside. Lost in thought, Brother Jiang, Zhao Yi couldn't help but say, thank you for real this time. If it weren't for you, I might have my sister too. Jiang Feng cut him off. Save the sentimental stuff. That's cheesy. He turned back and grinned at Zhao Yi. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a nice meal later. Preferably a 3 Michelin star place. I've never been to one. Chapter 94, The Little Prince. Zhao Yi looked at Jiang Feng's relaxed face. At a loss for words. 3 Michelin stars. He had been dancing on the edge of life and death just moments ago, and now he was already thinking about the menu. Zhao Yi shook his head, leaned back, and closed his eyes. He needed rest, both body and mind. Jiang Feng didn't say anything more either. He turned and pressed his forehead against the window. He was replaying everything. From boarding that broken fishing boat, to finally watching the show in the surveillance room. The whole process was like a movie so fast-paced that you had to hit pause to see the details. He was the screenwriter, the lead actor, and also had to double as a psychologist and tactical advisor. Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. I'm just a fortune teller, damn it. Isn't my scope of work a bit too broad? DN main quest. Find and break the eye of the deadlock. Quest completed with surplus. Evaluation. In a lawless land, you saw through human hearts in a trap of doom. You struck down the heart of a tyrant. Moreover, you outwitted the mole between life and death, breaking the deadlock a second time, flawlessly guiding fate. Overall rating, epic. Settling rewards. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 40%. Remaining lifespan increased by 200 days. Congratulations, host. Cash reward, 30 million received. Completing the 3 linked quests on the ship earned him 120 days. Now another 200 days were added. All in all, this trip to international waters not only filled the huge deficit from before, but also let him make a fat profit. If there wasn't any unpredictable karmic backlash later, then it was a huge win. But he didn't know if the chain reaction would come. Eventually, the helicopter landed smoothly. On a military helipad, Jiang Feng was the first to jump off. The feeling of his feet on solid ground gave him a sense of relief. A black Lexus sat quietly by the cordon. Old Chun was leaning against the car door. When he saw Jiang Feng and Zhao Yi walk out, he immediately stood up straight and quickly walked over. Boss, Captain Zhao. Old Chin's voice carried a barely suppressed excitement. Seeing that both of them were safe, the worry that had hung over him for a day and a night finally eased. Thanks for the hard work, Old Chun. Jiang Feng patted him on the shoulder. Let's go home. Captain Zhao, what about you? Need a ride? Zhao Yi shook his head. No, there's a mountain of work waiting for me back at the station. We caught such a big fish this time. We're going to be busy. If there's nothing else, I'll get to it. Jiang Feng called out in a deliberately serious tone. There is something. You still owe me a 3 Michelin star meal. Zhao Yi was taken aback for a moment. Then a genuine smile spread across his face. Deal. He held out his fist. Jiang Feng bumped it with his own. Without another word, Zhao Yi turned and got into a police car that had come to pick him up. Soon, he disappeared into the night. Jiang Feng pulled open the car door and sat into the familiar back seat. The soft leather wrapped around his body. The sandalwood scent inside the car let his tense nerves fully relax. Nothing beats your own car. Jiang Feng closed his eyes, ready to take a short nap. Suddenly, he remembered something. He opened his eyes and looked at the figure in the driver's seat. Oh, by the way, Old Chun. That woman Lu Chung I asked you to look into earlier. Any results? Old Chin's hands on the wheel were steady. His eyes looked straight ahead at the road. Boss, I checked. Same as the official conclusion. Dr. Lu Cheng's personal history has no issues. Clear educational background. Well-known mentors. Every paper she published can be traced to its source. All her fund flows are also verifiable. Research grants and personal patent income. Clean as a whistle. Jiang Feng leaned back in his seat, his fingers tapping absently on the window. This result was within his expectations. Someone who could be recruited by that kind of mysterious department and given such high-level clearance, if their background could be easily found flawed, that would be the real joke. The only odd thing. Old Chen paused for a moment. Jiang Feng's fingers stopped. Go on. Her childhood record has a gap of 5 years, between ages 6 and 11. Old Chen's voice lowered a bit. No record of education. No change of home address. No entry or exit records. Like he vanished for 5 years. Jiang Feng frowned. 5 years, for a child's growth. That's the most critical period. Based on some very vague clues, he probably spent that time in a private welfare institution. But that institution, over a decade ago, was destroyed in an accidental fire. All paper records were burned. It changed hands several times, and long ago became unrecognizable. Nothing can be found now. Jiang Feng listened in silence. This was like the standard three-piece set that spy movies love to use when fabricating an identity for the protagonist. He could even picture the scene. A few men in black suits carrying gasoline cans, expressionlessly setting a small building on fire, then turning and vanishing into the night. Their deeds and names, forever hidden. Nothing can be found. Jiang Feng asked. Nothing. Old Chin's reply was definitive. I called in some old military connections, used some unorthodox methods, but this is as far as I could get. The trail ends completely after this. All right, I understand. Jiang Feng leaned back against the headrest and closed his eyes. Thanks for the hard work, Old Chin. This woman is indeed more troublesome than I thought. A past deliberately erased. A present so clean it's fake. He, like a ghost wrapped in the skin of a top scientist, lurking next door, with those emotionless eyes, watching my every move. Jiang Feng even suspected that the moment he stepped onto that fishing boat to international waters, Lu Cheng had already received the news. He had to find a way to get rid of this problem. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. He glanced out the window. The familiar silhouette of his villa emerged in the night. At the same time, in the study on the second floor of the villa next door, Lu Cheng stood before a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf. The study had no extra decorations, only books, every genre imaginable. Fairy tales, philosophy, natural science, to applied technology. The desk was also spotless, only a closed laptop, and a turned-off desk lamp. The entire room was quiet and tidy, without any trace of life. Lu Cheng pulled out a copy of The Little Prince. He opened the pages. A black and white photo, yellowed at the edges, was tucked inside as a bookmark. He took out the photo. In the photo, a young woman with 2 braids was smiling warmly at the camera. She was holding a child closely in her arms. It was a little girl of about 5 or 6. The little girl wore a dress, expressionless, her eyes coldly staring off camera. That completely emotionless face was a young Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng reached out a finger. His fingertip softly traced the cheek of the young woman in the photo, tracing her warm smile. In those eyes that showed no emotion, something seemed to stir in the deepest depths. He stood there looking for a long time, until the sound of a car engine approached from outside, and finally cut off. He walked to the window, pulled aside a corner of the heavy curtain, looked outside. Lu Cheng's gaze pierced the darkness between the 2 villas, landing on that figure. The corner of his mouth seemed to twitch upward. It wasn't a smile, more like a predator, seeing its long-awaited prey, finally returning to its den. He waved the photo. Under the light, the 2 characters on the back of the photo were clearly visible. Those 2 characters were Wanxing. Chapter 95. Can I just lie down for a while? In the living room of Jiang Feng's villa, sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading across the carpet. A warm yellow patch. He was in his pajamas, sprawled lazily on the sofa. In his left hand, a can of iced cola. In his right, a bag of chips. The coffee table in front of him was covered in junk food. Old Chun was humming a tune in the open kitchen. In the clay pot, an old hen soup was simmering, sending out a rich aroma. Everything seemed peaceful and serene. Jiang Feng took a big gulp of cola and let out a satisfied burp. The feeling of bubbles rising up his throat carried a kind of guilty pleasure. This is the fucking life, he muttered to himself. On that pirate ship, drinking that overpriced Hong Pao tea wasn't worth this 5 yuan bottle of Lazy Man's soda. Once I've saved up enough lifespan, I'll find a place with beautiful mountains and clean waters, and lie around like this every day. Nobody can make me go to work. Old Chun carried a bowl of freshly stewed chicken soup, walking over carefully. His steps were very light, as if afraid to disturb this rare piece. He placed the soup bowl steadily on the coffee table in front of Jiang Feng. Boss, have some soup to nourish yourself. You've been through a lot outside. Must have depleted your energy. Jiang Feng looked disgustedly at the oily chicken soup. A thin layer of chicken fat had formed on the surface, emitting a healthiness he least needed right now. He picked up a chip and tossed it into his mouth. What I need right now is dopamine, not protein. This stuff doesn't even have as many calories as my chips. Old Chun grinned innocently and wasn't offended. He picked up a cloth and tidied up the wrappers on the table and snack crumbs. You're right about everything, but Captain Zhao just called. He said he's already booked that Michelin 3-star meal, awaiting your command anytime. Jiang Feng's chewing paused. He looked up. At least he has a conscience. What else did he say? Also, Old Chin hesitated, his tone turning a bit subtle. He said Interpol is very interested in you. They want to invite you to be a special consultant. Through him. Jiang Feng snorted. He opened another can of cola. Special consultant? They want me to read the criminals' faces and determine their sentences? Or go divine for their undercover agents? Whether this mission will meet with bloodshed. Old Chun kept wiping the table. I think they were impressed by your performance on the ship. Captain Zhao said that Commander Peterson couldn't stop praising you. Said you have a mysterious power to see into people's hearts. Mysterious power. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Tell Zhao Yi, I'm not interested. You haven't asked how I replied yet. Old Chin's face showed a hint of smugness. Oh, what did you say? I told him that our boss is a reclusive master, with an unpredictable whereabouts. A dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Don't disturb his cultivation with such mundane matters. Well done. That line is exactly what I wanted. Next time he asks, Just say I've gone traveling to gather chi. Return date uncertain. I'm going into seclusion in the Kunlun Mountains. No cell service. Old Chen nodded. He gathered all the trash into a bag, then added, Captain Zhao also said that Mr. K's case has been transferred to the International Court. Reynolds has been investigated thoroughly. They uncovered a massive intelligence smuggling network. Commander Peterson specifically asked Captain Zhao to pass on. He owes you a favor. It's valid forever. Got it. Jiang Feng waved his hand impatiently. These international affairs. All this scheming. He couldn't care less. All he wanted was to be a lazy slacker, eating and sleeping his days away. Too bad the circumstances wouldn't allow it. He picked up his phone, scrolling through the news out of sheer boredom. The light from the screen flickered across his face. Suddenly, a local news notification popped up. China's archaeology circles have a major discovery. Jinhai City National History Museum's Silk Road Treasures special exhibition opens today. Multiple national treasures on display for the first time. Jiang Feng tapped on it idly, just killing time after lunch. In the news, a reporter was speaking in an excited voice, introducing each exquisite artifact in the display case. The camera panned over an ancient bronze sword. The blade gleamed dully under the light, as if it could still reflect the cold gleam from 1,000 years ago. Old Chen, look at this. Jiang Feng turned the phone screen toward Old Chen. This sword looks pretty intimidating. Wonder if it could still chop vegetables. Old Chen leaned in for a look and said seriously, Boss, this is a cultural relic. You can't use it to chop vegetables. I know, Jiang Feng pouted. Just a figure of speech. Look at the pattern on the hilt. Who knows, some general might have held it and hacked people back in the day. The camera then zoomed in on a painted pottery figurine. The figurine had a weird smile on its face. TSK, this pottery figurine isn't bad either. But that smile looks fake. Gives you the creeps. If you put this on your bedside table at night, it'd send you straight to the afterlife. Old Chen looked at the figurine and agreed. It is a bit odd. Doesn't look like it's smiling. More like it's crying. Jiang Feng swiped his finger across the screen, looking at pictures of each exhibit, while relentlessly trash-talking under his breath. This jade pendant is mediocre. That porcelain bowl is too tacky. Just then, a notification sound rang without warning in his mind. Uffed. Jiang Feng nearly sprayed his cola all over the phone screen. He sat up straight on the couch, and his movement knocked over the bag of chips in his arms. Golden crisps scattered all over the floor. His expression looked like he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Old Chen was startled by his sudden reaction, and even the rag in his hand dropped to the floor. Boss, did you see some bad news? DN, detected host triggering keyword, historical exploration, puzzle solving, national treasure, new character generation in progress. Generating. Jiang Feng's face instantly darkened. Oh crap, you're kidding me. He screamed internally into the void. System, are you the devil in disguise? Even a capitalist would weep while handing you a cigarette, and respectfully call you the king of hustle. Jiang Feng had 10,000 swear words ready in his mind, but in the end, all that anger and frustration turned into a long, lifeless sigh. Can't help it. To stay alive, I've still got to clock in. Otherwise, those 300-odd days of lifespan, one day less every day, lie around long enough and you end up straight in the ICU. New quest released. Location, Jinhai City National History Museum. Floor 1, Special Exhibition Hall. Time, daily 10 to 11 o'clock. Closed on Mondays. Method, sound identification, domain, appraising treasures. Objective, uncover the hidden truth behind 3 exhibits. Boss, you don't look so good. Want me to call a doctor? Old Chen watched Jiang Feng's shifting expression and asked with concern. No need. Jiang Feng waved his hand and stood up from the couch. He stretched his arms. Just suddenly got a work-related idea. He walked over to the window, staring at the quiet courtyard outside, but his mind was anything but calm. Sound identification? What the heck is that? Listening to echoes? You want me to press my ear against the museum's glass display cases and listen to what those centuries or millennia-old antiques are whispering? Sounds, compared to betting on life and luck on a pirate ship, a lot more proper, but also way weirder. He glanced back at Old Chen, who looked utterly confused, and sighed. Old Chen, look up the Jinhai City Museum tickets for me. How do I make a reservation? Boss, you're actually going? Going? Of course I'm going. Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. I love being where the action is. Chapter 96, Duet of the Relics. The next morning, 9:30 a.m. At the entrance of Jinhai City National History Museum, a long queue had already formed. A huge banner hung at the gate, reading Silk Road Treasures Special Exhibition. Jiang Feng wore a baseball cap, carrying his trusty canvas bag, blending in with the crowd. His phone was in his hand, displaying the successful reservation confirmation. Gotta say, these days you need to book in advance just to see an exhibition. More hassle than a concert. He looked around. Plenty of visitors, mostly students, and some older enthusiasts. Their faces showed curiosity and anticipation. But Jiang Feng looked utterly lifeless. What he was about to do had nothing in common with their purpose. He wasn't here to appreciate history. He was here to listen to history's complaints. He followed the sign straight to the B1 Special Exhibition Hall. Each exhibit was protected by an individual glass case. Spotlights inside the cases focused on the artifacts, making them shine brilliantly. The hall was very quiet. Visitors stood in small groups in front of the cases, talking in hushed tones, occasionally letting out soft exclamations of awe. The entire space was filled with a sense of reverence for history. Jiang Feng found an inconspicuous corner, leaning against the wall. As soon as 10 o'clock struck, his surroundings instantly changed in his perception. No longer a silent exhibition hall, but instead a giant symphony hall built from sound. All kinds of ancient voices flooded into his ears like a tidal wave. There was the deep hum of bronze, carrying the slaughter of battlefields, the crisp tinkle of porcelain, the leisurely clink of teacups meeting. There was the warm friction of jade, a sigh from deep within an imperial palace. Countless sounds interwove, forming vivid historical tapestries that emerged in his mind. Each sound carried its own unique charm, heavy with the weight of history, harmonious yet complex. Jiang Feng sighed inwardly. Sound identification is no joke. He closed his eyes, enjoying this unique auditory feast. But soon, a jarring noise suddenly barged into the ancient symphony. The sound was abrupt and sharp, completely out of place with the surrounding ancient music, as if someone, while playing Mozart, suddenly cut in with a heavy metal track, shattering all harmony in an instant. Jiang Feng's eyebrows knit together. What the hell is that noise? He opened his eyes, following that piercing sound, step by step to its source. Finally, he stopped in front of a display case. Inside the case was an ancient bronze sword. The placard read, Han Dynasty, General of the Cavalry Sword. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the ancient sword. He heard the sound from the blade part, a mighty, stirring clang of metal, carrying the overwhelming force of 1,000 troops, filled with the bloody smell of battlefield slaughter. That sound was impassioned, brimming with power. But when his perception extended to the hilt and scabbard, the sound instantly became dead and heavy, as if they were nothing but an empty shell. The blade was screaming. The hilt hummed low. These two completely different sounds, in Jiang Feng's perception, formed an extremely sharp conflict. It was like a sword being forcibly broken into two pieces, then crudely pieced back together, and proclaimed as one seamless whole. Isn't that textbook duet? One side's belting out a triumphant general's march, and the other's performing a silent mime. That's just ridiculous. He was about to keep grumbling, when he heard a familiar voice again. Class, look. This Han Dynasty General of Agile Cavalry Sword is an heirloom worn by a famous Western Han general. This seamless forging technique not only demonstrates the Han Dynasty's advanced metallurgy, but is also the perfect embodiment of its martial spirit. Class, look at the inscription on the hilt. Though worn away, you can still feel the majesty of the great Han. An elderly expert wearing reading glasses, with a refined, scholarly air, was explaining to a few students nearby. He pointed at the components inside the display case, his emotions high, his voice full of passion. Professor Sun, Jiang Feng remembered the brochure mentioning that he was a nationally renowned cultural relic expert, highly respected, with a mountain of published works. Jiang Feng listened to Professor Sun's explanation, while also hearing the sword's duet, and felt a wave of nausea. This was a full-scale fraud scene. He muttered to himself. He couldn't help it. He talked to the air. Seamless whole. Hilarious. TSK TSK. Professor Sun's explanation stopped abruptly. His students heard Jiang Feng's strange comment and exchanged puzzled looks. Confusion was written all over their faces. And Professor Sun's eyes, magnified by his reading glasses, bore straight into Jiang Feng. His face was full of offended displeasure. You there, young man. Professor Sun barked. What did you say? What's so funny? Who are you? Spouting nonsense here. All eyes in the hall immediately turned to Jiang Feng. Visitors looked over, and a few security guards on patrol also noticed the commotion. They hurried over, closing in. Jiang Feng had only made one comment, never expecting the old man to get so upset. Great. Just great. Dead before the battle even starts. He hadn't even started his fortune-telling properly, and he was about to be thrown out as a troublemaker. He looked at Professor Sun's face. That, you're dead, look, face. Then at the students casting bewildered glances, and the tourists, feeling the guard's footsteps getting closer. Jiang Feng spread his hands, looking innocently at Professor Sun. Old sir, I wasn't talking nonsense. I was just expressing my personal impression. His words made Professor Sun's face even darker. The students around were also dumbfounded. Personal impression? Isn't that a bit too casual for this setting? Jiang Feng ignored their reactions. He raised a finger and pointed at the Han's sword through the glass of the display case. Don't you feel it? The blade and the hilt don't look like they came from the same cast. Style, you know. The style just doesn't match at all. His words hit like a thunderclap, stunning everyone in the hall. What kind of appraisal is that? That's the kind of drivel even a kindergarten kid wouldn't say. Professor Sun's face went from livid to purple. He glared at Jiang Feng, shaking with rage. His trembling finger pointed at Jiang Feng. You're desecrating history. His voice turned hoarse from anger. Do you even know what appraisal means? He used almost all his strength to roar out that sentence. Jiang Feng looked at Professor Sun's flushed face and suddenly smiled. His smile carried mockery and amusement. He spoke softly. Appraisal? I don't know it, but I do know the heart. He raised his finger. That finger, pointing straight at Professor Sun's chest. Especially a heart that says one thing and means another. Chapter 97. Professor, you're lying. Professor Sun's flushed face, after Jiang Feng's words, lost half its color. The surrounding students and visitors fell silent, their eyes darting between the two men. Their expressions were strange. A few security guards had already gathered around, but seeing Professor Sun like this, they didn't dare act rashly. They just formed a loose circle around them. Ooh, hit a nerve? Jiang Feng knew exactly what was going on. Looks like he really hit the mark. Outwardly, he still looked completely indifferent. Nonsense. Professor Sun's voice was hoarse. He pointed at Jiang Feng and shouted at the guards, "What are you waiting for? This man is acting like a charlatan, disturbing public order. Throw him out. Professor, don't get worked up." Jiang Feng picked his ear, with the attitude of someone who couldn't care less. "You're shouting so loud. Can your heart take it?" Professor Sun's chest heaved violently. A student quickly stepped forward to support him. "Teacher, please calm down. Teacher, don't bother with this kind of person." Jiang Feng ignored the student's attempts to soothe. He took half a step forward, his gaze falling back on the display case. "Professor, let's not talk metaphysics. Let's talk about the artifact itself. You're the country's top bronze expert. Your eye is 100 times sharper than an amateur like me. So tell me, when this sword was unearthed, was it just a blade? No hilt or scabbard?" Jiang Feng was bluffing. Based on that jarring duet, he was 90% sure. But archaeology is all about evidence. What he needed now was Professor Sun's reaction. Professor Sun's face turned deathly pale. His eyes darted away, not daring to look at Jiang Feng, nor at the sword. But his mouth remained defiant, almost shouting, "Utter nonsense. This sword was complete when it was unearthed." As his words fell, a slight sting pricked Jiang Feng's temple. The eye of truth activated. He got the confirmation. Jiang Feng's demeanor changed. Before he had been probing, provoking. Now it was a straight, direct judgment. He stepped forward, completely ignoring the guards around him, and stood in front of Professor Sun. "Professor, you're lying." Professor Sun's body visibly trembled. "The hilt and scabbard for this sword were added later, right? You're the nation's top expert. There's no way you couldn't tell. But you don't dare say it. Because you personally led the excavation of this sword. It's your lifelong honor. The most important discovery of your academic career. Once you admit it has flaws, you negate yourself. You're slandering me. You're spitting blood." Professor Sun tried to push Jiang Feng away, but his outstretched hand was weak and feeble. Jiang Feng saw the fear and panic in his eyes, and instead softened his tone. "Professor, have you been waking up in the middle of the night lately, and then can't fall back asleep? Do you always feel a tightness in your chest? Can't breathe? A burning pain in your heart? You go to the hospital, but they find nothing wrong. The doctor just said you're getting older, and thinking too much, told you to rest well." Professor Sun completely lost his composure. He stared at Jiang Feng, mouth open but unable to make a sound. Every word Jiang Feng said dragged his deepest secrets and pain into the open. That pressure, unable to speak, afraid to speak. That's the real reason you haven't been sleeping, heart racing, plagued by insomnia. Am I right? Professor Sun's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He stumbled backward, caught by a quick-handed male student behind him. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. The surrounding students and tourists were all stunned. The reversal came too fast. Their minds couldn't keep up. A second ago, they thought Jiang Feng was some crazy troublemaker. The next second, the highly respected Professor Sun was shattered by this young man, with just a few words. What the hell is going on? A live diagnosis by a mystic master? Or is everything this kid said true? Jiang Feng had completed his first real reading. He looked at the mentally broken Professor Sun and gave a slight nod. "Professor, the heart needs heart medicine. Sometimes admitting imperfection takes more courage than maintaining a perfect lie. DN, valid fortune-telling attempts 1/3. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Jiang Feng turned and left. He had just stepped out of the crowd when rapid footsteps sounded behind him. "Master, master, please wait." A woman's voice rang out, tinged with nervousness. Jiang Feng stopped, turned to look. The person catching up was a woman around 20 years old. On her face was the haggard look of chronic sleep deprivation and anxiety. Jiang Feng remembered that when Professor Sun was scolding someone earlier, this woman had been standing among the students. But unlike the others, she hadn't been indignant. She kept her head down, her face full of worry. Jiang Feng looked at her, raising an eyebrow. "Something I can help you with." The woman researcher grew nervous under his gaze. She subconsciously clutched her clothes. She glanced at the still chaotic group around Professor Sun in the distance, then mustered her courage, lowering her voice. "Master, I'm not here about Professor Sun's matter. I'm here for myself." She lifted her head, her eyes full of pleading. "Lately I've been encountering something strange too. Something related to an artifact. I suspect I might be haunted by something unclean." A second reading, delivered right to his door. Jiang Feng's expression turned slightly serious. "Go on, what happened? Maybe I can help." Jiang Feng pulled out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and took a sip. The woman researcher took a deep breath, as if organizing her words. "Master, just call me Shaolin. I'm a relic restorer at the museum. It started about half a month ago. We received a newly unearthed artifact, a Tang Dynasty painted pottery figurine." In Jiang Feng's mind, the image instantly surfaced. The pottery figurine he'd seen in the news yesterday, the one with that eerie smile. That figurine was badly damaged, almost shattered into hundreds of pieces. My job was to restore it. From the very first day I started working on it, strange things began to happen. Her body trembled involuntarily. Every night, I dream the same dream. In the dream, I'm locked in a pitch-black room. Can't see anything, only hear a little girl crying. She keeps crying. Keeps saying she's cold and hungry. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on Shaolin's bloodshot eyes. And then I started hearing that crying in real life too. Chapter 98. Who is crying inside the pottery figurine? Jiang Feng looked at the troubled young woman in front of him, already having a rough idea. In reality, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Gesturing for her to continue, Shaolin nervously glanced around, making sure no one was watching them, then pulled Jiang Feng to a quieter corner of the exhibition hall. The lighting there was dim, with only a fire hydrant nearby. At first it happened while I was working. Whenever I was alone in the restoration room, facing that pottery figurine, I could hear the crying, faint, intermittent, exactly like in my dream. Later, when I went home after work, I could hear it at home too, when it's especially quiet in my bedroom. That sound comes creeping out from the corner. As she said this, she hugged her arms, her body shaking even harder. Master, I'm really going crazy. I went to see a psychologist. The doctor said I was under too much stress and having auditory hallucinations, but I know that's no hallucination. The sound is too real. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, putting on an inscrutable expression. Take me to see it. Let me have a look at that artifact you're in charge of. Shaolin nodded quickly, as if grabbing her last lifeline. She led Jiang Feng through the crowd to the center of the exhibition hall. There, inside an independent climate-controlled display case, stood a painted pottery figurine of a maid. The exhibit was called the Smile of the Tang Dynasty. The figurine was about half a meter tall, with a plump figure, a gentle smile, curved brows and eyes, and a serene expression. Indeed, even without reading the description, just looking at the figurine's expression radiated a certain cheerfulness. Jiang Feng activated sound recognition. That familiar symphony, the symphony of countless ancient voices, flooded into his ears once more, and around this figurine, he heard a cry full of grievance. He confirmed that the source of that mournful crying was in the figurine's base. Jiang Feng chuckled inwardly. After all that, it was just a misunderstanding. He didn't call it out immediately. Instead, he made a show of walking around the display case, occasionally gesturing through the glass, muttering under his breath, all to look professional. Shaolin followed behind him, not daring to breathe too loudly, her eyes full of tension and hope. Jiang Feng stopped, stroking his chin, letting out a meaningful hum. He pointed at the figurine in the case. This object was originally a symbol of joy, the spirit of the prosperous Tang, smiling through 1,000 years. Shaolin nodded desperately. But now, an energy has coalesced here, carrying deep resentment. Shaolin's face turned pale. The problem isn't the figurine itself. Jiang Feng's finger slowly moved downward, finally resting on the figurine's base. It's because inside this base, something that doesn't belong to it has been suppressed. He emphasized his tone, a love token carrying a strong personal obsession. The moment the words fell, Shaolin's face turned ashen in an instant. She grabbed Jiang Feng's arm with startling strength. And master, how do you know that? Her voice carried a sob, an undisguised shock. Jiang Feng almost laughed out loud. Girl, with such little tricks, you think you can play games with me? On the surface, he remained unruffled, merely using a look that said, I've seen through everything. Just looked at me with an expression that said, I've seen through it all. He looked at her calmly. Go on, Shaolin said, completely broken down. She pulled Jiang Feng back into that little corner by the fire hydrant. Tears streamed down like beads off a broken string. Master, you're really amazing. This terracotta figurine was the one I restored. When it came in, the base was badly damaged. It was hollow inside. At that time, I had just broken up with my boyfriend. I wasn't thinking straight. I secretly hid the love bracelet my ex gave me inside the restoration filler material, sealed it into the base. I thought, maybe our love could last 1,000 years, like these artifacts. Eternal, undying, immortal. Jiang Feng's eyes twitched. Holy crap, the way her mind works. She'd be wasted if she didn't write romance novels. Eternal, undying. Why didn't you just stuff yourself in there too? And then what? Jiang Feng asked, already knowing the answer. Then, less than a month after we broke up, he already had a new girlfriend. Shaolin cried even harder. And ever since then, I've been having nightmares, hearing crying sounds. Master, do you think? Is it that bracelet my ex gave me, carrying resentment? Jiang Feng couldn't hold it in anymore. He suppressed a smile, cleared his throat, and started spouting nonsense with a straight face. This is what they call self-inflicted suffering. No one to blame but yourself. He reached out and tapped Shaolin on the forehead. Think about what kind of place this is. National Museum of History. Every single item in here is a treasure of the nation. Each one carries the weight of history. And you stuffed your personal love drama in here. What were you trying to do? Get the country's destiny to endorse your relationship? Shaolin was stunned speechless. She even forgot to cry. Mixing personal items into public property. That's a serious violation of work discipline. It's embezzlement by a custodian. If you get caught, you'll lose your job. So what you've done is bury your love fate under a 1,000-year-old terracotta seal. On top of that, you've got a Tang Dynasty court lady figurine. That lady is laughing inside, while your bracelet is crying. How could the feng shui possibly be good? This is called love fate buried in the earth, never to reincarnate. Jiang Feng was on a roll now. He felt like he could start a training course. In this life, forget about true love. You won't even get a bad romance. Shaolin suddenly understood. She nodded like a pecking chick. So that's it. So that's how it is. Master, what should I do? What should you do? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Simple. Go confess to your supervisor right now. Apply to reopen the base. Take out that stupid bracelet. After that, just plan on spending your life with artifacts. What? Turn myself in. Shaolin looked troubled. Wouldn't I get fired? Getting fired is better than being single forever. Jiang Feng said bluntly. Besides, just say that during the restoration, You accidentally dropped a personal item in. Be sincere about it. Worst case, you get a disciplinary warning. Choose the lesser of two evils, got it? Shaolin snapped out of it. She wiped away her tears and bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. Thank you, master. Thank you for your guidance. I'll go see our director right now. Jiang Feng watched her go. He shook his head. Kids these days, they sure know how to play. Valid fortune-telling attempts. 2/3. This job's pretty easy. One was an old professor trapped by his own honor. The other a literary girl driven crazy by her ex. Both were heart problems. Casually, his gaze swept across the far end of the exhibition hall. There, another standalone display case stood. Inside it was an object. In an instant, every hair on Jiang Feng's body stood up. In his sound perception, that direction was completely silent. Not a dead silence, but an absolute vacuum that devoured every sound around it. Chapter 99. The Golden Mask That Devours History. Jiang Feng could feel the passive skill empathy shield in his body running at full speed. It barely managed to offset some of the spiritual pressure that silent zone imposed on him. Damn, is this an artifact? Jiang Feng swore under his breath, shocked. This is a freaking black hole. This time it's big. This third reading might be hell-level difficulty. The chatter of nearby tourists. The guide's explanations, none of them could penetrate that zone. Jiang Feng stood there, his auditory whirled as if a chunk had been gouged out. He took a step, walked toward the source of that dead silence. He walked slowly. Each step felt like probing unknown territory. As the distance narrowed, the eerie sensation of his senses being stripped away grew stronger. Finally, he stopped in front of that standalone display case. Under the dim light inside the case, a golden mask lay quietly on display. The mask had a primitive shape. Even crude, you could say. Where the eyes should be were two hollows. Bottomless. The mouth was a slit curved upward. Like a half-smile, half-smirk, exuding an unspeakable evil. On the plaque beneath the case, there was only a simple line. Shaman ritual mask. The description was unusually brief. It only stated that it was excavated from a lone shaman's tomb. Specific use and related historical records were almost zero. Jiang Feng's sound perception ability was now pushed to its limit. In his auditory world, this mask was a sound black hole. Not only did it emit no historical sound itself, but it was also continuously absorbing all sounds radiating from the surrounding exhibits. This wasn't a dead object at all, Jiang Feng thought, his hair standing on end. This was a monster devouring history. He came to that conclusion. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted away from the mask and landed on a tour guide responsible for this area. She was a young woman, leading a couple of visitors, explaining a Liao Dynasty silver fox artifact in the case next to the mask. She narrated vividly, citing sources, but when she finished about the silver fox and led the visitors to the next exhibit, she completely ignored the golden mask, skipping right over it, as if in her subconscious. This object simply didn't exist, or wasn't worth mentioning at all. This thing is weird. Everyone is deliberately or unconsciously ignoring it. That eerie feeling of being forgotten sent a chill down Jiang Feng's spine. He stared at the mask, a wave of unease washing over him. Young friend, interested in this too? A hoarse voice sounded behind Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Professor Sun. He came over, supported by two students. The old professor's face was still pale, but his eyes had regained some of the scholar's clarity and reason. He looked at Jiang Feng, his expression complex. Professor, why are you here? He had regained some of his scholarly clarity and rationality. He looked at Jiang Feng. His expression was complex. Professor, why are you here? Feeling better now? Jiang Feng turned around. His tone was polite. Professor Sun shook his head. He walked over to Jiang Feng. His gaze fell on the mask in the display case. Whether I'm better or not is one thing, but what you said just now really shook me. Looks like you've made up your mind. Jiang Feng said, and Professor Sun gave a wry smile. This mask. This is the first time I've seen you so focused on it. He pointed at the gold mask in the case. This is the strangest artifact I've ever handled. Oh, strange how? Jiang Feng asked. He wanted to hear how Professor Sun would describe the anomaly. Professor Sun rubbed his hands together. A look of confusion crossed his face. The strange thing is, all memories related to it are especially easy to forget. For example, the team assigned to study it always somehow loses their notes. Or the next day, they can't remember where they left off the day before. It's as if something keeps erasing things. Jiang Feng grunted, signaling him to continue. Even I, Professor Sun paused, his tone turning helpless. Have to go over the materials every single day, just to barely remember its basic information. A male student behind Professor Sun couldn't help but interject. Yeah, master. This thing is way too creepy. I'm in charge of its digital archive. The file got corrupted 3 times. Every time, it was just random data gibberish for no reason. He looked at Jiang Feng, his plea for help obvious. None of us can figure out what's going on. Another female student chimed in quietly. We're all a bit scared to get near it. We always feel like if we stare at it too long, our minds get foggy. So you've been keeping your distance from it? Jiang Feng asked again. Professor Sun cut in. We didn't deliberately avoid it, but naturally, it's hard to stay focused on it. No one wants to study it specifically. The female student added. Even the tour guide often skips over it. Jiang Feng looked at Professor Sun. Professor Sun nodded. Before you arrived, I walked past here with the students, and we just skipped it too. If it weren't for you standing here, I'd probably have forgotten about it again. Jiang Feng finally turned around fully. He looked at Professor Sun. At that face full of wrinkles and confusion, his expression more serious than ever. Professor Sun, do you want to know why the historical records about this mask are almost a complete blank? Jiang Feng asked directly. Professor Sun was stunned. His eyes were full of curiosity. He vaguely felt that he might be about to encounter a truth that would completely overturn his 60-year materialist worldview. What the hell is it? Professor Sun's voice was a little hoarse. Have you ever considered if an artifact had the ability to erase its own history? What would that be like? Jiang Feng didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a question. Professor Sun frowned, turning Jiang Feng's words over in his mind. Erase history? How is that possible? Artifacts are inanimate. History is objective fact. Professor Sun objected. Is that so? Jiang Feng countered. Didn't you just say that all memories related to it are easily forgotten, and its files are easily lost? That's just a coincidence. Or some unknown physical effect. Professor Sun held his ground. Jiang Feng raised a finger, pointing at the gold mask with its enigmatic smile, and said slowly, word by word, because it eats history. Professor Sun and his students all dropped their jaws. This notion was beyond their comprehension. Eats history? That's preposterous. Professor Sun found it absurd. Sounds absurd, but the facts are right in front of you. Anyone who tries to record, study, or even remember it, their memories and related records will, as time passes, be slowly devoured by it. It's like someone forcefully gouging out a chunk from the river of history. Jiang Feng explained. In the end, it returns to nothingness. Chapter 100, it belongs to me. Professor Sun and his students stared blankly at Jiang Feng. Their expressions were as if they'd heard a madman declare that the earth is flat. Returns to nothingness? Professor Sun's voice was dry. He adjusted his reading glasses, his movements stiff. The male student behind him spoke up first, his tone full of disbelief and contempt. That's way too irresponsible of you. Return to nothingness? That's something out of mythology. Jiang Feng didn't even look at him. His gaze stayed on Professor Sun. Jiang Feng shrugged. Finally, he shifted his eyes away from Professor Sun, glancing at the two indignant students. Irresponsible? I think it makes perfect sense. He put his hands in his pockets, relaxed. An object that messes up the memories of everyone who studies it, and corrupts every file that records it. If that's not eating, then what is it? He pointed at his own head, then jabbed a finger at the two students. Your memories. Your documents. They're its snacks. One by one, and it's enjoying them just fine. This was too unorthodox. The male student behind Professor Sun finally couldn't take it anymore. He gathered his courage to retort. That's pure idealist speculation. No scientific basis at all. It could be some kind of unknown magnetic interference. Yes, magnetic fields. Lots of ancient minerals have special magnetic fields that can affect electronics and neural activity. That's totally possible. Yeah. The female student chimed in eagerly, desperate to use what she'd learned to explain the confusion. The teacher said that a lot of so-called supernatural phenomena can eventually be explained by science. Maybe the material itself has mild radioactivity, and prolonged exposure causes the effects. There are precedents in archaeology. Jiang Feng watched these two young people, struggling to defend their worldview with science. He chuckled, pulled his hand from his pocket, and slowly clapped twice. Well said. Full of spirit. The applause stopped. His expression turned playful. Magnetic fields? Radioactivity? He looked at the male student. Have you measured them? Got any data? The male student opened his mouth, but no words came out. Jiang Feng then looked at the female student. And the test reports? Show them to me. Both students were speechless. Their faces flushed red. They looked to their teacher for help. They'd only been speculating based on theory. Of course they had no actual data. Professor Sun waved his hand, stopping the students' futile attempts to defend themselves. He stepped forward. In his clouded eyes, something new appeared for the first time, beyond curiosity. It was fear, and also an irrepressible fascination. He looked at Jiang Feng. His voice was very low, almost a whisper. Master, please enlighten me. He paused, seeming to feel that this title was still not enough to convey his sincerity. He added another sentence. I'm all ears. What exactly is this thing? Jiang Feng's gaze moved past Professor Sun's shoulder. He looked again at the gold mask. The two hollows in the mask's eye sockets were like two deep wells, capable of sucking in a person's soul. Professor, some truths, once known, could overturn a lifetime of your understanding. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Professor Sun. You've studied historical materialism your whole life. Now you want to hear a superstitious story? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? Professor Sun didn't hesitate at all. He nodded heavily. I'm sure, the puzzle that has troubled my team for months. If it truly can have an answer. Even if that answer is ever so bizarre, I want to know it too. Jiang Feng looked away. Only then did he speak slowly. This thing is not a ritual artifact for communing with gods. He paused, giving everyone enough time to digest. Professor Sun and the students behind him all held their breath, waiting for what came next. It is a container. Container, Professor Sun repeated subconsciously, frowning deeply. For containing what? A container, or rather, a cage. Jiang Feng added. Professor Sun's breathing suddenly became rapid. What is the cage in prison? Jiang Feng continued. His voice was flat, as if telling a trivial story from long ago. A certain shaman of ancient times, during a spirit summoning ritual, messed up. Meaning he wanted to invite a god to possess him, but ended up summoning something he couldn't handle. His soul was devoured by some indescribable entity. Before being completely consumed, He used his last strength to forge this mask, sealing his own polluted, maddened soul, together with a part of that entity, inside it. The entire exhibition hall was so quiet you could hear heartbeats. Professor Sun and his students were completely stunned. Their brains were struggling to process this information, but it had clearly exceeded their capacity. A maddened soul, an indescribable entity, a part, these words combined, built a world they had never encountered before. Jiang Feng didn't stop. It devours history, devours memories, because the sealed soul instinctively wants to erase all traces of its own existence, seeking eternal peace. He looked at Professor Sun. This is a form of self-protection. He then looked at the two pale-faced students. It is also a curse. The moment his words fell, ding. Valid readings for third exhibits truth. 3/3. 3 pass quest completed. Jiang Feng's heart had just begun to settle when a sudden change occurred. Crack, crackle. A very faint sound of ice crystals forming came from the independent display case. What's that sound? Did you hear that? The male student behind Professor Sun reacted first. He pointed at the display case, voice trembling. On the thick, bulletproof glass of the case, a thin layer of frost appeared without warning. The frost spread at a visible rate, in just 2 or 3 seconds, completely covering the entire inner wall of the case. The gold mask, originally clearly visible, became blurry. A bone-chilling coldness seeped out from the gaps in the case. The temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped several degrees. Everyone felt this chill. What's going on? Is the air conditioning broken? A tourist rubbed his arms and asked in confusion. No, look at that. Oh my god, look at the mask. A terrified voice broke the silence. Jiang Feng's gaze, through the thin frost, fixedly stared at the gold mask inside the case. The two hollows in the mask's eye sockets, at this moment, seemed to truly come alive. They were no longer empty, but two bottomless black abysses that instantly deepened. An icy gaze, like a sword piercing through time and space, crossing all obstacles, directly locked onto Jiang Feng. That was not an illusion. Jiang Feng could feel it. Every hair on his body stood on end. Professor Sun and the surrounding tourists were now completely terrified by this supernatural scene, screaming in fear. Piercing screams exploded in the hall. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. Some fell, some stepped back, trying to get away from this eerie display case. The whistles and shouts of the security guards mixed together. The scene was in complete disarray. But Jiang Feng's body seemed rooted to the spot. He was ice-cold all over, scalp tingling. There was no sound in his mind, but a thought was branded directly into the deepest part of his consciousness. It was not a sentence, but an ancient conceptual imprint. Return to me. Jiang Feng knew. This time, what he had provoked was no longer human, nor some information contamination. He had been marked by a magical artifact. Chapter 101, Northwest Ultimate Hall. Master, are you all right? Professor Sun's pale face came into his field of vision. The students beside him were filled with terror. The screams and security whistles in the hall blended into a cacophony. Jiang Feng blinked. I'm fine, he said, voice dry. He snapped back from the shock of that mark. Several security guards rushed over, looking tense. Sir, loud noise is prohibited in the exhibition hall. A security guard barked. Cooling system malfunction. Everyone, please do not panic. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Another security guard shouted at the chaotic crowd. Jiang Feng glanced at the display case. The mask was now completely covered in frost. Only a blurry outline remained. He lifted his foot and followed the crowd out. Professor Sun grabbed his sleeve. Master, that thing. Professor Sun didn't finish his sentence. Everyone, please follow the guidance to the emergency exits. A woman's voice came over the broadcast. Jiang Feng waved his hand, signaling Professor Sun not to worry. He knew this was not the time to talk. The crowd, under the guidance of the security staff, quickly left through the emergency exits. Several SWAT officers arrived afterward and sealed off the exhibition hall. Jiang Feng and Professor Sun were led to a staff lounge. The lounge was small. A few sofas, a coffee table, a water dispenser on the table. Jiang Feng collapsed onto the sofa, his back pressed against the cushion. He felt his strength drained by that coldness. A staff member poured a cup of hot water and brought it over. Sir, here's your water. Jiang Feng took the cup, his fingertips touching the hot wall of the cup, and only then did the chill dissipate a little. Thank you, he said. His voice was still a bit shaky. Professor Sun sat beside him, restless and uneasy. He kept rubbing his hands. His eyes wavered between awe and worry. Damn, this time I've really lost out. Jiang Feng cursed inwardly. For lifespan, I don't even know what big trouble I've stirred up. He took a sip of hot water. His body gradually warmed up. DN main quest. Uncover the hidden truth behind 3 exhibits. Quest completed. Evaluation. You uncovered a long-buried secret at a key national site. Rating, excellent. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host. Brain cancer cell activity reduced by 10%. Remaining lifespan increased by 60 days. Congratulations, host. You received a cash reward of 5 million. Excellent. Jiang Feng asked inwardly. I nearly got eaten by that damn mask as a snack, and they give me an excellent? This time at the museum, he directly fought against that unknown force that devours memories. In the end, I even got branded with the return to me mark. What a huge loss. Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. Professor Sun had been sitting nearby, restless and anxious. He saw Jiang Feng's expression improve, and finally couldn't help but speak. Master, that thing just now. Professor Sun's face still held a trace of terror. His hands rubbed back and forth on his knees, his joints making a faint scraping sound. What the hell was that thing? Why did it suddenly? He raised his hand to gesture, then put it down. Jiang Feng raised his hand, signaling Professor Sun to stop. Professor Sun, knowing certain things won't do you any good. He stood up from the sofa, his expression already calm again. He walked to the window and looked outside. You just need to report that this exhibit has an abnormal magnetic field, that it might affect precision instruments and human health. Recommend temporary sealing and further research. Jiang Feng's voice was steady. The rest will be handled by someone else. Professor Sun immediately understood Jiang Feng's meaning. He was telling him to escalate the matter to the national level, but without making a big scene. He nodded heavily. I understand. He said softly. Professor Sun knew that this incident was beyond the scope of archaeology. The eerie feeling brought by that golden mask made him believe Jiang Feng's words without a doubt. At that moment, Jiang Feng's phone in his pocket vibrated violently. He took out his phone, the screen showing a familiar name, Qian Li. He pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, Qian Li's almost roaring voice came through the earpiece. Advisor Jiang, help. There's a huge mess at Xinqing base. Qian Li's voice was clearly trembling, speaking extremely fast. In the background, shrill alarm sounds could be heard faintly. Advisor Qian, you call for help more often than I take my medicine. I'm not joking. Something really happened. Qian Li was breathing heavily on the other end. Those lunatics in the research group. They didn't listen to your warning. They illegally used ultra-high frequency sound waves to probe that batch of preaching bamboo slips. They wanted to extract deep information from inside the bamboo slips. As a result, it triggered a large-scale spread of information contamination. Jiang Feng sneered. What did I say when I left? I said that thing is alive. Don't poke the hornet's nest. Do you people at Huqiyuan think that as long as you have scientific instruments, you can even pluck a couple of whiskers from the king of hell? Qian Li's voice took on a tearful tone. It's too late to say all that now. Base level 5 has completely lost control. The 12 researchers involved in the experiment have all undergone severe mental aberration. They are biting their own skin and writing symbols on the walls that no one can understand. The contamination is spreading to the surface. The base's physical isolation layer can barely hold it. Advisor Qian, now you remember me? You poked a hole in the sky, and you want me to patch it up. The overtime fee. How are you going to pay? On the other end of the line, Qian Li hastily agreed. As long as you can resolve the crisis, you can name your terms. Huqiyuan's special funds, and my authority, all open to you. Advisor Jiang, I beg you, save those researchers. They are the nation's assets. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He knew cursing wouldn't help now. Solving the problem was what mattered. This muddy water, he had to wade through. Not just because of the cooperative relationship with Huqiyuan. He needed this national-level platform to shield himself, but also because he had a faint premonition that what he encountered at the museum today, that golden mask that devours history, and the preaching bamboo slips, suppressing an ancient malice in Xinqing base, these two seemingly unrelated things might point to the same origin, some ancient existence beyond modern scientific understanding. He couldn't avoid this thing. If he didn't figure it out, he'd never get a good night's sleep. Send the order. Lock down the entire Xinqing base. All personnel allowed in, not out. Jiang Feng's tone regained its calm. He began issuing orders. Already doing that. Qian Li immediately replied. Prepare a charter flight to Xinqing base. I want the fastest one. It's already at the military airport. Good. I'm heading there now. By the way, Dr. Liu is already on the plane. I've informed the crew to pick you up and take off. Sigh. Jiang Feng sucked in a cold breath. This Dr. Liu isn't Liu Cheng, is it? Is Qian Li grasping at straws? Well, no other choice. Jiang Feng turned to Old Chun and said, Old Chun, we're going to the military airport. Yes, boss. Old Chun still didn't ask a single question. At the moment Jiang Feng made his decision. In his mind, the ghost self, marked from the golden mask, seemed to tremble slightly. That tremor was no longer the simple marking and possession from before, but revealed a greedy longing. It seemed interested in the bamboo slips. Chapter 102. Testing and Defense at 10,000 meters high. Military airport. The runway was smooth, stretching into the distance. A dark gray transport plane sat at the end of the runway. Engine blades spun, driving airflow. Jiang Feng walked up the gangway. Old Chun carried a canvas bag, following one step behind Jiang Feng. The interior of the cabin had a bluish light. Reinforced pipes and wires ran along the ceiling. Jiang Feng entered the front passenger area. Liu Cheng sat in the third row on the left side of the aisle. He wore a white lab coat, with a Huqiyuan ID badge pinned at the collar. Dr. Liu Cheng. He held a tablet in his hand, his fingertips sliding across the screen. Jiang Feng sat down across the aisle. Liu Cheng didn't look up. Advisor Jiang, you're 3 minutes late. Liu Cheng's voice, amidst the low-frequency rumble of the engines, came through clearly. Jiang Feng leaned his head back against the seat, staring at the back of the seat in front. Road construction at the airport. Old Chun had already taken the car to the speed limit. Liu Cheng turned off the tablet, shifting his gaze from the screen to Jiang Feng. Have you read the report from Xinqing base? Liu Cheng asked. Jiang Feng stretched, his bones making faint cracking sounds. Qian Li shouted very loud on the phone. I heard the main points. A bunch of people wanted to give antiques a CT scan, and ended up turning themselves into psychos. Liu Cheng placed the tablet on his knee. That was high-frequency sound wave detection. The purpose was to build a 3D molecular model of the bamboo slip's interior. Currently, on the base's third level, 12 researchers are in a state of loss of control, showing extremely strong self-harm tendencies, accompanied by cognitive impairment. Jiang Feng tilted his head and looked at Lu Cheng. I'm going to solve the trouble, not to listen to an academic report. Dr. Lu, your presence on this plane is also to study those mental patients, right? Within my ability. After all, I'm part of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But what I'm really interested in is you. Advisor Jiang. Jiang Feng pulled a mint from his pocket. He unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. A lot of people are interested in me, but most end up regretting it. Lu Cheng adjusted his sitting position, leaning forward slightly. Advisor Jiang, based on current monitoring data, the anomalies in the base application show a pattern of periodic fluctuations. Under extreme physical conditions, could human brainwaves produce a substantial energy field through some unknown resonance? Or what you call qi, is it just a variant form of electromagnetic waves? Jiang Feng crunched the candy, making a grinding sound. The ghost kiss mark in his mind gave a faint, icy chill as Lu Cheng got closer. Jiang Feng felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The cold seeped from the marrow of his bones. He looked forward. In the front seats sat two field-grade officers in camouflage. Their bodies were tense. Hands pressed on their knees, eyes staring straight ahead. The atmosphere in the cabin grew heavy. Old Chen stepped forward half a pace. His body blocked most of Lu Cheng's line of sight to Jiang Feng. Old Chen looked down at Lu Cheng. He made no move, but his breathing slowed and grew heavy. Lu Cheng's view was blocked by Old Chen. He didn't show any displeasure, only shifted his gaze to the back of Old Chen's hand. That gentleman's stress response is very professional, Lu Chen remarked. Jiang Feng raised his hand, patted Old Chen's arm. Old Chen stepped back to his original position. Jiang Feng waved over the flight attendant walking toward them. A cup of warm water, please. The flight attendant handed him a paper cup. Jiang Feng held the cup, feeling its temperature. He took a sip, moistening his throat. Dr. Lu, your theories are too advanced. I can't follow. My take is this. Drinking hot water solves 90% of your troubles. For the remaining 10%, you gotta pay extra. Lu Cheng was silent for 3 seconds. He reopened his tablet, typing quickly on the screen, muttering to himself. Pragmatism, money-driven, refuses communication, core logic. Jiang Feng placed the half-empty cup on the holder. His gaze turned cold. Dr. Lu Cheng stopped his actions. I don't care what mission you have on this plane, or what department's behind you. Want to observe from me. Once we reach the northwest, follow the rules. Don't make trouble for me. Jiang Feng spoke slowly. Lu Cheng's fingertips hovered above the screen. He looked up, meeting Jiang Feng's eyes. Advisor Jiang, I am protecting national assets, including you. Jiang Feng gave a scornful laugh. Protect me? Then you'd better pray. Your scientific theories actually work down there. Don't end up forgetting your own name. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. He could feel that as the plane flew northwest, the mark in his mind pulsed faster and faster, like a heart sensing its kin far away. Lu Cheng looked down at the screen. On the screen, Jiang Feng's vital signs were displayed, transmitted in real time via the seat sensors. Heart rate steady, breathing normal. Under verbal provocation and stress tests, no emotional fluctuation shown. Lu Cheng wrote a line on the tablet. Suspected extremely strong cognitive shielding ability. Old Chen sat behind Jiang Feng, his eyes fixed on the back of Lu Cheng's head. He pulled a folding knife from his chest pocket, fingers rubbing repeatedly over the handle's grain. The two officers in front exchanged a glance. One of them took out a stack of confidentiality agreements. Standing up, he walked toward Jiang Feng. Advisor Jiang, Dr. Lu, this is the supplementary agreement for this operation. Please sign. Jiang Feng took the pen and scrawled his name on the signature line. He handed the agreement back to the officer. How long until we arrive? Reporting, Advisor Jiang. Estimated 1 hour and 40 minutes. Jiang Feng leaned back into his seat. Outside the cabin, the clouds were torn by the wings. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Jiang Feng's face. His complexion looked somewhat pale in the light and shadow. Lu Cheng turned his head, watching the rapidly receding sea of clouds outside. His fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the tablet. A fast rhythm. His habit when thinking. Advisor Jiang, do you believe in fate? Lu Cheng suddenly spoke. Jiang Feng didn't open his eyes. I don't believe in fate. I only worry whether my life is long enough. Dr. Lu, you have time to worry about fate. Maybe you should worry about your tablet. The battery is almost red. Lu Cheng glanced down. The battery showed 99%. He looked away. The transport plane flew steadily at 10,000 meters. The cold air in the cabin blew over him. Jiang Feng felt that icy chill spreading from the back of his neck down along his spine. He knew that thing in the deep well base had already found him. That sensation of being watched was even clearer than the golden mask's mark. Jiang Feng clenched his fist. Old Chen seemed to sense something, scanning the empty cabin warily. Lu Cheng was still recording. The blue light of the tablet imprinted in his pupils. He wrote his final sentence. Subject shows obvious somatic anxiety. Source unknown. The transport plane jolted violently, a sign they were entering the northwestern air current zone. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Looked out the window. Below was a desolate yellowish-brown earth. Deep well lay beneath that barren plain. Jiang Feng tapped his fingers on the armrest. Money. You'd better have enough money ready. He murmured in his mind. This job is dangerous. Before the plane began to descend, the sky outside gradually darkened. On the distant horizon, a lonely building appeared. That was the surface entrance to Deepwell Base. Several military jeeps were already waiting there. Jiang Feng stood up, brushed the wrinkles off his clothes. Old Chun, grab the bags. We're going down the shaft. Old Chun picked up the canvas bag, followed behind Jiang Feng. Lu Chun closed his tablet and stood up. His white lab coat swayed in the air current. Advisor Jiang, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Jiang Feng walked toward the hatch without looking back. As long as I'm fine, cooperation will be pleasant. The hatch opened. A cold wind filled with sand and dust rushed in. Jiang Feng squinted. He saw, above the base entrance, a mass of black chi coiled. That was a death aura. Ordinary people could not see. Deep well had become a tomb. The mark in Jiang Feng's mind trembled with excitement. Mine. It craved to devour. Jiang Feng closed his eyes. I hope I won't need it. Fated Prophecy, Chapter 103, Clash of Methods. Several military jeeps were already waiting on the tarmac. Headlights pierced the northwestern dusk. Qianli was the first to jump out of a trailing vehicle. He wasn't wearing his usual suit, but a crumpled field operations outfit. Advisor Jiang. Qianli's voice was hoarse. He grabbed Jiang Feng's arm with startling strength. You're finally here. Jiang Feng pulled his arm back. Advisor Qian, if you squeeze any harder, this arm of mine will stay in the northwest as a souvenir. Qianli then realized he had lost his composure. He let go. His face was full of anxiety and apology. Sorry, I was too impatient. Lu Cheng and Old Chun came down one after another. Qianli's gaze lingered on Lu Cheng for a second. He nodded, considered it a greeting. How's the situation? Jiang Feng asked. Worse. Qianli's face was grim. Talk in the car. The group got into the middle jeep. The vehicle started immediately, heading deeper into the base. The physical isolation on the 5th level has failed. We activated the backup energy gate on the 4th level, but the contamination index is still rising slowly. Qianli spoke quickly. Right now, except for the ground floor, every other area is on red alert. Jiang Feng watched the bleak scenery racing past the window. He said nothing. The car stopped in front of a huge industrial elevator. The elevator descended. The numbers on the display flickered rapidly. B1, B2, B3. The elevator doors opened. On both sides of the corridor, red warning lights cast a rhythmic pulse of light and shadow. The isolation blast door on the 5th level was crowded with people. All of them wore white protective suits. Their expressions were solemn. Advisor Jiang. An officer with a rank insignia on his shoulder walked over. Behind him followed a physicist with graying hair and glasses. I'm Base Commander Li Weigua. Li Weigua extended his hand to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shook it briefly. This is Professor Zhang from the physics group. Li Weigua introduced him. Professor Zhang looked terrible. He pushed up his glasses. His voice carried exhaustion and frustration. Advisor Jiang. We tried suppressing it with a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse, but the contaminated energy field showed reactive expansion instead. All our scientific methods have failed. Jiang Feng's gaze passed over them. He looked at a large display above the security door. On the screen, the contamination index and energy readings were jumping wildly. 12 twisted red, human-shaped blips crowded the center of the surveillance feed. You're using a cold remedy to fight cancer. Of course it won't work. DN, new quest released. Location, apply for base sublevel 5. Time, daily 23 to 1 o'clock, Z hour. Method, 6-line divination. Fill the domain. Fortune, good or ill. Objective, show 3 clients the way to survival. Lu Cheng and his team had already set up equipment on the side. A dozen computers connected to various sensors. Complex energy models flickered on the screens. He didn't even look up. Advisor Jiang, what data support do you need? His voice was very calm, as if this wasn't a crisis about to break at any moment. But his lab. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes at him. I need quiet. He paid no more attention to the crowd. Instead, he said to Old Chun behind him. Old Chun, get my gear out. Old Chun nodded. He opened the canvas bag. From it, he took out a folded small camp stool. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiang Feng took the stool. He walked to a safe distance about 10 meters from the blast door. He opened the stool and sat down, as if this wasn't a perilous underground base, but the park near his home. The atmosphere in the corridor was bizarre to the extreme. On one side was Lu Cheng leading.